May 23rd, 2010. In the hallowed office of the revered FC Barcelona, a sanctuary long coveted by countless football enthusiasts, the fatigued Pep Guardiola leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed intently upon the roster of players laid out before him. Despite having secured the La Liga title in the previous season, the disappointment in the Champions League left this young coach, who had reached the pinnacle of success almost immediately upon his arrival, in a state of melancholy. Perhaps it was time to implement some changes if he wished to maintain Barcelona's dominance in the Champions League. Henry, regrettably, you're not included in the plans for the upcoming season. The club may have to consider selling you. I am sorry, Zlatan, you are an exceptionally talented forward, but your style does not align with Barcelona's tactical philosophy. Touré, I may not be able to guarantee you playing time next season. Marquez. One by one, the despondent figures departed from the office, each marking the countdown to the parting of these players from the illustrious club. Seated at his desk, Guardiola pressed his lips together, his eyes cast down, a visage of regret and sorrow etched upon his face. It was particularly poignant that Marquez, a stalwart who had dedicated 7 arduous years to the club and earned 6 prestigious titles, also found himself on this list of players to be released, evoking a twinge of guilt within Guardiola. Yet, what choice did he have? As the captain of this formidable ship, he must cleanse the team of aging and mismatched components, infusing new energy to propel the club forward amidst the fierce tides of the footballing world. Phew! Exhaling slowly, Guardiola gathered his thoughts and turned his attention to the last name on the list. A rather unusual name belonging to a player from an Eastern nation, one seldom encountered in the flourishing European football scene. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted the silence, and upon receiving permission, a young player with East Asian features, clad in a Barcelona jersey, entered Guardiola's office. I heard from Mr. Villanova that you were looking for me. I just finished training, and apologies for the wait. I took a moment to freshen up. The young player, named Su Yuanqing, took a seat at the table, offering an apologetic explanation. His freshly washed dark hair was a bit tousled, yet it did not detract from his strikingly handsome appearance. If one were to select the most charming player at Barcelona, he would undoubtedly be the choice. Guardiola regarded the polite young man before him, smiling gently as he gestured for him to sit. Su, I believe you understand why I have called you in today, so I shall dispense with the pleasantries. As he spoke, Guardiola tapped the roster on the table with his fingers. You are not included in my plans for the new season. The team requires reinforcements, and to make room for the first team, I intend to transfer you. You are a bright young man. You must realize that your impressive heading ability honed at La Masia is not a necessity for our squad. The forward line is abundant with talent, and even if we need a more versatile tactical approach, Zlatan's capabilities surpass yours. Unlike last season, I will not be reserving a spot for you in the first team. Moving to a lower division to gain more playing time is what you should pursue now. Su Yuanqing, a true representative of Chinese nationality, was unlike the others. Having moved to Barcelona at the tender age of 8 due to family ties, he fell in love with football and, by 12, successfully entered a local youth training academy, embarking on his journey toward professionalism. At 14, his exceptional physical attributes and talent led him to the revered La Masia training camp, where he showcased unparalleled heading skills upon turning 18, gradually securing consistent playing time. At this juncture, Guardiola took over the first team from Rijkaard, and he decided to elevate Su from the youth ranks to the first team. However, in a squad brimming with stars, opportunities for Su to shine were scarce. Guardiola's intention was to loan him to a lower division team for further development, hoping that once his skills were honed, he could be sold at an attractive price, even if he was not needed by the first team. Yet, Su's subsequent choices disappointed Guardiola. He seemed unable to resist the allure of the first team and stubbornly occupied a spot on the bench for an entire year. Throughout the season, apart from a trivial friendly match in which Guardiola reluctantly granted him 20 minutes of playtime, he had no further opportunities to showcase his talent. Upon hearing Guardiola's words, Su's face reflected a hint of regret, but he quickly composed himself, sighed, and expressed his agreement. All right, coach, I am willing to accept your decision. Observing the young man before him, who appeared to finally grasp the situation, Guardiola smiled and nodded, extending his hand. That's the spirit. Many clubs in the lower division are indeed interested in you. Do not forget the diligence and hard work you cultivated at La Masia when you join a new team. I look forward to witnessing an even more remarkable Su Yuanqing in the near future. Best of luck. As Guardiola stood and shook Su's hand, he offered his customary encouragement. Su nodded with a smile, expressed his gratitude once more, and exited Guardiola's office. This was a simple postseason player clearance, and unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Su Yuanqing would part ways with Barcelona during the summer transfer window. In truth, his time at the first team had not been enjoyable. No player relishes sitting idly on the bench, watching teammates revel in the game. However, due to the system's league point rewards, it was not entirely unpalatable to support the six-time champions. Indeed, Su Yuanqing was not a native of this world. In his previous life, he was also a passionate youth enamored with football, yet due to the burdensome academic demands in China, he had to retire at the tender age of 11, becoming a fervent supporter from the stands. After witnessing Messi's crowning glory at the Qatar World Cup, an exhilarated Su Yuanqing resolutely traveled to Hong Kong to watch a friendly match featuring Inter Miami, albeit with a somewhat foolish excuse, leading to a dramatic decline in the reputation of the footballing icon, who became the subject of disdain among Chinese fans. Following that match, Su Yuanqing unexpectedly found himself transported over a year ago into the body of a young Chinese player training far away in Spain. Upon his arrival, he activated the gamer system, quickly maximizing his innate heading ability, which inadvertently caught Guardiola's attention, leading to his promotion to the first team. Unfortunately, to enhance his attributes through the gamer system, Su Yuanqing would need his team to participate in more high-stakes matches. He had discerned that for each La Liga match, he could earn one attribute point, while cup competitions such as the Copa del Rey or Supercopa yielded 2 points, and both the Champions League and Club World Cup afforded 4 points. If he did not play, the attribute points earned would be halved. Additionally, winning relevant tournaments would confer further attribute rewards. Thus, basking in the shade of Barcelona's grand tree, Su Yuanqing found himself reaping substantial benefits. Yet now, he was being cast aside by the first team. Even if one could join certain teams in the Segunda Division to secure consistent playing time, the likelihood is that the attributes earned from such appearances would only increase by a mere 0.5. This is certainly less gratifying than developing one's skills in a team capable of competing in European tournaments. As Su Yuanqing exited the coach's office, he pondered the intricacies of his potential transfer, meandering forward with a sense of detachment. Upon rounding the corner, a pair of strong hands suddenly clasped his shoulders from the side. A familiar voice, imbued with arrogance, resonated sharply. "Su, are you also being swept out of Barcelona?" Undoubtedly, the individual was none other than Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Chapter 2. What? You too struck Messi? Ibrahimovic, the legendary Swedish forward, was the only friend Su Yuanqing had in the Barcelona first team. The reason was simple. They were remarkably alike, both towering forwards on the pitch, sharing the same agent, Raiola, and even harboring a mutual disdain for Messi in the locker room. However, unlike Ibrahimovic, who believed Messi was unworthy of being the attacking fulcrum for Barcelona, Su Yuanqing and Oppos's animosity stemmed from a deeper moral conviction. He simply detested Messi and Oppos's character, even though Messi had yet to display any overt contempt for the team. "Indeed, Zlatan, Guardiola has just informed me," Su Yuanqing replied, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor. Nevertheless, the flicker of uncertainty regarding his future did not escape Ibrahimovic's keen observation. "Su, it's all right," Ibrahimovic consoled, adopting a big brotherly demeanor as he patted Su's shoulder, disdain evident in his voice. "Do you still not grasp what that damned guy means? All the players in the front line exist solely to serve Messi. Today, he even told me that I would not receive stable playing time next season due to my incompatibility with the team. Why should I remain here? Am I not as good as that Leo Messi? It's simply favoritism towards the young talents from La Masia, trusting that damned Messi. Otherwise, how could we have been eliminated so early from the Champions League this season?" The thought of the lost Champions League bonuses pained Su Yuanqing deeply, and he nodded in agreement. "Yes, otherwise, Zlatan, you could have led the team to win the Champions League." Ibrahimovic chuckled softly, a hint of ferocity in his gaze. "Raiola will arrive in Barcelona tomorrow to discuss transfers. Don't worry, kid, he'll ensure you find a team where you can play. If it comes to it, you can join me in Serie A. Many relegation teams there still need players like you." Regarding the topic of transfers, Su Yuqing offered vague responses, choosing to sidestep the discussion with Ibrahimovic. The matter of transfers was significant. He wished to find a team in one of the top 5 leagues that could compete in the Champions League and provide him with some playing opportunities. He would have to wait for the summer transfer window to see if there were suitable teams in need of a forward. Given that Raiola would be in Barcelona tomorrow, Su Yuqing felt no urgent need to worry further, trusting the hefty agent to handle it. Soon after, Su Yuqing and Ibrahimovic resumed training on the pitch. The team was set to have a break the following day, and the training was light, primarily focused on physical conditioning. Before the players departed the club, the coaching staff convened a meeting to outline plans for the holiday that key players needed to follow. Guardiola, the young coach, had achieved remarkable results in his first year at Barcelona, maintaining an iron-fisted approach from his time managing the B team. Naturally, not every player was subject to these plans. Those facing expulsion from the team were excluded. Once Guardiola finished his instructions and led the coaching staff out of the locker room, Piku sneered, turning to Messi with a taunt. It seems Ibrahimovic and that Chinese kid are finally being kicked out of the team. They truly are oblivious to their place. Unable to discern who truly rules this locker room, one seeks to usurp the core position, while the other attempts to show off in training matches, refusing to pass to you. Piku's disdain was palpable, and he continued, well, now they've both been shown the door by Barcelona. Upon hearing this, Messi nodded slightly, turning back with a scornful smile, casting an unabashed glance at Ibrahimovic and Su Yuqing. Gazing at the slightly immature visage of the so-called king of football, Su Yuqing felt a profound urge to retch. It was evident that only in the company of others could one perceive the insidious nature hidden behind certain faces. Hey, what's with the looks you two are giving? Ibrahimovic noticed the expressions on Messi and Piku, frowning in displeasure. What else could it be? Piku spread his arms, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. Just 2 pieces of trash being expelled from the team. You're mistaken, Piku. That Chinese kid beside you isn't even worth the label of trash, Messi retorted coldly, unleashing a torrent of invective. Learning of Ibrahimovic's impending dismissal, Messi's pent-up frustration from the year erupted forth, laced with vulgarities that could spark international controversy if circulated online. Damn, Messi, it seems you're itching for trouble. Ibrahimovic, unwilling to let grievances fester, surged forward. Piku instinctively shielded Messi, fiercely shoving back against the oncoming Ibrahimovic, showing no signs of backing down. Piku was physically strong, yet his opponent was a black belt in Taekwondo, and within moments, he found himself at a disadvantage. Other players in the locker room quickly converged, siding with Piku and Messi, creating a chaotic scene. Su Yuqing, initially reluctant to involve himself in the locker room brawl due to the disparity in their statuses. After all, Ibrahimovic was a legendary superstar, while he was merely an unnoticed youth from the youth academy, was compelled to join in when Messi insulted his skills. While he could tolerate being told he lacked talent, he was still young and believed he would one day surpass Messi. However, insulting his homeland was intolerable. Without hesitation, Su Yuqing joined the fray, openly defending Ibrahimovic. He even took advantage of the commotion, throwing punches at Messi and Piku, landing blows with palpable intensity. This locker room farce continued unabated until Guardiola returned, drawn by the commotion, effectively hitting the pause button on the chaos. Astonished by the scene before him, his gaze settled on Su Yuqing standing behind Ibrahimovic. What is going on here? What happened to that mature aura you had moments ago? What on earth possessed you to strike Messi? As the coaching staff intervened to assess the situation, Ibrahimovic stepped aside to call his agent, Raiola. After relaying the events that transpired in the locker room, even the experienced Raiola could not contain his astonishment. What? You two actually laid hands on Messi and Piku? Did you go all out? Chapter 3. I aspire to join a team competing in the Champions League. The words were striking, prompting Raiola to instruct the two to remain together while he flew from Italy to Barcelona. As for the subsequent matters, he entrusted them entirely to his assistant, ensuring that they would not be exposed by the media, which could tarnish both Ibrahimovic and Su Yuqing's reputations. That would indeed be a significant loss. After departing from Barcelona and Oppos's training facility, Su Yuqing returned to his apartment with Ibrahimovic, awaiting Raiola and Oppos's arrival. During this interval, Su Yuqing took the opportunity to review his attributes. Host: Su Yuqing, age 19 years and 75 days, height 188 centimeters, physical attributes: strength 80, 88, stamina 77, 85, speed 75, 80, explosiveness 70-75, jumping 85-86, agility 72-78, power 80-88, reaction 77-85, balance 72-77, technical attributes, shooting 72-75, long shot 62-72, heading 83-83, short pass 65-77, long pass 60-70, cross 58-66, vision 65-70, dribbling 70-76, penalty 65-75, remaining attribute points 10. Undoubtedly, Su Yuqing possessed remarkable physical prowess, essential for a traditional number 9 striker, which allowed him to stand out in La Masia's youth academy. However, his technical abilities prevented him from even appearing as a substitute in Barcelona's star-studded first team. This did not imply that Su Yuqing was lacking. Had he joined any lower league team in one of the major leagues, he would certainly have found playing opportunities and could even serve as a focal point in the attack. While many players might desire a stable starting position in a lower league, Su Yuqing, equipped with a systematic approach, realized that even a year of steady development there would only allow him to reach mediocrity as a striker. To truly excel in the competitive football landscape, he needed to aim for a team in a major league, seeking greater attribute points to break through his limitations. Joining a team that could participate in European competitions, even if it meant limited playing time, would suffice. Su Yuqing believed that within half a season, he could earn the coach's trust and establish himself in the forward line. Naturally, a coach like Guardiola, with a distinct tactical system and a penchant for favoring players like Messi, was not included in this consideration. Having mapped out his future, Su Yuqing engaged in casual conversation with Ibrahimovic, waiting for their agent, Raiola, to arrive and relay his aspirations. At 10:00 and Opos, clock in the evening, a weary Raiola arrived at Ibrahimovic and Opos' rented apartment in Barcelona. His protective nature did not lead him to chastise the two for their actions. His assistant had handled matters adeptly. The priority now was to find a suitable new team for both players. As long as Raiola could negotiate a reasonable transfer fee, Barcelona would likely want to mitigate any fallout from the situation. Despite Ibrahimovic and Opos' legendary status as a forward, his performance at Barcelona this season had not been particularly remarkable. Yet elite clubs remained interested in him. The main concern centered on Su Yuqing. "Su, I have long advised you to leave Barcelona. No player can find peace there. Even Messi's successor, Foyong, is rumored to be leaving this season," Raiola remarked, holding a glass of red wine, speaking calmly to Su Yuqing. "It is indeed the right choice for you to depart from Barcelona. Rest assured, both Zlatan and I recognize your talent. It won't be long before you become a player that Barcelona regrets losing." Ibrahimovic nodded in agreement, adding, "You are still young. The priority is to find a team where you can secure consistent playing time, as that will greatly benefit your development." Su Yuqing understood this well, but had his own plans. After a moment and Opos' hesitation, he raised his gaze to meet Raiola and Opos' eyes and earnestly stated, "Mino, I understand your reasoning, but I have my own aspirations. I wish to join a team that can compete in European competitions, ideally, one that participates in the Champions League." Upon hearing this, both men in the room gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend Su Yuqing's decision. Raiola even doubted whether Su Yuqing was, as Guardiola had suggested, an immature Chinese player merely aiming to become a star within a prestigious club. Shaking his head, Raiola clearly did not wish to diminish the value he placed on this promising young player. "Su, why would you make such a choice?" "I have my reasons, Mino. Please trust me. As long as the new team's coach requires a traditional striker, I am confident I can establish myself there," Su Yuqing declared resolutely. Ibrahimovic attempted to persuade Su Yuqing further, but Raiola intervened, gesturing for him to cease. Raiola set down his glass of wine, sat up straight, and fixed his sharp gaze upon Su Yuqing, seemingly trying to gauge the depth of his determination. The outcome was clear. He saw a youthful spirit, resolute and clear-eyed. After exhaling a breath of resignation, Raiola regained his composure and cleared his throat. "Very well, Su. I will honor your request. I will do my utmost to find you a team that meets your criteria, but I cannot guarantee you will secure consistent playing time upon joining. Ultimately, everything will depend on your own efforts." Su Yuqing nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Mino." Chapter 4. Business Contracts. After concluding the discussion regarding the transfer, Raiola engaged in light conversation with the two before departing from Ibrahimovic's apartment, heading towards a hotel arranged by his assistant. Ibrahimovic, embodying the role of an elder brother, earnestly advised Su Yuanqing. Though Su Yuanqing appreciated the gesture, it did not alter his resolve. After bidding farewell to Ibrahimovic, Su Yuanqing left the apartment and jogged towards his own residence. As a member of the first team at Barcelona, Su Yuanqing may not have received a substantial salary. Yet he enjoyed the basic privileges afforded by the club. Barcelona had secured him an apartment, albeit situated in a remote suburb. Unlike the lavish accommodations of star players like Ibrahimovic, though it was conveniently located near the training facility. Upon returning to his apartment, Su Yuanqing began to contemplate his current situation. The attribute points awarded by the system could not be directly utilized to enhance his abilities. Rather, they served to incrementally raise the cap of his attributes. As his attributes approached the ceiling of 100, the required points for further enhancement would increase. It was uncertain when he would be able to raise his capabilities further in the secondary league. Even if he did not have immediate playing opportunities with the new team, he could utilize this time to maximize all his attributes. During this summer break of over a month, free from international matches, he could not afford to squander the time like other players. Thus, he resolved to commence his training this very evening by allocating his remaining 10 attribute points wisely within the Barcelona framework. His heading ability had already been fully developed, boasting a commendable score of 83. However, to excel in aerial duels, mere timing was insufficient. He required a robust foundation of inherent strength. Having decided to pursue the role of a central striker, he opted to enhance his jumping ability. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Yuanqing made his decision. He would allocate all his points to the jumping attribute. Attribute points -3, jumping potential cap 1. Attribute points -3, jumping potential cap 1. As the 3 rounds of attribute allocation concluded, Su Yuanqing noticed his jumping ability had risen to 86, 89. It was evident he was on the verge of reaching 90, and thus, he felt an invigorating sense of motivation. A smile of satisfaction graced his face as he stood up to begin his training within the confines of his room. In the days that followed, Su Yuanqing entrusted the transfer affairs to Raiola while he diligently continued his training in Barcelona. On June 17th, in the ancient city of Seville, traversed by the Guadalquivir River, a wave of exotic charm enveloped the region. The Sevilla Football Club, renowned as the king of the Europa League, received sponsorship from a company hailing from the east. Miss Li Yue, the general manager of Li Ning, Spain, found herself seated before Sevilla and Opos as president, Carmona. Observing the young woman in her early 20s, Carmona was struck not only by her beauty, but also by skepticism regarding her business acumen. Miss Li, I must apologize, but our club cannot agree to your final cooperation condition. Carmona chuckled lightly, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. Signing a Chinese player and guaranteeing him adequate playing time. I'm at a loss as to which Chinese player would be suitable at this moment. I understand there are a few capable Chinese players in the Premier League, but the costs to acquire them would vastly exceed your company's sponsorship contributions to our club. As Carmona took a sip from his coffee, he continued nonchalantly, You are surely aware that acquiring this Chinese player is solely for expanding the market in China. While it presents a win-win scenario, we must also consider the costs. Otherwise, it would be a wholly unprofitable transaction. Li Yue nodded, fully cognizant of the exorbitant transfer fees required to bring players like Sun Jihai or Dong Fenghua from the Premier League to Sevilla. What Li Ning truly sought was merely a Chinese player to serve as a team mascot for appropriate promotional endeavors in China. Noticing that Carmona seemed to still grasp the concept, Li Yue leaned forward slightly and spoke with poise. Mr. Carmona, you must be aware of the current state of Chinese football. Our collaboration only requires finding a reasonably priced Chinese youth training player to be registered with the Sevilla first team. He need not be renowned, for we can elevate his profile, Wooden and Opos. Do you agree? Sevilla only needs to provide him with opportunities in select matches for Li Ning's promotion in China, which entails substantial benefits. Before she could finish, Carmona paused momentarily, then quickly grasped her point, his previous disdain for Li Yue dissipating entirely. He stood up, extended his hand towards her, and smiled. I see now. I was overcomplicating matters. I can certainly accommodate this request. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. On June 22nd, after a month of self-discipline and training, Su Yuanqing finally received an opportunity from his new team. Su, you must be aware of Sevilla, a La Liga team that will also compete in the Champions League next season. Raiola called to inform him of the news, explaining that Sevilla's president, Carmona, was willing to offer him a place in the first team. In exchange, They sought to leverage his notoriety in Chinese football to enhance the club's visibility alongside the Li Ning brand. It seems Li Ning has put forth specific requests to Sevilla, and should you join, there should be guaranteed playing time for you, Raiola continued. This is the only team that can participate in European competitions while assuring you of game time. Are you willing to accept? Upon hearing Raiola and Oppo's words, Su Yuanqing felt a surge of excitement, recalling that Li Ning had previously sponsored Sevilla's kits. While he hadn't anticipated such a commercial stipulation, it sufficed for him. Thank you so much, Mino. I am eager to embark on a new season with Sevilla. The rest, I shall strive to secure for myself within the new team. All right. Mino, I must end the call now. It's time to train. Raiola appreciated Su Yuanqing's industrious spirit, and laughter along with congratulations echoed from the other end of the line. Rest assured, Su, with me overseeing this transaction, it will undoubtedly come to fruition. When you arrive in La Liga, be sure to help me give Zlatan and Barcelona a good thrashing. Su Yuanqing expressed his agreement and ended the call to commence his workout. As a Chinese player, he understood the necessity of overpowering Messi and Barcelona, but first, he needed to enhance his abilities to secure consistent playing time. Otherwise, he would find himself relegated to the bench during their matches. On July 1st, the summer transfer window for the Spanish league officially commenced. In the office of the FC Barcelona head coach, Guardiola had only just entered when his assistant, Villanova, presented him with reports related to transfers. He took the transfer documentation with a calm demeanor, but soon furrowed his brow in concern. The highly regarded successor to Messi, Boyan, has surprisingly received an offer from Serie A's Roma, 15 million. Regarding Boyan, Guardiola is inclined to allow him to gain more experience through play. Yet he certainly cannot permit an easy transfer. After a brief moment of contemplation, Guardiola turned to his assistant, Villanova, and inform Roma that they may acquire Boyan. But they must agree to a buyback clause, allowing Barcelona the option to repurchase him at any time within the next 2 years. Villanova nodded, stepping closer to Guardiola, inquiring. Sevilla in La Liga has made an offer for that talented young lad from China. I believe he possesses considerable potential. Should we also negotiate a buyback clause with them? Upon hearing this, Guardiola refrained from responding hastily, instead flipping back to the facts detailing Sevilla's offer for Su Yuanqing. Noticing Su's optimistic stance regarding the transfer, Guardiola furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why agent Raiola was maneuvering Su towards a La Liga team. Would he even have the opportunity to play there? With a slight sigh, Guardiola shook his head, expressing his regret. No need. He was acutely aware of Sevilla's competitive nature and had already predetermined Su's fate. This lad is still not sufficiently mature. How could he possibly have playing opportunities at Sevilla? They are not a weak team lacking in forwards. Accept Sevilla's offer of 800,000. This lad is unlikely to thrive in the future. Chapter 5. Formal contract signing due to Sevilla and Oppo's keen interest in Su Yuanqing and Oppo's commercial value. The transfer within La Liga was effortlessly completed. Prior to the commencement of the team's training for the new season, Su merely needed to undergo a medical examination with his new club, after which he could officially sign the contract. During this interim period, he did not remain idle. Instead, he arrived early at the training base near Sevilla to acclimatize himself and endure rigorous training. Once a person has a new aspiration, life inevitably becomes fulfilling and swift. Moreover, with the South African World Cup entering its critical phase in July, Su, although aware that Spain would triumph over the Netherlands to claim the championship under the leadership of Iniesta, found that closely observing such magnificent matches imparted valuable lessons. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was August 1st. On this day, Raiola finished his tasks and made his way to Sevilla to accompany Su Yuanqing for the club and Oppo's formalities. In the taxi, Raiola outlined the day and Oppo's agenda for Su. You will first undergo a medical examination, and if all goes well, you and Oppo's sign the contract right away. Afterward, there will be a press conference for new signings, where you will be joined by a Croatian midfielder from Schalke 04. In truth, these details were not necessary to elaborate upon, as Su was well acquainted with the process. Despite his youth and having spent his career thus far at Barcelona, his keen interest in football matters from his previous life kept him informed. Before long, the taxi arrived near the Estadio Ram in Pizjuan, Sevilla's home ground. Nestled along the banks of the Guadalquivir River, the stadium is surrounded by lush greenery and boasts an array of exquisite Spanish architecture. exuding a rich cultural atmosphere. As a storied football club with deep-rooted traditions, Sevilla is situated here. For the Sevillians, nothing is more exhilarating than attending a weekend match to support their home team. Just passing through this area, Su could already envision the stadium filled with thousands of fans donning white jerseys, fervently cheering for their team. He mused that the atmosphere during matches here might rival that of Camp Nou. Gazing upon the Pizjuan Stadium, Su Yuanqing felt a stirring within him, nurturing hopes of proving his worth in Sevilla. He was confident that he could achieve this goal. Before long, Su and Raiola crossed by the stadium and arrived at the Sevilla training facility. Under the guidance of the staff, Su completed the necessary fitness tests and made his way to the press conference room. There, he immediately spotted a somewhat youthful yet determined-looking blond man, none other than Ivan Rakiti, the Croatian international midfielder who had just joined Sevilla. Upon seeing Su Yuanqing and Raiola arrive, Sevilla's then head coach, Alvarez, waved them over and invited them to take their seats, marking the official commencement of the press conference for new signings. Rakiti, we understand you have just transferred from Schalke 04 in the Bundesliga. What expectations do you have for this new beginning in La Liga? Mr. Alvarez, we have heard that you advocated for Rakiti's signing at Sevilla. Will he have a stable position in the team for the upcoming season? In Su's eyes, the press conference proceeded swiftly, as he scarcely had an opportunity to speak. Throughout the question and answer segment, apart from a seemingly Southeast Asian journalist who briefly inquired about Su Yuanqing, no other reporter bothered to invest their limited time on him. He felt almost invisible, overlooked by the throng of journalists. Although this left a slight bitterness in his heart, Su did not feel discomfort. In the fiercely competitive realm of European football, no one remembers an inconspicuous youth academy player. They all understood that, in the shadow of a colossal entity like Sevilla, Su might not even have the chance to step onto the pitch, to be remembered, to become a household name. He needed to secure a foothold in his new team as swiftly as possible. Only then could he earn the most fundamental respect. Eventually, during the concluding segment of the press conference, Su finally participated. Coach Alvarez presented the new players with their jerseys and took a commemorative photograph. The Croatian international Rakiti donned the number 25 jersey, ready to fight for the team. As for Su, he was assigned the rather obscure number 66. He chose this number in hopes of having a smooth experience in Sevilla, and the club, recognizing his status as a commercial mascot, readily acquiesced. After all, it seemed that only Su Yuanqing would appreciate the significance of the number 66. Once the press conference concluded, Alvarez engaged in a lengthy conversation with Rakiti before finally turning to Su Yuanqing. Welcome to Sevilla, Su. I hope you enjoy your time here over the next few seasons. With a handshake extended to the commercial player, Alvarez delivered this sentiment before preparing to depart. However, halfway through, he appeared to recall something and turned back to add, "Rest well. Tomorrow the team will have an internal training match, and I'll ensure you get some playing time." As the head coach of Sevilla, Alvarez was undoubtedly aware of Su Yuanqing's reasons for joining the club, and the club president had instructed him to provide appropriate playing opportunities during less critical matches to aid in promoting the team. Although such demands seemed unreasonable, Alvarez had nonetheless agreed. He was still unaware of Su's background, having only seen data from 2 years prior when the player was in the La Masia youth system. What could be deduced from Su's last season with no goals and no assists at Barcelona? What was Alvarez's attitude? After the press conference, as Su stepped outside to meet Raiola, he heard his agent's frustrated voice. "You just transferred from Barcelona's first team, and this is how you're treated? Su, I told you that you shouldn't have joined a top La Liga team. If you had gradually built your reputation in a lower division, top clubs would have been clamoring for your signature." Observing Raiola's concern for him, Su offered a faint smile and patted his shoulder. "Mino, since I'm at Sevilla now, I intend to make the most of this season. I believe I can establish myself here." Though Raiola was uncertain of the source of Su and Oppo's confidence, he recognized that a young player in Oppo's belief was not necessarily a bad thing, and thus refrained from making any negative remarks. Subsequently, Raiola briefed Su on the details of the contract. He had signed a 3-year deal with Sevilla, earning a weekly salary of €5,000, with bonuses for appearing in 10 matches in a single season, €100,000, and scoring 5 goals, €300,000. The weekly salary was indicative of what a newly promoted youth player might earn upon joining the first team. As for the bonuses, while others might dismiss them as mere lines on paper, Su Yuanqing was the only one who believed he could meet those conditions, and even Raiola harbored doubts. Chapter 6. The first draw of the sword the following day, after Raiola concluded the contract signing with Su Yuanqing. He returned to Italy to manage the affairs of his other players. Su Yuanqing, on the other hand, ventured alone to the Sevilla training base to prepare for practice. In the morning, Alvarez rallied all the players for an intensive training session. It was now August 2nd, and on August 15th, Sevilla would face Barcelona at home for the first leg of the Spanish Super Cup, leaving little time for team cohesion. Alvarez had performed commendably during the last season, guiding the team to a fourth-place finish in La Liga, thus securing a spot in the Champions League playoffs. Additionally, they had clinched the Copa del Rey, positioning themselves to compete for the Super Cup against the reigning La Liga champions, Barcelona. As newcomers to the team, Su Yuanqing and Rakitic quickly became acquainted, engaging in conversation during their morning training. "Did you really only play 20 minutes in a whole season at Barcelona?" Rakitic asked, incredulous, his Spanish slightly halting. "If it were me, I would have insisted on a loan to escape the bench." Su Yuanqing chuckled softly. "There was little I could do. My abilities were not particularly strong at that time, and no teams were interested in me. My only hope this season is to earn a chance to play with Sevilla." Hearing this, Rakitic reflected on his own early career and felt a pang of sympathy for the younger player beside him. "Don't worry. If we are in the same team for this afternoon's practice match, I will pass the ball to you. Seize the opportunity to showcase your skills in front of Mr. Alvarez." Su Yuanqing felt warmth from Rakitic and Oppos's kindness and promptly expressed his gratitude, though they had only known each other for a couple of days. This gesture reinforced his impression of the Croatian international as a genuinely good person. They then resumed their training with earnestness. Arriving at a new team and immersing himself in a fresh environment, Su Yuanqing felt an undeniable sense of optimism. On the training field were illustrious players like the Brazilian forward Fabiano, celebrated African footballer Canout, and Real Madrid's prodigy Negrito, alongside Rakitic, a key player in the future World Cup runner-up team, now his teammate. The presence of such formidable athletes intensified Su Yuanqing's desire to earn playing time at Sevilla. He understood that Alvarez was not like Guardiola. He was not fixated on employing only one forward player. Though Sevilla's attacking line was not inferior to that of Barcelona, Su Yuanqing believed that with diligence, his debut for Sevilla would come sooner than later. At the edge of the pitch, head coach Alvarez stood with President Carmona, observing the scene. It was the first training session of the new season with the full squad, and Carmona wished to assess the capabilities of the newly joined players. Sevilla had enjoyed a commendable record over the years, having secured multiple UEFA Europa League titles. However, ambitious Carmona aspired to achieve more, aiming to lead the team to the Super Cup championship and advance further in the Champions League. As he watched the players train, Alvarez smiled and introduced Rakitic to Carmona. This Croatian international possesses remarkable skill. His technical prowess and ability to deliver threatening passes are exceptional. He pointed to Rakitic in the midst of an attacking and defending drill, asserting that with his addition, the team's offensive capabilities would significantly improve, eliminating the possibility of Negrito and Fabiano falling silent on the field. Carmona nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Alvarez's recruitment. Having once been a professional player himself, he could discern Rakitic's tangible abilities during the training session, bolstering his confidence in the team's potential to reach the Champions League quarterfinals this season. The label of Kings of the Europa League was not without its mockery. Only those who failed to progress to the Champions League's round of 16 would resort to that dreaded tournament. Carmona was eager to change that narrative, and he believed he could. His gaze swept across the field until it settled on a striking young player with dark hair and a fair complexion. "That number 66. Is he the one signed from Barcelona?" Alvarez nodded in affirmation, somewhat surprised. "How is his performance?" "Surprisingly better than I anticipated. He has completed the training exercises well and keeps pace with the tempo. His strengths lie in his physicality and aerial ability, though his overall skill set seems rather average, likely a substitute in a relegation-threatened team in La Liga. It would be challenging for him to secure playing time with us at Sevilla." This assessment aligned closely with Carmona's expectations, prompting a slight nod. "That's acceptable. It's merely a commercial choice. A few minutes in garbage time won't matter. Winning the Spanish Super Cup and advancing in the Champions League are our primary objectives." Alvarez nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. When afternoon practice commenced, the first team under Alvarez's direction began their inaugural training match of the season. Fabiano, Canout, and Perotti led the attack for the red team, while Romeric and Zakora commanded the midfield, and Brazilian international Renato played as the sole defensive midfielder, with Captain Navas anchoring the backline. This formation undoubtedly represented Sevilla's core lineup from the previous season. Although the three midfielders may not have boasted the same fame as the forwards, They were, at the very least, established internationals. With Romeric and Zakora being rare versatile midfielders in the top leagues, each valued over 10 million euros. Captain Navas needed no introduction. He was the first player in history to win the World Cup, European Championship, and Europa League. In contrast, the yellow team comprised a mix of rotational players and new signings, including Su Yuanqing. The yellow team would adopt their customary 4-3-3 formation, with Capel positioned as left winger, allowing the center to be occupied by the newcomer Su. Due to several unimportant substitute forwards being sidelined by injury, Alvarez had no choice but to field Su Yuanqing, the commercial player, directly into the fray. The disparity in strength between the red and yellow teams was stark. Alvarez primarily aimed to evaluate the new signings, midfielder Negrito and defender Debo. Upon learning he would participate in the first intra-squad match, Su Yuanqing felt a surge of excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. This was his opportunity to shine at Sevilla. It was a far better scenario than merely being a rotational player in the Barcelona training matches. If he seized this chance well, he might genuinely carve out a place for himself within the team. On the sidelines, Alvarez keenly observed the subtle changes in Su Yuanqing's gaze, unable to suppress a slight smile as he pondered whether this young man from Huagua might surprise him. Though his expectations were not excessively high, he found his attention increasingly drawn to Su Yuanqing. Suddenly, with a sharp whistle from an assistant referee, the inaugural training match of Sevilla's new season commenced. Chapter 7. The Header of the Air Dominator. The first half commenced with the substitute lineup of the yellow team kicking off. Positioned as a central forward, Su Yuanqing deftly passed the ball back to the lurking Rakiti, officially marking the beginning of this internal training match. The principal players, clad in red vests, swiftly surged forward, launching a high-pressing strategy against the substitutes. Though such training matches may seem inconsequential, maintaining an exceptional performance could secure a spot in the starting lineup for the upcoming matches. This reality instilled a sense of urgency in every player. Even those who had previously been regular starters were not complacent in their comfort zones. After all, the venerable La Liga powerhouse Sevilla boasts a robust roster, and a moment's inattention could result in losing one's position. In this arena, no one is irreplaceable. Head coach Alvarez is not like Guardiola, who would rely solely on players like Messi, thereby denying opportunities to others. Consequently, every moment and every training match sees Sevilla's first-team players exerting their utmost effort. They must block the passing lanes and prevent the opposition from easily advancing the ball forward. At this moment, Sevilla's captain and right back, Navas, had already ventured past the halfway line, orchestrating the team's defensive efforts. The red team had gained a numerical advantage in midfield. Romeric and Zocola pressed alongside Captain Navas, constricting the midfield space and relentlessly forcing the yellow team's substitutes into retreat. The defensive midfielder, Renato, acted as a steadfast bulwark, rendering their defensive and offensive strategies nearly impenetrable. Thud. With no other option, the yellow team's substitute fullback was compelled to clear the ball with a powerful kick toward the flanks, seeking Capel's position. Capel failed to win the aerial duel, and the ball undoubtedly landed at the feet of the red team's starting lineup. Immediately, the red team launched their offensive. The starting players, possessing superior individual skills and teamwork compared to the substitutes, quickly subdued the yellow team, initiating a positional battle. Although the yellow team's substitutes lacked the sharpness of the red team's attack, they displayed commendable tenacity in defense. For the moment, the red team was unable to breach the opponent's goal. In this defensive milieu, the newly joined Rakiti showcased his versatility as a midfielder. His range of movement was expansive. He sprinted tirelessly during defensive duties and advanced rapidly with the ball during attacks. This approach was undoubtedly aimed at leaving a favorable impression on Coach Alvarez. Meanwhile, Su Yuanqing, noticing the absence of counter-attack opportunities, slightly repositioned himself to assist in defense. With the concerted efforts of the yellow team players, the substitutes managed to stabilize their midfield, resisting the pressure from the starting lineup. Rakiti's presence was felt throughout both offensive and defensive plays. On the sidelines, Coach Alvarez wore a beaming smile, offering words of praise to his chief assistant, Antoine. Rakiti's style closely resembled that of Romeric and Zocola, yet based on his performance in the Bundesliga last season, he seemed to possess a sharper ability to deliver threatening passes during attacks. With proper development, he could easily replace the frequently injured Romeric. Antoine nodded in agreement, feeling impressed by Coach Alvarez's keen eye for talent, having unearthed such a promising all-round midfielder for the team. It seemed that Sevilla might achieve new heights this season. Rakiti was poised to make a significant impact. While Antoine contemplated the contributions Rakiti could make this season, Coach Alvarez suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Antoine quickly lifted his gaze to the field, witnessing Rakiti deftly intercepting the ball from Romeric in midfield. Moreover, facing the immediate pressure from several red team midfielders, Rakiti skillfully evaded them, accelerating with the ball toward the forward line. In no time, Rakiti had crossed into the attacking territory. However, the red team's starting lineup was no stranger to such rapid counterattacks. They swiftly organized their defense, with Captain Navas pressing from the flank. While the three defenders who had originally held back now spread out to mark the yellow team and Oppo's S3 forwards. How would he handle this situation? Coach Alvarez's eyes glimmered with anticipation, eager to see if this Bundesliga import could shoulder the responsibilities. On the field, Rakiti quickly adjusted his pace, assessing the situation. While executing a spectacular long-range shot would undoubtedly be the highlight, he felt uncertain about his position, especially with Navas closing in, leaving little room for further advancement. Suddenly, Rakiti heard a somewhat familiar call. Su Yuanqing, positioned at the forefront, had made an unmarked run, creating a viable option to receive the ball. Without hesitation, Rakiti recalled his promise to pass to Su Yuanqing whenever the opportunity arose. Moreover, there were no better alternatives. He could not merely retreat the ball and wait to reorganize for a positional attack. The weaker yellow team would struggle to maintain possession under such tactics. With a deft flick of his foot, Rakiti sent the ball soaring, tracing an arc through the air before descending into the penalty area. The cross was not particularly swift, allowing the red team's Argentine center back, Fazio, to swiftly assess the ball's trajectory. To him, it posed no threat. Though the towering Su Yuanqing stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, Fazio was a legitimate 1.93 meters, bolstered by extensive match experience in predicting the ball's landing. How could he possibly lose out to a young player? With a smirk, Fazio took the initiative, racing toward the drop zone to prepare for the aerial challenge. But at that moment, he felt a gust of wind rush past him. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed Su Yuanqing, donning a yellow vest, had leaped high into the air, his chiseled jawline now level with Fazio and Oppo's eyes. What was happening? Fazio and Oppo's heart raced in disbelief. Yet he gritted his teeth and leaped into action. A slight delay in his jump was inconsequential. With sufficient explosiveness, he could still seize the ball first. He believed that after years of competing on the field, his heading ability surpassed that of the young man behind him. However, the next moment, a dull thud resonated in Fazio's ears, causing a momentary discomfort. Thud. As Fazio began to descend, panic surged, and he turned to glance back just in time to see the ball hurtling toward the upper left corner of the goal. Whoosh! The sharp sound of the ball hitting the net resonated, accompanied by the astonished expression of the red team's starting goalkeeper, Palop, as the ball rolled into the net. Chapter 8. The humiliation of Fazio. The ball has entered. 1-0. Who could have anticipated that the yellow team, long subdued by the starting lineup, would score the first goal of the training match? Remarkably, this goal was netted by Su Yuanqing, a player who had been quite inconspicuous within the team. After scoring, Su Yuanqing managed to contain his excitement and ran towards Rakiti, who had delivered a perfect pass to him. "What a beautiful assist, my friend," he exclaimed, opening his arms to embrace a still dazed and astonished Rakiti. Rakiti's bewilderment was not without reason. His earlier cross had been poorly executed, exhibiting a hint of casualness. Yet, who could have imagined that Su Yuanqing would display such ferocity? He had headed the ball into the net, overpowering Fazio, the team's main central defender. It was a baffling assist, leaving many in disbelief. "By Jove!" exclaimed assistant coach Antoine, who was watching from the sidelines in utter disbelief. As an observer, he had a clear view of Su Yuanqing's actions in front of the goal. This young player from Huaxia had, with astonishing leaping ability and explosive power, decisively outmatched the taller defender, Fazio, to score with a header. Was this lad not merely a commercial player signed by the chairman from Barcelona? How could he possess such capability? In that instant, Antoine and Oppo's impression of Su Yuanqing began to shift. Alvarez was equally astonished. On the pitch, while a pass could occasionally be fortuitous, a jump to contest for the ball was a definitive display of raw skill. One could not suggest that Fazio would sacrifice his future for a young player he had only just met. "I'm not quite sure. This is my first time witnessing him play. However, the records indicate that he excelled in heading during his time in Barcelona's La Masia Youth Academy," Alvarez explained. maintaining an air of calm. Yet, he pondered why such talent had not graced the pitch in recent years. Antoine found Alvarez's perspective agreeable. Even if Barcelona's forward line was overcrowded, it was unlikely that players of starting caliber in the top 5 leagues would willingly remain on the bench for an entire year at Barcelona, especially a promising young talent. Thus, both Alvarez and Antoine speculated that some significant flaw must exist, preventing Su Yuanqing from gaining playing time. Of course, this remained mere conjecture. The true measure of Su Yuanqing and Oppo's ability would only be revealed in subsequent matches. The game quickly resumed. The red team's starting players did not dwell on their early concession for long. Their faces reflected a fierce desire to equalize. However, Facio, who had just contested a header with Su Yuanqing, now regarded him warily. Prior to that goal, he had dismissed this inconspicuous player from Huaxia, recently transferred from Barcelona. Little did he expect that he would be schooled in the first internal training match of the new season. On the field, the red team organized an attack, engaging with the yellow team's substitute players. Facio, that kid's jumping ability is somewhat intimidating. Keep a close watch on him. Renato warned from the midfield. Don't allow them an easy crossing opportunity. Captain Navas instructed the entire back line, still puzzled by the earlier goal. Su Yuanqing's physical advantage was not particularly pronounced. How had he managed to score against Facio? Could it be that his heading ability was genuinely exceptional? Many of the red team's starting players shared this suspicion as they continued the match. Regardless of the process, if the starting lineup were to lose to a makeshift substitute team, it would be quite embarrassing. Driven by this motivation, all starting players treated the match with utmost seriousness. Shortly, the substitute team's defense was dismantled. Within 20 minutes of taking the lead, they conceded 2 goals and found themselves trailing. However, no one was surprised by this outcome. The victory of the starting lineup seemed a foregone conclusion. Football rarely lacks for miracles, although their emergence often requires a series of events. The substitute team, lacking cohesion, faced the well-coordinated starting lineup, their chances of victory surely below 30%. In those 20 minutes, the substitutes had organized opportunities, but due to their lack of synergy, many passes ended in vain. Su Yuanqing, in the few chances he had to receive the ball, found no favorable shooting opportunities and could only play the role of a pivot, distributing to the flanks. This cautious approach, in Alvarez's eyes, was a commendable choice. A competent target forward must not only excel in heading but also serve as a pivotal core in attack, capable of creating opportunities for teammates. Su Yuanqing's performance on the field convinced Alvarez of his capability. This indicated that Su Yuanqing was indeed a valuable player. Now, Alvarez's attitude towards him had shifted. The label of a mere commercial player was irrelevant. As long as he performed adequately, he could become a part of his plans for the new season. Sevilla would face pressure on 3 fronts in the upcoming season, with their main striker, the African Footballer of the Year out, frequently plagued by injuries. Bringing in a target forward who could alleviate the burden on the team would be a significant boon in the new season. On the field, the match approached the 40-minute mark. The internal training match was nearing its conclusion, with only a few minutes remaining. At this juncture, the starting players appeared to relax their vigilance, their movements slowing as they seemed to await the final whistle. Bang! Defensive midfielder Renato casually attempted a forward pass, aiming to diagonally distribute to the left-sided midfielder Romerick. In a moment of inattentiveness, a short-haired young man with blonde hair emerged from the crowd, intercepting the ball. Upon closer inspection, it was Riquelme who had stolen possession. Renato and Romerick quickly initiated a counterpress to prevent another breakthrough and pass. However, Riquelme, aside from his excellent physicality, possessed remarkable evasion skills. He deftly maneuvered through the nearby defenders and, without lingering on the ball, passed it directly to Capel, who was making an advance on the left flank. Stop him. Don't give him a chance to cross. Captain Navas, noticing Su Yuanqing's active surge from behind, felt a pang of urgency and dashed towards Capel. Red Team central defender Zakora also shifted left to provide support. Yet Capel, without hesitation, controlled the ball, combining stops and dribbles before delivering a cross into the center. Bang! The quality of the cross was compromised due to interference. But Capel's pedigree from Sevilla's youth academy ensured that even a subpar cross would not fall too short of quality. In the center of the field, the football descended with a fierce spin. Facio cast a fleeting glance at his companion, Su Yuanqing, feeling an inexplicable sense of anxiety. This seemingly young and unassuming center forward possessed a formidable heading ability that instilled a sense of dread. To be candid, Fazio was certain that, despite his utmost effort to leap, he would be unable to reach the ball. Yet, could he merely stand by and watch Su Yuanqing make a header? In the eyes of Alvarez, that would be no different from passive defense. Ultimately, Fazio gritted his teeth, embracing humiliation, and took a bold leap behind Su Yuanqing, using his head to obstruct the trajectory of the impending header. Such subtle maneuvers did not escape Su Yuanqing's notice. He couldn't help but admire Fazio, the seasoned veteran, for his rich defensive experience. The angle of his positioning indeed hindered Su Yuanqing's ability to strike effectively. As the ball descended, Su Yuanqing was unable to glance back to redirect it toward the goal. He could only launch a powerful header, sending the ball toward the center. Meanwhile, within the penalty area of the red team and Oppo's starting lineup, the defense was not particularly tight. Bang! Rakiti, arriving at the far post, did not wait for the ball to touch the ground and executed a stunning volley. Chapter 9. The chairman's business choices. The football surged towards the red team's goal like a cannonball. Witnessing this, Fazio's lips twitched slightly. Should the ball find its way into the net, he would undoubtedly leave an indelible negative impression on head coach Alvarez. Bang! At that crucial moment, Fazio's longtime partner Palop bravely stepped in, deflecting the ball out of bounds. Well done, brother. Rakiti's shot may have missed, but a fleeting look of disappointment crossed his face as he dashed towards Su Yuanqing, excitedly exchanging high fives. Su Yuanqing held a favorable view of this future core midfielder for Barcelona. He chuckled softly in response. Haha, your cross was splendid just now. After a brief exchange, the yellow team's substitutes called for Rakiti to take the corner kick. He willingly agreed, promising to chat with Su Yuanqing after the match, then turned towards the corner area. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, head coach Alvarez and Antoine exchanged astonished glances, both revealing a hint of surprise. Could this lad truly be the commercial player signed by the chairman? After a moment of silence, Antoine shook his head and remarked, such a commanding aerial ability, with solid fundamentals, and he can serve as an attacking pivot up front. A player like this should have no trouble being a key rotation striker for a relegation team in La Liga. Indeed, while many teams in Spain employ a possession-based style, not all can master it. Numerous relegation-threatened teams still rely on long balls and wing-based tactics. Alvarez chuckled lightly, teasingly stating, but such a player has yet to see any action in La Liga, and Barcelona sold him to us for a mere 800,000 euros. Are they fools? Antoine spread his hands in disbelief. It was true. Their front line was filled with superstars, and obscure young players had little chance of making an appearance at Barcelona. Alvarez glanced at Su Yuanqing, who was preparing to leap for a header in the penalty area, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, in our Sevilla, a talented young player like him is precisely what I need. I firmly believe that it won't be long before he showcases his worth in La Liga. Sevilla is indeed a prestigious club in La Liga, albeit somewhat overshadowed by the likes of Real Madrid and Barcelona. Their attacking players are formidable. Yet as age and injuries take their toll, maintaining a multi-front battle becomes increasingly challenging. As the head coach, Alvarez requires such young talent to nurture within the locker room. In essence, for players like Su Yuanqing, as long as he maintains consistent performance, securing regular playing time at Sevilla should pose no issue. Boom. At that moment, the corner kick was taken. Rakiti aimed for the danger zone at the far post, sending a beautifully arched ball into play. This exquisite curved ball fell perfectly towards Su Yuanqing. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuanqing's admiration for Rakiti grew even stronger, having already scored a goal in this internal training match. Should this corner create further threat, or perhaps yield an assist, his debut in La Liga could be just around the corner. In the central position, Fazio witnessed the scene he dreaded the most. Repeated failures in duels had left him apprehensive. Yet, what could he do? He could only grit his teeth and defend to the best of his ability. He cast a wary glance at Su Yuanqing, who was poised beside him, silently resolving that when the jump came, even if he couldn't and Oppos win the ball, he could still trip Su Yuanqing. Then, Fazio lifted his head, focusing on the descending football, ready to leap. But suddenly, a dull sound erupted beside him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Yuanqing had already taken off. Jumping now? ISN and Oppos. That too early? Could this mean he would secure the ball? A smirk crept onto Fazio and Oppos' face as he seized the moment to leap with all his might, only for his smile to vanish in an instant, replaced by an image he would never forget. There, next to him, Su Yuanqing remained suspended in the air, not descending at all. Bang! A dull thud of forehead meeting the ball echoed, and as Feijo's body fell, he despairingly shut his eyes. In the penalty area, Su Yuanqing cleverly angled himself, though the position was not ideal. Instead of being greedy, he deftly passed the ball to the penalty spot. At that moment, Debo emerged from the crowd and struck decisively. With a low drive, he sent the ball crashing into the net of the starting lineup. Everything unfolded seamlessly. Beautiful, beautiful. Amidst the stunned expressions of the red team's main players, cheers erupted as the yellow team's substitutes rushed towards Su Yuanqing alongside Rakiti and Debo. "Su, thank you so much. I can't believe I scored in a training match," exclaimed the short-haired, dark-skinned Debo, visibly elated. Having recently transferred from League One Saint-Étienne to Sevilla, he played as a central defender, and even if he managed to find playing time at Sevilla, scoring was often a distant dream. This equalizing goal, though not in an official match, would forever remain etched in his memory. "You're incredible! Which country are you from?" the winger Capel asked, equally excited, as he approached Su Yuanqing for a celebratory high-five. "Hua country," Su Yuanqing replied, standing tall and proud. Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent players were taken aback. In the fertile football landscape of Europe, players from Hua country were a rare sight. Even though whispers of Hua players occasionally reached the Premier League and Bundesliga, they were certain none could match Su Yuanqing's prowess. "This match was truly balanced thanks to you and Rakiti," praised Capel, who had spent several seasons with the Sevilla first team, patting Rakiti on the shoulder in genuine admiration. Amidst the camaraderie, Su Yuanqing sensed the astonishment in his teammates' eyes upon learning of his Hua origins. Having lived abroad for years, he understood the implications well. The stagnant state of football in Hua country was evident. Rather than argue, it was better to let performances speak for themselves, changing perceptions through skill. This was the essence of the sport. After the goal, head coach Alvarez decided against continuing the match. The assistant coach promptly blew the whistle, signaling the end. With the new season fast approaching and Sevilla preparing for multi-front battles, Alvarez was concerned that prolonged confrontation might affect players and oppose stamina and lead to unnecessary injuries. Thus, this internal training match concluded after just 45 minutes. Following the match, it was clear that the main lineup players felt a sense of disappointment and dejection. They appeared to be dissatisfied with their performance in the recent training match, lamenting their lapse in vigilance during the latter half of the game. Losing to a substitute squad not only bruised their egos but also posed a significant threat to their long-standing positions as starters in the forthcoming period due to their lackluster display. Subsequently, several key players turned their attention to the two most outstanding individuals from the substitute team during the match, the blonde Croatian, Rakitic, and the aerially adept domestic player, Su Yuanqing. Renato Dern, eager to make acquaintances, approached Su Yuanqing and Rakitic, as many prominent defenders sought to familiarize themselves with them, recognizing that they might soon be fighting alongside each other. Valna, the team captain who had previously played for Barcelona, walked over to Su Yuanqing, patting him on the shoulder and casting a few lingering glances. The memory of how his defense had been breached by this young player was still vivid in his mind. He understood that Su Yuanqing's inclusion would inject new tactical offensive strategies into the team. Su Yuanqing responded with a gentle smile, warmly shaking hands with Valna. The goalkeeper, Palop, and the right-back, Valona, observed as numerous internationals, once frequent figures in World Cup matches, approached him with friendly greetings. Su Yuanqing could distinctly feel that his abilities had been acknowledged within Sevilla. This recognition was well-deserved, as a newly joined player. Achieving consecutive successes within the substitute squad naturally warranted the respect of his teammates. Chapter 10. New system tasks on the sidelines. Antoine surveyed the unfolding situation on the field, unable to resist stroking his chin in contemplation. It seems this lad enjoys considerable popularity within the team. Alvarez nodded slightly, responding with a light chuckle. Indeed, a striker who can seize opportunities in the penalty area is certainly favored by the defenders and midfielders. After all, who wouldn't he wish to rack up a few more assists during a match? Having spoken, Alvarez made his way towards the locker room to discuss the team's upcoming match arrangements. "How do you plan to integrate the two new players who have made such a striking impression?" Antoine inquired, trailing behind with keen interest. Sevilla currently boasts a robust lineup, with players excelling in every position. However, the newly joined Su Yuanqing and Rakitic cannot remain on the bench. They must swiftly acclimate to the team's rhythm to prepare for the challenges ahead. Alvarez paused, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Let us observe their recent performances first." Antoine nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Subsequently, Alvarez summarized the match briefly in the locker room, and today's training session officially concluded. Since the newcomers were still unfamiliar with the club's facilities, Antoine took the initiative to guide Su Yuanqing and Rakitic for an orientation. As they walked, Antoine introduced the club and Oppo's facilities and recounted its illustrious history. Unlike other assistant coaches, Antoine was a permanent member appointed by the Sevilla president to the training group. Despite the club and Oppo's recent successes, the frequent changes in head coaches had left their mark. Antoine, a retired player from Sevilla, became a steadfast assistant coach, aiding the new head coach in seamlessly taking over. This granted him considerable influence within the first team, yet Antoine was mindful of his boundaries, refraining from interfering with the head coach's training regimen. Externally, Sevilla is often compared to giants like Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid, collectively referred to as the four great powers of La Liga. A hint of melancholy flickered in Antoine's eyes. Despite Atletico Madrid's recent decline, Sevilla remains the weakest of the four in terms of legacy. Aside from a few recent UEFA Europa League titles, they have only claimed the La Liga championship once many years ago, with little to show in the Champions League. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Rakitic lightened the mood with a jest. Aren't and Oppo's we contenders for the Spanish Super Cup this season? Plus, we can vie for a spot in the Champions League through the playoffs. Perhaps this season will bring a miracle. Antoine took the comment lightly, treating it as a jest, and shifted the conversation to other matters. At this juncture, La Liga remains the pinnacle of global football. However, the weight of Real Madrid and Barcelona looms heavily over the other teams, making competition feel stifling. In essence, the current state of La Liga is only marginally superior to the Bundesliga. It is not a solitary dominance, but a fierce rivalry between two titans. Like Antoine, despite Sevilla's numerous opportunities this season to break records and claim titles, there remains a palpable lack of confidence in their quest for glory. Their opponent in the Super Cup final is none other than Barcelona, the reigning champions of La Liga for 2 consecutive seasons. Perhaps my arrival will alter Sevilla's history? Su Yuanqing, strolling at the back, suddenly pondered this thought. This season, Sevilla had already fallen to Barcelona, settling for second place in the Super Cup, and their Champions League journey was fraught with obstacles, failing even to advance through the playoffs. Though Sevilla traditionally favors competing for the Europa League title, what team would opt for the Europa League when they have a chance to progress further in the Champions League? However, quickly dispelling this thought, Su Yuanqing shook his head, realizing that his current abilities could not fundamentally change Sevilla's legacy. Football is a team sport that requires collective effort, and as a substitute player, he had yet to secure playing time. He felt powerless, yearning to contribute, but knowing the importance of establishing himself within Sevilla and enhancing his skills for future challenges. One must not squander the opportunities presented. As evening fell, after dining at the club, most players departed in their vehicles. However, Su Yuanqing lingered a while longer. After resting, he swiftly changed into his training gear in the locker room and headed to the training ground for extra practice. Attribute points may have elevated his talent ceiling, but they would not magically enhance his abilities. Su Yuanqing bore no grievances. In all sports, miracles arise solely from hard work. Compared to other players, he merely had the advantage of observing his current attributes and could make specific arrangements for training without limits on improvement. His innate talent was merely a touch superior. Before long, Su Yuanqing commenced dribbling drills on the training field, engaging in shuttle runs. This method would simultaneously enhance his dribbling speed and ball control, even boosting his explosive power. These attributes were precisely what Su Yuanqing needed at this moment. He recognized that, given his current capabilities, he would be regarded as a secret weapon by Coach Alvarez when he finally took to the field. His role would be to unleash a barrage of shots on goal. In light of this, he deemed it unnecessary to devote time to shooting techniques or long-range efforts just yet. First, he must establish himself as a competent target striker before aspiring to develop into a versatile forward. System alert. Host has entered a new team. Task panel activated. Beginner task. Help Sevilla score 5 goals. Task reward. Master level forward skill acquisition. Completing the current task will unlock subsequent tasks. Master level forward skill acquisition grants access to a signature move from a legendary forward renowned in football history. As he accelerated while dribbling, a clear system notification echoed in Su Yuanqing's mind. Forward skill acquisition? A hint of surprise flickered across his face. Wasn't he that akin to player skills in video games? He hadn't anticipated the system would possess such capabilities. Why had it only activated now? Suppressing a chuckle at the irony, Su Yuanqing shifted his focus to how he might fulfill the system's task. 5 goals. For a starting striker in Sevilla, this would be a trivial task. Yet for a substitute player struggling to secure playtime, it posed a genuine challenge. Su Yuanqing was confident in his ability to score 5 goals. The crux lay in the amount of playing time he could garner. It seemed imperative to make a strong impression on Alvarez. With a light chuckle, Su Yuanqing shook his head and redirected his focus to the training before him. The rewards of the system's tasks were indeed tempting. Yet it seemed unlikely that they could be completed in the short term. Su Yuanqing remained unperturbed. During his time in Barcelona, he had managed without such incentives. This star technique could merely be considered an embellishment, and for Su Yuanqing, who was uncertain about when he might even take the field, it held little practical value. He resolved to concentrate on his training. With this thought, his movements quickened further. Meanwhile, not far from the training ground, within the administrative building of Sevilla, 2 middle-aged men observed the proceedings on the training field with keen interest. Chapter 11. Hope in Darkness. It appears that the young player from Huaxia has attained his current prowess for a reason. The middle-aged man standing slightly behind is none other than Antoine, the assistant coach of Sevilla's first team. His gaze rests on Su Yuanqing, who is training on the field, and a hint of approval flickers in his eyes as he inquires whether it might be time to arrange for the player's debut in the upcoming matches. "Let us wait a few more days and see," replies Alvarez, who stands in front, lighting a cigarette and curiously observing the training session from the window. All head coaches appreciate diligent and hard-working players, and Alvarez is no exception. However, as Su Yuanqing is a recent addition to Sevilla, Alvarez struggles to ascertain whether the player's additional training is a genuine display of commitment or merely an attempt to win his favor for playing time. Lost in thought by the window, Alvarez is not disturbed by Antoine, who wisely refrains from calling him back. It is not until the last puff of his cigarette is carried away by a gentle breeze that Alvarez feels the heat in his fingers and snaps back to reality. "Let us head out, Antoine. It's time to rest," he says, turning to leave the office, signaling an end to the day's preparations. Antoine nods in agreement, shutting off the recording of a Barcelona match that was playing in the office before following suit. As they make their way from the training facility, Alvarez remains silent, only reminding the gatekeeper at the entrance not to lock the doors, as there are still players training inside. In the following week, Su Yuanqing dedicates himself to rigorous training every day. After evening sessions, he often engages in supplementary practice at the training base. Each night varies in duration, depending on the day's training activities, yet not once does he slack off. By now, it is quietly August 10th, and only 5 days remain before Sevilla faces Barcelona in the first leg of the Spanish Super Cup at home. On this day, Li-Ning Espa delivers the new team jerseys for the upcoming season. The jerseys feature a Chinese design and even bear the phrase "Hello, China" embroidered at the collar. Remarkably, on this day, Sevilla's commercial department allows Su Yuanqing a rare half-day off, as his contract requires him to assist in the commercial promotion of Huaxia. Li-Ning Espa aims to capture some attention before the Super Cup final between Sevilla and Barcelona by delivering the jerseys in advance. As anticipated, when Li-Ning releases a video showcasing Su Yuanqing donning the Sevilla jersey number 66, it sparks a considerable stir. Back in the distant east, numerous fans in Huaxia express their admiration for this young player. Having joined the La Masia training academy at the tender age of 14 and becoming a first-team player for Barcelona by 18, his journey, though not as illustrious as that of former captain Fan Ziyi at Crystal Palace or Sun Jihai, a mainstay at Manchester City, still positions him as a beacon of hope for the future of Huaxia football. A year prior, when Su Yuanqing first stepped into Barcelona and Oppos's first team, the media hailed him as an undeniable rising star of Huaxia. Reports celebrated his ascendance under the new head coach Guardiola, projecting a promising season alongside luminaries such as Messi and Ibrahimovic. During a time when Huaxia had few players overseas, this young talent joining Barcelona garnered immense media attention. However, as the subsequent development unfolded, the once enthusiastic Huaxia fans felt a chill of disappointment, as if awakening to the stark reality of Huaxia football. Su Yuanqing, despite joining Barcelona, did not earn the trust of coach Guardiola, appearing in merely a few minutes during a trivial friendly match throughout the entire season. With a season devoid of any significant contributions, the hopeful fans began to lose heart, puzzled as to why he remained at Barcelona without seeking a club where he could actively participate and hone his skills. As summer transfer window discussions intensified, fans became increasingly curious about Su Yuanqing and Oppos's next move. Recently, a report surfaced on Huaxia Football Network, announcing young player Su Yuanqing transfers from Barcelona to Sevilla, potentially paving the way for match opportunities this season. Upon hearing the news, many fans believed that the young talent had finally realized the necessity of seeking a place to play, even if it meant dropping to a lower division. However, when they learned he had chosen Sevilla, their spirits dimmed further. Sevilla, a formidable club in La Liga, stands just behind Barcelona and Real Madrid, having secured the Copa del Rey title and finished fourth in the league last season. What chance does a forward like Su Yuanqing have in such a competitive environment, especially when contending with Brazil's first-choice striker, Fabiano? Consequently, doubts began to surface among Huaxia fans regarding his decision to join Sevilla. Why choose Sevilla? They lamented. This club is a powerhouse in La Liga, overflowing with talent. His chances of playing are slim, and he may not even secure any accolades. While acknowledging Su Yuanqing's exceptional talent in Huaxia, they argued that it hardly translates to significance in Europe, suggesting he should have spent a few years developing in a lower division. Each individual has their own aspirations. When he joined Barcelona, fans urged him to persevere and make a name for himself. Yet, now that he finds himself without playtime there, they recommend he seek opportunities in lower leagues. Have they considered why he was capable of joining a top-tier La Liga team in the first place? Recalling his time at La Masia, his talent had been quite promising, particularly his impressive heading ability. Yet, more than a year has passed, and he has yet to make an appearance in a single La Liga match. This season, Sevilla remains a formidable contender, not only vying for the Spanish Super Cup against Barcelona, but also aspiring to qualify for the Champions League through playoffs. Intriguingly, Su Yuanqing's first match of the new season will see him face his former club, leading many to wonder whether he will take the field in either leg of the encounter. What a joke, they scoffed. Do you really think they would let him play against Barcelona? Are you unaware of his current standing? Regardless of the circumstances, the match promises to be captivating. Indeed, I sincerely hope Su Yuanqing will have the chance to step onto the field in La Liga this season, even if just once. The opinions among Huaxia fans in the comment section vary widely. Yet, through their words, one can discern that even if they harbor reservations about Su Yuanqing, they still ardently wish for him to emerge as a beacon of hope amidst the darkness enveloping Huaxia football. Darkness lingers for an extended period, and naturally, people will cling to the only glimmer of hope they can perceive as a lifeline. Su Yuanqing, in this context, happens to embody that flicker of hope for Chinese football. Perhaps the original Su Yuanqing lacked the capacity to bear such a significant responsibility, yet the wheels of fate have already begun to turn. Chapter 12. Anticipation for the Spanish Super Cup. As the fervor surrounding the Spanish Super Cup match intensifies in Huaxia, the Spanish media begins to promote the new season of La Liga. At that time, the Spanish league remains the premier football league in the world. Last season, Barcelona achieved an extraordinary sextuple, heralding the era of the Dream Team. Under the leadership of President Florentino, Real Madrid has also signed numerous stars, including Ronaldo, Kaká, and Benzema, to reconstruct their galactic fleet. The constellation of stars and the fierce El Clasico have captivated fans from around the globe, not to mention the passionate Spanish supporters who have long integrated football into their lives. As the date of the Super Cup approaches, media outlets across the Iberian Peninsula are fervently rallying for this monumental clash. The new season is about to commence. The Spanish Super Cup, serving as an appetizer for La Liga, will take place in 5 days. The cosmic team, Barcelona, faces last season's Copa del Rey champions, Sevilla, as Guardiola and Oppos's team aims for a sextuple this season. Barcelona is poised to secure their first trophy of the season. Daily Sports. Barcelona versus Sevilla. The clash between the La Liga champions and the Copa del Rey champions is imminent. With the Dream Team featuring the likes of Xavi and Iniesta, Barcelona is set to conquer the Ram N.S. Pizjuan Stadium. World Sports. It is evident that most local Spanish media outlets predict an effortless victory for Barcelona over Sevilla. Indeed, judging by the current rosters, Barcelona appears to be significantly superior. Almost every position boasts world-class talent, with Barcelona's players valued at 3 times that of their Sevilla counterparts. In preparation for the upcoming Super Cup, La Liga TV has specially produced a feature to elucidate the circumstances of both teams. Last season, Barcelona clinched the La Liga title with an impressive 99 points, establishing themselves as the most successful team of the millennium. With superstars nurtured by the famed La Masia Academy, Messi, Iniesta, and Xavi, Barcelona is undoubtedly a formidable contender for the forthcoming Super Cup. In contrast, Sevilla, despite triumphing over Atletico Madrid 2-0 in last season's Copa del Rey final, finished with only 63 points in La Liga, a stark contrast to Barcelona and Opos' 99 points. Furthermore, Sevilla suffered a double defeat to Barcelona last season, which may have adversely affected their players' confidence. Notably, Huaxia striker Su Yuanqing, who languished on the bench for Barcelona last season, has now transferred to Sevilla and will face his former team. However, it is rumored that he has yet to impress Sevilla's coach, Alvarez, and is unlikely to feature in the Super Cup. The Spanish Super Cup serves more as a prelude to the La Liga season. Fans, who have endured a summer without football, finally have the opportunity to witness the spectacle live. Undoubtedly, this promises to be a grand football feast for the supporters. The Super Cup will consist of 2 matches, with the first leg hosted at Sevilla's Ram in Che Pizjuan Stadium. Although the match is still 5 days away, tickets have already sold out. Within Sevilla FC, Su Yuanqing continues to train diligently, unfazed by external speculation. His sole focus remains on rigorous training and contributing to the team's success. However, his immediate priority is to earn the trust of coach Alvarez. On August 13th, the streets of Sevilla begin to adorn posters of the star players. Names like Fabiano, Romeric, Zakora, and Navas resonate throughout the city. Additionally, numerous shops have started selling team jerseys, scarves, and other merchandise. Vendors and fans alike are eagerly anticipating the commencement of the new season. Sevilla has performed admirably in recent seasons, securing the Copa del Rey title and finishing 4th in La Liga last season. In the 2008-2009 season, they even achieved a commendable 3rd-place finish. Consequently, Sevilla has emerged as the 3rd force in Spanish football, trailing only behind Barcelona and Real Madrid. Based on the performance of the past 3 seasons, Sevilla has even outshone Atletico Madrid. This has instilled a profound sense of confidence among Sevilla's loyal supporters regarding the impending Super Cup. While mainstream media may not favor Sevilla to claim victory against the formidable Barcelona, the fervent fans remain undeterred. Marca conducted a survey on the streets of Sevilla, randomly interviewing local fans about their thoughts on the upcoming Super Cup. Barcelona is indeed strong, but that does not mean Sevilla will succumb to them in the match, exclaimed a young fan clad in Sevilla's home jersey. Another female supporter, sporting a ponytail, confidently expressed, "Rakiti will lead us to victory. He will score in the first leg." Although Barcelona has Xavi and Iniesta, Rakiti is the finest midfielder in La Liga. It was clear that this ponytailed girl was an ardent admirer of Rakiti. Shortly thereafter, a muscular man adorned with tattoos approached the reporter, boldly seizing the microphone and proclaiming, "Sevilla will win the Spanish Super Cup." Messi? I believe Sevilla and Opos' defense will render this little man unable to find any scoring opportunities. At 6:00 and Opos' clock in the evening, the training session at Sevilla's training center concluded. In 2 days, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Sevilla's players will face Barcelona in the first match of the Spanish Super Cup. Coach Alvarez has meticulously prepared for this moment, with only the starting lineup left to finalize. Nonetheless, the 18-man squad has been established. Coach Alvarez instructed his assistant to announce the names of the selected players: Rakiti, Romeric, Renato, Fazio. Su. The last name to be called was Su Yuanqing. Upon hearing his name, Su Yuanqing felt an immense sense of relief. Undoubtedly, this was the best news he had received since joining Sevilla. However, Su Yuanqing understands that being included in the squad does not guarantee a place in the starting lineup. Yet, this is of little consequence. As long as Sevilla participates in significant matches, Su will receive system rewards, and it also signifies an opportunity to take the field. Let the players named in the squad maintain their good form. There is one last training session tomorrow. Do not sustain any injuries, Coach Alvarez concluded before disbanding the team. As the other players departed the locker room in pairs, Su Yuanqing also prepared to head to the cafeteria to finish his dinner and engage in extra training. Just a few steps out of the locker room, Rakiti embraced him from the side. Chapter 13. The great battle approaches. Congratulations, Su. You've successfully made it onto the roster for the Spanish Super Cup, Rakiti exclaimed, draping an arm around Su Qingyuan's shoulders. Ever since Su Yuanqing joined Sevilla, he and Rakiti had quickly forged a friendship, often pairing up for passing drills during training. With a calm demeanor, Su Yuanqing responded, "The assistant coach just called your name as well. You should be congratulated too." I hope we both get the chance to play soon. Upon hearing Su Yuanqing's words, a mischievous grin spread across Rikidi's face. He leaned in closer to Su Yuanqing and whispered, "Let me share a little secret. Coach Alvarez has hinted to me that I should prepare for a starting position. Who knows, I might just be in the starting lineup for the next match." A flicker of envy crossed Su Yuanqing and Apos' face, but he quickly offered his congratulations to Rikidi. "That and Apos, that's fantastic. I and Apos am genuinely happy for you. I wonder when it will be my turn to step onto the field." Before Su Yuanqing could finish, Rikidi chimed in, leaning close once more with a chuckle. "Your time is coming soon. I overheard Alvarez talking with assistant coach Antoine, and your name came up quite a bit. You might just come on as a substitute in the next match. Thanks for the encouragement. Let's work hard together," Su Yuanqing replied, maintaining a composed expression. He couldn't help but feel skeptical about the rumors surrounding him. As Su Yuanqing and Rikidi continued their light-hearted exchange, Mohamed Dabo strolled over to them. "What are you two whispering about?" Dabo asked with a smile. A newcomer himself, Dabo played as a fullback and had recently transferred from Saint Etienne in League One to Sevilla, currently serving as a rotational player in Alvarez and Apos' tactics. Given that they were both newcomers, Dabo and Su Yuanqing had developed a good rapport and often chatted during their free time. "Dabo, you made the roster too, right?" Su Qingyuan inquired. "Yes, I was the second to last name called. It nearly gave me a heart attack," Dabo joked. Before Su Yuanqing could respond, Rikidi interjected. "Don't fret, there is someone else who was called last too." "Haha. Su, how did you feel when your name was announced?" "Relieved, of course. Regardless, let us celebrate the fact that the three of us are in the squad together. Hopefully, we will all get to play in the match the day after tomorrow." Su Yuanqing replied, and Rikidi and Dabo echoed, "Let us do our best." After bidding farewell to Rikidi and Dabo, Su Yuanqing went to the club gym to train his strength. Being selected for the team roster was a significant milestone for him. Moreover, it signified that he might have the opportunity to play in the upcoming match against Barcelona in the Spanish Super Cup. Although the odds were slim, Su Yuanqing needed to be ready. If he got the chance to play and performed well, perhaps he could solidify his position in the starting lineup. Therefore, he must seize this rare opportunity. August 15th. The skies over Sevilla were radiant as the clock approached 7 o'clock for the first leg of the Spanish Super Cup at the Ram in Che Pizjuan Stadium. However, by around 3 in the afternoon, throngs of fans donned in Sevilla and Apos' home jerseys had already gathered around the stadium. They clustered in small groups, excitedly discussing the impending match. For Sevilla and Apos' supporters, this would be the team and Apos' first home game. As fans, they needed to create an electrifying atmosphere for the players. Soon, the Sevilla fans began to chant their anthems rhythmically. "Cuentan las lenguas antiguas. Que un 14 de octubre nace una ilusión. Su madre fue Sevilla y le prest su nombre." The passionate and exuberant melody soon echoed throughout the vicinity of the Pizjuan Stadium, with more and more Sevilla fans joining in the song. Each supporter brimmed with anticipation for the upcoming Super Cup. They continuously shouted slogans proclaiming Sevilla as champions. Many also chanted the name of their captain, Navas, a star nurtured from Sevilla's youth academy. Additionally, fans called out for the Brazilian player, Fabiano, who had become an essential asset since his transfer in 2005. Last season, Fabiano had netted 15 goals, making him the team's leading scorer. Of course, alongside Sevilla's supporters. Fans of the visiting team, Barcelona, were also present. Despite Sevilla's officials releasing only 5,000 tickets, the number of Barcelona supporters in the city evidently exceeded that figure, with estimates suggesting at least 8,000. These fans, clad in red and blue stripes, sang their own chants to rally their team. However, clashes often arose when the two groups of fans met. Soon enough, some extreme supporters from both sides engaged in a scuffle over trivial disputes. Football has never been a gentleman's sport, and neither is its fandom. At 5 o'clock, Sevilla's team bus slowly departed from the club's parking lot. After about 15 minutes, it arrived at the stadium's parking area. The Sevilla players began to disembark, heading towards the locker room. After changing into their kits, they stepped onto the field for warm-up training, while the fans commenced entering the stadium. As Su Yuanqing gazed at the grand Pizjuan Stadium, his emotions surged with excitement. He could hardly wait to compete in such a magnificent arena. Half an hour later, Barcelona's players also arrived for training on the pitch. Initially, Su Yuanqing had no intention of greeting his former teammates, especially after his previous altercation with Yoxi and Piku in the locker room. However, Zlatan Ibrahimovic had not yet been loaned to AC Milan and was set to start the match. Spotting Su Yuanqing warming up, his good friend Ibrahimovic approached him for a chat. Now clad in Sevilla's colors, Su Yuanqing recognized that Barcelona was his opponent tonight. Reconnecting with Ibrahimovic could wait until after the match. The focus had to be on the game at hand. Given the opportunity, Su Yuanqing yearned to shine on the field, perhaps even outshining Messi. Of course, that was merely a dream. At 6:30, after the players from both teams concluded their warm-up exercises, they gradually returned to their respective locker rooms. The first leg of the Spanish Super Cup showdown is set to commence. Chapter 14. The chairman and President Li Ning attend the match in person at this moment. The stands of the Ram NS and Shea Pizju N Stadium are teeming with spectators, as Sevilla fans eagerly await the commencement of the grand battle. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, 5,000 Barcelona supporters have taken their places. To pass the time, they engage in fervent discussions about their expectations for the match. Barcelona is poised to dominate the Pizju N Stadium. A conservative estimate suggests a minimum victory of 3-0. Sevilla is hardly worthy of mention. The only suspense lies in how many goals Barcelona will score. Messi is set to complete a hat-trick tonight. No, it should be a quadruple. What chance does Sevilla have? Their squad is woefully inadequate. They're unworthy of comparison with us, Barcelona. Only players who cannot make it onto the pitch for Barcelona would join Sevilla. Like that Huaxia striker, Su. It appears that the Barcelona fans in the away section are brimming with confidence regarding the upcoming Spanish Super Cup. Naturally, the Sevilla fans in the home section share an equally fervent belief in their team and Oppos's ability to secure victory. Barcelona is nothing to fear. Last season, we triumphed over them in the Copa del Rey. Indeed, no matter how much Barcelona boasts, they are but a defeated foe in our presence. Having bested Barcelona once, we can certainly do it again. Football is unpredictable. Anything can happen. Let us focus on our defense and aim for a counterattack. Defense? Nonsense. Let us just go for it. Trust in the Sevilla players. This is our home ground. Let these Catalans taste the bitterness of defeat. Despite a small faction of Sevilla fans expressing some concern for tonight and Oppos's match, they remain a minority. The majority steadfastly believe that their team can triumph over the seemingly invincible dream team on home soil. At this moment, in the VIP box of the Pizju N Stadium, several distinguished gentlemen in suits sip their coffee, awaiting the start of the evening's grand showdown. Among them are Mr. Carmona, the chairman of Sevilla, and several club executives, along with Miss Li Yue, the president of Li Ning Spain. Mr. Carmona, I've heard that the newly signed player from Huagua has been performing well in training and has even made it onto tonight's roster. Is that correct? Miss Li inquires, having played a pivotal role in Su Qingyuan's transfer to Sevilla. She possesses a fair understanding of Su's performance since joining the team. Although Su's transfer is, in many respects, a purely commercial endeavor, should he manage to establish himself at Sevilla, it would undoubtedly bolster the Li Ning brand's promotion in Spain and Europe. Yes, Miss Li, Su has indeed been impressive in training, and Alvarez has included him in the matchday squad. However, it seems unlikely he will start, Mr. Carmona responds. Miss Li nods and continues, that's all right. Being named in the squad is a promising beginning. I believe this young Huagua player will earn the trust of the head coach through his hard work. Chairman Carmona agrees, adding, indeed, I personally hope this young player can solidify his position in the first team, as it would benefit both the club and your brand. However, it ultimately depends on his own efforts. Miss Li lightly nods in agreement with Mr. Carmona and Oppos's perspective. She remarks, of course, if he wishes to succeed, it must come from his own dedication. At this moment, in the commentary booth of the Pizju N Stadium, commentators from different countries have received the starting lineups of both teams. In a corner of the booth, a bespectacled middle-aged man and an older gentleman begin to introduce the starting lineups in Mandarin. These two renowned Chinese commentators are none other than the illustrious Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu. Welcome, dear fans, to the first leg of the 2010 to 2011 Spanish Super Cup. Reigning Copa del Rey champions Sevilla host last season's La Liga champions, Barcelona. The starting lineups have been announced. The home side, Sevilla, has opted for a 5-3-2 formation tonight. It seems Coach Alvarez intends to play defensively. The specific positions are as follows. Goalkeeper Palop, with 5 defenders, Captain Navas, Fazio, Conco, Iscud, and the newly acquired Debo from Saint Etienne. The midfield trio consists of Renato, Zakora, and Romeric. The forward duo features last season's partners, Fabiano and Perotti. Notably, Yoxi has made it into the matchday squad tonight. Although he is not starting, there is still a chance he may come off the bench. At this moment, commentator Zhang Lu adds, Yoxi did not get any opportunities at Barcelona last season, sitting on the bench throughout. Let us hope he gets a chance to face his former club tonight. If Yoxi indeed steps onto the pitch and scores against Barcelona, it would be quite an intriguing scenario. Zhang Jun concurs, indeed. If memory serves, no Huawei player has ever managed to score against Barcelona. After a light jest, Zhang Jun shifts the discussion back to the pre-match lineup introduction. Now, let us take a look at Barcelona's starting lineup. Guardiola has surprisingly deployed a somewhat peculiar 5-2-3 formation for this match. The goalkeeper is Minho, with defenders Gomez, Maxwell, Alves, Abidal, and Milito. The two midfielders are the young Romeu and Keita, while the attacking trio consists of Boyan, Ibrahimovic, and Soriano. Zhang Lu expresses his astonishment, clearly taken aback by the significant deviation from pre-match predictions regarding the lineup. Is Guardiola perhaps aiming to experiment with his squad in the Spanish Super Cup? Or does he believe that a reserve lineup can suffice to defeat Sevilla on their home turf? Meanwhile, in the distant eastern land, numerous Huaxiao fans remain glued to their screens late into the night, eagerly awaiting the commencement of this clash. The thought of that lad sitting on the bench all night suddenly keeps me awake. What a surprise. Yoxi is on the bench. This fuels my determination to stay up. Finally, I can showcase my identity as a Sevilla fan for 10 years. May Yoxi get the chance to play in the second half. I would trade 10 years of my romantic rivalries for just one appearance by Yoxi. I wonder if he will actually get to play. I can't help but feel a sense of anticipation as fans send their messages. The starting players of both teams have assumed their positions, and the match is about to begin. Zhang Jun's signature slightly hoarse voice rings out. The referee blows the whistle, signaling the start of the match. The first leg of the 2010 to 2011 Spanish Super Cup is officially underway. Chapter 15. A commanding lead in the league debut as the match commenced. The Sevilla players displayed remarkable enthusiasm at their home ground. The forwards exhibited relentless movement and applied high-pressure tactics to create difficulties for Barcelona. The atmosphere at the Pizjuan Stadium was electric, with over 40,000 Sevilla fans vociferously supporting their team from the very first minute. Amidst the fervent cheers of the home crowd, Sevilla played with exceptional aggression, engaging in fierce physical battles with the Barcelona players. Coach Alvarez's strategy was unequivocal, to leverage the players' physical prowess and vigorous runs to counter Barcelona's possession-based system. This tactical choice proved to be astutely effective. Under the tireless pressure exerted by Sevilla, Barcelona, and Oppos's esteemed tiki-taka style was rendered ineffective. Furthermore, Guardiola and Oppos's decision to field a less experienced lineup resulted in frequent passing errors among the Barcelona players. With Sevilla and Oppos's relentless high pressing, significant issues arose in Barcelona and Oppos's midfield distribution, rendering it nearly impossible to deliver the ball swiftly to the attacking players. This Barcelona side appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Sevilla clearly prepared more thoroughly, and Coach Alvarez and Oppos's tactical arrangements were highly targeted. A passing mistake from Romeu handed possession to Sevilla, presenting a golden opportunity for a counterattack. A foul. Alves tackled Perotti from behind. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and Alves received a yellow card, granting Sevilla a free kick just outside the penalty area. In the commentary booth, the commentator, Zhang Jun, adjusted his glasses, his voice tinged with excitement. This is a well-placed free kick, perfectly positioned for a direct shot. On the sidelines, the impeccably dressed Alvarez applauded upon witnessing the foul by the Barcelona players. This was the outcome he had anticipated. By the 15-minute mark, Sevilla's players flawlessly executed Alvarez's tactics. Particularly in midfield confrontations, Sevilla achieved a decisive advantage. They even threatened Barcelona's penalty area through effective interceptions, much to Alvarez's satisfaction. On the bench, Yoxi and his friend Rakiti focused intently on the unfolding game. Both players found themselves on the substitutes bench for this match, while their mutual friend, Debo, secured a starting position. It was inevitable that they felt a tinge of disappointment, especially Rakiti, who had been a pivotal player for Schalke 04 last season, scoring 7 goals. Truthfully, for a midfielder, netting 7 goals in a season is commendable, given that Schalke 04 and Sevilla are of similar caliber. Rakiti had expected to quickly establish himself as a key player upon joining Sevilla, but he found himself sitting on the bench for the first match, leaving him quite disheartened. As for Su Yuanqing, he had long since accustomed himself to waiting. Nonetheless, being a substitute at Sevilla differed vastly from being one at Barcelona. Under Guardiola's tactical framework, he rarely had the opportunity to play. However, within Sevilla's squad, Su Yuanqing maintained a robust competitive edge, having impressed Alvarez during training matches. Perhaps the day he steps onto the pitch is not far off. Within the stadium, Sevilla and Oppos's midfield general, Renato, stood poised to take the free kick. However, he opted not to shoot directly, but instead passed the ball into the penalty area. With a crisp sound, the ball found its way to the head of Sevilla striker Fabiano. He positioned himself effectively within the box, leaping to execute a powerful header. The ball found the back of the net, as Barcelona's goalkeeper, Ruben, reacted just a moment too late, helplessly watching the ball sail past him. The goal was scored. In the commentary booth, Jean Jun exclaimed with fervor, "In the 15th minute, Sevilla's leading scorer, Fabiano, has broken through Barcelona's defenses with a header." 1-0. Following the goal, Fabiano swiftly leaped over the advertising boards behind the net and raced towards the Sevilla fans, raising his arms in joyous celebration. The entire Pizjuan stadium erupted in a frenzy. "Oh, Fabiano! Fabiano!" Over 40,000 Sevilla supporters collectively chanted the name of their hero. With an emphatic header, Fabiano secured the first goal for Sevilla in the new season. On the sidelines, Coach Alvarez joined in the applause for Fabiano. With Sevilla's goal, the tension that had gripped Alvarez's heart finally eased. Meanwhile, on the substitute bench, Su Yuanqing and Rakiti shared genuine joy for Fabiano's achievement. With Sevilla establishing an early lead, they could now focus on solidifying their defense. Following the kickoff, the attacking players immediately retreated to participate in defensive duties, aiming to maintain their slender advantage with an impenetrable defense. However, should a counterattack opportunity arise, Sevilla's players would undoubtedly seize the moment, striking like a finely honed blade at Barcelona's heart. With no alternative, Barcelona had no choice but to increase their offensive strength, fully aware that such an approach would inevitably leave gaps in their defense. Nonetheless, they pressed on. In the 56th minute of the second half, Sevilla successfully extended their lead to 2-0. Romeric intercepted the ball in midfield, executing a long pass to the forward Perotti, who successfully evaded the offside trap, creating a one-on-one opportunity. Perotti then deftly lobbed the ball over the Barcelona goalkeeper, finding the back of the net. With a 2-goal lead, Alvarez contemplated substitutions. 5 minutes later, assistant coach Anuin approached the warm-up area, calling out to Rakiti, "Ivan, go change your jersey." Rakiti was set to enter the game. Before he could fully process this, Anuin suddenly called out to Su Yuanqing as well. "Su, you come too." Chapter 16. The fans are stunned. Su Yuanqing makes his entrance. Ultimately, Alvarez decided to grant Su Yuanqing a chance. After all, Sevilla was already leading 3-0, and victory in this match was merely a matter of time. With about 20 minutes remaining, it was indeed a favorable moment to provide a newcomer with an opportunity. Upon hearing his name, Su Yuanqing could not help but display a mixture of joy and surprise. To be honest, he had not anticipated his debut would arrive so swiftly. He hurried to the bench and quickly donned his jersey. Just before taking the field, Alvarez called Su Yuanqing over, giving his shoulder a firm pat and offering words of encouragement. "Su, play well and strive to showcase your talents within these 20 minutes. Understood." As Su Yuanqing conversed with Alvarez, assistant coach Antoine had already submitted the substitution list to the fourth official. Soon, Su Yuanqing, clad in jersey number 66, stood at the sidelines alongside Rakitic, who wore number 25. However, as the match was still in full swing, Sevilla could not yet make the substitution. Su Yuanqing's excitement was palpable. Last season, he had spent the entirety of his time at Barcelona languishing on the bench, rarely finding himself in the substitution zone. This was his first time occupying such a position in a formal league match. Witnessing the fierce competition among players up close ignited a rush of adrenaline within him. Even though the match had entered garbage time and the opponents were not fielding their strongest lineup, it was still a moment of triumph for Su Yuanqing to finally step onto the home pitch in his jersey. That day had finally arrived. "Su, are you nervous?" Rakitic suddenly inquired. "Nervous," Su Yuanqing candidly admitted, revealing his true feelings. Rakitic smiled gently. "I'm nervous too. It's a normal reaction. By the way, Su, when you see me receive the ball, make a run into the penalty area. I will pass to you." Thank you. In the 73rd minute, Sevilla's midfielder Renato committed a foul at the top of the penalty area, prompting the referee to blow the whistle. Barcelona was awarded a free kick. The referee halted the game, signaling for a substitution. On the sidelines, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Number 8, Zakora, was replaced by number 25, Rakitic. Subsequently, the broadcast camera focused on the Asian player with black hair and yellow skin. Number 66 was replacing the goal-scoring hero, Fabiano. At that moment, over 40,000 Sevilla fans in the stands exhibited expressions of confusion. Clearly, they were not particularly familiar with this Asian player. Who is he? When did the team sign an Asian player? The team has an Asian player? The Sevilla fans began to discuss amongst themselves. Simultaneously on the sidelines, Guardiola wore a serious expression. He certainly recognized Su Yuanqing. However, he had not anticipated that Alvarez would provide Su Yuanqing with the opportunity to play. Young man, give it your all. After bestowing his blessings on Su Yuanqing, Fabiano slowly returned to the bench, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Su Yuanqing stepped onto the pitch at the PSGN Stadium. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia studio, Sevilla had made the first personnel adjustment. Jean Jun promptly introduced the newly entered player. Zakora was substituted off, and the player taking the field was Rakitic, who had just transferred from the Bundesliga club Schalke 04 this summer. Rakitic possessed exceptional running ability and well-rounded skills, having netted 7 goals in the Bundesliga last season. As Zakora exited, the broadcast camera suddenly shifted to Su Yuanqing. This instantly ignited excitement in Jean Jun and Zhang Lu. What? Su Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing has made his entrance. Jean Jun's slightly agitated voice resonated, even raising the volume of his speech. Clad in jersey number 66. Indeed, this is Su Yuanqing. He has truly stepped onto the field. He replaced the goal-scoring hero, Fabiano. After spending an entire year on the bench at Barcelona, Su Yuanqing transferred to Sevilla. Unexpectedly, he received the opportunity to play in the team's first match of the new season. Moreover, the opponent was none other than his former club, Barcelona. In the barrage of comments, Huaxia fans had long since succumbed to fervor. They furiously typed away on their keyboards, expressing their inner excitement. Wow, I can't be dreaming. Can I? Su Yuanqing has truly made his entrance. In the season opener against Barcelona, they are letting a player discarded by Barcelona onto the field? Alvarez knows how to generate buzz. Incredible. Su Yuanqing's decision to join Sevilla was indeed the right choice. Let's obliterate Barcelona and make Guardiola regret it. Su Yuanqing, unleash your talent and silence those who once looked down on you. In an instant, the live stream screen was completely covered by the barrage of comments from Huaxia fans. Despite it being 3 in the morning, there was no doubt that the moment Su Yuanqing stepped onto the field, every Huaxia fan instantly shook off their drowsiness, invigorated. Equally thrilled was Li Yue, seated in the private box at the PSGN Stadium. Of course, this was the scenario that team owner Carmona hoped to witness. Li Yue, the president of Li Ning, Spain, gradually rose from her chair, her penetrating gaze fixed intently on the newly entered Su Yuanqing, meticulously observing his every move. Upon entering the field, Su Yuanqing did not immediately rush to the forward position, but instead made his way toward his own penalty area. Renato's foul had granted Barcelona a free kick opportunity in the attacking zone. Su Yuanqing needed to leverage his height to contest aerial balls. Bang! The pass from Barcelona's midfielder Romeu swiftly descended into Sevilla's penalty area. Coincidentally, the ball landed right atop Su Yuanqing's head. Beside him stood Barcelona forward Soriano. Su Yuanqing did not dare to be careless, promptly placing his right hand on Soriano's shoulder as both players leaped simultaneously. However, Soriano managed to claim the first touch. The latter forcefully headed the ball towards the goal, but perhaps due to the interference from Su Yuanqing, Soriano's header lacked power. The ball was swiftly caught by the goalkeeper. 3 seconds later, Sevilla's goalkeeper suddenly threw the ball to the center, directing it to Rakitic. The latter quickly advanced with the ball. Is this the rhythm of a top-tier team? Su Yuanqing had yet to regain his composure when his teammates had already propelled the ball into the attacking zone. Bang! Rakitic took a long-range shot from midfield, sending the ball hurtling toward Barcelona's goal. Goalkeeper Rubens swiftly dove to save, pushing the ball out of bounds. Corner kick. Sevilla was awarded a corner kick opportunity. Jean Jun's impassioned voice resonated again, his gaze fixated on Su Yuanqing in the field, anticipation blooming in his expression. He knew that Su Yuanqing had been hailed as a headed goal genius during his time at La Masia. The current corner kick opportunity was Su Yuanqing's chance to score. Chapter 17. A debut goal. The self-doubt of Guardiola in the Barcelona penalty area. Su Yuanqing was engaged in a fierce contest with the opposing center-back, Maxwell, each refusing to yield. Although Su Yuanqing had scarcely appeared in matches for Barcelona's first team, all players were well aware of his prowess in heading the ball. It was imperative that he not be overlooked in this set-piece defense. At the corner flag, wearing the number 25 jersey, Rakitic stood poised to take the corner kick. Drawing a deep breath to maintain his composure, he raised his arms to signal readiness. Wham! The ball arced beautifully through the air above the Barcelona penalty area, speeding towards Su Yuanqing's head at the back post. Having trained together, Rakitic was fully cognizant of Su Yuanqing's heading ability and harbored complete trust in him. Given their rapport, Rakitic was certainly intent on delivering the ball to Su Yuanqing. Above the pitch, Rakitic's cross was remarkably precise, descending along the trajectory he had envisioned. Positioned at the back post, Su Yuanqing had already prepared himself for the header. Before Rakitic lifted his hands, Su Yuanqing had cleverly evaded Maxwell's interference with a well-timed run in the box. Consequently, when Su Yuanqing received Rakitic's pass, he found himself unmarked by any Barcelona defenders. Maxwell, witnessing the ball's approach to the back post, sprinted desperately towards it. Yet, he was a moment too late. Su Yuanqing denied Maxwell any chance for redemption. In the area near the back post of the Barcelona goal, Su Yuanqing leapt into the air. With an explosive thrust from his core, he met the ball mid-flight. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the ball struck with force, crashing into the net guarded by Ruben. At that moment, the Barcelona goalkeeper had no time to react. Swish! The ball found the back of the net. Oh! Instantly, the stands of the PSGN stadium erupted as Sevilla fans rose to their feet, cheering fervently. Engulfed in euphoria once more, the score was now altered to 3-0. Over 40,000 Sevilla supporters roared. A feat unimaginable before the match, Sevilla had triumphed over Barcelona with a scoreline of 3-0, a cause for celebration among the fans. Su Yuanqing's header came in the 76th minute, leaving only 10 minutes until the match concluded. Even with stoppage time, perhaps 15 or 16 minutes remained, but for Barcelona, trailing by 3 goals, the prospect of equalizing seemed implausible. Thus, in a sense, Su Yuanqing's goal was pivotal in sealing the match's fate, igniting even greater fervor among the Sevilla supporters. Who is this Asian player, Wodafa? He scored within 5 minutes of entering the pitch. I believe he transferred from Barcelona. I heard he was given much opportunity under Guardiola. Indeed, my cousin works for Sevilla and mentioned that this lad is a commercial choice for the team this season. Who cares about commercial aspects? As long as he helps Sevilla score, we support him. Absolutely. It's time to find a suitable substitute for Fabiano. This Asian player seems quite promising. While the Sevilla fans reveled in excitement, the away stands, occupied by Barcelona supporters, fell into a hushed silence. Their expressions were filled with confusion and shock. Who would have believed that this Chinese striker, who had spent the previous season languishing on the bench at Barcelona, would turn against his former club this very night? After a prolonged silence, some Barcelona fans could no longer contain their frustrations, gesturing towards the pitch in dismay. What the hell? This Chinese player's heading ability is so exceptional? Guardiola should not have sold him off to Sevilla. His market value will likely soar after this season. What was Maxwell thinking? Why didn't he continue marking? Alas, to be scored upon by one of our own castaways is utterly disgraceful. The cheers from the stands and the complaints resonated loudly. Yet at that moment, Su Yuanqing, having scored, was oblivious to the din around him. Yeah. Ecstatic, Su Yuanqing disregarded the sentiments of his former club and dashed towards the corner flag, executing a passionate slide while shouting in exhilaration. Rakitic was the first to reach him, celebrating together. Su, I knew it. Just send the ball to your head, and it will surely find the net. Ivan. Thank you for the assist. Su Yuanqing embraced Rakitic, and soon, other Sevilla players joined in the celebration. Congratulations, Su. You and Opos, V scored your first goal. What a remarkable debut. A goal of exquisite quality, brilliantly executed. As his teammates showered him with accolades, in the VIP box at the PSGN, Sevilla and AMP, Opos, owner, Camona, was equally exhilarated, raising his arms in triumph after witnessing Su Yuanqing's header breach Barcelona's goal. Fantastic. 3-0. Sevilla is invincible. Dressed in a sharp suit, Camona reveled in the moment. Nothing could compare to seeing his team vanquish the La Liga giants, Barcelona, on their home turf. Across from him, Li Yue wore a satisfied smile. She had sensed that Su Yuanqing would score the moment he stepped onto the field. Indeed, women's intuition can be remarkably astute. Mr. Kamona, it appears this commercial transfer has been highly successful, as Su Yuanqing scored the goal that sealed the match. Li Yue remarked with a nod and a smile. Indeed, Miss Li, based on tonight's performance, Su's transfer has been perfect. He netted a goal in his debut. I hope he can maintain this outstanding form and lead the team to further victories, Kamona replied. Li Yue continued. Perhaps you might consider discussing with Coach Alvarez to grant Su Yuanqing more opportunities to showcase his talent. He could potentially score even more goals this season. Kamona's expression turned slightly awkward. He felt a tinge of dissatisfaction but controlled his demeanor, gently declining. I apologize, Miss Li, but although I am the owner of Sevilla, I do not intervene in the tactical decisions of the head coach. That would be overstepping boundaries in the football world. I must respect and trust the coach I have selected. Clearly, Li Yue understood this unspoken rule in football, yet not every club in La Liga adhered to it. She merely suggested it casually. The focus returned to the pitch. After scoring, Su Yuanqing, surrounded by his teammates, listened intently to the resounding chants of his name from the crowd. Despite the Sevilla fans' imperfect pronunciation, which even bore a slight resemblance to Cristiano Ronaldo's goal celebration, it mattered little. Such expressions unequivocally demonstrated that Su Yuanqing had earned the trust of the Sevilla supporters. In his debut match, he not only scored his first goal for Sevilla, but did so against his former club, the illustrious La Liga giant Barcelona. It can be said that Su Yuanqing elegantly concluded his unfortunate chapter at Barcelona with this goal. From this moment forward, he is poised to embark on a glorious era in Sevilla. On the sidelines, the Barcelona bench bore witness to the jubilant cheers of the Sevilla fans, causing Guardiola to furrow his brow as he instinctively rubbed his polished bald head, shaking it with a hint of resignation. Undoubtedly, conceding a goal to a player he once managed is a bitter pill to swallow, especially considering this player had been marginalized and subsequently expelled from the team under his direction. After a brief moment of bewilderment, a flicker of doubt crossed Guardiola and Oppos's face, leading him to question whether he had truly misjudged the player. Unable to provide himself with an answer, he exhaled a heavy sigh and redirected his focus back to the unfolding match. The game was far from over. Barcelona would not concede defeat easily. Chapter 18. The background. The dormant vitality of Huaxia. Meanwhile, within the Huaxia studio, the moment has arrived. Su Yuanqing scores with a header. Sevilla leads Barcelona 3-0 at home. Just 5 minutes after his introduction, Su Yuanqing has shattered Barcelona and Oppos's defense with a powerful header. Commentator Jean Jun and Oppos's voice, slightly hoarse, resonates with palpable excitement. After all, it has been a long time since a Huaxia player has netted a goal in the top 5 leagues. And Su Yuanqing's header has finally breathed life into the long-dormant domestic football scene. 3-0. If all goes as expected, Sevilla is on the brink of securing victory in the first leg of the Spanish Super Cup. On the sidelines, Coach Zhang smiled as he remarked on Su Yuanqing's aerial prowess during the attack and praised Rakiti's precise pass. Although both players have only recently joined Sevilla, their connection during this play demonstrated an impressive synergy. It's hard to believe that most anticipated a scenario where Sevilla would lead Barcelona by 3 goals at home, let alone that Su Yuanqing would enter the fray and score. Now, the pressure shifts to Barcelona. Despite the two-legged nature of the Super Cup, losing the first leg 3-0 makes a comeback in the second leg exceedingly challenging. Guardiola must make some changes. At this moment, the live broadcast screen is inundated with the excited comments of Huaxia fans. Did we really score? Am I dreaming? That header was magnificent. The Barcelona goalkeeper scarcely reacted. Wow, coming off the bench to score against his former club. What a script. I knew Su Yuanqing could shine. He merely needed an opportunity. Ha ha. Guardiola must be in shock. Su Yuanqing, you are incredible. Keep scoring. Let us rout Barcelona. Su Yuanqing's celebration after scoring was truly commanding, showing no regard for Barcelona. Why show any respect? Guardiola failed to recognize Su Yuanqing and Oppos's talent, squandering an entire season. In a sense, he is a sinner of Huaxia football. On the pitch, just before Barcelona resumes play, Guardiola promptly made substitutions. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Messi made his entrance, replacing the underwhelming Soriano. Additionally, the young Thiago took the place of his similarly youthful teammate Romelu. Guardiola's double substitution indicates Barcelona's determination to fight back. The front line is now nearly entirely composed of starters, with Ibrahimovic in the center, Boyan on the left, and Messi on the right. With approximately 15 minutes remaining in the match, Sevilla must remain steadfast. As play resumed, under coach Alvarez's direction, the Sevilla players shifted their focus to defense, leaving Su Yuanqing as the solitary forward. In the 80th minute, Barcelona executed a stunning midfield combination. Recently substituted Thiago, with a Marseille turn, evaded the encirclement of two Sevilla midfielders. In the next moment, he passed the ball to Messi, who surged towards Sevilla's penalty area with purpose. Observing this, Su Yuanqing retreated to midfield to bolster the defense. For them, it was crucial that Barcelona launched an all-out attack, as it could not only secure a defensive victory, but also present more counterattack opportunities. With Messi's arrival, Barcelona's previously dormant offense sprang back to life, characterized by frequent passing exchanges, even as their possession gradually increased despite the scoreline. Soon, Messi actively linked up in the center, completing wall passes with teammates, drawing the Sevilla defense apart as he advanced toward the penalty area. Should Messi penetrate the box, he could easily exploit defensive gaps to unleash a decisive strike against Sevilla and Oppos's goal. At that critical moment, a sudden gust of wind appeared behind Messi, and with tactical fouling, Su Yuanqing brought him crashing to the ground. The referee and Oppos's whistle pierced the air, and he promptly issued a yellow card to the offending player, none other than Su Yuanqing. After retreating to midfield, he had anticipated Messi and Oppos's move as Thiago evaded the Sevilla players. Having spent a season under Guardiola, Su Yuanqing was well acquainted with his tactical approach. Upon recognizing Messi's positioning, he predicted that Thiago would pass to him, leading Su Yuanqing to rush in from behind. It turned out to be a wise decision. Just as Messi prepared to break through, Su Yuanqing decisively tackled him down. Despite receiving a yellow card, it was a worthy sacrifice to disrupt Barcelona's offensive momentum. As Messi rose from the ground, he couldn't help but spread his arms towards Su Yuanqing, his expression fierce and almost menacing. The referee intervened, positioning himself between the two to prevent escalation. Barcelona was awarded a free kick. Due to Messi's recent injury, he appeared unwilling to take the kick, so it fell to Thiago. Indeed, the young prodigy stood at the penalty spot. From about 30 meters away from the goal, direct shooting posed a challenge, so passing was likely the chosen strategy. Sevilla needed to be vigilant in their defensive duties within the box. As Jean-Lou's commentary faded, Thiago struck the ball into the penalty area. The Sevilla penalty box erupted into chaos. This time, Thiago and Oppos's pass found Barcelona and Oppos's towering striker, Ibrahimovic. Although Ibrahimovic had previously stated his aversion to scoring with headers, these were exceptional circumstances, and he was compelled to showcase his aerial prowess. On the Sevilla side, the responsibility of marking Ibrahimovic fell to the formidable center-back Fazio, who stood at an impressive 195 centimeters. His defensive capabilities were outstanding. Moreover, alongside Fazio, Su Yuanqing was also in position to assist. In the ensuing aerial duel, Su Yuanqing and Fazio flanked Ibrahimovic, effectively disrupting his attempt to connect with the ball. Against the double defense, the towering Ibrahimovic failed to seize the opportunity, and surprisingly, the seemingly inexperienced Su Yuanqing managed to head the ball clear. Well done, Su. Although Ibrahimovic did not win the aerial battle, there was no resentment on his face. Instead, he sincerely gave Su Yuanqing a thumbs up, demonstrating his appreciation. Undeterred by the individual struggles on the field, even Ibrahimovic, a close friend of Su Yuanqing, felt a surge of joy upon witnessing Su's opportunity to play in Sevilla and subsequently score. On the other hand, after a clearance, the ball drifted towards the midfield, easily falling under the control of Rakiti. Shortly thereafter, Sevilla had another chance to counterattack. However, this time, Barcelona's defensive response was swift, preventing any significant gaps that the opponents could exploit. With a substantial lead, Sevilla maintained their composure, passing the ball around the midfield while awaiting their teammates to position themselves up front. After 4 or 5 passes that stretched Barcelona's defense, the ball found its way to Navas on the right flank. Slightly lifting his gaze to assess the situation ahead, Navas unhesitatingly curled the ball towards the penalty area. Thud. Although the quality of the cross was not particularly high, it was evident that Navas aimed it towards Su Yuanqing and Oppos's position. Undoubtedly, this young Chinese player had earned the trust of his teammates in his aerial ability through nearly a month of impressive performances since joining the team. Judging the ball's trajectory, Su Yuanqing swiftly moved, preparing to leap at any moment. Just then, Barcelona's center backs, Maxwell and Alves, closed in to disrupt him. The three jumped almost simultaneously. Yet the two Barcelona defenders ultimately served merely as a backdrop for Su Yuanqing. Despite not being exceptionally tall, his astonishing jumping ability and remarkable hang time astonished Maxwell and Alves. As the ball descended, only Su Yuanqing had the right to make contact with it. Bang! With a dull thud, Su Yuanqing redirected the ball back into the midfield. Having been positioned in the air, he lacked the angle to direct it towards the goal, opting instead to send the ball towards the center. At that very moment, Perotti galloped in. The ball fell at his feet. A splendid opportunity to shoot. Chapter 19. A resounding victory, 4-1 against Barcelona. In this chapter, the protagonist, Su Yuanqing, executed a perfectly timed header that fell right in front of Perotti. Crucially, there were no Barcelona defenders to obstruct him. Without hesitation, Perotti unleashed a fierce shot. The ball hurtled towards Barcelona's goal like a bullet, leaving goalkeeper Ruben with almost no chance to react. A crisp sound echoed as the ball crashed into the net, creating ripples that signified a goal. The score transformed from 3-0 to an astonishing 4-0 in an instant. Elated, Perotti immediately pointed at Su Yuanqing with gratitude, then ran to embrace him tightly. Su, thank you for your assist. Despite being a key player for Sevilla, Perotti showed immense respect towards Su Yuanqing, displaying no arrogance. He wrapped his arm around Su Yuanqing and pointed towards the Sevilla fans in the stands, as if to proclaim that his goal was primarily due to Su Yuanqing's brilliance. The atmosphere in the Pizjuan Stadium was electric, with thousands of Sevilla fans cheering passionately. Many began chanting Su Yuanqing's name, as the 18-year-old prodigy had captured the hearts of the Sevilla supporters in just 10 minutes on the pitch. 4-0. Sevilla had decisively triumphed over Barcelona. We achieved it. The substitution by Alvarez proved crucial, as this Asian player showcased his remarkable talent. Sevilla is the champion. Barcelona? This Catalan team is unworthy of comparison with us. The towering Asian player's performance was nothing short of perfect, achieving a goal and an assist in under 10 minutes. I am utterly enamored with this giant. Don't stop. There is still time left in the match. Let us aim for another goal. Meanwhile, in the stands occupied by Barcelona fans, their pride was visibly crushed. Disappointment and frustration etched across every face, mingled with disbelief. This is nothing short of a disgrace, they muttered. Guardiola should resign. This match has been infuriating. We should bring Su back. He performed far better tonight than Ibrahimovic. The fans were perplexed, unable to fathom Guardiola's decision to let Su go, deeming it a grievous error. Guardiola has ruined this match. Why not field the starters? Does he not regard the Spanish Super Cup as worthy? The Barcelona fans were incensed. They would tolerate a loss, but not in such a humiliating manner. Thus, when Su Yuanqing assisted Perotti's goal, the Barcelona supporters erupted in jeers, directed not at the scoring Sevilla players, but at their own. Meanwhile, in the Huaxiao broadcasting studio, as Sevilla's captain Navas passed the ball to Su Yuanqing in the box, commentator Jean Jun shouted exuberantly, "What a splendid pass!" Center, Su Yuanqing, under pressure from two Barcelona defenders, heads the ball. The ball is now with Perotti. A shot. It's in. 4-0. Sevilla has obliterated Barcelona tonight. Truthfully, it had been ages since Barcelona suffered such a significant defeat. Su Yuanqing secured yet another assist, having achieved a goal and an assist in roughly 10 minutes on the field. Commentator Zhang Lu remarked, based solely on tonight's performance, Su Yuanqing fits seamlessly into Coach Alvarez's tactical framework. His heading ability is fully on display. Transferring from Barcelona to Sevilla was undoubtedly a wise decision. As Jean Jun and Zhang Lu extolled Su Yuanqing and Oppo's performance, Huaxiao fans filled the chat with praises for him. Indeed, it was true. A tree that moves survives. A person that moves thrives. Su Yuanqing seemed like a different person since joining Sevilla. With a goal and an assist in just 10 minutes, had he started, he might have achieved a hat-trick. This was undoubtedly the most exhilarating match I had ever witnessed. Su Yuanqing is phenomenal. As a die-hard Real Madrid supporter, it brought me immense joy to see Barcelona lose. Guardiola is paying the price for his obstinacy. Where can I buy Su Yuanqing's jersey? I want one. Soon after the match resumed, Barcelona and Oppo's players wasted no time launching an attack on Sevilla and Oppo's goal, evidently enraged. Midfielder Thiago orchestrated a series of quick passes with his teammates, swiftly penetrating Sevilla and Oppo's midfield barrier. At that moment, Thiago delivered a perfectly timed through ball. Sevilla and Oppos's defensive focus was on Messi, neglecting the presence of Ibrahimovic in the center. The ball found Ibrahimovic, who, using his body to shield off Sevilla defender Fazio, launched a decisive shot that found the back of the net. Barcelona had scored, bringing the score to 4-1. However, shortly after Ibrahimovic's goal, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. As the final whistle echoed throughout the Pizjuan stadium, Sevilla fans rose to their feet, cheering exuberantly. Despite conceding a late goal, it did not diminish their victory, which remained a resounding triumph. The score of 4-1 was a significant win, enough to bring shame to Barcelona. In the stadium, Sevilla players embraced one another, celebrating their monumental victory over the formidable team. Though another clash awaited in the Europa League, at this moment, Sevilla basked in their glory. Rakitic embraced Su Yuanqing, exclaiming, "A goal and an assist in just 10 minutes. You've won over the fans. Su, it seems you are destined to become a key player for the team." Su Yuanqing humbly shook his head, responding, "Fabiano scored a hat-trick today. I must work even harder." Just as Su Yuanqing and Rakitic were chatting, a tall figure clad in a Barcelona jersey approached him. It was none other than his only friend from Barcelona, Ibrahimovic. Chapter 20. Post-match conversation with Ibrahimovic. Su, it brings me great joy to see you playing in Sevilla. Ibrahimovic approached Su Yuanqing, offering him a heartfelt embrace. It seems that upon your arrival in Sevilla, you might just lift the Spanish Super Cup trophy. Su Yuanqing managed a smile, attributing his fortune to the appreciation of Sevilla's coach, Mr. Alvarez, for diligent players like himself. As for winning the cup, that depends on my teammates. I am merely a temporary substitute. Besides, the Spanish Super Cup is contested over 2 legs, and the outcome of the next match at Camp Nou remains uncertain. Though they were friends, Ibrahimovic could not help but feel a tinge of regret at the prospect of missing out on a championship with Barcelona. Nonetheless, he praised Su, saying, "No, Sevilla has secured a significant 4-1 victory today. You are already on the brink of claiming the cup. For Barcelona to win in the next leg, they would need to score at least 4 goals, which is quite a challenge." A bittersweet smile crossed Su Yuanqing and Oppos's face as he recalled his previous life and Oppos's memories. He knew well that in the second leg at Camp Nou, Barcelona would stage a comeback, even now with Sevilla having scored an additional goal due to his presence. The final outcome remained unknown. That's hard to predict. Football is round, and anything can happen. Seeing Su Yuanqing's cautious demeanor, Ibrahimovic couldn't help but smile. "Su, it seems you have grown quite a bit at Sevilla. I believe it won't be long before you become a key player for the team." Ibrahimovic had always held a favorable view of Su Yuanqing, convinced that with ample playing experience, Su and Oppos's abilities could rival his own. Indeed, the atmosphere in Sevilla felt far more congenial than in Barcelona. "Barcelona simply isn't and Oppos's the right fit for me," Su confided to Ibrahimovic. The latter understood this well, and after exchanging a few more words, they reluctantly parted ways. "Good luck, Su. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter, hoping we both can perform at our best. I too look forward to our next meeting. Let us strive together." Meanwhile, as Su Yuanqing and Ibrahimovic chatted, coaches Guardiola and Alvarez had already arrived at the post-match press conference. The first to address the reporters was Barcelona's coach, Guardiola. Following a disheartening defeat, Guardiola's spirits had plummeted, and his expression bore the weight of seriousness. He fidgeted nervously in his seat, a clear sign of his unease. "Mr. Guardiola, what do you believe was the primary reason for your team and Oppos's loss tonight? Additionally, how would you assess Su, who, according to Transfermarkt, has moved from Barcelona to Sevilla? You must be quite familiar with him," a reporter from Marca inquired. Clearing his throat, Guardiola hesitated before responding, using the moment to collect his thoughts. "Actually, I had planned to rotate the squad for this match. Sevilla's players were incredibly proactive, demonstrating exceptional drive, while our rotated players failed to showcase their capabilities. Thus, we lost the match. As for Su, I have no comments to offer. He was indeed a Barcelona player last season, but now he fights for Sevilla. I prefer not to comment on players from other teams, as it would be disrespectful to Sevilla." With that, Guardiola abruptly stood up and left the press conference. The Marca reporter had aimed to put Guardiola in a difficult position, hoping he would acknowledge his lack of faith in Su Yuanqing. But the astute Guardiola did not take the bait. Next, it was Sevilla's coach, Alvarez, turned to face the journalists. As the victorious coach, His expression was a stark contrast to Guardiola and Oppo's, radiating joy. First of all, congratulations on Sevilla and Oppo's triumphant start to the season, defeating Barcelona 4-1 at home. Do you believe Sevilla has already secured the Spanish Super Cup title? A reporter from Mundo Deportivo asked. Well, to be honest, yes. Although there is still a second leg to be played, we have gained a significant goal advantage tonight, making Barcelona's chances exceedingly slim. Alvarez, buoyed by his team's decisive victory over Barcelona, seemed to disregard the upcoming match entirely, as if the trophy was already within his grasp. A local Sevilla reporter then posed a question to Alvarez. Coach, can you discuss the performance of the new signing, particularly Su, who contributed 1 goal and 1 assist? Of course, Su is a young striker from China, only 18 years old. We have been scouting him for quite some time. Last season, he had a challenging time at Barcelona, failing to earn playing time under Guardiola. Nonetheless, Sevilla chose to bring him in. Before Alvarez could finish, a reporter interjected, So, coach, are you suggesting that Sevilla's acquisition of Su was not merely a commercial move, but rather a recognition of his talent? Originally intending to enhance his own reputation, Alvarez found himself caught off guard. He quickly clarified, well, it's about 50-50. Regardless, Su delivered an impressive header and a beautiful assist tonight. He has found a sense of belonging here in Sevilla. The local reporter continued, one last question. Will Su start in the next match? I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information, but I will say our starting forward, Fabiano, scored a hat-trick tonight and is in outstanding form. Meanwhile, in the East, Dongqiu.com promptly released a report following the match. 18-year-old prodigy, Su Yuanqing, comes off the bench. Within 10 minutes, he records 1 goal and 1 assist, helping Sevilla dominate former club Barcelona 4-1. Before long, this report was pinned to the top, ensuring that fans browsing Dongqiu.com would see it immediately. Within half an hour, the article garnered a staggering 100,000 comments. Chapter 21. The team and Oppo's status significantly elevated. The sole hope of Chinese football, Su Yuanqing. After enduring an entire season in Barcelona, Su Yuanqing finally received his opportunity to play for Sevilla. It is said that his transition to Sevilla was significantly influenced by Li Ning. We should consider purchasing more Li Ning apparel. This is merely the beginning. Let us hope that Su Yuanqing can secure a starting position at Sevilla. I can finally reveal my identity as a devoted Sevilla fan of 20 years. In the comments section, Chinese football fans continuously discussed Su Yuanqing's performance from this evening. Although Sevilla is a traditional powerhouse in La Liga, it does not boast a large fan base domestically. However, since Su Yuanqing joined Sevilla and earned playing time, the number of fans for Sevilla has soared. Within an hour after the match, Sevilla's official social platform witnessed an increase of hundreds of thousands of followers. This is the influence of Su Yuanqing. Even though he has only played 1 match for Sevilla and scored 1 goal, it has ignited immense excitement and enthusiasm among Chinese fans. The affection they hold for Su Yuanqing seamlessly translates into admiration for Sevilla Football Club. Not only are fans within the country buzzing about Su Yuanqing, but he has also gained attention in Europe, particularly in Spain. Following the conclusion of the match, the renowned Spanish media outlet, AS, swiftly published an article. The first leg of the Spanish Super Cup concludes. Sevilla dominates Barcelona 4-1 at home, with 18-year-old Chinese prodigy delivering a goal and an assist in 10 minutes. The comments section of this article was inundated with remarks from Sevilla supporters. This charismatic Asian player is poised to become the new idol of the team, possessing both looks and skill. Who dares to claim that Chinese players lack talent? Su and Oppo's performance this evening was nothing short of perfection. At the tender age of 18, he managed to score against Barcelona. His future is boundless. Indeed, this Chinese forward is destined to be a valuable asset for the team. It won't be long before this Asian youth supplants Fabiano and Oppo's position. From these comments, it is evident that Sevilla fans are quite pleased with Su Yuanqing's performance. Some even speculate that he may replace the team's primary striker, Fabiano. Of course, those are matters for another day. At this moment, in the home team's locker room at the Ram in Estche Pizjuan Stadium, head coach Alvarez has returned after attending a press conference. After briefly praising the players' performances this evening, he dismissed the team. Su Yuanqing and Rakiti returned to the team apartment together. Both newly joined players had yet to secure accommodations in the city and were temporarily residing in the Sevilla dormitory. Around 1 in the morning, Su Yuanqing finally arrived at his dormitory. Just as he was about to lie down and rest, he suddenly heard a familiar sound. It was the system notification. Ding. Detected that the host participated in a Spanish Super Cup match. Reward. 2 attribute points. Ding. Task completion progress. 1-5. As Su Yuanqing had anticipated, participating in a domestic cup match grants him 2 points of free attributes. However, he chose not to allocate the points immediately, intending to save them. He was quite fatigued from the match and simply wished to rest. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Su Yuanqing rose on time. After a brief wash-up, he hurried to the club for training. Before training, he made a point to have breakfast at the club and Appo's restaurant. By the time he arrived at the training ground, it was already 7:30. The vast field was still empty, with Su Yuanqing the sole occupant. According to Alvarez's training schedule, the team would officially gather at 8:30, meaning Su Yuanqing had arrived an hour early. Fortunately, it wasn't long before his close friend Rikiti arrived. Su, you and Appo's here so early. How enthusiastic. Rikiti remarked sincerely. Su Yuanqing kicked the ball toward Rikiti and replied, Ivan, you and Appo's just in time. Come help me practice heading. Deliver me some crosses. Rikiti nodded in agreement, saying, no problem. Thus, the 2 new Sevilla signings began their training early on the pitch. Soon, more Sevilla players began to arrive. And due to Su Yuanqing and Appo's outstanding performance in the previous match, scoring 1 goal and providing an assist, his standing among the Sevilla players underwent a remarkable transformation. Even the team captain, Navas, greeted Su Yuanqing upon his arrival at the training ground. Su's position within the team was on the rise. Although he could not yet threaten the primary striker Fabiano and Appo's position, he had already become a formidable asset within Alvarez and Appo's tactical framework. Su, play well. I believe you will one day become a key player for the team. I have faith in your abilities, Navas said, giving Su Yuanqing's shoulder a reassuring pat. He continued, if you ever feel uncomfortable in the team, or if anyone bullies you, do not hesitate to let me know. I will assist you. Thank you, Captain. I won't Appo's disturb your training any longer. Let us strive together for the La Liga Championship. After Navas spoke, he vanished from Su Yuanqing and Appo's sight. Once Navas departed, Rikiti suddenly emerged from behind Su Yuanqing, his expression tinged with envy. With a teasing tone, he said, Su, that and Appo's impressive. Even the team captain acknowledges your talent. It seems you can walk tall in Sevilla now. Enough chatter. Let us focus on training. Su Yuanqing responded, directing his attention back to practice. As Sevilla's players sweated it out on the training field, club president Mr. Carmona made bold claims during a media open day event. In the coming week, Sevilla will face Braga in the Champions League playoffs and Barcelona in the second leg of the Spanish Super Cup. Our players are on a winning streak, and I firmly believe we can achieve victory in both matches. Carmona's assertions were announced at noon, and by evening, major media outlets were reporting on his statements. Upon returning to the apartment and seeing the president and Appo's declarations, Su Yuanqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Chapter 22. Enhance your header attribute. Despite the substantial lead achieved by the team in the first leg of the Spanish Super Cup, Su Yuanqing was acutely aware that Sevilla's path to ultimate victory remained fraught with challenges. After all, Barcelona had not exerted their full strength in the initial encounter, with Guardiola fielding a squad predominantly composed of substitutes. In the return match, it was inevitable that Guardiola would deploy his first-choice lineup against Sevilla. Whether Sevilla could withstand Barcelona's onslaught was entirely uncertain. In addition to concerns regarding the Spanish Super Cup, Su Yuanqing was equally apprehensive about the upcoming Champions League playoff against Braga. Braga boasted considerable experience in the Champions League, and Sevilla was not particularly familiar with this opponent. Especially while playing away, nearly every disadvantage seemed to rest on Sevilla and Appo's shoulders. Coupled with the memories from his previous life, Su Yuanqing found himself at odds with the remarks made by the club president, Carmona. The following day, training proceeded as usual. For a professional footballer, Su Yuanqing and Appo's life was rather monotonous, revolving around training, meals, and sleep, an unvarying cycle. Arriving at the training ground early in the morning, Su Yuanqing prepared to train. Despite his excellent performance in the last match, which included scoring a goal, he understood that the journey to becoming a first-team player at Sevilla was still long. He needed to exert himself far more than others. During this period, Su Yuanqing consistently arrived at the training ground first and left last. Each training session saw him giving 120% effort. Although Su Yuanxing primarily played as a striker, he diligently practiced pressing and defensive drills as well. On this particular day, when training concluded and all Sevilla players were ready to head home, Su Yuanxing had no intention of leaving. Instead, he enticed his friend Rakiti to stay and continue training fervently. "Su, you could train on your own. Why drag me along?" Rakiti grumbled slightly, yet he chose to remain. Additionally, right-back Debo volunteered to assist Su Yuanxing with header training. Thus, the trio continued their rigorous training for an entire hour. After their session, Su Yuanxing, Debo, and Rakiti were drenched in sweat. On their way back to the team apartment, Rakiti expressed his thoughts. "Next week, we have a double header, so we surmise that Coach Alvarez will likely grant more playing time to the substitutes. Su, I suggest we conserve some energy." Su Yuanxing shook his head in disagreement. "That is not necessarily the case. As far as I know, Coach Alvarez is not one to frequently alter his formation. It's highly probable that we won't get a chance in these two matches." Upon hearing Su Yuanxing's words, a hint of disappointment flickered across Rakiti's face. Su Yuanxing, perceptive to this, patted Rakiti on the shoulder and said, "Therefore, we must work even harder in training. Only then can we hope for playing opportunities." At that moment, Debo suddenly interjected, "Since that's the case, why don't we train a bit longer?" "Ha ha ha, that's enough for today. We've already trained sufficiently. Let us head back to the apartment and rest well," Su Yuanxing replied. Upon returning to the apartment, Su Yuanxing and Apos' first action was to allocate his skill points. Before doing so, he checked his personal attributes. Host, Su Yuanxing, age, 19 years and 101 days, height, 188 centimeters, physical attributes, strength 80, 88, stamina 77, 85, speed 75, 80, explosiveness 70, 75, jumping 85, 86, agility 72, 78, power 80, 88, reaction 77, 85, balance 72, 77, technical attributes, shooting 72, 75, long shot 62, 72, header 83, 83, short pass 65, 77, long pass 60, 70, cross 58, 66, vision 65, 70, dribbling 70, 76, penalty 65, 75, remaining skill points 12. After careful consideration, Su Yuanxing resolved to enhance his heading attribute. Although his current heading skill was already at 83, it still paled in comparison to those of elite forwards. Skill points -3, header potential cap 1. Skill points -3. Header potential cap 1. After 4 enhancements, Su Yuanxing's heading potential cap rose to 87. This level of heading ability was sufficient for him to excel on the La Liga stage. However, with these 4 enhancements, his remaining skill points had been completely exhausted. To further elevate his attributes, he would need to wait for the next match. Meanwhile, in distant Portugal, at Braga Football Club, the head coach and his assistant were analyzing the first leg of the Spanish Super Cup between Sevilla and Barcelona. The entire Braga team placed significant importance on the upcoming Champions League playoff, and undeniably, Braga's strength was not inferior to that of Sevilla. Last season, Braga secured 3rd place in the Primera Liga. Although they lacked star players, they possessed numerous capable athletes. Notably, forward Allen and midfielder Celino were strong, yet lesser-known players. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Coach Alvarez and his assistant Antoine announced the roster for the Champions League playoff. Su Yuanxing, along with his 2 close friends Rakiti and Debo, once again made the cut. After the announcement, the players hurried home to prepare their luggage, as the selected Sevilla squad was set to depart for Portugal at 1 in the afternoon. Su Yuanxing felt a flutter of excitement within him. After all, this marked his first journey with the team for an away Champions League match. At the airport, while all the Sevilla players rested with their eyes closed, Su Yuanxing gazed out of the window, his heart filled with exhilaration, yet also weighed down by immense pressure. Could Sevilla secure victory in this away match in Portugal? To be honest, Su Yuanxing harbored some trepidation. As neighboring countries, it took Sevilla players merely 2 hours of flying to reach Braga. Tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, the showdown between Sevilla and Braga would officially commence. Chapter 23. Still not on the field? Repeating history, August 19th. Match day. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the Braga Municipal Stadium was already teeming with fans, with an estimated 30,000 supporters flooding the stands. In half an hour, The first leg of the UEFA Champions League qualifying match between Sevilla and Braga was set to commence. At this moment, inside the visitors' dressing room, Sevilla's head coach, Alvarez, began announcing the starting lineup. The formation for tonight and Oppos's match would be 4-2-2, with forwards Canout and Fabiano, and midfielders Capel and Renato. After Alvarez had finished naming all 11 starters, disappointment was etched on the faces of Su Yuanqing and his companion Rakitic. Once again, they found themselves sidelined from the starting lineup. However, their mutual friend, Debo, had made the cut. Upon hearing Alvarez call out Debo's name, Su Yuanqing felt genuinely happy for him, though a tinge of disappointment lingered within him for not being selected. Misery loves company, Su. Rakitic offered a bittersweet smile to Su Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing patted Rakitic on the shoulder, encouraging him. Do not worry, Ivan. As long as you train hard every day, I believe there will come a day when we can both start together. One can only hope. As the starting players of Sevilla entered the tunnel, Su Yuanqing, along with Rakitic and the other substitutes, took their places on the bench. The atmosphere among the fans was electric. Even before the match had begun, the die-hard Braga supporters in the stands had already started singing their team anthem. Approximately 5 minutes later, the starting players of both teams, led by the officiating crew, stepped onto the pitch. Meanwhile, on the far side of the world, commentators Jean Jun and Zhang Lu had just revealed the starting lineups of both teams. Fans watching the live broadcast expressed their dissatisfaction upon discovering that Su Yuanqing was not among the starters. What? Su Yuanqing is not starting. What is Sevilla and Oppos's coach thinking? He should resign. How could he not let Su Yuanqing play? I stayed up all night just to watch him. Calm down, everyone. Although Su Yuanqing performed well last match, he is still somewhat behind Sevilla's main strikers. It is only natural for him not to start. At 7:30, with the sound of the referee's whistle, the battle officially began. Right from the outset, Sevilla, playing away, exhibited a tendency to take control, with several forwards pressing high to wrest the ball from Braga's players. However, Braga's players, seasoned and experienced, quickly reverted the ball to their goalkeeper upon noticing Sevilla's aggressive pressing. The goalkeeper then launched a long kick downfield. After Sevilla regained possession, Braga adopted a defensive formation, retreating all players to their half. This made it exceedingly difficult for Sevilla to mount any significant attacks. Throughout the first half, Sevilla enjoyed a wealth of possession, yet genuine threats directed toward Braga and Oppos's goal were few and far between. Ultimately, after a grueling 45 minutes, both sides remained scoreless, entering halftime at 0-0. As the second half commenced, Sevilla made no substitutions, clearly demonstrating Alvarez's faith in the starting players. During the second half, Sevilla's attacks became more aggressive, with both fullbacks frequently joining the offensive push. Unfortunately, rather than breaking the deadlock, Sevilla inadvertently granted Braga a counterattack opportunity. Following a cross into the box from Sevilla's flank players, forward Fabiano found himself outmatched in an aerial duel against Braga's center-back, leading to a defensive header clearance. The second ball was seized by Braga's midfielder Celino, who promptly sent the ball forward with a powerful kick. With Sevilla's two fullbacks caught upfield, Braga's forward Mateus found himself in a one-on-one situation with a center-back. Renowned for his speed, Mateus skillfully evaded the challenge from Argentine defender Fazio, and as the goalkeeper charged at him, he struck decisively, sending the ball into the net. 1-0, Braga took the lead. Sevilla conceded a goal in the 75th minute, courtesy of Mateus' swift counterattack. Alvarez must make substitutions now. In the studio, commentator Jean Jun felt a surge of urgency for Sevilla. Meanwhile, fans from Huagua flooded the chat with Su Yuanqing's name. What are they waiting for? Let Su Yuanqing play already. It's been 75 minutes with no substitutions. What is Alvarez thinking? Is he deliberately trying to lose? If Su Yuanqing doesn't come on in 5 minutes, I'm going to bed. Not only were fans in Huagua anxious, but Su Yuanqing and Rakitic, seated on the bench, were equally restless. The two friends fidgeted in their seats, unable to remain calm. Do you think we still have a chance to play? Rakitic murmured. Surely Coach Alvarez hasn't forgotten about us. Just as Rakitic finished speaking, Alvarez suddenly turned and glanced toward the substitutes bench. He exchanged a few words with assistant coach Anoan. Moments later, Anoan approached the bench, causing Rakitic and Su Yuanqing's eyes to light up with hope. However, Anoan did not call upon Rakitic or Su Yuanqing, instead opting for Perotti and Negrito to enter the fray. 5 minutes later, Perotti and Negrito replaced Canout and Fabiano. Yet, these two substitutions failed to invigorate Sevilla's offense. Merely 3 minutes later, Alvarez summoned midfielder Shigari to join the battle. At this point, Sevilla had exhausted all three of their substitution opportunities, leaving Su Yuanqing and Rakitic without a chance to take the field. Following Shigari's entry, many fans from Huagua closed the live stream. For the majority, the primary reason for staying up late was to watch Su Yuanqing. Now that he had missed his opportunity to play, there was no longer any need to continue watching. In the match's final moments, Sevilla failed to conjure a miracle. And after 5 minutes of stoppage time, the score remained fixed at 1-0. Sevilla suffered a defeat away from home, repeating the mistakes of history. Chapter 24, A Streak of Defeats. Calls for dismissal emerge. After Sevilla suffered a 0-1 defeat, the loyal fans who had traveled from afar expressed their discontent fervently, chanting for Alvarez's dismissal. In their view, the responsibility for Sevilla's loss rested squarely on Alvarez's shoulders. "Leave immediately, Alvarez. You are unworthy of being Sevilla's head coach," they lamented. "This is undoubtedly the most frustrating match I have ever witnessed. There was no offense, no defense, and substitutions yielded no results. Alvarez must bear the blame for this defeat." They believed that if Alvarez continued to lead the team, Sevilla would face yet another dismal season. The dissatisfaction with Alvarez was not confined to the fans. Even local Spanish media and journalists were vocal in their criticism. During the post-match press conference, Alvarez became the target of numerous inquiries. One journalist from AS boldly questioned, "Mr. Alvarez, I am curious about the tactical arrangements you made for tonight's match. Sevilla possesses superior talent, both in terms of starters and substitutes, yet they shamefully lost this Champions League playoff match." Despite the pointed question, Alvarez exhibited no signs of nervousness, seemingly prepared with his media responses. After a brief cough, Alvarez calmly addressed the microphone, stating, "I believe luck was the principal factor in Sevilla's defeat tonight. Frankly, our players performed admirably, maintaining a 70% possession rate." He spread his hands in resignation. For the majority of the match, Sevilla controlled the game, and our forwards attempted 11 shots. Regrettably, we only managed a meager 3 on target. This clearly indicates that fortune did not favor us tonight. Attributing the loss to luck did not sit well with the Spanish media. Subsequently, a journalist from Marca pressed Alvarez further. Star players like Su and Rakitic, who excelled in the previous match, did not see any playing time. "Could you explain the reasoning behind that?" Alvarez responded with a serene demeanor. "I have stated before that our tactics and player performances were not at fault. The loss was merely due to bad luck. I am confident that in the next match, we can turn the tide at home." On a Sevilla fan forum, one fan shared Marca and Oppos's report titled "Sevilla loses 0-1 away to Portuguese team Braga, and Alvarez shifts blame, attributing the loss to luck," which quickly incited a flurry of discontent among the supporters. Alvarez is utterly shameless. Sevilla had no scoring opportunities during the match. This is clearly a tactical issue. Another fan chimed in. Indeed, Braga's defense left Sevilla's forwards with no chances. This is a tactical and personnel miscalculation, not simply bad luck. Frustration with Alvarez grew, with one fan exclaiming, "I am truly fed up with Alvarez. Can he just leave already? Why didn't he bring Su on in the second half? Even Rakitic didn't and Oppos's get a chance. I genuinely cannot comprehend Alvarez and Oppos's decisions." While many fans voiced support for Su Yuanqing, he himself had long since come to terms with the situation. As someone who had traversed time, Su was aware that this match would end in defeat. Moreover, not only would this match end in failure, but Sevilla would also lose in the second leg against Braga, as well as in the subsequent Spanish Super Cup match. Most importantly, he believed that Alvarez would soon be dismissed. For Su Yuanqing, victory was paramount. Yet he felt powerless to alter the course of events since he had not even been afforded the opportunity to play. He perceived Alvarez's dismissal as an inevitable conclusion. Upon returning to Sevilla's training facility, Su continued his routine of arriving early to practice. Whether or not Alvarez would be dismissed was inconsequential. What mattered most to Su was maintaining his form in anticipation of an opportunity to play. Unfortunately, amid Sevilla and Oppos's ongoing defeats, it was evident that Alvarez had no intention of relying on Su Yuanqing. In the upcoming Spanish Super Cup match against Barcelona, Su was left off the team's roster entirely, relegated to silently watching from the bench as the team played. The course of history remained unchanged, and the outcome of this match was equally dismal. Barcelona, bolstered by Messi and Villa's 2 goals each, triumphed over Sevilla with a resounding 4-0 victory, claiming the Spanish Super Cup title. In this match, Sevilla continued to grapple with their persistent issue, a lack of offensive power. Neither the pairing of Canute and Fabiano nor that of Fabiano and Perotti was able to create any chemistry. Throughout the match, Sevilla managed a paltry 3 shots on target. Following consecutive defeats in both the Champions League playoff and the Spanish Super Cup, the fans and media unequivocally directed their ire at Alvarez. Sevilla suffers 2 consecutive defeats. Under Alvarez's leadership, Sevilla has faced losses across all fronts, failing to score in both matches. Perhaps Alvarez's time at Sevilla is running short, proclaimed Marca. Another loss. After securing a significant victory against Barcelona in the first leg, Sevilla endured an even greater defeat away. Barcelona celebrates as they lift the Spanish Super Cup at the Camp Nou, reported Diario Sport. Within the fan forum, an increasing number of supporters began posting calls for Alvarez's dismissal. Thanks to Alvarez, Sevilla had relinquished the trophy to Barcelona. If Alvarez does not resign soon, I shall never attend another match, declared one fan. Alvarez is the greatest villain of Sevilla. He must go. Chapter 25, 3 consecutive defeats. Alvarez's position in jeopardy. Following the loss to Barcelona, the atmosphere within the Sevilla team plummeted into a state of despondency. The once lively training sessions were now devoid of laughter, with players often training in silence. Su Yuanqing was no exception. He merely greeted his teammates before immersing himself in training. However, such a lack of communication rendered the training sessions rather ineffective. Coach Alvarez recognized this issue and, after training, convened a small meeting with all the Sevilla players. Facilitated by assistant coach Antoine. On the training ground, the Sevilla players gathered around Alvarez, who cleared his throat and addressed them earnestly. I understand your spirits are low after losing the Spanish Super Cup. However, the match against Barcelona is behind us, and we must look ahead. In 3 days, we face Braga at the Pizjuan Stadium, a match we must win. I urge all of you to strive for your best form during this time. Alvarez intended to uplift the players, but truthfully, the morale remained considerably low after the meeting. Not only did the Sevilla players lack confidence for the upcoming game, but even the fans were skeptical about the home team's prospects. A poll on Sevilla's online forum revealed that 50% of fans believed Sevilla would lose, while 30% expected a draw with Braga. Merely 20% held faith in the team's ability to secure a victory. It was evident that most Sevilla supporters harbored little confidence in Alvarez's leadership. Su Yuanqing remained indifferent to external opinions. While he too felt uncertain about the current state of Sevilla, he approached each training session with utmost seriousness. He arrived at the training ground early each day and was often the last to leave, hoping that his diligent efforts would earn him Alvarez and Oppos's trust. Regrettably, the day before the match against Braga, Alvarez announced the squad list, and once again, Su Yuanqing's name was absent. He found himself overlooked yet again. Sharing the plight with Rakiti, these 2 forlorn comrades would not even make it to the substitutes bench for the forthcoming match, instead watching from the stands alongside the fans. After a grueling 90 minutes, the final score was locked at 3-4 in favor of Braga. Sevilla had succumbed yet again, with an aggregate score of 3-5. Thus being eliminated from the Champions League group stage. The aftermath ignited a fury among Sevilla supporters, who took to the internet to vociferously criticize Alvarez. Some extreme fans even gathered outside the Sevilla club, brandishing banners in protest against Alvarez in a dramatic display of dissent. During the post-match press conference, Alvarez faced a barrage of inquiries from the media, resorting to his usual rhetoric of attributing the defeat to misfortune. God was not on our side today. In the first half, Sevilla led Braga 3-0, indicating that our tactics were sound. Upon hearing Alvarez's defiance, a reporter from Marca seized the moment, questioning, Mr. Alvarez, are you aware that many Sevilla fans are calling for your dismissal online? What do you have to say about this? Alvarez paused, taking a couple of sips of water before responding with a trembling voice. This is a normal phenomenon. Sevilla has lost 3 consecutive matches. It is natural for the fans to express dissatisfaction. However, I ask for a bit more time from them. In 3 days, we will face Levante in our La Liga opener, and I assure all Sevilla fans that we will secure a victory. His statement failed to garner the media's trust. Rather, it incited further condemnation across Spanish media outlets. Sevilla suffers 3 consecutive defeats. Elimination from the Champions League group stage. Alvarez remains obstinate post-match, proclaimed Marca. Key players benched. Alvarez's reliance on loyalists ignites defeat. Sevilla fans collectively demand Alvarez's resignation, reported AS. Alvarez vows to secure victory in the La Liga opener, echoed Mundo Deportivo. Upon reading these reports, Sevilla fans were overwhelmingly dismissive. Alvarez should stop exploiting Sevilla for money. He needs to leave at once. If Sevilla loses to Levante next, will Alvarez resign on his own? I cannot fathom what club president Carmona is thinking. Why not dismiss Alvarez immediately? Carmona and Alvarez are cut from the same cloth. A bunch of rubbish. Rumors circulated that Fabiano had sustained an injury during the match and would be unable to play against Levante. Fans speculated whether Alvarez would field new talent, particularly Su, the Asian striker acquired from Barcelona, who had performed admirably in the first match of the Spanish Super Cup. Indeed, besides Su, there and Amp. Oppos, also Rakiti, a mainstay from Schalke 04, yet since joining this season, he has been sidelined. His caliber is undoubtedly worthy of a starting position. Meanwhile, in the office of Sevilla's club president, Carmona scrutinized the articles spread across his desk, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. Within just a week, Sevilla had lost both the Spanish Super Cup and their Champions League berth, leading Carmona to lose patience with Alvarez. Just moments ago, he had dispatched numerous scouts to seek a suitable replacement for the head coach. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Carmona, may I come in? Chapter 26: The debut of Su Yuanqing. After receiving permission from Mr. Carmona, the head coach of the first team, Alvarez, entered and took a seat across from him. Just moments ago, Alvarez had learned from the chairman's assistant that Mr. Carmona was in search of a new head coach for the team. Despite the commendable performance he delivered last season with Sevilla, the myriad of setbacks this season had cost him too much honor. If this continued, his dismissal was an inevitable outcome. However, Alvarez was not ready to resign himself to fate. Mr. Carmona, I am aware that I have not led the team to stable results recently, culminating in an embarrassing 3 consecutive defeats. Yet, I believe this is merely the beginning of the season. If given the opportunity to better integrate the team, I am confident I can steer Sevilla back on the right path. Upon hearing this, Carmona merely shook his head lightly and responded with open hands. Alvarez, I recognize your coaching abilities, but Sevilla can no longer afford to experiment. Do you understand? Alvarez furrowed his brow in contemplation and solemnly assured Carmona, I understand, Mr. Chairman. Please grant me one more chance. In the upcoming match against Levante, I assure you I will secure a resounding victory. Please have faith in me. Levante, not considered a formidable opponent in La Liga, was significantly weaker on paper compared to Sevilla. Should they lose, it would be a clear indication of Alvarez's inadequacy as a coach. With the season still in its early rounds, finding a competent head coach for Sevilla was no trivial task for Carmona, thus he was willing to extend Alvarez another opportunity. Very well, Alvarez, Carmona conceded. If you can achieve an impressive victory in the next match, I may reconsider my stance. With that, Alvarez promptly stood. Rest assured, I will seize this opportunity. After exchanging a few more words, he departed from Carmona and Amp, Oppos' office to prepare for the upcoming match. At that moment, the chairman and Amp, Oppos' assistant, who had been listening attentively at the door, entered and inquired of Carmona, Mr. Chairman, shall we still seek a new head coach? With a light chuckle, Carmona took a sip of his coffee and replied, of course. Our main striker, Fabiano, was injured in the last match, leaving Alvarez with no alternatives. While Levante may not be a strong team, they will not squander this scoring opportunity. The assistant pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something. But the young striker from Huaxia on the team seems quite capable. He should be able to fill Fabiano's position. Hearing this, Carmona unexpectedly laughed. What are you thinking? That young striker from Huaxia is merely a commercial choice for the team. His recent goals were likely coincidences, and he cannot shoulder the team's offensive responsibilities. You should focus on finding a new head coach. That evening, Coach Alvarez toiled in his office until the early hours. He repeatedly reviewed the match footage against Levante, yet still could not devise a solid strategy for victory. Sevilla's midfielders were indeed formidable, with Romeric and Zakora being renowned for their versatility. But Fabiano's injury hindered his ability to seamlessly connect the front and back lines. Strengthening the attack would inevitably create gaps in midfield defense. Thus, a center forward with exceptional chance-creating ability was essential to enhance the team's offensive threat. But aside from Fabiano, who could possibly fulfill this role? Alvarez scrutinized the Sevilla roster for a long while, uncertain about who to start. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the name of a substitute striker. The Huaxia substitute, Su Yuanqing. Could it be that he would be the one to start in Fabiano's stead? After much contemplation, Alvarez seemed to conclude that this was the only viable option. The following day, at the Sevilla training ground, Alvarez and his assistant Antoine specifically assessed the training performances of Su Yuanqing and Rakiti. On the training field, both Su Yuanqing and Rakiti exerted themselves vigorously, running tirelessly with an earnest attitude. This greatly pleased Alvarez. That afternoon, after the final training session, assistant coach Antoine announced the roster for the next match. At long last, Su Yuanqing heard his name spoken by Antoine. After 2 matches, he had finally made it onto the team and Oppo's roster. Joining him was Rakiti. Following the conclusion of training, both players could not suppress their smiles. Su, congratulations. We are finally in the squad. Let us work hard together to secure a victory in La Liga. Rakiti appeared exuberant, eager to take the field immediately. Although Su Yuanqing was also thrilled, he did not express his excitement as fervently as Rakiti. With a stoic expression, he replied, I'm not sure if I'll even start. I might end up sitting on the bench for the entire match. Rakiti immediately refuted, Don't worry, Su. Don't you know? Our main forward Fabiano is injured. You have every chance to start. Is that so? Su Yuanqing genuinely seemed unaware. Rakiti continued, The latest news is that Fabiano will be sidelined for a week. This is your opportunity, so make the most of it. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanqing realized that his chance to start was approaching. According to Alvarez and Oppo's tactics, there were no other players available to temporarily fill Fabiano's position. Only his heading ability could perfectly substitute for Fabiano. The opportunity to start for Sevilla had finally arrived, marking a significant milestone since his transfer. Su Yuanqing clenched his fist in determination. Regardless of whether Alvarez would be dismissed, he was determined to seize this chance and establish his footing at Sevilla. With great anticipation for the day ahead, time seemed to drag on unbearably for Su Yuanqing. He felt as though the training sessions lasted an eternity, until at last, the day of the match against Levante arrived. August 29th. The Sevilla players arrived early by bus in Valencia, Spain. Tonight at 8 o'clock, Sevilla would face Levante at the Valencia City Stadium for their first La Liga clash. Shortly after 5 o'clock, under the guidance of assistant coach Antoine, the Sevilla players arrived at the match venue for their customary warm-up training. About an hour later, the players returned to the locker room, and at that moment, Alvarez officially announced the long-prepared starting lineup. Su Yuanqing, Rakiti. As Alvarez began to read the names, he mentioned Su Yuanqing and Rakiti first, yet Su Yuanqing felt little surprise. He had been prepared for this moment. Conversely, Rakiti's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile as he began to rub his hands together in eager anticipation for the match to commence. As the commencement of the match drew near, Alvarez unexpectedly approached Su Yuanqing's side. He gently patted Su Yuanqing on the shoulder and said with a measured tone, Su, play well. I have faith that you can assist the team in scoring. Su Yuanqing nodded in a gesture of acknowledgement. 10 minutes later, the starting players from both teams lined up in an orderly fashion within the players' tunnel, holding hands with the ball boys as they awaited the referee's signal to take the field. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia Sports Studio, commentator Zhang Jun and his longtime partner Zhang Lu commenced their live broadcast. Welcome, dear fans in the streaming room, to the first round of the 2010 to 2011 La Liga season, where Levante hosts Sevilla in an exhilarating encounter. Chapter 27. Levante takes the lead. Is a substitution imminent? The starting players of both teams have stepped onto the pitch under the guidance of the referee. Oh, it's Su Yuanqing. He has astonishingly made it to the starting lineup. After a 2-match absence, Su Yuanqing finally finds himself included in Sevilla's squad, earning his first start for the team. Let us anticipate a captivating performance from Su Yuanqing this evening. Meanwhile, fans from Huaxia, watching the live broadcast, are fervently typing comments in excitement. Su Yuanqing is starting? Has Alvarez truly seen the light? At last, we've waited for you, Su. This night has not been in vain. Let us strive for a goal. I would willingly exchange my roommate's decade of singlehood for a goal from Su Yuanqing. Within the stands of Valencia City Stadium, numerous Sevilla supporters also noticed Su Yuanqing's presence in the starting lineup. Alvarez has finally allowed this Huaxia player to start. You may not be aware, but this player boasts an impressive winning record with Sevilla. He has yet to lose a match. It must be just a coincidence, right? Those victories weren't solely his doing. With Fabiano injured and unable to play, I can't help but feel a bit anxious. Levante isn't particularly strong. Perhaps we can end our 3-match losing streak today. Go Sevilla. Before long, the pre-match ceremony concluded, and both teams arranged themselves on the field. Su Yuanqing, experiencing the thrill of his first start for Sevilla, understood the importance of seizing this opportunity. He forced himself to calm down and swiftly entered the competitive mindset. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the first match of La Liga officially commenced. Sevilla took the initial kickoff, with Su Yuanqing standing in the center circle, passing the ball back to Rakitic before making a rapid advance towards the heart of Levant's defense. Aware of Sevilla's recent struggles, Levant was eager to secure a brilliant opening victory. Consequently, they charged forward aggressively, engaging Sevilla in a midfield battle. Sevilla, driven by Alvarez's desire for a decisive victory, refused to retreat into a defensive stance and opted instead to launch a fierce offensive against Levant. During the initial phase of the match, Sevilla's players, leveraging their exceptional individual skills, maintained control of the ball, skillfully shifting Levant's defense while awaiting an opportunity to exploit. It is well known that when one side is shifting the ball, the defending side must swiftly adjust their formation. Otherwise, they risk exposing gaps. If even one player among the three lines fails to keep pace, it creates a significant opening. Sevilla was poised to seize such an opportunity. However, just 7 minutes in, a misplaced through ball from Sevilla's midfielder Romeric failed to reach Canut and was intercepted by Levant's defensive midfielder, igniting a counterattack. Levant advanced the ball swiftly toward the center circle. Their midfielder, Poliado, after assessing his teammates' positions, launched a long pass aimed behind Sevilla's defenders. Boom! Levant's forward successfully evaded the offside trap, skillfully carrying the ball into Sevilla's penalty area. By the 18th minute, Sevilla's defense remained relatively focused. Captain Varna quickly retraced his steps to interfere with Levant's forward. Instead of seeking personal glory, he passed the ball to a teammate advancing on the right flank. Sevilla's defense was evidently more vulnerable on the right. The Levant player, receiving the ball, seized the moment before Sevilla and Oppos's defenders could close in, unleashing a curling shot towards the far corner of Sevilla's goalkeeper, Palop. Swish! Palop lunged to make the save, but the shot eluded him, finding the back of the net with a crisp sound. A goal. The weaker Levant took advantage of a counterattack opportunity in the 18th minute, striking first on the scoreboard. The scoring Levant player quickly made his way to the corner area, celebrating with his teammates, and the Levant fans in the stands erupted in cheers. Levant! Levant! On the sidelines, Sevilla's coach, Alvarez, felt a chill as he watched the Levant players celebrating in the corner. With the match not yet 20 minutes old, Levant had already broken the deadlock. The current situation on the pitch was clearly contrary to his ambitions of a significant victory over Levant. But what could he do? He was already fighting against all odds, especially with his key forward injured. Regardless, he yearned for victory to secure his position as head coach. Without dwelling on sorrow, Alvarez quickly rallied his players to continue their aggressive assault after the match resumed. Sevilla maintained their offensive posture, while Levant, now a goal up, remained calm, solidifying their defense and preparing for quick counterattacks. In the following moments, an increasingly anxious Sevilla struggled to create significant opportunities. Conversely, Levant capitalized on several swift counterattacks, causing Alvarez to break into a cold sweat. If Levant scored again, his job would surely be on the line. As the match reached the 42nd minute, with only 3 minutes left in regular time, Alvarez's frustration peaked upon witnessing Su Yuanqing miss a long-range shot. His discontent with Su Yuanqing had sunk to an all-time low. Throughout the first half, Sevilla's forwards seemed disjointed, failing to unite in launching any threatening attempts against Levant. With Canut's wealth of experience overshadowing the youthful inexperience of Su Yuanqing, Alvarez naturally attributed the shortcomings to him. It appeared a substitution was on the horizon. Shaking his head, Alvarez spoke to his assistant coach, Antoine. Currently, only Canut can hold the forward line. We will substitute Su in the second half. Before Alvarez could finish his thought, a sudden uproar erupted from the crowd. He paused, turning his gaze back to the pitch. Boom! Sevilla, maintaining pressure, had finally seized an opportunity. Captain Navas, with keen eyesight, identified a gap in Levant's midfield and delivered a penetrating through ball into the attacking zone. Rakitic, positioned as an attacking midfielder, expertly controlled the ball before turning to assess the situation on the field. The right flank was evidently open. Without hesitation, he executed a precise short pass to the advancing Zakora. Upon receiving the ball, Zakora wasted no time. He drove forward, reaching the byline before delivering a perfectly arced cross towards the center. Chapter 28. The Equalizer. Once again that young man from Huaxia. In the central area, the Levant players paid little heed to this cross. In their eyes, The Huaxia forward near the right flank had made no significant impact during the first half, and there was no way the ball could fortuitously land at Knut's feet, posing no threat whatsoever. The towering center back positioned at the front post could easily contest and clear the ball. However, at that moment, a figure clad in the number 66 jersey suddenly surged forward, charging towards the front post. He leapt high into the air, standing out with an astonishing elevation, surveying the Levant penalty area from above. Panic ensued among the Levant players, but it was too late to intervene, and there was nothing they could do. Thud! Su Yuanqing, seizing the moment before the Levant center back, soared to an incredible height and connected with the ball, deftly redirecting it towards the left side of the penalty area. The ball sped through the air with remarkable velocity, following an elusive trajectory, landing unexpectedly at the feet of forward Knut. Thud! The pass was impeccably delivered, and Knut required no adjustment, merely lifting his right foot for a stunning volley. Levant's goalkeeper Munier's face paled as he desperately hurled himself toward the ball. Yet, regrettably, he was a split second too late. Swish! The ball sailed into the top left corner of the net, and the stadium was momentarily engulfed in a spell of disbelief. Everything unfolded so suddenly. No one anticipated Sevilla would accelerate the pace, Su Yuanqing would make a timely assist, and Knut's volley would find the back of the net. The entire sequence transpired in less than 10 seconds. Yet, in the next instant, an uproarious cheer erupted throughout the circular stadium. Oi-che-che-che-che-che-che. All the distant Sevilla supporters leapt from their seats, wildly waving their arms and shouting with unrestrained joy. No one had foreseen that as the first half drew to a close, Sevilla would manage to equalize. My goodness. Once again, it was that Huaxia lad. Such terrifying leaping ability. Why didn't T. Alvarez start him sooner? At the very least, he should have had a reasonable amount of playing time. Number 66, what is his name? It feels as though he has rescued the team time after time. The score is level. We still have a chance in the second half. The exuberant Sevilla supporters vociferously chanted in the stands. On the sidelines, Alvarez, who had just been critical of Su Yuanqing's average performance, promptly sealed his lips, swallowing the words he had yet to finish. The situation on the field seemed to play a grand joke on him. The player he had scorned, Su Yuanqing, had just helped the team equalize moments before his planned substitution. Perhaps a significant victory over Levant was a distant hope, but at the very least, Su Yuanqing had ensured Sevilla would not lose the match. Meanwhile, Knut, who had scored, exuberantly sprinted to the corner flag to celebrate. Many Sevilla fans began to chant Knut's name, but they understood that the true hero of this goal was Su Yuanqing. Without Su Yuanqing's crucial contribution, Knut would not have had such a close opportunity to shoot. It appeared that Su Yuanqing, unselfishly, had set him up for success. Shortly after Sevilla equalized, the match entered halftime. Alvarez awaited Su Yuanqing's triumphant return at the dressing room door, and upon his arrival, the Sevilla coach warmly embraced him. Su, you played remarkably well in the first half. I knew you could do it. You did not disappoint me. Su Yuanqing offered only a smile in response, fully aware that this was not Alvarez and Apos' genuine sentiment. Had it not been for Fabiano and Apos' injury, he would surely not have started tonight. Thus, Su Yuanqing owed his gratitude primarily to Fabiano. Inside the dressing room, the previously somber atmosphere brightened considerably with laughter and cheer, thanks to Su Yuanqing's equalizing goal. Team captain Navas lavished praise on Su Yuanqing, encouraging the players to give their all in the second half. 15 minutes swiftly passed, and both teams returned to the pitch for the next round of competition. Levant's coach had also motivated his players during halftime, and it was evident they were spirited and eager for victory. In the first 10 minutes of the second half, Levant altered their strategy, breaking from their usual defensive posture and engaging Sevilla in fierce midfield battles. However, after a few near misses that almost resulted in defensive failures for Levant, the match began to lose its luster. In the 75th minute, Levant players faltered once more. Sevilla and Apos' midfielder Rakitic succeeded in a high-pressure interception, regaining possession of the ball. A swift pass found its way to Perotti, the Sevilla forward, a fleet-footed winger, who maneuvered the ball deftly toward Levant's penalty area. Just as Perotti was about to breach the box, Levant and Apos' midfielder Polito, with no hesitation, executed a reckless tackle from behind, taking both the player and the ball down. Beep. The referee, with sharp eyes, immediately blew the whistle for the foul, swiftly withdrawing a yellow card from his pocket. Yellow card. Polito received a yellow card. and Sevilla was awarded a prime free kick opportunity. Zakora, Renato, and Rakitic all possessed the capability to convert from a free kick. Let us see who will take the shot. In the Huaxia commentary studio, the unmistakable voice of Jean Jun resonated. After Sevilla equalized, the entire team's spirit was transformed, with free kick specialists among them. This opportunity could very well lead to a reversal. At that moment, the stadium was eerily silent. Tens of thousands of Levante fans inwardly prayed for the free kick to miss the target. Beep. As Levante's wall positioned itself, the referee signaled for the kick to be taken. Midfielder Romeric stood at the penalty spot, taking a moment to catch his breath before commencing a slow run toward the ball. Thud. The ball soared into the air, heading directly for Levante and Oppos's penalty area. Chapter 29. Like Mount Tai, history repeats itself. Focus your attention. Do not grant that Huaxia lad another opportunity. Within the Levante penalty area, their captain stood resolute, signaling to his teammates to closely mark Su Yuanqing. From the course of the match, it seemed that the offensive efforts of Sevilla's other players posed no immediate threat. Even Romeric might not directly attempt a shot on goal. Instead, it was Su Yuanqing, donning the number 66 jersey, who left all Levante players in a state of trepidation, fearing he would suddenly unleash another head-turning header. The other Levante players, sharing a similar mindset as their captain, quickly responded to his call. As the moment for the header approached, one player broke away to specifically shadow Su Yuanqing. At this moment, Su Yuanqing positioned himself at the far post, opposite Romeric's free kick. The absence of a double marking on him presented an excellent opportunity. He swiftly maneuvered, evading the defenders while searching for a suitable gap. Witnessing Su Yuanqing's fervent determination, a sense of foreboding crept into the minds of the Levante players. Several teammates rushed forward, ready to contest for the aerial ball. However, it was evidently too late. Like a mountain, his figure reappeared within the Levante penalty area. Bang! A resounding thud echoed throughout the stadium. The football soared like an arrow released from its bow, cutting through the air with a powerful trajectory aimed directly at the Levante goal. The shot was executed with precision, both in force and angle. Although it was at the height of only half the Levante goalkeeper and Oppos's body, he exerted every ounce of effort to make the save, yet only managed to graze the air. As the ball landed, a crisp sound resonated from behind him, akin to a haunting echo from the depths of hell, shattering hearts. Yay, 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 yay. Following this was the ear-splitting roar of tens of thousands of Sevilla fans erupting in jubilant celebration. Countless jerseys and streamers waved exuberantly, creating a vibrant spectacle in the stands. The Sevilla supporters, who had endured an entire match of tension, finally found release. Sevilla had taken the lead. Another classic header found its mark. In the Huaxia studio, Jean Jun exclaimed with fervor, "The goal is scored." Su Yuanqing, seizing the opportunity from a free kick, he has turned the tide against the formidable Levante. It is evident that Su Yuanqing is undoubtedly the new king of Sevilla. The expectations of Huaxia fans have not gone in vain. He is steadily transforming the narrative of Huaxia players in Europe. On the field, Su Yuanqing dashed toward the sidelines to celebrate, performing an elegant slide knee celebration. Many talented youth academy players have faded into obscurity after their debut with the first team. Yet Su Yuanqing, brimming with excitement, recognized that while this was not his first goal for Sevilla, it was indeed his inaugural goal in his debut match, holding profound significance for him. As Sevilla players gathered around Su Yuanqing in celebration, the Levante players stood frozen on the field, hands on hips, their expressions filled with desolation. A few defenders exchanged glances, shaking their heads in bittersweet acknowledgement. While the forwards were perhaps more astonished by Su Yuanqing's efficiency, the defenders, having faced him directly, understood all too well the terrifying nature of his aerial prowess. The dominance he exerted in the air left them unwilling to confront him again. The match soon resumed. Levante appeared momentarily stunned, retreating into their half, while resolutely adopting a defensive counterattack. Perhaps the coach's hopes had finally been dashed, even against a tumultuous Sevilla. They were unable to secure a winning start in La Liga. Among the opposing players, that Huaxia lad was the key obstacle to Levante's victory. On the sidelines, Levante's coach cast a resentful glance towards Su Yuanqing. As the players' stamina waned, the pace of the match naturally slowed, leading to a less thrilling encounter. Spectators in the stands began to voice their dissatisfaction regarding the match's excitement, and amidst this clamor, the referee blew the final whistle. Beep, beep, beep. 3 long whistles signaled the conclusion of the match. As Sevilla players erupted in celebration, Preparing to return to the locker room, an unexpected announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Sevilla Football Club had declared on their official website that head coach Alvarez had been dismissed. Returning to the locker room after exchanging pleasantries with Levant's coach, Alvarez was equally taken aback by this news. He had not anticipated Mr. Carmona, the chairman, to show such mercilessness. Without a decisive victory over Levant, he had indeed been swept out the door. Undoubtedly, this would mark a blemish on Alvarez's coaching history. Inside the locker room, the players noted Alvarez's grim demeanor and opted not to celebrate their opening victory in La Liga. Instead, it was Captain Navas who took the lead in bidding farewell to Alvarez. Su Yuanqing followed suit, offering the coach a heartfelt embrace. "Su, if I had utilized you earlier, perhaps Sevilla would not have lost the Spanish Super Cup title and the qualification for the Champions League," Alvarez murmured, not waiting for a response before silently departing the locker room, skipping the post-match press conference. Regarding Alvarez's situation, Su Yuanqing felt uncertain. Based on historical patterns, Sevilla and Oppos's string of defeats had warranted the coach and Oppos's dismissal. The only variable was Su Yuanqing himself. Yet he pondered whether his current abilities could truly alter the course of history. He doubted it, but perhaps if he persevered in Sevilla for a few more seasons, he might indeed carve out a name for himself in La Liga. At that time, Guardiola might regret his decision to part with him, and the status quo could be upended. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuanqing had begun to anticipate that day. Chapter 30. Manzano assumes office. Meets Su Yuanqing after Sevilla's thrilling comeback victory over Levant secured their first win of the season. Fans were expected to celebrate with exuberance. However, the official announcement of head coach Alvarez's dismal departure shifted the focus to the selection of his successor. The question of who would take the helm at Sevilla became a hot topic in La Liga. Yet, Sevilla did not prolong this suspense for long. The following morning, President Carmona announced on the club's official website that former Mallorca coach Manzano would become the new head coach of Sevilla. Major Spanish media outlets promptly reported the news. Breaking news. Sevilla and Oppos's coach Alvarez has been dismissed. Tonight, and Oppos's match against Levant marked Alvarez and Oppos's final game in charge as team triumphs. Yet, coach Alvarez has been relieved of duty. Sevilla's new head coach is the renowned Manzano. Marca finally, he's gone. Alvarez has stepped down. Sevilla is about to enter the Manzano era. Mundo Deportivo in the team dormitory, Su Yuanqing lay in bed, repeatedly refreshing his phone for updates on Alvarez's dismissal, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Despite Alvarez's obstinate coaching style, which often excluded Su from the squad, he had also offered him opportunities. Without Alvarez, Su might have remained a mere spectator on the bench. He felt a pang of regret at Alvarez's exit, but also a flicker of hope for the arrival of Manzano, which meant that all players would begin anew on an equal footing. Su Yuanqing anticipated he might have more chances to play, and the thought filled him with excitement. As Su drifted into slumber, Chinese media began to circulate the Spanish reports. On the Dongxiu forum, fans discussed the implications of the new coach's arrival for Su Yuanqing. What on earth is Sevilla doing? The team just secured a significant victory, and the coach is dismissed? Su just earned Alvarez and Oppos's trust. Alas, it seems we must start from scratch. I hear Manzano favors young talent. Perhaps Su Yuanqing will find more opportunities under him. Su has been Sevilla's lucky charm. The team has never lost when he plays. Surely, the new coach will notice his contributions. As the Chinese fans asserted, Manzano noticed Su Yuanqing and Oppos's presence from his very first day with the team. The next day, on a training day, Sevilla's players arrived punctually at the training facility by 9 in the morning. Soon after, new coach Manzano, accompanied by his assistant team and President Carmona, arrived at the training ground. I believe you are all aware that Mr. Manzano is the new coach. Let us warmly welcome him. At Carmona's suggestion, all Sevilla players applauded vigorously. Following this, Carmona turned to Manzano and said, "Mr. Manzano, I want to intrude on your training. Should you encounter any issues at the club, feel free to contact me." Manzano nodded in acknowledgement. Once Carmona departed, Sevilla and Oppos's training officially commenced. However, rather than conducting a standard training session, Manzano opted to hold individual discussions with each player. Players called by Antoine would sit beside Manzano to converse, while those not called would engage in light jogging and warm-ups. Manzano's efficiency in these discussions was commendable, averaging a meeting with one player every 10 minutes. The first to be called was team captain Navas, followed by forward Perotti. and the third player summoned was Su Yuanqing. Su, come here quickly. Antoine called out to the jogging Su Yuanqing. Caught off guard, Su had not anticipated such an early meeting with Manzano, particularly as he was not yet a regular starter and was still a newcomer. He had expected to be among the last to be called and was unprepared. Upon hearing Antoine call his name, he quickly jogged over to the bench. Hello, coach. I am Su. Su Yuanqing stood before Manzano, bowing respectfully in introduction. Manzano appraised Su from head to toe, a satisfied expression emerging on his face. Chapter 31. The first home game. Will he continue to start? Manzano gestured for Su Yuanqing to take a seat. Then, the newly appointed coach of Sevilla assessed him with a keen gaze before speaking slowly. Su, I have watched your previous matches. Your aerial ability is exceptional, particularly evident in your last game, where you scored a goal, making you the team's highest scoring forward. I hope you can maintain this form. Naturally, Su Yuanqing felt a surge of excitement at Manzano's praise. However, what followed left him in disbelief. In my tactical philosophy, the team must have a center forward, a role that not only scores but also drops back to orchestrate play. Our next opponent will be Deportivo La Coruña, whose average defensive height is around 183 centimeters, making them vulnerable in the air. Manzano smiled at Su Yuanqing and continued to elaborate. Therefore, in the upcoming match against La Coruña, we will implement a strategy of long passes to exploit aerial opportunities and apply pressure on their defense. Currently, many fans are saying that if you play, Sevilla will surely win. What do you think? Su Yuanqing patted his chest and assured Manzano with conviction. Rest assured, coach. As long as you give me the chance to play, I will exert every effort to help the team secure victory. Manzano nodded, clearly pleased with Su Yuanqing's attitude. Before concluding their conversation, he stood and patted Su Yuanqing on the shoulder, saying, There are 2 days until the match against La Coruña. Prepare well in these 2 days. You will be in the starting lineup. Do not let me down. Understood, coach. I will perform to the best of my ability. Su Yuanqing responded with confidence. After the meeting, he returned to the training ground, where Rakiti and Debo approached him. Rakiti curiously inquired, Su, what did the new coach discuss with you? Please share. Debo chimed in. Yes, you are the third player to have a meeting with the coach. And since it lasted so long, he must have shared a lot of information. Hurry, spill the beans. A smile crept onto Su Yuanqing's face as he leisurely replied to Rakiti and Debo. Guys, I'm going to be in the starting lineup for the next match. Really? Is that true? The new coach is making you a starter? What about Fabiano? Is he your substitute now? Rakiti and Debo and Apos' faces reflected shock, mingled with a hint of envy. For Su Yuanqing, the trust bestowed upon him by the new coach was beyond his expectations. He was determined not to disappoint Manzano and worked diligently during training. Su Yuanqing was somewhat familiar with Manzano, having known that the coach had previously managed several clubs in China, including Beijing Goan and Shanghai Shenhua. Although he had not led these teams to championships, he had left a significant impression on Chinese fans. While Su Yuanqing conversed with Rakiti and Debo, assistant coach Antoine approached Manzano, gently reminding him, Coach, Su indeed possesses remarkable scoring ability, but if he starts, what will happen to Fabiano? He is our star player. Manzano had evidently contemplated this issue beforehand and responded thoughtfully. Fabiano is undoubtedly more lethal in attack, but he has just recovered from injury. Rushing him back into the starting lineup could risk a re-injury. After a pause, he continued, I have already spoken with him. He is willing to come off the bench in the next match, and Su Yuanqing has been in excellent form lately. Every match he has played, Sevilla has emerged victorious. Even if Su does not perform well in the next game, we can substitute in Fabiano. Antoine, rest assured. Everything is under control. Upon hearing this, assistant coach Antoine fell silent. Subsequently, Manzano held discussions with Rakiti and several key players. In his conversation with Rakiti, Manzano first acknowledged his skills. I have watched numerous matches in the Bundesliga, and you perform admirably. As a midfielder, you are versatile, capable of both defense and attack, and your stamina is impressive. Thus, you will be the core of our midfield in the future. Rakiti's face lit up with a smile. But Manzano's next words felt like a splash of cold water. However, I do not wish to alter the current midfield configuration just yet. In the upcoming matches, you will have opportunities to come off the bench. To be candid, Rakiti felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to receive the same attention from Manzano as Su Yuanqing did, only to find himself relegated to a substitute role. Upon returning to the training ground, Rakiti wore a sullen expression. Su Yuanqing, perceptive to Rakiti and Apos, mood? Asked Ivan. Why the long face? Didn't and Oppos. The coach put you in the starting lineup? Rakiti nodded, weakly responding. I feel like the new coach is just stringing me along. He keeps emphasizing my strength, yet in the end, I and Oppos am still a substitute. It and Oppos, infuriating. Su Yuanqing calmly reassured him. Take it easy. As long as you make the most of your limited playing time, I believe Coach Manzano will eventually start you. Therefore, focus on training and maintaining your best form. Sooner or later, we will fight side by side. All right. After their exchange, Su Yuanqing poured all his energy into training. After meeting with all the players in the morning, Manzano initiated formal training in the afternoon. Given Manzano's coaching style, which favors defensive counterattacks and long passes, the afternoon session was entirely dedicated to long ball drills. Throughout these 2 days of training, every Sevilla player exerted themselves with utmost diligence, eager to leave a lasting impression on the new coach. Unbeknownst to them, the second round of La Liga was fast approaching. The upcoming match against Deportivo La Coruña would be Sevilla's first home game of the season. Chapter 32. The Consequences of Wasted Opportunities. The arrow is drawn back. September 13th, newly appointed Sevilla faced their first home match of the season, coinciding with Manzano's inaugural game as the head coach. Their opponent was Deportivo La Coruña, who had drawn with Zaragoza in their first outing. Thus, La Coruña was eager to secure their first victory of the season against Sevilla. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Su Yuanqing arrived at the training ground as usual, having been informed by Manzano that he would be starting in the evening's match. To perform splendidly and leave a lasting impression on the new coach, Su resolved to maximize his heading ability. For the past few days, he had been arriving an hour early to train, putting in considerable effort with the assistance of Rakiti. Before long, his shirt was soaked with sweat. Fortunately, diligence paid off. After a rigorous 3-hour training session, Su's heading attribute was finally perfected. In the afternoon, after a brief training session, Sevilla and Oppos players boarded the bus to the Ram N.S. Nche Pizju N Stadium. By 6:00 and Oppos clock, the players gradually entered the locker room, where assistant coach Antoine had received the latest starting lineup. Forwards, Su Yuanqing, Perotti. Goalkeeper, Palop. Su was undoubtedly included in the starting 11. Upon hearing the lineup, another starting forward, Canout, wore a look of skepticism and could not help but question Antoine, assistant coach. Why am I partnering with Su? Why isn't Fabiano starting? Canout's public skepticism cast a heavy atmosphere over the locker room, with all eyes turning to the new head coach, Manzano. Manzano maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any visible emotion. This decision is the result of discussions with my coaching staff. We believe Su will fulfill his role effectively in the match. His tone brooked no argument. I am the head coach and will select the most suitable players according to my tactics. I do not wish for anyone to question this lineup. If you do not accept it, you may leave the team. Upon hearing these words, Canout fell silent. Though Manzano defended Su Yuanqing in the locker room, it was evident that some players still held a dismissive attitude towards him. Su was aware of this but remained unfazed, brimming with confidence in his abilities. He intended to earn his teammates' trust through his actions. At 7:30 in the evening, the starting players of Sevilla and La Coruña emerged from the tunnel. The atmosphere in the Pizju N Stadium was electric, with nearly 50,000 fans in attendance. Achieving near full capacity, Sevilla and Oppos supporters showed great respect for the new coach, hoping the team would embark on the right path under Manzano's guidance. Oh, Su is starting again. It seems Manzano is quite bold to field a young player in his first match. Su performed exceptionally well in the last game against Levante. I hope he continues to score. It's absolutely right to start Su. Remember, Sevilla has never lost a match when he plays. Amidst the cheers of the fans, the clash between Sevilla and La Coruña officially commenced. At this moment, Su Yuanqing and Canout stood together at the center circle, preparing for the kickoff. Su, play well. Just don't turn into a soft-shell crab once the match starts. Canout's tone dripped with sarcasm. Su Yuanqing replied with a cold smile. You should focus on your own performance first. As soon as Su finished speaking, the referee's whistle signaled the start of the match. Su promptly passed the ball back to a teammate in the midfield and immediately dashed into La Coruña and Oppos' penalty area, awaiting his opportunity. Meanwhile, far away in China, commentator Zhang Jun had just introduced the starting lineups for both teams. It seems the new Sevilla coach holds Su Yuanqing in high regard, starting him in his first match. I hope Su leaves a profound impression on Manzano tonight. Guest commentator Zhang Lu chimed in with a chuckle. If Alvarez had been as perceptive as Manzano and started Su earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have been dismissed. As Zhang and John chatted, Sevilla and Opos' offensive surge towards La Corua and Opos' penalty area. Midfielder Zakora launched a long pass, but chose to target Canout, who was tightly marked, rather than the more strategically positioned Su. After all, Canout was far more renowned. In the penalty area, Canout struggled to win the first touch against two La Corua defenders, but chose to attempt a header on goal instead of passing to Su, who was in an advantageous position. Canout's header was from a considerable distance and faced interference from two La Corua defenders, making it a challenging attempt. Indeed, the outcome was as one might expect. The goalkeeper of La Corua easily collected the ball. In the Chinese studio, Zhang Jun expressed his frustration into the microphone. Canout's decision-making on that attack was truly poor. If he had directed the ball to Su, who was making an intelligent run, we might have seen a goal from this attack. In football, there is a saying, wasting opportunities will lead to punishment. Shortly thereafter, Sevilla faced such a penalty. In the 16th minute of the match, a passing error occurred in Sevilla's midfield. Guarente intended to pass to Perotti but overhit it, allowing La Corua's main midfielder, Guardado, to intercept the ball. In an instant, La Corua seized the opportunity for a counterattack. Guardado's accurate long pass found striker Demar, who was poised just outside the penalty area, ready to strike. The arrow is drawn back. Chapter 33. Apologies and Canute's efforts to mend relations. As the forward from La Corua prepared to execute a shot, the Sevilla defense was in utter disarray. The two center-backs, C. Series and Conco, rushed to confront Demar, attempting to block with their bodies. Unexpectedly, Demar deftly nudged the ball with his left foot, sending it to another forward, Adrien Elpez. As the number 10 for La Corua, Elpez showcased remarkable skill, unleashing a strike from the right side of the penalty area without letting the ball touch the ground. In an instant, the ball pierced through the fingers of Sevilla's goalkeeper. Elpez. The visiting La Corua took the lead. 1-0. The goal was scored by number 10, Adrien Elpez. At that moment, Sevilla's defense completely collapsed. It seemed that Coach Manzano's arrival had not brought any new defensive strategies to Sevilla. After the commentator Zhang Jun finished speaking, his co-commentator, Zhang Lu, with his characteristic laughter, added, "Hee, it appears that Manzano is destined to face his first defeat since taking office today." In the last 10 minutes, Sevilla had been dominant yet unable to score, and now that La Corua had netted a goal, they would undoubtedly bolster their defense. It was becoming increasingly challenging for Sevilla to secure a victory. Following the restart, the broadcast occasionally focused on Manzano standing on the sidelines. The camera captured the complex emotions etched on his face. In the ensuing 15 minutes, Sevilla and Opos' offense, as Zhang Lu had predicted, was vigorous yet fruitless. Sevilla boasted a staggering 76 possession and had managed at least 5 attempts on goal. However, none of these attempts posed a threat to La Corua's net. Unbeknownst to them, the match had progressed to the 35th minute, with merely 10 minutes remaining in the first half. At this juncture, La Corua and Opos' coach decided to have the attacking players retreat to participate in defense, forming an impenetrable barricade. This undoubtedly made it exceedingly difficult for Sevilla to mount an offensive. Canute found himself closely guarded by at least 2 La Corua players, leaving him devoid of space to shoot. As the first half neared its conclusion, Canute's frustration began to spill over onto his new partner, Su Yuanqing. "Su, move more. Create space for me. Stop encroaching on my territory," he shouted, his dissatisfaction with his new teammate palpable. In that moment, Canute found himself reminiscing about Fabiano. With the first half drawing to a close, Manzano mirrored Canute and Opos' anxious demeanor, pacing back and forth on the sidelines. His mind was in turmoil. Sevilla's players pressed forward in a desperate attempt to equalize, leaving their defense vulnerable. Should La Corua seize the opportunity to counterattack, they could very well extend their lead. If Sevilla fell 2 goals behind, Manzano's inaugural match would likely end in defeat. Additionally, he harbored discontent with Su Yuanqing's performance, contemplating substituting him during halftime. Throughout the first half, Su Yuanqing felt isolated on the front line due to his teammates' lack of trust, rendering him an outsider to the team's tactics. Manzano even began to regret starting Su Yuanqing. Assistant coach Antoine noticed Manzano's distress and approached him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Head up, there's still time. Don and Amp, Opos, lose your composure. On paper, we are stronger than La Corua. Victory is within our grasp. However, Barely had Antoine finished his reassuring words when Manzano retorted, "It's a bit precarious. Su's performance has been dismal. It's as if we are a man down with him on the pitch. Perhaps he needs to sit out for a while." At that moment, Sevilla earned a corner kick, taken by their captain, Navas. Initially, the captain intended to pass to the more renowned Canute, but his execution faltered slightly. The ball soared over Su Yuanqing and Oppo's head. However, Su found himself positioned at the near post, and with two La Corua defenders looming behind him, the angle for a header was far from ideal. Just as all the La Corua defenders brimmed with confidence, believing Su's header would sail out of bounds, he made an unconventional choice. Instead of attempting a direct header, he lightly flicked the ball. In an instant, it sailed toward the center, landing at Canute's feet. Opportunity. Canute seized the flicked header and launched a powerful strike. Bam! The ball successfully found its way into La Corua's net. 1-1. Sevilla had finally leveled the score. After scoring, Canute did not immediately celebrate. Instead, he rushed to Su Yuanqing, wearing an awkward smile. "Su, that was a brilliant pass. I was too eager earlier. Your heading ability is truly commendable." Evidently, Canute, acknowledging Su Yuanqing's exceptional header, sought to mend their relationship. The Malian forward understood that without Su's flick, he would have never had the chance to score. Su merely nodded and patted Canute's shoulder. "No worries, I didn't take your words to heart. Let's keep pushing, we're not ahead yet." Meanwhile, on the Sevilla bench, Manzano was elated, exuberantly grabbing Antoine, and the two old men embraced tightly. In a distant studio in Huaxia, commentator Zhang Jun was shouting with fervor, "They and Oppo's VE leveled the score. Mali's towering forward, Canute, has breached La Corua's defense, with the assist delivered by Su Yuanqing." After nearly 40 minutes of silence, Su has finally sprung to life. Following the restart, the visiting La Corua appeared increasingly anxious, unwilling to relinquish the 3 points they had in hand. They pressed forward, attempting to threaten Sevilla's goal. However, La Corua's attacking strategy was alarmingly one-dimensional, primarily relying on number 10 forward Adri and El Pez's positioning in front of the goal. Sevilla's center-backs maintained unwavering focus, ensuring that at least 2 players marked Adri and El Pez at all times. Under such tight defense, this prominent forward from La Corua found himself without opportunities. Seeing their attacks fail to pose a threat to Sevilla's goal, La Corua began to commit more players forward, even pushing their 2 fullbacks up the pitch. However, such boldness could lead to vulnerabilities, and as the first half neared its conclusion, Sevilla seized an opportunity for a counterattack. Chapter 34. A decisive blow against La Corua. Connection with friends. Midfielder Zakora executed a swift interception, immediately distributing the ball to the flanking captain, Navas, who sprinted with remarkable speed, quickly reaching La Corua's half. Simultaneously, 2 Sevilla forwards, Canute and Su Yuanqing, had positioned themselves strategically within La Corua's penalty area. Su Yuanqing moved towards the near post, while Canute advanced through the center. Navas found himself with 2 potential passing options. As La Corua's defenders closed in on him, the Sevilla captain had little time for contemplation. With a decisive strike, Navas chose to pass to Canute in the middle. The ball arced gracefully above La Corua's penalty area, landing perfectly on Canute's head. Navas's delivery was nothing short of impeccable. This presented a prime opportunity for Sevilla to score. All Canute needed to do was direct the ball into the net. However, in a shocking turn of events, Canute's header went awry. He aimed for too acute an angle, causing the ball to brush past the left post and out of bounds. At that moment, a resounding chorus of boos erupted from the stands of the Pizjuan Stadium. Thousands of Sevilla fans clasped their heads in disbelief, unable to fathom how Canute squandered such a golden opportunity. What? He couldn't score that? "Canute, you are the bane of Sevilla," exclaimed one incredulous fan. "My goodness, I can hardly believe Canute's blunder." Sevilla supporters exchanged glances, their faces etched with disappointment. On the Sevilla bench, Coach Manzano had even begun to celebrate, only to see Canute ruin everything. Undoubtedly, despair clouded Manzano's heart at that moment. In the Huaxia sports studio, commentator Zhang Jun shouted hoarsely, "Canute's header. The ball has gone out. He actually missed. An unbelievable miss. Frankly, scoring that was easier than missing." The barrage of comments from Huaxia fans began to flood in. "Even my grandmother could have scored that. He should have passed to Su Yuanqing at the near post instead. Canute is useless. That header was a beautiful clearance. This guy would surely have a brighter future as a center back than a forward. Canute is a traitor." As Canute's wayward header sailed out, The referee signaled the end of the first half. Sevilla was temporarily tied 1-1 with La Corua at home. Back in the locker room, Canut promptly apologized to all his teammates. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained tense. During the 15-minute halftime, Manzano continually emphasized the importance of attacking. When the second half commenced, he opted not to make substitutions, granting Canut another chance. However, the dynamics of the match shifted dramatically in the second half. La Corua, playing away, unleashed a barrage towards Sevilla and Opos' goal. In the 55th and 60th minutes, La Corua and Opos' star forward, Adrián López, unleashed two highly threatening shots. Fortunately, Sevilla's goalkeeper delivered a series of world-class saves, preventing La Corua from altering the scoreline. Following their failed offensive attempt, La Corua swiftly adjusted their formation. With all players, including forwards, retreating to their half, they adopted a defensive strategy, aiming to maintain the 1-1 draw until the final whistle. For La Corua, securing a point at Sevilla's home ground was a satisfactory outcome. However, this defensive setup posed challenges for Sevilla's players. Despite enjoying significant possession, Sevilla, much like in the first half, failed to create meaningful threats against La Corua's goal. Canut, towering above at over 190 centimeters, continually found himself thwarted in aerial duels, often surrounded by at least two La Corua defenders. Since the start of the second half, Canut had scarcely had a chance to shoot. Time gradually slipped away. On the bench, Sevilla's leading forward, Fabiano, began to warm up, indicating Manzano's intent to make substitutions. Finally, in the 75th minute, Sevilla made their first substitution. Fabiano replaced Canut. However, the Brazilian striker had just returned from injury, leaving questions about his match fitness. Jean-June seemed skeptical about Fabiano's potential. Indeed, Fabiano's performance after his introduction mirrored Canut's, if not worse. In the 80th minute, he squandered a one-on-one opportunity, shooting directly into the goalkeeper's arms. After this miss, the faces of Sevilla fans fell, as if they had lost all hope for the match. Meanwhile, on the Sevilla bench, Manzano paced anxiously, contemplating another change. In the 85th minute, Riquelme was brought on to replace Sikora. At this point, the match was approaching its final moments. Both Sevilla and La Corua players were pushing their limits in a desperate bid to achieve their respective objectives. In the 88th minute, Sevilla exchanged passes in midfield until the ball reached Riquelme. At that moment, Su Yuqing raised his right hand and moved towards the goal. As a close friend, Riquelme understood Su Yuqing's positioning well. Without hesitation, he delivered a precise long ball over the heads of La Corua's defenders, perfectly landing at Su Yuqing's feet. By the time La Corua's center-back reacted, Su Yuqing had already completed a diving header. Bang! As La Corua's goalkeeper rushed out, Su Yuqing's header zipped past him. Swish! The ball found its mark. Chapter 35. Unbeaten, the hero. At this moment, the goalkeeper of La Corua found himself utterly helpless, with nothing left to do but watch the ball soar into the net. In the 88th minute of the match, Su Yuanqing executed a spectacular diving header, securing Sevilla's second goal. The scoreboard at the Pizjuan Stadium was transformed, 2-1. Sevilla had finally taken the lead. Following his goal, Su Yuanqing was engulfed in elation, exuberantly shedding his jersey before leaping over the advertising boards to plunge into the stands filled with Sevilla supporters. Soon, other Sevilla players joined him, raising their arms in jubilant celebration. The atmosphere among the Sevilla fans was electric, their voices hoarse from chanting Su Yuanqing's name. In that moment, he became the savior in the hearts of Sevilla supporters. Naturally, he was also a savior for Manzano. On the bench, Manzano finally exhaled a sigh of relief, perhaps having suppressed too many emotions. Upon Su Yuanqing's decisive goal, even the usually composed Manzano displayed uncharacteristic exuberance. Meanwhile, across the vast eastern continent, fans in Huaxiao were also in a frenzy. In the studio, Jean-June shouted passionately. Rakitic received the ball in midfield and passed it. The ball sailed over the defenders' heads. In front of the goal, Su Yuanqing surged forward. A diving header. The ball is in. A last-minute victory. Su Yuanqing's goal in the 88th minute sealed the fate of La Corua. The score was now 2-1. Su Yuanqing had become Sevilla's hero. The crowd erupted. Over 50,000 Sevilla fans simultaneously shouted Su Yuanqing's name. At the moment of his goal, the live broadcast's comments surged exponentially. Fans in Huaxiao were equally ecstatic. Incredible. Su Yuanqing's last-minute goal. The plot thickened. I was almost ready to sleep. Thank goodness I didn't shut down my computer. Remarkable. What a beautiful pass. What a splendid header. Manzano should definitely show his gratitude to Su Yuanqing. A true lifesaver. Tomorrow morning, Su Yuanqing will surely be on the front page. After the restart, there were merely 5 minutes left for La Corue AS players, including stoppage time. Regrettably, La Corue failed to conjure a miracle in those final minutes. Su Yuanqing's previous goal had shattered the morale of every La Corue player. They had lost all fighting spirit. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's final whistle signaled the end of the match, and all Sevilla players instinctively rushed towards Su Yuanqing, celebrating wildly around him. The Sevilla fans in the stands vociferously chanted Su Yuanqing's name. For La Corue AS players, however, despair enveloped them. In the preceding 88 minutes, every La Corue player had performed flawlessly, but Su Yuanqing's header had ultimately altered everything. La Corue lost a point due to a lapse in marking, rendering their entire effort futile. Thus, the stadium was steeped in a dichotomy of emotions. Sevilla players embraced in celebration, while La Corue players walked with heads bowed, hastening towards the tunnel. In a post-match interview, Sevilla's new head coach Manzano praised Su Yuanqing's performance. He is a remarkable player, as long as Su is on the pitch. Sevilla has yet to lose a match. This evening, he contributed 1 goal and 1 assist, particularly his last-minute goal that rescued the team. Manzano continued. Despite Su's youth at merely 19 years, his heading ability rivals that of Klinsmann. He is destined to be a treasure for Sevilla's future. I am certain that Su will have a brilliant future ahead. While Manzano extolled Su Yuanqing, Sevilla players also showered him with compliments. In the dressing room, Sevilla players continued to chant Su Yuanqing's name. Canut, who had previously mocked Su Yuanqing before the match, approached him to apologize. He threw an arm around Su Yuanqing's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with admiration, and said, "Su, you are truly exceptional. Forgive my ignorance. You absolutely deserve to be a starter. I would even be willing to play as a substitute." Su Yuanqing smiled and replied, "No need for that. I prefer fair competition." He continued at a measured pace. "Actually, your pre-match criticism of me was quite normal, but from this day forth, I do not wish to hear any doubts, okay? No problem." Canut promptly responded. Su Yuanqing not only scored a last-minute goal in this match, but also provided an assist to Canut, leaving Canut deeply appreciative of Su Yuanqing in his heart. The following day, whether in Spain or domestically, Su Yuanqing's name dominated the headlines of the football section. In Spain, numerous prominent media outlets dedicated extensive coverage praising Su Yuanqing's performance. Sevilla battles for 88 minutes to snatch victory from La Corue. The 19-year-old Huaxiao prodigy, Su becomes the savior of Pizju in Stadium. AS newspaper Manzano's first match as coach ends in victory. The 19-year-old prodigy from the eastern continent Su ignites the Pizju in Stadium with his 88th minute goal. Mark of this night belongs to Su. With 1 goal and 1 assist, he aids Sevilla in securing consecutive wins. This young player may become Manzano's key striker. Meanwhile, domestically, nearly every football fan was now familiar with Su Yuanqing's name. CCTV5 even dedicated half an hour to showcase Su Yuanqing's performance against La Corue, with the video garnering over 1 million views online. Furthermore, Su Yuanqing's jersey sales experienced a significant surge in Huaxia. Whether online or in physical stores, his jerseys were sold out. Presently, Su Yuanqing's jersey sales even surpassed those of top stars like Rooney and Ronaldinho. After acquiring La Liga broadcasting rights, Huaxia's largest sports website, Don'tio.com, reaped substantial profits, with viewership for each Sevilla match almost 10 times that of Real Madrid and 20 times that of Barcelona. Su Yuanqing is poised to surpass the legendary Yao Ming in the domestic sports arena. Chapter 36. The Emergence of Conflict. Pressure on Manzano. After triumphing over La Corue, Sevilla is poised to face their upcoming match in the Europa League, following their elimination by Braga in the Champions League qualifiers. Sevilla's sole focus this season is on the Europa League. They have been placed in Group J, a group that can undoubtedly be labeled as the group of death. Alongside Sevilla, the formidable teams of Paris Saint-Germain and Borussia Dortmund also reside in this group, with the only comparatively weaker opponent being the Carpathians. For Sevilla to advance from this challenging group, they must secure favorable results against both Dortmund and PSG. In 1 week, Sevilla will host Paris Saint-Germain for their inaugural match in the Europa League. Having recently achieved 2 consecutive victories in the league, Sevilla hopes to maintain their fervent momentum. Conversely, Paris Saint-Germain has not been enjoying their recent exploits. Since the commencement of the new season, PSG has suffered 2 successive defeats in Ligue 1, with many fans attributing the losses to head coach Galtier. Voices calling for Galtier's dismissal have surfaced among the PSG fanbase. Fortunately, in their latest Ligue 1 encounter, PSG rediscovered their form, delivering a resounding 4-0 victory overalls. Following this emphatic win, Coach Galtier regained the trust of the Parisian supporters. A week before the match, within the confines of the Paris Saint-Germain coaching office, Galtier was diligently analyzing Sevilla's player roster alongside his assistant coach. With their recent resurgence, PSG approached the forthcoming Europa League group match with unwavering confidence. As Galtier puffed on a cigar, he listened intently to his assistant's report. Sevilla had been in fine form, achieving 2 consecutive victories in La Liga, particularly since the appointment of their new coach, Manzano, which had significantly boosted team morale. They had just scored a last-minute victory against La Coruña. Upon hearing this, Galtier furrowed his brow, for this was not a promising sign for Paris Saint-Germain. The assistant coach continued, since Manzano took over, he has entrusted the starting position to the 19-year-old player from Huaxia, who seems to have surpassed the Brazilian striker Fabiano to become Sevilla's main forward. Coach, we must closely monitor this young talent, as it was his goal that secured Sevilla's dramatic win in their last La Liga match. Galtier scoffed lightly and replied to his assistant, a player from Huaxia? What is there to fear? You are being overly anxious. After patting his assistant on the shoulder, it was evident that the PSG coach did not perceive Su Yuanqing as a threat to his team. I still believe Manzano will opt for Fabiano as his starter. Instead of focusing on the Huaxia player, it would be wiser to concentrate on Fabiano. Galtier promptly dismissed his assistant's concerns. However, the assistant was not inclined to concede easily, continuing to argue, this is a detailed report on Su, outlining his technical style. Coach, I believe it is imperative for you to take a look. Galtier took the report on Su Yuanqing, but carelessly tossed it onto his desk, reassuring his assistant, rest assured. This Huaxia forward will pose no threat to us. We are Paris Saint-Germain, not La Coruña. Do not waste time on trivial matters, understood? With Galtier's resolute stance, the assistant coach refrained from further discussion. Meanwhile, within Sevilla, tensions between Fabiano and Su Yuanqing escalated. Since Su Yuanqing displaced Fabiano as Sevilla's primary striker, the Brazilian has been discontented, despite Manzano's attempts to bolster Fabiano's morale on his first day. Seeing Su Yuanqing's name dominate the headlines of various sports publications was difficult for Fabiano to take in stride. Consequently, after the match between Sevilla and La Coruña, Fabiano sought out his agent for a meal, where he openly expressed his grievances. His agent, Cesar Soler, upon hearing Fabiano's complaints, shared in his frustration. Soler would not allow Fabiano to endure any unjust treatment at Sevilla. As Soler's star player, Fabiano's inability to secure a starting position could jeopardize both his future prospects and Soler's subsequent financial dealings. To ensure Fabiano returned to the starting lineup, Soler resolved to exert pressure on Manzano through a campaign of public opinion. That very evening, he contacted a friend at a newspaper to pen an article condemning Manzano. The new Sevilla coach's stubbornness has cast aside the team's hero, Fabiano, who was supplanted by a Huaxia player. Is this a case of discord between coach and players, or is there more to this story? Once the article was published, it quickly ignited widespread discussion among Sevilla fans. Additionally, Soler organized a significant number of Fabiano's supporters in the comments section of Sevilla's official channels, demanding accountability. The conflict pointed directly at the new coach, Manzano. In his quest to cultivate his own faction, Manzano has shamefully abandoned the team's benefactor. As a decade-long Sevilla supporter, I vehemently demand Manzano's dismissal. His obstinacy is causing Sevilla to lose a great striker. Fabiano's abilities far surpass those of Su. Had Fabiano started in the last match, Sevilla would have triumphed. Following Soler's instigation, the club's upper management swiftly took notice of the situation. The next day, club executives convened a special meeting with Manzano. Chapter 37. The Conversation. The UEFA Europa League group stage commences. Indeed, Manzano found himself in a state of vexation. As a seasoned head coach, he was acutely aware that the recent public outcry was orchestrated by Fabiano's agent, aimed at reinstating Fabiano into the starting lineup. However, if Manzano acquiesced to this demand, it would surely displease Su Yuanqing's agent, who happened to be the formidable Raiola, his reputation and influence far surpassing that of Russell Soler. In this contest of titans, It was ultimately the club and Manzano's authority within the team that would suffer. After much contemplation, Manzano resolved to engage Su Yuanqing in a candid discussion. After all, the one who ties the knot must also untie it. If he could persuade Su Yuanqing to accept a role as Fabiano's substitute, all tensions would dissipate. Following the day's training session, Manzano met with Su Yuanqing in his office. With a hint of discomfort, he addressed Su, saying, "Su, you are undoubtedly aware of the recent events surrounding the club. Fabiano's supporters besieged the club's comment section last night, and the higher-ups are quite concerned. Under this mounting pressure, I intend to have you come off the bench in the next match." Having cautiously articulated his intentions, Manzano's gaze remained fixed on Su Yuanqing, keenly observing his emotional response. To Manzano's surprise, instead of anger, Su Yuanqing maintained a calm demeanor. "I am merely a player for Sevilla FC, and you are the coach. Regardless of your decisions, I shall abide by them. Football is a game dictated by skill, not public opinion. I will earn the trust of all Sevilla fans through my performance," Su Yuanqing declared, exhibiting a level of professionalism that evidently surpassed that of Fabiano. Upon hearing Su's words, Manzano's prior apprehensions evaporated, replaced by a genuine smile. "Su, I knew I was right about you," he exclaimed, giving Su a heartfelt thumbs up. "To ensure all was well," Manzano added, "if I recall correctly, your agent is Raiola, is it not? He is quite a strong-willed individual, and I need you to manage him carefully to prevent any extreme actions, all for the good of the club." Su Yuanqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging Manzano's request. As soon as he exited Manzano's office, he received a call from Raiola. "Su, I have heard about your situation. Fabiano's underhanded tactics to secure a starting position are utterly disgraceful. Rest assured, I have a plan. I have never shied away from a media battle, and I will begin applying pressure on Sevilla FC immediately." Raiola's fervor was palpable, his frustration evident in his tone. "Let us hold off for now. The upcoming match against Paris Saint-Germain is of paramount importance, and I do not wish to complicate matters at this juncture. We shall address this after the match." Upon hearing Su Yuanqing's reasoning, Raiola chose to refrain from further comments, recognizing the need to respect his client's wishes. Time flew by, and soon it was September 17th. At 8 o'clock that evening, Sevilla was set to face Paris Saint-Germain at the Ram Nsj Pizjuan Stadium. Undoubtedly, this would be a festive occasion for Sevilla supporters. Enthusiastic fans began gathering outside the stadium as early as 1 o'clock, proudly donning Su Yuanqing's jersey, with many calling out his name to the reporters. Since Su and Apos' last-minute goal against La Corue, his stature among the fans had soared dramatically. Yet, amidst the throng of Su's admirers, there existed a faction clad in Fabiano's jersey, the die-hard supporters who intentionally distanced themselves from those wearing Su's colors. At 5 o'clock, Sevilla and Apos' team bus arrived punctually at the stadium. The players changed into their kits in the locker room before proceeding to the pitch for practice. Half an hour before the match, assistant coach Antoine announced the starting lineup. As expected, Su Yuanqing was not among the 11 starters, finding himself alongside his friend Rikidi on the substitutes bench. "Su, how is it that you're on the bench? You just scored a game-winning goal in the last match. Has Coach Manzano made a mistake?" Rikidi exclaimed, his indignation palpable. Su Yuanqing remained composed, responding calmly, "Perhaps the coach wishes to give Fabiano an opportunity. After all, he is a veteran of the team." "Nonsense. While Fabiano may have been around longer, his abilities pale in comparison to yours. Coach Manzano must be succumbing to public pressure to start Fabiano," Rikidi retorted with frustration. Su Yuanqing, however, remained unfazed, advising, "These matters are not ours to worry about. Let us focus on the game." At 7:50, players from Sevilla and Paris Saint-Germain began to step onto the pitch at Pizjuan Stadium. The stands erupted in deafening cheers as over 50,000 Sevilla fans began to sing the club anthem, their jubilant voices rallying the home team. When the starting players took the field, every Sevilla supporter erupted into ecstatic screams, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. However, it soon became apparent to the fans that something was amiss. Why is Fabiano starting? Where is Su? Is he injured? What is Manzano thinking, leaving Su on the bench? Does he not want to win? Though Fabiano was a formidable player, many in the crowd yearned to see Su on the field. Meanwhile, in a distant studio in China, the sports commentator Jean Jun was equally astonished upon reviewing Sevilla's starting lineup. What? Su Yuanqing is not starting in such a crucial match. Coach Manzano has opted to bench Su. It is well known that Su is Sevilla and Apos' lucky charm, The team has never lost a match in which he has started. Why would Manzano make such a decision tonight? Could there be underlying reasons? Chapter 38. Direct criticism in Manzano's decision to substitute upon the announcement of the starting lineups by commentator Jean Jun. The fans of Huaxiao immediately voiced their skepticism. What? Fabiano has taken Su Yuanqing and Oppo's position? What right does he have? It seems even foreigners rely on connections. Surely Fabiano has bribed Manzano. If I had known, I wouldn't have stayed up late. Damn it. Manzano should resign immediately. If it weren't for Su Yuanqing's goal in the last match, he would have been mercilessly criticized by Sevilla fans. Truly an ungrateful wretch, as the Huaxiao fans were furiously condemning Manzano in the comments. The referee had already blown the whistle to commence the match. Beep. The match began with Paris Saint-Germain playing away, exhibiting tremendous vigor. Several frontline players opted for a high-pressure strategy, rendering the Sevilla defenders incapable of passing the ball, leaving them in a dire predicament. Despite Sevilla's struggle on the field, it did not deter club president Carmona and Li Yue from engaging in conversation within the VIP box. Carmona was praising Su Yuanqing's performance to Li Yue, the Spanish general manager. Bringing in Su was undoubtedly the most astute decision the club has made. Although he did not start in this match, he has already garnered the trust of coach Manzano. Thank you, Ms. Li. This transfer has been mutually beneficial. Before Li Yue could respond, Carmona continued. Su's jersey sales in both Asia and Europe are remarkable, especially in the Huaxiao region, where they are now sold out. I hope your company can expedite production. Li Yue, with an expressionless demeanor, retorted, You needn't worry about production matters. Our company has a solution in place. However, Mr. Carmona, since you claim Su Yuanqing has earned Coach Manzano's trust, why is he not starting in this match? It was evident that Li Yue was quite displeased with Su Yuanqing's absence from the starting lineup. She possessed a solid understanding of football and recognized the significance of the Europa League. If Su were to start tonight and perform exceptionally, it could potentially activate the Huaxiao market. In response to Li Yue's inquiry, Carmona offered an awkward smile and hastily provided an excuse. Perhaps it's due to Su's injury. Please rest assured, Ms. Li, the club would never intentionally bench him. As Carmona and Li Yue conversed, the dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. Despite Paris Saint-Germain being a team of commoners at this stage, lacking the backing of the Qatari consortium, they still boasted several formidable stars, including midfielders Clement and Nene, both fringe national team players from France and Brazil, respectively. In the 16th minute, it was Clement and Nene's collaborative effort in midfield that led to a successful interception from Zokora. After Clement's tackle disrupted Zokora's dribble, Nene swiftly delivered a long pass to the frontline striker, Erding. This Turkish forward, possessing exceptional heading ability, was valued at 10 million euros in the transfer market and stood as the cornerstone of Paris's attack. Last season, Erding netted 15 goals in Ligue 1, ranking third in the scoring charts. Although Erding stood at only 179 centimeters, his aerial prowess in the box was formidable. When the ball arrived at his feet, he used his robust physique to shield off Sevilla's center-back before launching a powerful header. Bang! A thunderous strike echoed as the ball soared towards Sevilla's goal. In a split second, goalkeeper Palop reacted swiftly, but alas, the angle of Erding's header was simply too acute. The ball slipped past Palop's grasp and nestled into the net. At that moment, the Pizjuan Stadium fell eerily silent. Clearly, Sevilla's fans had not anticipated that the opponents would score from their very first attack. Within the commentary on Dongqiu Network, Jean Jun lamented, Paris Saint-Germain has scored in the 16th minute. Erding's header left Palop helpless. Sevilla has played terribly in these first 16 minutes. He explicitly criticized Fabiano, stating that his presence in the penalty area resembled that of a mere mascot, failing to pose any threat to Paris Saint-Germain's goal. Beside him, Coach Zhang Lu offered his insights. Sevilla's attacking strategy is overly simplistic, predominantly relying on long passes. Although Manzano has deployed the tall duo of Canut and Fabiano tonight, they struggle to gain an advantage in aerial duels against Paris's defenders. As Paris Saint-Germain took the lead, Manzano was understandably anxious. He recognized the Europa League's significance, given the formidable presence of Real Madrid and Barcelona in La Liga. Winning the championship was akin to a Herculean task for Sevilla. Thus, Manzano harbored greater aspirations for the Europa League title. If the first match of the group stage ended in defeat, Sevilla's chances of advancing would be exceedingly grim, let alone winning the championship. After conceding a goal, Manzano was relentless in urging his team to attack from the sidelines. Yet Paris Saint-Germain's midfield pressure was relentless, offering Sevilla players no opportunity to pass. Left with no choice, Sevilla resorted to frequently launching long balls toward their forwards in the penalty area. However, neither Canut nor Fabiano could find a shooting opportunity, as their technical style seemed thoroughly understood by Paris's defenders, who consistently intercepted the ball before they could strike. As the first half concluded, Sevilla found themselves trailing 0-1 against Paris Saint-Germain. Both teams retreated for halftime. Upon returning to the home team's locker room, Manzano immediately made a personnel adjustment. You will take the field in the second half, replacing Fabiano. The Sevilla coach was no longer willing to be constrained by public opinion. Clearly, winning was far more important than catering to fan sentiments. If appeasing fans led to defeat, it would be a case of losing far more than one gained. Moreover, Manzano had granted Fabiano a full 45 minutes, and it was evident that the Brazilian striker was in woeful form. Better to give the opportunity to Su Yuanqing. Chapter 39. The second half begins. At last I awaited you. 15 minutes later, the teams switched sides and resumed their fierce contest. Before the second half commenced, Su Yuanqing stepped onto the pitch. Upon his entrance, the stands of the PSGN Stadium erupted with hope from the Sevilla fans. Many of Su Yuanqing and Oppo's as supporters were fervently shouting his name, exclaiming, "Oh, Su has finally arrived. Lead Sevilla to victory tonight, Su. You are our lucky charm. With you on the field, triumph is surely ours." My excitement was not solely due to Su and Oppo's appearance, but also because Fabiano was finally off the pitch. Pass the ball to Su. He will astonish us. Manzano has made the right choice at last. As Su Yuanqing entered, tens of thousands of Sevilla fans raised their arms in cheers, their confidence in him palpable. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Li Ning's Spanish general manager, Li Yue, wore a satisfied smile. During the first half, she had paid little attention to the match, but with Su Yuanqing's arrival, her focus shifted entirely to the game. Ignoring Sevilla's president, Carmona. In the distant land of Huaxia, dedicated fans watching late into the night reached a peak of excitement upon witnessing Su Yuanqing's entrance. Su Yuanqing. He has entered the game as the second half begins. How splendid. Thank goodness I stayed awake during halftime. Otherwise, I would have missed him. With only 45 minutes left and Sevilla trailing by just one goal, there is still a great opportunity. If I recall correctly, Sevilla has never lost a match when Su Yuanqing has played. May today's game continue this streak of good fortune. Let these proud Frenchmen witness the power from the mysterious East. Despite the immense confidence from both Huaxia and Sevilla fans in Su Yuanqing, Paris Saint-Germain's coach, Combour, did not regard him with the same reverence. After Su Yuanqing's arrival, PSG's assistant coach promptly approached Combour, advising him to closely monitor Su. "Boss, this Huaxia striker has been in remarkable form lately. Should we not shift our focus from marking Fabiano to this Asian forward?" Upon hearing this, Combour displayed a dismissive smile. "What is the matter? Are you so intimidated by this Asian? Our defense was solid in the first half. Fabiano and Canut had no chances, let alone dealing with this Asian player." Combour refuted the assistant's suggestion to prioritize Su Yuanqing, believing him to be of little consequence aside from his height. However, Su Yuanqing soon demonstrated his remarkable aerial ability in the penalty area. As the second half commenced, Sevilla swiftly seized control of the game and Oppo's rhythm. Merely 5 minutes had passed when Sevilla's attack surged into PSG's half. In the 50th minute, Zokora passed the ball to the speedy left winger, Capel. At that moment, PSG dispatched two players to converge on him. Midfielder Champney and fullback Jalek closed in, effectively blocking Capel's path to advance. Given the lack of breakthrough opportunities, Capel lofted the ball into the penalty area. Thud. The ball landed swiftly in PSG's penalty box, falling centrally where Su Yuanqing had just positioned himself. Yet, PSG's defenders, like Combour, underestimated Su Yuanqing. The player tasked with marking him was not a central defender, but rather the fullback, Armand, who stood at only 180 centimeters and possessed average heading abilities. Thus, in this confrontation with Su Yuanqing, he was at a distinct disadvantage. As Su Yuanqing leapt into the air, he used his body to displace Armand before directing a powerful header towards the goal. Although the angle of Su Yuanqing's header was somewhat distant from PSG's goal, he nonetheless executed a formidable, forceful header thanks to his exceptional core strength. Regrettably, his attempt was too focused on the angle, causing the ball to strike the goalpost. Bang! So close. Within a mere 5 minutes of his entrance, Su Yuanqing had already posed a threat to PSG's goal. In the live broadcast room, commentator Zhang Jun expressed his satisfaction with Su Yuanqing's performance. The comments section erupted with discussions among Huaxia fans about Su and Oppo's recent header. What a statement. PSG sent a fullback to mark Su Yuanqing, clearly underestimating him. This header was merely a matter of luck. No need to panic, brothers. It won't be long before Su Yuanqing finds another opportunity. After hitting the post within 5 minutes of entering, he is clearly in a far superior form than Fabiano. On Sevilla and Oppo's bench, Coach Manzano and Oppo's expression reflected disappointment. But he soon applauded Su Yuanqing warmly. Manzano understood that as long as Su maintained his fiery form, it was only a matter of time before he breached PSG's defenses. In the stands of the PSGN Stadium, nearly 50,000 Sevilla fans offered heartfelt applause for Su Yuanqing, though his header was denied by the post. This attempt ignited hope among the fans, a sight absent in the first half. In the VIP box, Li Yue also applauded Su Yuanqing's effort during the attack. She then turned to Sevilla's owner, Carmona, with a flat expression, stating, "In my opinion, if Mr. Manzano had started Su Yuanqing, Sevilla might already be leading PSG." Carmona, recognizing the subtext in Li Yue's words, could only respond with an awkward smile. Su Yuanqing's header had instantly incited tension within the PSG coaching staff. The assistant coach returned to Combor, pointing at Su Yuanqing on the field, saying, "Boss, did you see that? This Asian player's header is sharp. If we continue to ignore him, he will inevitably score." Chapter 40. Agonizing. Su Yuanqing transforms into a center back. Kong Bol was somewhat irritated by the assistant coach's incessant chatter. He coldly remarked, "This Asian player did not get a single appearance last season at Barcelona. He is a discarded player, utterly incapable of posing any threat to our defense. This is merely a stroke of luck for him." Stubbornly, Kong Bol maintained his stance. Nevertheless, he later adjusted his tactics, assigning the center-back Tien to mark Su Yuanqing, yet still opting for man-to-man marking without double coverage. Upon witnessing Sevilla's recent offensive threat to the goal, the players of Paris Saint-Germain immediately launched a counterattack. Before long, they regained possession through their midfield control. Meanwhile, Sevilla and Oppo's players opted for a defensive posture, as Manzano and Oppo's team was not in a hurry to attack. After all, the gap between the two teams was merely one goal. For Sevilla, maintaining this slim lead offered a chance of victory. However, Sevilla was unprepared for the ferocity of Paris Saint-Germain's assault. In the 63rd minute, PSG's players executed a series of precise passes from the midfield, successfully delivering the ball to the edge of Sevilla's penalty area. The player advancing with the ball was Morris, endowed with lightning speed. Upon receiving the ball within the penalty area, he suddenly maneuvered with his left foot, darting past the defenders like a fleeting shadow, and surged into Sevilla's box. Regrettably, Morris's finishing touch was woefully inadequate. Faced with the advancing Sevilla goalkeeper, his shot soared into the stands. From the Sevilla bench, Manzano, witnessing the opponent's aggressive momentum, urgently called for his players to retreat for defensive duties. In the following 15 minutes, Sevilla erected a formidable defensive wall at home, employing this strategy to stifle PSG's offense. Although Su Yuanqing was a forward, he proactively returned to his half, assuming a defensive role. It must be noted that Su Yuanqing's heading ability was remarkably robust. Each time PSG delivered the ball into the penalty area, he consistently cleared it with precision. After witnessing Su Yuanqing's frequent headers clearing the danger, commentator Zhang Jun could not help but quip, "In less than 10 minutes, Su Yuanqing has already made 5 clearances in Sevilla's penalty area. If he were to play as a center-back, he would undoubtedly secure his position in Sevilla." Every time Su Yuanqing executed a header clearance, Coach Manzano offered him applause. Yet his expression remained grim, as Sevilla was still trailing by a single goal. Unbeknownst to them, time was steadily slipping away. Before they knew it, the clock struck 80 minutes. As time dwindled, Manzano could no longer remain seated on the bench. He stood in the technical area, fervently gesturing for his players to reposition themselves. He desperately yearned for his players to score in the final moments. At this juncture, Manzano no longer dared to hope for a victory over PSG at home. Securing a draw would suffice to satisfy him. The mentality of Sevilla and Oppo's players also began to show signs of anxiety. They were continuously searching for counter-attacking opportunities. In truth, PSG and Oppo's offensive players, after relentless efforts, were experiencing a decline in confidence. Despite their strikers and Oppo's activity within the penalty area, they could not seize a header over Su Yuanqing, which affected their overall morale. Once again, PSG attempted a cross from the flanks. Midfielder Chantome lofted a long ball into Sevilla's penalty area. Two forwards, Luandura and Erdinky, leaped alongside Su Yuanqing. With his formidable heading prowess, Su Yuanqing managed to clear the ball ahead of both PSG forwards. This time, his header fortuitously landed at the feet of midfielder Jos Carlos, who found himself unmarked by any PSG players. It was a prime opportunity for a counterattack. The Sevilla fans erupted in cheers. Jos Carlos swiftly delivered a through ball to Zecora, who possessed notable dribbling skills. However, Zecora received the ball not in the center, but on the left flank. PSG's defenders were cautious in their approach to Zecora. As he received the ball, two PSG players surged toward him. Meanwhile, inside the penalty area, Su Yuanqing had positioned himself perfectly. After clearing the ball in his own box, he immediately sprinted towards PSG's penalty area at full speed, eager to capitalize on Sevilla's counterattack. Finally, Su Yuanqing reached the right spot just before Zecora's cross. By his side, Canute prepared to leap, creating a potential threat with two players poised for a decisive strike. If Zecora could deliver the ball into the box quickly, Su Yuanqing, in his current form, stood a strong chance of threatening PSG's goal. However, Zecora opted for a different strategy. He sought to weave through the two PSG defenders instead of passing. Unfortunately, he underestimated the defensive capabilities of PSG and Oppo's players. Right-back Armand executed a powerful clearance, sending Zecora's ball out of bounds, thus granting Sevilla a corner kick. At the PSG Stadium, nearly 50,000 Sevilla fans rose to their feet. As Captain Navas approached the corner flag, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers, eagerly anticipating that this corner could breach PSG's defense. In the Oriental Live broadcast room, Jean-June could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "This is an excellent opportunity for Sevilla to score. The match has reached the 85th minute. If Sevilla can find the net now, it would level the score against PSG. Given the strength and form of both teams, securing a draw at home would be entirely acceptable for Sevilla." At this moment, the player tasked with marking Su Yuanqing was Tien. Only one defender stood in his way. Su Yuanqing had a significant chance. Chapter 41. A dramatic equalizer against Paris. Su Yuanqing saves the day once more. On the Sevilla bench, Coach Manzano anxiously fixed his gaze on the penalty area, sharing the fervent hope of the home fans that Su Yuanqing would be their savior. At the corner flag, Navas scrutinized Su Yuanqing's movements before taking the corner kick. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Navas sent the ball soaring with his right foot. Boom! The football sliced through the air like a blade, hurtling towards the Paris Saint-Germain penalty area. The stands at the PSG Stadium fell into a hushed silence, all eyes riveted on the unfolding drama. Navas aimed for the far post, and at that moment, Su Yuanqing executed a perfect diagonal run to position himself at the back post. Behind him, Tien was in hot pursuit, while in front of him stood the formidable defender, Zamana Kamara. With threats looming both front and back, all three players leapt simultaneously as the ball approached the far post. Yet, it was only Su Yuanqing who managed to make contact. Soaring into the air, he unleashed a header that was as powerful as a mountain crashing down. With all his might, he directed the ball past Zamana Kamara and sent it crashing into the net. Bang! A second later, the ball thundered into the goal. Although PSG's goalkeeper, Edler, managed to touch the ball with his right hand, the sheer force of Su Yuanqing's header proved too much, and the ball slipped from his grasp, finding its way into the net. Su Yuanqing, a magnificent header. The goal was scored. Once again, he emerged as Sevilla and Oppo's hero, rescuing them with a last-minute equalizer against Paris Saint-Germain. 1-1. What an exhilarating and dramatic encounter. The suspense lingered until the final moments. Commentator Jean-June, overwhelmed with excitement, had lost his voice, while his fellow commentator Jean-Lu lavished praise upon Su Yuanqing. If memory serves, this was the second consecutive match in which Su Yuanqing had scored in the dying moments. It seems many fans have come to regard him as Sevilla's good luck charm. And rightly so. The difficulty of this goal was immense. Had it been Fabiano or Canute, they might have missed. The emotions of the Huaxiao fans watching the live broadcast mirrored those of the Sevilla supporters, all in a state of euphoria. Su Yuanqing is phenomenal. Incredible. Another last-minute winner? His form is explosive. Had Manzano started Su Yuanqing tonight, the outcome of the match could have been very different. To score a header between two Paris defenders, Su Yuanqing's aerial ability rivals that of Klinsmann. Huaxiao has its own Klinsmann. He has once again saved Manzano. On the Sevilla bench, Manzano, witnessing Su Yuanqing's goal, felt his legs weaken with excitement, nearly kneeling in gratitude. He understood just how critical this goal was. Meanwhile, on the PSG bench, Kummer's face bore an expression of shock. Bewildered, he turned to his assistant coach and exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can this Asian player possess such extraordinary heading ability? It's simply unbelievable. Two defenders could not stop him? Who on earth is this player?" For a long time, Kummer had deemed Su Yuanqing's abilities lacking, never believing he could pose a threat to their defense. However, after witnessing that spectacular header, he finally grasped the formidable nature of Su Yuanqing. At that moment, the assistant coach presented Kummer with a dossier detailing Su Yuanqing's player profile. "Boss, take a look at this. I have mentioned several times that Su's heading and match form are outstanding, yet you chose to ignore it." Kummer quickly glanced at the dossier, which clearly outlined Su Yuanqing and Appo's technical style and recent performances. Regret washed over Kummer's face as he realized he had failed to heed his assistant and Appo's advice. Unfortunately, it was too late for second chances. In the stands of the PSG Stadium, nearly 50,000 Sevilla supporters had succumbed to absolute euphoria, all clamoring Su Yuanqing's name. Yet, for Su Yuanqing himself, his expression remained composed. He refrained from celebrating, quietly retrieving the ball from the net and making his way to the center circle. Rather than contenting himself with a draw, Su Yuanqing yearned for his team to secure victory that night. However, after the kickoff, PSG played conservatively, spending most of the match passing in their own half, clearly wary of Sevilla and Appo's counterattacks. Minutes later, the referee and Appo's whistle pierced the air 3 times, signaling the end of the match. Beep, beep, beep. The score settled at 1-1. Sevilla, thanks to Su Yuanqing's dramatic equalizer, secured their first point in the Europa League group stage. Although Sevilla did not claim victory, the home fans felt a sense of satisfaction. Post-match, many Sevilla supporters applauded Su Yuanqing. Coach Manzano made a point to approach him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Su, you have saved the team once again. Your performance was exceptional. I am proud of you." In stark contrast to the elated Manzano, Su Yuanqing replied with a stoic demeanor, "It and amp. Appo's. A pity we didn't and amp. Appo's. Secure 3 points. That and amp. Appo's. Truly regrettable." Manzano waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Paris is a formidable team. Earning a draw at home is quite acceptable. Su, do not blame yourself. Your performance was flawless." Clearly, Manzano was content with the 1-1 result, especially considering that for much of the match, his team had been trailing and forced into a defensive stance. To equalize against Paris Saint-Germain at the last moment was a serendipitous outcome. While some rejoiced, others felt disheartened. Kummer, for instance, stood rooted in place the moment the referee blew the final whistle, his face a mask of frustration. He had calculated every possibility, yet had not anticipated being equalized by an Asian forward. Moreover, Kummer understood that the result would inevitably provoke dissatisfaction among Paris fans and the media. As expected, during the post-match press conference, he faced pointed questions from the Parisian journalists. Chapter 42, The Weight of Trust and the Waves of Support from Fans. Kongbol was engulfed in a sense of despondency, while the French media showed no mercy. A journalist from Le Parisien incisively confronted him. "Mr. Kongbol, since the Asian forward from the opposing team came on, your squad failed to adequately mark him, which directly enabled Su to score the equalizer. Should you not bear responsibility for this defeat?" After taking a few sips of water, Kongbol responded earnestly. "Firstly, Paris Saint-Germain's loss was merely an unfortunate incident. We took an early lead in the first half, and for the majority of the match, we were in control of the game. Every player performed admirably, and our tactics were sound. The loss was purely coincidental." Kongbol's remarks evidently did little to assuage the ire of the Parisian journalist, who pressed further. "Are you suggesting that Su's goal was merely luck? However, I am aware that since Su's introduction, his success rate in aerial duels has been nearly perfect. He not only won the initial header in the Paris penalty area but also in his own. His heading ability is evident. Why did you not mark him closely?" Kongbol, feeling quite embarrassed, replied, "This player is only 19 years old, remarkably young. He was not included in our pre-match plans, so," he continued, "though we were unable to triumph over Sevilla in their own stadium, we will meet them again soon. I firmly believe that at the Parc des Princes, Paris Saint-Germain will avenge this defeat." Following this match, Su Yuanqing once again became a topic of admiration among Sevilla fans. Additionally, Numerous Spanish media outlets published articles praising Su Yuanqing's performance. Sevilla equalizes against Paris Saint-Germain. The 19-year-old Su once again emerges as the team's savior. His header in the 85th minute helped secure a home draw, as the miraculous young talent from Huaxia continues to perform wonders, coming off the bench to save the day in the final moments. Marca. In that evening's match, Su Yuanqing and Fabiano each played a half, and their performances were strikingly different. In the first half, Fabiano struggled to make an impact in the Paris Saint-Germain penalty area. He was virtually invisible, let alone taking a shot. However, once Su Yuanqing came on, he not only excelled defensively, but also frequently posed threats in the opponent's box, ultimately scoring the equalizer in the dying moments. It was evident that Su Yuanqing outshone Fabiano this evening. Consequently, Su Yuanqing's agent, Raiola, quickly began to stir public opinion. Seizing the moment while various media outlets and Sevilla fans lauded Su Yuanqing, he amplified the narrative to further solidify Su's position as a starter in Sevilla. Su Yuanqing, the savior of Sevilla. In contrast, Brazilian forward Fabiano's performance was dismal. Perhaps Coach Manzano needs to consider changes. As long as Su Yuanqing is on the pitch, Sevilla remains unbeaten. For the club's future, he must be a starter. Su is the beacon of hope for Sevilla. His form is evidently superior to that of Fabiano. The era of Fabiano has come to an end. That night, Raiola released a plethora of reports praising Su Yuanqing, and in no time, nearly all Sevilla fans rallied behind him. Fabiano faced a bitter defeat. He had intended to respond alongside his agent, but considering his poor performance in the match, he realized that even leveraging public opinion would not yield victory. Thus, Fabiano chose to endure. He needed to wait for an opportunity. Should he perform better than Su Yuanqing in upcoming matches, it would be his chance for a comeback. At that point, he would ensure Su Yuanqing faced dire consequences. Although Fabiano refrained from responding, his fans took it upon themselves to defend him online. On Sevilla's fan forums, some of Fabiano's supporters commented, "Su is merely a Huaxia forward, while Fabiano is a Brazilian striker." Nationality alone highlights the disparity between the two players. Tonight, Su's goal was simply a stroke of luck. Fabiano's injury has yet to fully heal. This is not his true level. Undeniably, Su has been impressive lately, but he does not measure up to Fabiano. Fabiano was the team's top scorer last season. We must not forget Fabiano's contributions to the club. Despite the fervent defense from Fabiano's supporters, it failed to create significant waves. The majority of Sevilla fans were now backing Su Yuanqing. The following day was a rest day, since Manzano took over without suffering a defeat. Club president Camona's regard for him had notably increased, prompting him to invite Manzano for a celebratory meal at a five-star hotel in Sevilla. Manzano and Camona engaged in pleasant conversation. Before long, they began to discuss Su Yuanqing. "Mr. President, may I inquire how you discovered this player? His heading ability and adaptability in matches surpass those of his peers. I heard that last season Su did not get a chance to play at Barcelona. Why did you still decide to bring him in?" Manzano asked curiously. Camona first chuckled before spinning a tale. Initially, there was skepticism regarding Su's acquisition. Members of the board, and even then Coach Alvarez, were not hopeful about him. Most believed Su was a flop, incapable of succeeding at Sevilla. After a brief pause, Camona turned serious and addressed Manzano. "However, I never regarded Su as a flop. On the contrary, I was convinced that he possessed the potential to thrive at Sevilla. Thus, I advocated passionately, convincing the board overnight, which led to Su's transfer from Barcelona. There are many rumors suggesting that Su moved to Sevilla because of Li Ning. This is entirely false. The true reason Su transitioned from Barcelona to Sevilla is my belief in him." Chapter 43, Mission Accomplished. A new star technique after Carmona had boasted without a shred of conscience. His counterpart, Manzano, immediately offered applause in response. "Mr. Carmona, your vision is truly exceptional. You have brought a remarkable player to the club, and I firmly believe that Su will become the primary striker for the next decade." Carmona nodded slightly and addressed Manzano. "Su is only 19 years old, still very young, and he will need your guidance to grow. I trust your coaching experience will lead Su to success." Unbeknownst to them, the two began exchanging mutual compliments in a commercial fashion. As the rest period concluded, Sevilla faced a demanding schedule, needing to play 2 matches within a week. Their first match was an away game against Malaga, followed by another at home against Santander 3 days later. Fortunately, both Malaga and Santander were not particularly formidable opponents. Given Sevilla's current form, securing victories in these matches should pose little challenge. On September 20th, at 7 in the evening, the match between Malaga and Sevilla commenced at the Rose Garden Stadium. Su Yuanqing was in the starting lineup, partnered in the attack by Canut. It appeared Malaga was acutely aware of Sevilla's strength, as they quickly set up a defensive formation, seemingly intent on leveraging defense to secure a draw. Malaga's defensive strategy did indeed pose some challenges for Sevilla, as the flanks offered little space for passing, leaving Su and Canut in the box without support. However, such intense defense would test the stamina of Malaga's players. As the second half began, fatigue set in for Malaga's squad, and in the 65th minute, Su Yuanqing received a long pass from the winger, Sakura. He once again outmuscled two central defenders in the box and executed a towering header to score. 5 minutes later, Canut also found the back of the net, taking advantage of the fact that all of Malaga's defenders were preoccupied with Su, thereby overlooking Canut. Once presented with the opportunity, he struck with a powerful volley, sealing the match at a final score of 2-0. Following this victory, Sevilla celebrated a triumphant third consecutive win in La Liga, showcasing an explosive performance. Additionally, a piece of good news emerged. Su Yuanqing had finally completed the system's phase task. As of now, Su had netted 5 goals for Sevilla, which meant he was eligible to acquire a signature skill of a star player. As expected, immediately after the match concluded, a system notification chimed in Su's ear. Congratulations, host, for completing the initial task. You have successfully acquired the master-level forward skill. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su did not hesitate to check his system immediately. To his astonishment, he discovered, congratulations, host, you have acquired the Robin van Persie volley skill. The mention of Van Persie brought a radiant smile to Su Yuanqing's face. Van Persie, once a pivotal figure for the Dutch national team. He was a key player in Arsenal's formidable attacking line and maintained his goal-scoring prowess even after transferring to Manchester United, where he dominated the Premier League. Having won the Premier League Golden Boot twice, Su's heading ability was already commendable, and now with the addition of Van Persie's volley skill, it was undoubtedly a significant enhancement for him. He could hardly contain his eagerness to showcase his talent on the pitch. Merely 4 days later, Sevilla's Warriors returned to the Pizjuan Stadium, this time facing Santander. Due to the proximity of this match to the previous one against Malaga, Manzano opted for a degree of rotation. Both Su and Canut remained on the bench, replaced in the starting lineup by Fabiano and Negrito, maintaining a dual striker formation. In the first half, Santander displayed remarkable courage. Despite their league standing and squad quality being incomparable to Sevilla, their players charged boldly into Sevilla's penalty area. The inclusion of several substitutes in Sevilla's starting lineup resulted in a lack of cohesion among the players, inadvertently granting Santander several opportunities. This relegation-threatened team scored twice, once in the 34th minute and again in the 65th minute. Although Fabiano managed to pull one back with a header in the 70th minute, Sevilla still found themselves trailing. In a crucial moment, Manzano unleashed his secret weapon. In the 83rd minute, Su Yuanqing made his entrance. Within just 5 minutes of being on the pitch, he helped equalize. Although the goal was not his own, as Rakitic delivered the ball into the box, Su attracted the attention of 2 Santander defenders with a deft header that set up Fabiano. The Brazilian striker, unmarked, unleashed a powerful shot, bringing the score to 2-2. Ultimately, after 90 minutes, Sevilla was held to a draw at home by the relegation-threatened team. After this match, Sevilla was afforded no respite, as they were set to challenge Atracules away just 3 days later. However, having learned from previous encounters, Manzano decided against further rotation and opted for a full-strength lineup. The day before the match against Atracules, in the club cafeteria, Su Yuanqing dined with Rakitic, Debo, and others. Shortly thereafter, Fabiano entered the dining area, and the two exchanged glances. In the previous match, Su had assisted Fabiano with a crucial equalizer just before the whistle. By all accounts, their relationship should have improved. Yet Fabiano remained dismissive of Su. He walked past without a word, his arrogance palpable. Fabiano headed straight for the cafeteria window, taking a large plate of sea cucumber, and indulged with his fellow Brazilian teammates. Rakitic shot Fabiano a disapproving look before turning to Su. I really don't understand what Fabiano is so proud of. The Sevilla fans want you in the starting lineup. Even though Fabiano scored twice in the last match, the fans praised you. Without your assistance, could Fabiano have achieved his brace? Su simply smiled, offering no response. Meanwhile, Debo chimed in, Su, why Don and Oppos, do you join in on the sea cucumber? We can't let Fabiano outshine us. If he dares to eat it, so should we. Su quickly waved his hand. No, thank you. I have no desire for sea cucumber. It and Oppos. S usually the underperformers who indulge in such things, like the Chinese men and Oppos. S football team. The following day, September 27th, 2010, at 8:00 and Oppos, clock in the evening. The clash between H. Hercules and Sevilla was set to commence. Chapter 44. A bet on a free kick and a bottle of expensive red wine. The match is being held at the Jos Pérez Stadium, a venue that can accommodate 30,000 spectators. However, due to H. Hercules' struggles as a relegation-threatened team, their recent performances have been less than stellar, resulting in a meager attendance of just over 10,000 home fans. In stark contrast, Sevilla and Oppos. S away supporters number around 5,000. Thus, before the match has even commenced, the stadium resonates with the anthem of Sevilla. A few minutes later, the starting players for both Sevilla and H. Hercules enter the pitch. After a cordial handshake, the teams arrange themselves in formation, awaiting the referee's whistle to signal the start of the game. Meanwhile, in the distant land of Huaxia, the commentator Jean Jun takes this opportunity to announce the starting lineups for both teams. The fifth round of La Liga is about to begin. H. Hercules hosts Sevilla's challenge. For H. Hercules, the coach has opted for a 5-4-1 formation. The forward position is occupied by the renowned French star David Trezeguet, supported by midfielders such as Thiago Gomez and Drenth. On Sevilla's side, following a disappointing draw against a relegation rival in their last match, Mr. Manzano has opted for a fresh approach, fielding his strongest lineup tonight. The forward line features Fabiano and Su Yuanqing, while the midfield includes Capel, Romeric, and Zakora. As Jean Jun concludes the introductions, the referee and Oppos' whistle signals the commencement of the match. As the game begins, Huaxia fans express their eager anticipation in the comments. Finally, they can witness Su Yuanqing in action again. Snacks and drinks are ready. Go Su. Deliver us a magnificent performance. The presence of Trezeguet in H. Hercules' lineup is notable. He remains a formidable player and must be approached with caution. Trezeguet is merely a younger brother in comparison to Su Yuanqing, not a cause for concern. As the Huaxia fans revel in their excitement, H. Hercules strikes a powerful blow against Sevilla's goal. Following the kickoff, Trezeguet showcases remarkable activity, despite being 33 years old. His impact in the penalty area remains formidable. Midfielder Drenth advances into the attacking third but is confronted by two Sevilla players, Romeric and Capel. Sensing the imminent double team, Drenth quickly passes the ball into the penalty area. Drenth, on loan from Real Madrid this season, once donned the number 10 jersey for the famed club but found it challenging to secure a place among the stars and thus was loaned out. Nevertheless, in a relegation-threatened team like H. Hercules, Drenth is the core player. His long pass lands precisely on Trezeguet's head. The latter leaps and executes a powerful header, narrowly missing the post and flying out of bounds. H. Hercules may be a relegation-threatened team, but their attack is undeniably sharp, particularly with the connection between Trezeguet and Drenth. Sevilla must proceed with caution. 5 minutes later, Sevilla's offensive flames reach H. Hercules' penalty area as well. Zakora distributes the ball to the flank, where Navas opts for a 45-degree cross that speeds toward the penalty area. This time, Zakora aims for Fabiano at the far post, yet unfortunately, H. Hercules' central defender P. intercepts with a timely header. Fabiano suffers a defeat in the aerial duel. The ball is sent back to midfield. Fortunately, Sevilla's midfielders regain possession through tenacious pressing, persistently threatening H. Hercules' goal. The players of H. Hercules, recognizing the danger, focus their defensive efforts on Fabiano and Su Yuanqing, with each forward closely marked by at least two defenders. A direct cross would yield little success. Thus, Sevilla's midfielder Romeric chooses to advance with the ball. This move sends shivers down H. Hercules' defensive line. With the entire defensive focus in the penalty area, there are no defenders at the top of the arc. Should Romeric take a shot from that position, the consequences could be dire. In a crucial moment, Drenth intervenes decisively to safeguard against the impending threat. He opts to bring down Romeric from behind, resulting in a yellow card for the H. Hercules midfielder. This presents an excellent opportunity for a free kick. Should a player with skill take the shot, it could very well find the back of the net. Jean Jun comments, however, within Sevilla's lineup, there seems to be no player capable of scoring directly, so it is likely this set piece will be delivered into the penalty area. Su Yuanqing is poised to make an impact inside the box. If all goes as anticipated, he will likely opt for a pass. Meanwhile, on Sevilla's bench, Manzano appears relaxed, seemingly confident of securing a victory over Hercules. In high spirits, he approaches assistant coach Antoine, playfully inquiring, "Hey, Antoine, do you think Su can score from this free kick?" Antoine, with a look of skepticism, responds, "That seems unlikely. Su is surrounded by Hercules defenders." Upon hearing Antoine's words, Manzano's expression brightens instead of darkening. "Let us place a wager. I bet Su will find the net," he declares with intrigue. Manzano appears to possess unwavering confidence in Su Yuanqing. "Then I wager he will not score," Antoine responds, readily accepting the challenge. Clearly, Antoine is equally confident in his assessment. Curiously, he asks Manzano, "What shall the stakes be?" With a sly smile, Manzano replies, "That bottle of 1982 Lafite you have at home." Chapter 45, The Stunning Strike and the Lost Wine. Zakara stood at the penalty spot, his gaze intently fixated on the movements of the forwards within the penalty area. It appeared that the Sevilla midfielder aimed to create pressure on Hercules and Opos' defense through a strategic pass. As the referee and Opos' whistle pierced the air, Zakara swiftly delivered the ball into the box with his left foot. Thud! The football traced a swift arc within Hercules and Opos' penalty area, landing precisely at the rear post. At that moment, Su Yuanqing had already leaned into the shot, his right foot poised in midair, ready to strike. As Zakara's pass reached him, Su Yuanqing unleashed a powerful shot, his foot striking the center of the ball with tremendous force, causing it to spin at an extraordinary velocity. The ball, like a bolt of white lightning, veered toward the goal. Bang! The football thundered into the net. In that instant, the Hercules goalkeeper stood motionless, unable to react. It was not due to a lack of desire to save, but rather the sheer velocity of Su Yuanqing's strike left him powerless. The goal was scored. Zakara assisted Su Yuanqing's stunning volley, bringing the score to 1-0. This was a flawless display from Su Yuanqing. In the live broadcast room of Dongxiu Network, commentator Zhang Jun erupted with excitement. At the moment Su Yuanqing struck, the Hercules defense faltered, granting him an unchallenged opportunity to shoot. Coach Zhang Lu focused on the brilliance of Su Yuanqing's shot, expressing heartfelt admiration. What a powerful strike! In such a constricted space, he executed a volley that speaks volumes of his precise judgment of the ball's trajectory. This volley reminds me of Van Persie. If I recall correctly, this is his 6th goal for Sevilla this season. Sitting beside Zhang Lu, Zhang Jun chimed in. Indeed, Su Yuanqing's form has been electrifying, especially since the appointment of the new coach, Manzano, who has allowed his talents to shine. The barrage of comments from fans echoed their admiration for Su Yuanqing's performance. Such as Su Yuanqing's prowess. How can Fabiano even compare? It seems he excels not just in headers, but his volleys are of world-class caliber. This volley was absolutely stunning. I could watch the highlights 100 times. Another goal. Su Yuanqing is on fire. It feels as though he could rival Messi for the top scorer of the season. As Sevilla prepared to face Barcelona in the next match, fans hoped for another stellar performance from Su Yuanqing against his former club. Meanwhile, on the Sevilla bench, Antoine wore a conflicted expression, torn between joy for Su Yuanqing's success and sorrow over his lost wine. Manzano, with a relaxed demeanor, quipped to Antoine, "You must honor your bet. Don't forget to bring me the wine tomorrow." On the field, following Su Yuanqing's goal, the dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. The once defensive Hercules began to press forward, clearly unwilling to concede defeat at home. However, their aggressive advance exposed vulnerabilities in their defense, which Sevilla capitalized on with swift counterattacks, creating continuous threats to Hercules' backline. After several attempts, Sevilla expanded their lead in the 44th minute. A long pass from the center-back found Su Yuanqing, who leapt high, using his physical prowess and foresight to intercept the ball before the defenders could react. Positioned at the edge of the penalty area, Su Yuanqing contemplated his next move. In a moment of clarity, he spotted midfielder Mazzola rushing into the box. Without hesitation, Su Yuanqing flicked the ball with his head, sending it through multiple Hercules defenders right into Zakara's path. This provided Zakara with a clear opportunity against the goalkeeper. As one of Sevilla's technically gifted players, Zakara remained composed and calmly placed the ball into the far corner of the net. Thus, the score became 2-0. With a 2-goal advantage, Sevilla all but sealed the match's fate. Hercules had launched a fierce attack in the second half, but Sevilla's defense stood resolute, impenetrable as a fortress. Fearing Sevilla's swift counterattacks, Hercules hesitated to commit too many players forward, leaving aging Trezeguet with little opportunity. As the match reached its conclusion, The referee's whistle signaled the end. Sevilla triumphed over Hercules with a score of 2-0, and Su Yuanqing, with 1 goal and 1 assist, was rightfully named the player of the match. Following this victory, Sevilla turned their focus to their next challenge, an away match against Barcelona. Undoubtedly, this encounter would be a significant test for the newly appointed Manzano. During the post-match press conference, Spanish reporters bypassed inquiries about the recent match, directing all questions toward the upcoming clash with Barcelona. Mr. Manzano, let us discuss the upcoming match against Barcelona. They are in formidable form, having achieved 5 consecutive victories in La Liga. Do you and your team feel confident about securing a win away against them? One journalist from Marca asked. Truthfully, this question put Manzano in a difficult position, as his mind was still occupied with the match against Hercules. However, being the seasoned strategist that he was, he composed himself and earnestly replied, "The Sevilla players delivered a magnificent performance tonight, and I believe our upcoming clash with Barcelona will also be a grand spectacle." Chapter 46. The Arrogance of Barcelona. Guardiola's Confidence. In this round of matches, Barcelona emerged victorious, triumphing over Athletic Bilbao with a score of 3-1, thereby extending their winning streak to 5 matches. Subsequently, Guardiola and his coaching staff shifted their focus to the upcoming 6th round of the league. The next day, within Guardiola and Oppos's office, assistant coach Villanova had already placed the list of Sevilla players on Guardiola and Oppos's desk. This season, Barcelona had faced Sevilla twice in the Spanish Super Cup, which provided Guardiola with a certain understanding of the team's strengths. As Guardiola casually flipped through the roster, his attention was suddenly captured by the name Su Yuanqing. In an instant, his expression shifted from calm to astonishment. What? Su had scored 6 goals for Sevilla? How could this be? Guardiola exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing his eyes vigorously before returning his gaze to the list. It was still 6 goals. This was indeed true. A look of confusion crossed Guardiola's face. He was well aware of Su Yuanqing's abilities and had always believed they were ill-suited to the pace of La Liga. In fact, Guardiola had considered Su's performance in the Segunda División to be lacking, which led him to deny Su any opportunities last season, as he remained on the bench throughout all matches. Now, upon discovering that Su had indeed netted 6 goals for Sevilla, Guardiola was filled with bewilderment and shock. Just as he remained in a state of disbelief, assistant coach Villanova calmly addressed him. "Yes, coach, you are not mistaken. Su has truly established himself at Sevilla." After stating this, Villanova retrieved a comprehensive summary of Su Yuanqing's performances from his briefcase and handed it to Guardiola. With a trembling voice, Guardiola meticulously read through Villanova's compiled data. Against Deportivo La Coruña, Su scored a last-minute header to secure victory for Sevilla. Against Paris Saint-Germain, he once again equalized with a header in the 85th minute, helping Sevilla earn a valuable point. He had also scored against M. Laga and executed an impressive volley against Hercules. As Guardiola finished reading the report, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Was this truly Su's performance? Not that of Fabiano. Guardiola looked at Villanova with a questioning expression. "Yes, coach, this is all Su's doing. He has indeed displaced Fabiano to become Sevilla's primary forward." After pondering for a moment, Guardiola slowly remarked, "Could it be that letting Su go is truly a mistake?" It is well known that Guardiola is an exceedingly stubborn coach. Thus, his dawning regret regarding his earlier decision indicates the profound impact that Su Yuanqing had made on him. It could be said that this revelation had completely reshaped Guardiola's perspective. Villanova spoke calmly to Guardiola. "Coach, during the first leg of the Spanish Super Cup, Su's performance was remarkable. He even breached our defense. At that moment, I had a premonition that he would solidify his position at Sevilla, and indeed, he has proven me right. Recently, many Barcelona fans have begun to question the decision to let Su go. So in the upcoming match against Sevilla, we must contain Su's influence. Should he score against us, it would undoubtedly amplify the doubts among Barcelona fans regarding our initial choice." Guardiola nodded, fully agreeing with Villanova's assessment. "Immediately find me Su's match highlights. I must see how this lad scores." After uttering this, he and assistant coach Villanova swiftly approached the computer to begin reviewing Su Yuanqing's game footage. After approximately half an hour, Guardiola arrived at a conclusion. This young man primarily relied on headers to score. The video clearly displayed his exceptional ability to seize opportunities inside the penalty area. However, apart from his heading prowess, Su and Oppos's attacking methods appeared rather one-dimensional, having only scored with a volley in the last match. A look of disdain suddenly crossed Guardiola and Oppos's face as he arrogantly remarked, "Humph. One-trick pony. Su remains the same Su. He is simply fortunate." He continued, "As long as we focus on neutralizing Su and Oppos's aerial threat in the upcoming match, he will pose no danger to our goal." Guardiola added, "In the coming days of training, we will enhance our heading clearance drills and have Puyol mark Su during the match. I am eager to see if Su can outjump Puyol." Villanova, however, noted another detail and promptly reminded Guardiola, "Coach, Su did score with a volley in the last match while inside the penalty area. Should we not consider that?" Guardiola waved his hand dismissively at Villanova, stating, "That goal was merely luck, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." Guardiola gradually stood up, tossing aside the dossier on Su Yuanqing, and spoke derisively to Villanova. "I managed Su for an entire season. I am well aware of his technical attributes. While his heading ability is indeed commendable, beyond that, his shooting, positioning, and dribbling are abysmal. The footage we just reviewed sufficiently supports my viewpoint. Therefore, we need only to restrict Su's heading. Once we neutralize that, this Chinese player will present no threat to our defense." "Very well. I shall arrange the team's training accordingly." After assistant coach Villanova departed, Guardiola remained in contemplation before the computer screen displaying Su Yuanqing's highlights for a considerable time. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of regret deep within. He lamented the ease with which he had allowed Su Yuanqing to depart. Yet, at this juncture, it was too late to change course. Guardiola could only accept Su Yuanqing's exit and ensure that the player's confidence faced a significant blow during the forthcoming match. Chapter 47. The Battle of Focus approaches. The anticipation of fans. In the blink of an eye, time has quietly slipped away. Only one day remains until the commencement of the 6th round of La Liga. Fans across Spain have turned their attention towards the clash between Barcelona and Sevilla. Since the start of the new season, Barcelona has achieved an impressive streak of 5 consecutive victories in La Liga, with Guardiola and his team overwhelming their opponents with relentless force. Once again, Barcelona has transformed into the dominant force of La Liga, truly embodying the essence of a universal team. In the grand landscape of La Liga, the only team that can be compared to Barcelona is their long-standing rival, Real Madrid. Like Barcelona, Real Madrid has also secured 5 successive wins since the season began, but due to a lesser goal difference, they currently trail Barcelona, occupying the 2nd position in the league. However, Sevilla, Barcelona's opponent in this round, is in formidable form as well. With a record of 4 wins and 1 draw in the first 5 rounds of La Liga, Sevilla sits comfortably in 3rd place, right behind Barcelona and Real Madrid. The duel between Barcelona and Sevilla promises to be the most captivating match of this round, not only drawing the attention of fans from both sides, but also capturing the interest of Real Madrid supporters. Naturally, the Real Madrid fans are rooting for Sevilla. Should Sevilla manage to defeat or draw with Barcelona away from home, it would undoubtedly provide Real Madrid with hope to surpass Barcelona. Perhaps due to the immense attention surrounding this match, even before it has commenced, many fans have already engaged in spirited debates online. As Real Madrid fans, they eagerly anticipate Sevilla's triumph over Barcelona. Su's form is remarkable. This match against his former club will surely deal a heavy blow to Barcelona. Are you out of your minds? You actually believe Sevilla can defeat Barcelona? That's the most absurd joke I've ever heard. Sevilla fans are utterly delusional. Barcelona has been unbeaten at Camp Nou for over 20 matches. What do you think you can win with? Rest assured, in tomorrow night's match, Messi will instill terror in Sevilla's defenders. Guardiola's team has yet to lose a match in La Liga, and Barcelona has previously triumphed over Sevilla in the Super Cup. Indeed, Su's performance has been outstanding. As a Barcelona fan, I am pleased to see him starting for Sevilla, but that does not imply he can breach Barcelona's defenses. I merely wish to convey one thing to Sevilla fans. The Su you pride yourselves on was merely a substitute for Barcelona last season. He is simply our discarded surplus. Clearly, the majority of Barcelona fans do not regard Su as a significant threat, especially given the explosive form of the team lately, which can be aptly described as unstoppable. It is only natural for Barcelona fans to look down upon Sevilla. Prior to the match, the renowned Spanish newspaper, AS, published an article highlighting the current states of both teams. The title read, "Su faces his former club. Can Barcelona extend their streak to 6 wins?" Sevilla's new coach, Manzano, faces his greatest challenge. The primary focus of this match is Su's return to Camp Nou. Last season, Su played for Barcelona, yet under Guardiola's stewardship, he He did not receive ample opportunities, spending the entire season languishing on the bench. Now, having joined Sevilla, he has emerged as their leading striker, netting 6 goals thus far. Su's performance will be pivotal in determining whether Sevilla can secure victory. The AS article initially commended Su's contributions at Sevilla, but as it progressed, it began to mock both Su and Sevilla. The article consistently asserted that Barcelona's defense would effectively neutralize Su's aerial threats, while also positing that Messi, Villa, and others would exploit their individual brilliance to overpower Sevilla. The Sevilla vs. Barcelona match has not only ignited widespread discussion in Spain, but has also become a topic of great interest in distant China. Prior to the match, Yoxi Network released a series of reports, the most thrilling encounter of La Liga's 6th round. Sevilla visits Camp Nou. Su returns to where his dream began, defeated by his former club or defeating his former club. Can Su turn the tables on Guardiola? Let us wait and see. Messi versus Su. The clash of super strikers is about to commence. In the comments section, the majority of Chinese fans have opted to support Su and Sevilla. Chinese people support Chinese people. Go Su. Overthrow Barcelona. Show Messi what defeat feels like. We must defeat Barcelona and make Guardiola regret his previous decision. Brothers, I personally think we should not be overly confident. Barcelona is indeed a universal team. In terms of recent form and squad depth, Sevilla is not their match. Furthermore, this is an away game. It will undoubtedly be challenging. Just go for it. Don't overthink. Sevilla is not a weak team. I believe Manzano can create a miracle. To defeat Barcelona, we must fully leverage Su's capabilities and direct the ball towards his head. Barcelona has always feared high balls, and Su is precisely their nemesis. Within less than an hour, the comments section reached tens of thousands. Besides ordinary fans, many football personalities also expressed their views on their social media platforms regarding this match. Huang Jinxiang remarked, Su has been scoring well in recent matches, and having once played for Barcelona, he might know their weaknesses. I believe Sevilla has a significant chance of toppling Barcelona away from home. Conversely, renowned commentator Jean Jun offered a different perspective. Barcelona has not lost at Camp Nou for quite some time. Under Guardiola's guidance, their tactical approach has matured immensely. While Sevilla's coach Manzano has only been in charge for a month, and the team's tactics have yet to fully integrate, I conservatively estimate that Sevilla might only manage a draw at Camp Nou. Chapter 48. Rakiti takes the field. A friend joins him. Unbeknownst to them, the date had already turned to October 3rd. This evening marked the much-anticipated clash between Sevilla and Barcelona. The 6th round of La Liga approached like a tempest. Early in the morning, Sevilla's players boarded a flight to Barcelona. By around 2 p.m., they checked into their hotel, resting for approximately 3 hours before heading to the training ground for a light warm-up. Subsequently, they boarded a bus to Barcelona's iconic stadium, Camp Nou. As they traveled towards Camp Nou, Su Yuanqing found himself seated alone by the window, gazing out at the scenery. Everything felt both familiar and foreign. Last season, he had explored every corner of Barcelona almost alone, feeling aimless and uncertain about his future. His role then was merely that of a water cooler attendant, with no opportunities to step onto the pitch. Yet now, Su Yuanqing had transformed into the leading striker for Sevilla. As his thoughts drifted, the bus came to a halt in the parking lot of Camp Nou. The Sevilla players disembarked one by one. Upon stepping off, Su Yuanqing, wearing headphones, was suddenly greeted by a few young Barcelona fans calling his name. Astonishingly, they were clutching Sevilla jerseys from his time at Barcelona. Su, could you sign an autograph for us? The enthusiastic young fans surrounded him, their innocent eyes sparkling with excitement. Truthfully, Su Yuanqing had not anticipated having fans in Barcelona. He graciously obliged their request, signing their jerseys with care. Upon returning to the Sevilla locker room, he found Coach Manzano standing confidently in the center, one hand tucked into his pocket and the other holding the starting lineup for the match. His demeanor exuded certainty and determination, as if he had already strategized for this pivotal encounter against Barcelona. Barcelona is a formidable team, he began, recalling their previous meeting in the Super Cup, where they had suffered defeat. But that was a month ago. If each one of you adheres to the tactical plan we devised, executing what we practiced, I firmly believe you can achieve victory. Do not fear Barcelona. They are human too and can make mistakes. Press them when necessary. And do not hesitate to commit fouls when the situation calls for it. Manzano's voice rose as he continued. Barcelona possesses exceptional ball control. Thus our midfielders must actively press and disrupt their rhythm, especially Messi. He is a Ballon d'Or winner, so do not afford him any opportunities. Do you understand? In unison, the Sevilla players affirmed their understanding. Sensing their spirited resolve, Manzano gradually announced the starting lineup for the day. All right, I will reveal the starting 11. The goalkeeper and defenders remain unchanged, while Rakiti will take the field as a starter, and the forward line will pair Su with Can out. Hearing his name, Rakiti's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, he had earned a chance to play. Su Yuanqing, a dear friend, patted Rakiti on the shoulder with a smile, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Ivan. You've finally made the starting lineup." Rakiti responded with determination, "Su, let us give it our all. We must conquer Camp Nou." After Manzano announced the lineup, the 11 starters, led by assistant coach Antoine, proceeded to warm up on the pitch. Meanwhile, fans began to fill the stands at Camp Nou, and upon seeing Su Yuanqing and the others enter, they erupted in a chorus of boos. Nevertheless, the Sevilla players maintained their professionalism, focusing solely on their training. After about half an hour, they returned to the locker room for their final preparations. As the clock struck 7:50, the Sevilla starters began to exit the locker room. Walking toward the player tunnel, Su Yuanqing felt a surge of excitement. Although he had spent an entire season in Barcelona, he had never started a match like this one. The path from the locker room to the player tunnel was one he had traversed many times, but he had always headed straight to the substitutes and Oppo's bench. As only the starters awaited in the tunnel, standing at the back of the line, he anticipated the commencement of this grand showdown. Before long, the Barcelona players arrived. Puyol, the captain, was the first to reach the tunnel. He had a good rapport with nearly every Sevilla player, exchanging greetings with them, including a brief chat with Su Yuanqing. "Su, welcome back to Camp Nou. I hear you've been doing well at Sevilla. Just so you know, I won't be going easy on you tonight." Su Yuanqing smiled confidently, replying, "Of course, I'll give my all on the pitch." As Puyol spoke with Su Yuanqing, Messi entered the tunnel, passing by without acknowledging him. During his time at Barcelona, Su Yuanqing's closest friend had been Ibrahimovic, but in late August, Ibrahimovic was loaned out to Milan. Guardiola had forcibly cleared him out. Consequently, Su Yuanqing would not have the chance to compete against his friend tonight. Before long, all the Barcelona players had gathered in the tunnel. Iniesta, Piqué, and others exchanged a few pleasantries with Su Yuanqing before both teams' starting players took to the field under the guidance of the referee. At last, Su Yuanqing stepped onto the hallowed grounds of Camp Nou, albeit this time as an opponent. The atmosphere in the stands reached a fever pitch as thousands of fans raised their arms and sang Barcelona's anthem in unison. Chapter 49, The Grand Debut. The battle commences. Su Yuanqing continued alongside his teammates as they made their way to the pitch, where both sets of players engaged in a cordial handshake. The pre-match ceremony revealed that the rapport between the players was quite amicable, with each offering the other sincere wishes. After the handshake, Sevilla's starting 11 gathered at the sidelines for a commemorative photograph. Subsequently, Captain Navas approached the referee to conduct the coin toss. Meanwhile, Rakiti took the initiative to step in front of Su Yuanqing for a brief exchange. "Su, give it your all. As soon as I regain control in midfield, I will pass the ball to you without delay," Rakiti declared earnestly to Su Yuanqing. Su nodded in acknowledgement and replied gravely, "Let us focus on defense initially. We must keep a close watch on Messi. If you can contain him, our chances of triumph at Camp Nou will significantly increase." Truth be told, entirely neutralizing Messi for the entirety of the 90 minutes posed a considerable challenge, a fact that Rakiti was acutely aware of. Thus, after Su finished his statement, the resolute expression on Rakiti's face softened somewhat. "I will do my utmost, Su." Just then, Sevilla's captain Navas completed the coin toss and joined his teammates. At Navas's behest, all the Sevilla starters formed a circle, attentively listening to his words. Navas glanced at his comrades and, with a firm voice, proclaimed, "Since the commencement of this season, we have yet to suffer a defeat in La Liga. Brothers, although Barcelona is a formidable team with numerous star players, so what? As long as we give our all and dare to press forward, Sevilla can emerge victorious. 1, 2, 3. Go Sevilla! Go Sevilla!" Following Navas's rousing speech, every Sevilla player brimmed with fighting spirit, eager to engage in a fierce contest against Barcelona. Subsequently, all players dispersed to their respective positions, with Su Yuanqing and his forward partner Can out taking their places at the center circle, awaiting the referee's whistle to signal the start of the match. At that moment, on the distant continent of the East, in the live broadcast room of Dongxiu Network, commentator Jean Jun's magnetic voice resonated through the microphone. The highly anticipated clash in La Liga is about to unfold, as Barcelona hosts Sevilla. The starting players from both teams had arranged themselves in formation, poised for the referee's signal. Allow me to introduce the starting lineups. For Barcelona, the attacking trident consists of Messi, Villa, and Pedro, while the midfield trio includes Iniesta, Xavi, and Busquets. The defense, from right to left, features Alves, Puyol, Piku, and Abidal, with Valdes in goal. Guardiola has opted for a 4-3-3 formation tonight, deploying all of Barcelona's key players, demonstrating his respect for Sevilla. On the visiting side, Sevilla's coach Manzano has set up a 4-4-2 formation, with Canut partnering with our own Su Yuanqing in attack. The midfielders are Capel, Ropiti, Romeric, and Rakiti, while the defense comprises Alexis, Conco, C-Series, and Navas, with Palop as the goalkeeper. After Jean Jun and Oppo's introduction of the teams, Chinese fans began to flood the comments section, eagerly anticipating the commencement of this monumental battle. It and Oppo's begun. Su Yuanqing faces his former club. The match we and Oppo's all been waiting for. Go Su Yuanqing. Take down Messi. It was a thrilling moment, as the Barcelona fans at Camp Nou began to rally behind their team, the famous anthem El Cant del Bar echoing throughout the stadium. As the song filled the air, the referee and Oppo's whistle sounded. Beep. Su Yuanqing promptly passed the ball to Rakiti in midfield. In the next moment, Rakiti swiftly delivered the ball to Capel on the left flank. Sevilla, known for their aversion to ball possession, preferred to exploit the aerial threat posed by Canut and Su Yuanqing by delivering crosses from the wings. Hence, Rakiti instinctively distributed the ball wide. Bang! Capel wasted no time, decisively sending it across. However, due to the multitude of defenders within Barcelona's penalty area, this attempt failed to create a significant threat, as the towering Piku executed a clean clearance. Although Piku had yet to reach his peak, he gradually established himself in Barcelona with Puyol and Oppo's support. His header was precise, sending the ball back to midfield, where it was intercepted by Barcelona and Oppo's midfield stalwart, Busquets. Since Guardiola took the helm at Barcelona, he had resolutely sidelined Yaya Toure and elevated the young Busquets to a starting role, a decision that proved to be remarkably astute. Busquets seamlessly complemented Xavi and Iniesta, and upon gaining control of the ball, he quickly passed it to Xavi. At that moment, Messi was already poised for action in the front line. Bang! Moments later, Messi received the ball on the right flank, but Sevilla and Oppo's defenders remained vigilant. As Messi halted the ball, a surge of Sevilla players converged upon him, including Romeric and Rakiti. These two midfielders, well aware of Messi's dribbling prowess, resorted to a foul, bringing him down. Barcelona was awarded a free kick in a promising position, with Xavi stepping up to take it. In the stands of Camp Nou, tens of thousands of red and blue supporters erupted in cheers, as it seemed they anticipated this set-piece opportunity would breach Sevilla's defenses. Bang! Xavi took the free kick, sending a long pass that soared like a guided missile, landing precisely on Piku's head within Sevilla's penalty area. Just as Piku prepared to showcase his heading ability, he suddenly felt his balance falter. It was Su Yuanqing. Chapter 50. The Ironclad Defense of Sevilla. Although Su Yuanqing is a forward for Sevilla, he does not hesitate to retreat to the back line to assist his team during set-piece defenses. On this occasion, the player he was marking was none other than Piku. Despite Piku's height advantage, Su Yuanqing demonstrated superior judgment of the ball and Oppo's trajectory and heading ability. Consequently, he managed to clear the ball just ahead of Piku. Su Yuanqing, a powerful header clearance. Well done. Had it not been for this crucial intervention, Sevilla's goal would likely have been compromised by a Barcelona defender. From the outset, both Sevilla and Barcelona had opportunities to threaten each other's goals. However, this momentum did not last long, as the match gradually turned lackluster about 5 minutes later. Both teams began to adopt a more conservative approach. Naturally, given that Barcelona was playing at home this evening, coupled with their inherent inclination towards ball possession, they firmly controlled the game during this period. It appeared that the Barcelona players aimed to lull Sevilla into complacency with their monotonous passing before delivering a decisive blow. Yet, the current Sevilla squad, under the guidance of coach Manzano, had significantly improved their midfield defensive capabilities. Whether it was Rakiti, Romeric, or other players, they remained exceptionally focused, constantly tracking the ball. Furthermore, these four players possessed remarkable stamina, enabling them to swiftly neutralize any dribbler. This undoubtedly posed a challenge for Barcelona. Before long, the match clock ticked to the 15th minute, and Barcelona still struggled to create significant opportunities. Near the center circle, Busquets skillfully maneuvered past Capel's interference and quickly passed the ball to Iniesta. However, as Iniesta received the ball, both Rakiti and Romeric had already positioned themselves in front of him. Instinctively, Iniesta attempted to pass to Messi in the center, but he was surrounded by even more defenders. In a moment of desperation, Iniesta opted to conclude the attack with a long-range shot, sending the ball soaring over the goal and into the stands. This Barcelona attack clearly illustrated their growing anxiety. In the live streaming room of Dongxionet, the commentator, Jean Jun, spoke with an impassive expression. Sevilla and Oppos's defense is exceptionally targeted. The midfielders seem to have effectively locked down Barcelona and Oppos's passing. During this period, Messi had also failed to secure any particularly favorable opportunities. If Sevilla could maintain such pressing for a full 90 minutes, there was a genuine possibility of triumph. After Jean Jun's remark, he casually glanced at the viewership count, which displayed over 1 million fans tuning in for the live broadcast. Indeed, whenever Sevilla faces a formidable opponent, the viewership numbers invariably exceed those of ordinary matches, often increasing exponentially. Once again, Barcelona found an attacking opportunity. Let us observe how they might penetrate Sevilla's dense defense. Iniesta executed a deft maneuver, effortlessly slipping past Canout and Capel. He passed. The ball found its way to Xavi on the right. A direct lob. Xavi aimed to deliver the ball to Messi in the penalty area, but Sevilla's center-back C-Series anticipated Xavi's intentions, successfully clearing the ball with a header. Clearly, Coach Manzano had emphasized limiting the connection between Xavi and Messi during previous training sessions. The second ball was seized by Sevilla's players. Rakiti. Could this signal a counterattack for Sevilla? Jean Jun's voice grew increasingly vibrant as the fans in the live stream began to anticipate this offensive surge. Meanwhile, at Camp Nou, Sevilla's attack had encroached upon Barcelona's penalty area. After intercepting the ball in midfield, Rakiti quickly glanced at Su Yuanqing's positioning. As a close friend of Su Yuanqing, Rakiti possessed an innate understanding of his movements. At this juncture, Rakiti had already surmised the direction Su Yuanqing would take. However, Barcelona's defenders rushed towards Rakiti. Though Busquets was young, he exhibited remarkable composure. He grasped Rakiti's jersey, leaving Rakiti no choice but to pass the ball to the flanks, where Navas awaited. Mark their captain. Do not let him cross it. On the sidelines, Barcelona's coach, Guardiola, seemed to sense the impending danger and immediately called for his players to thwart Navas. Left-back Abidal, wary of the situation, advanced towards Navas. Additionally, midfielder Busquets was also moving to intercept him. Realizing he was on the verge of being double-teamed, Navas swiftly pushed the ball with his right foot. Thus, the ball returned to Rakiti's feet. Boom. This time, Rakiti acted without hesitation, executing a long pass that successfully sent the ball into Barcelona's penalty area. The ball floated above Camp Nou for a few seconds before swiftly descending onto Su Yuanqing's head. Rakiti's long pass was a testament to his skill. Inside Barcelona's penalty area, Piku and Puyol had already positioned themselves on either side of Su Yuanqing. Prior to the match, Guardiola had instructed his defenders to ensure that Su Yuanqing could not receive the ball easily within the box. Thus, to prevent Su Yuanqing from winning the first header, both Puyol and Piku charged towards him. However, Su Yuanqing's movement and Rakiti's pass were in perfect harmony. The moment Rakiti released the ball, Su Yuanqing sprinted towards the back post. Just as he arrived at the back post, the ball landed perfectly in front of him. Puyol and Piku's defense was rendered nearly ineffective. Of course, attempting a direct header from this position was not the optimal choice, as Valdés had already sealed off the near post. In a moment of urgency, boom, Su Yuanqing directed a header towards the center. He chose not to aim for goal, but instead executed a header assist. With Puyol and Piku's attention solely on Su Yuanqing, Sevilla's other forward was left unmarked. Su Yuanqing's header effectively set up a scoring opportunity for Canout. In the center, Canout, unmarked, unleashed a powerful strike. The ball thunderously crashed into the net. Boom. Chapter 51. Assisting. Sevilla scores first. Canout's shot was taken from a close distance, and the ball swiftly found its way into the net. Despite Barcelona's goalkeeper, Valdés, making every possible effort to save it, he could not alter the course of the ball. Sevilla, playing as the away team, took the lead. The moment Canout found the back of the net, the Camp Nou fell into a profound silence. This outcome was unbearable for the Barcelona fans. Prior to the match, nearly every Barcelona supporter exuded confidence, firmly believing that their team would dominate Sevilla at home. Yet, unexpectedly, they conceded an early goal. In the aftermath of his goal, Canut was elated, celebrating with a slide kneel. In the live broadcast, commentator Jean Jun could barely contain his excitement as he hoarsely exclaimed, "Sevilla has broken through Barcelona's defenses first." Canut scores, with the assist coming from Su Yuanqing. It was a remarkable header relay. The attention of Barcelona's defensive players was almost entirely focused on Su Yuanqing. Neglecting Canut's presence, Sevilla temporarily led Barcelona 1-0 away from home. Throughout the first half, Barcelona had maintained control of the ball, relentlessly attacking Sevilla for most of the time. However, it was Sevilla who struck first. Indeed, since Manzano took over, Sevilla has undergone a significant transformation, continuing their fiery form tonight. Barcelona found themselves in a predicament. Approximately 5,000 Sevilla fans had made the journey to Camp Nou, and at this moment, they were celebrating wildly, chanting Canut's name in unison. In stark contrast, the mood among the Barcelona supporters had plummeted. The faces of the Barcelona fans in the stands were etched with sorrow and discontent. What kind of football was this? It was far too easy for Sevilla to score. Is this truly the Barcelona I remember? I cannot comprehend why both Puyol and Piqué were marking Su. This player posed no threat to our defense. Numerous Barcelona fans began to voice their frustrations over the players and Oppo's performances. Meanwhile, the spirits of Barcelona's players had also sunk to an all-time low, especially Messi. He glanced at the celebrating Sevilla players, only to lower his head in despair. This gesture was emblematic of Messi. He often resorted to this when the team was struggling or trailing. Upon witnessing Messi's action, the mood among the other Barcelona players similarly darkened. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Captain Puyol stepped forward. Clapping his hands, he shouted fervently at his Barcelona teammates, "Hey, brothers, we've only conceded one goal. We haven't lost the match. Let us lift our spirits and fight like men. This is Camp Nou. We must battle for every Barcelona fan." Puyol then turned to Messi, urging him, "Leo, don't hang your head. We will win this match. Keep your spirits high." As Puyol rallied his teammates, Barcelona's coach Guardiola was reflecting on Su Yuanqing's performance with his assistant. Astonishing. The timing of Su's header was impeccable. Piqué and Puyol, both marking Su, had failed. This was simply unbelievable. Despite Guardiola having meticulously studied Su Yuanqing's play before the match and intensifying heading defense drills in training, they still fell victim to Su's header. Although Su did not score himself, without his initial header that set up Canut, the Malian forward would not have had the opportunity. In summary, Barcelona's defense exhibited significant flaws. Was it that Su's heading ability was exceptionally strong, or was it Piqué and Puyol's heading too weak? As Guardiola pondered this, the referee blew the whistle to resume play. At this juncture, Barcelona, playing at home, had no avenue for retreat. As Puyol had stated, Barcelona was at home tonight and had been in excellent form in recent matches, currently sitting atop La Liga, level on points with Real Madrid. If they were to lose tonight, there was a considerable chance of being overtaken by their rivals. At this point, Barcelona's players had no choice but to attack fervently. Suddenly, the match reached the 36th minute. In an effort to regain possession, Messi dropped back to the midfield. However, Sevilla's players seemed well prepared. Even as Messi arrived in the midfield, he was immediately surrounded by Sevilla players who were intent on disrupting him. Rakiti and Romeric shadowed Messi closely, constantly applying pressure. The tactical approach of Manzano proved effective. During this period, Messi appeared like a headless fly, unable to find any opportunities. As the first half drew to a close, every Barcelona player was putting forth their utmost effort. Yet under Sevilla's bus-like defense, the Catalans' passing proved ineffective. The referee's whistle signaled the end of regular time for the first half. Sevilla led Barcelona 1-0, courtesy of Canut's goal. Guardiola hastily made his way to the locker room, visibly anxious. His hurried demeanor revealed his urgency. Guardiola could not comprehend how Su Yuanqing's abilities had progressed so rapidly. Last season, he had observed Su during training and did not believe he possessed the potential for greatness, even doubting his capability to excel in the second division. However, as the first half concluded, Guardiola began to question everything. Despite Su not having many opportunities in the half, he had still left a lasting impression on him. Chapter 52, Mission Update. An anxious Messi. Within the confines of the locker room, Guardiola expressed his inner turmoil to his assistant, Bielsa. Was it truly a grave error to release Su? Guardiola gazed intently at Bielsa as he spoke. Bielsa shook his head in response, stating, Su and Oppo's technical style does not align with ours. He favors aerial duels, while Barcelona thrives on passing and maintaining possession. Perhaps, he suggested, Su and we were never truly meant to be together. Bielsa's words offered a modicum of solace to Guardiola's sorrowful heart. Quickly regaining his composure, Guardiola positioned himself centrally among the Barcelona players and bellowed, aside from conceding a goal, your performance in the first half was commendable. I need each of you to continue applying pressure on our opponents in the second half. Maintain firm control of the ball at your feet. This is Camp Nou, and we must secure victory. Moreover, we must do so in the Barcelona way. Unsurprisingly, Sevilla would likely adopt a defensive posture, making the second half a battle against a tightly knit defense. I need each of you to remain composed and utilize passing to dismantle their defensive line. In the opposing locker room, Manzano's mood was equally tense. Despite Sevilla currently leading the season, Manzano understood that the second half would be the true test. As Guardiola had suggested, Manzano instructed his players to fall back defensively. Boys, I am proud of your performance, but we have not yet achieved victory. From my understanding of Barcelona, this team will undoubtedly mount a fierce offensive in the second half. We are leading, and all we need to do is maintain our one-goal advantage until the final whistle. Thus, upon the commencement of the second half, all attacking players, save for Su, were to contribute to the defense. While Manzano devised his tactical approach for the second half, Su's thoughts were captivated by the system's announcement. At that moment, the system unveiled new tasks. Beginner task activated. Score 10 goals. Reward, La Liga Star skill. Season task activated. Obtain the La Liga Golden Boot. Reward, Superstar skill. The system revealed 2 tasks at once, one beginner and one seasonal, providing Su with ample motivation. The allure of the rewards, namely the La Liga Star skill and the Superstar skill, was undeniable. Previously, Su had acquired Van Persie's volley, enhancing his offensive options. The difficulty of these tasks surpassed those before, naturally promising more formidable rewards. With this in mind, Su felt invigorated. Halftime always feels fleeting, and soon the second half commenced. As the referee's whistle signaled the start, Barcelona swiftly launched an attack. It was evident that their approach was more patient than in the first half. The triumvirate of Xavi, Busquets, and Iniesta began to exchange more passes. Additionally, wingers Villa and Pedro drew closer to midfield, seeking greater synergy with their midfield counterparts. Barcelona's offensive philosophy revolved around passing the ball into the net, yet Sevilla offered no opportunities. Except for Su, all Sevilla players retreated to their half, compressing the space in their defensive line. Barcelona found themselves with limited passing options. 15 minutes elapsed, and the score remained 1-0 in favor of Sevilla. At that moment, the stands of Camp Nou, filled with over 80,000 Barcelona supporters, displayed palpable tension upon their faces. Coach Guardiola stood at the sidelines, directing the players in Oppo's offensive maneuvers. Despite Barcelona controlling significant possession, the narrow gaps between Sevilla's 3 lines, compounded by their overwhelming defensive numbers, rendered any forward passes likely to be intercepted by opposing defenders. As Barcelona players grappled with the frustration of dominating possession, yet failing to breach Sevilla's goal, their demeanor began to shift towards anxiety. Gradually, the midfielders began to attempt long-range shots. Xavi, Iniesta, and even right-back Alves took several attempts from distance. Alas, the collective efforts of the Barcelona players fell short, with all their shots soaring into the stands. Unbeknownst to them, the clock ticked to the 60th minute. At this juncture, Messi began to feel the pressure. He decisively swapped positions with Pedro, venturing onto the right flank. As a left-footed player, Messi found comfort in cutting inside from the right to unleash his shots. Predictably, upon seeing Messi on the right, his teammates eagerly passed the ball to him. In the 62nd minute, Messi commenced his breakthrough. At just 23 years of age, he possessed not only exceptional dribbling skills but also remarkable strength and astonishing explosiveness. It is not an exaggeration to assert that the 23-year-old Messi exhibited some of the finest dribbling prowess in history. As he received the ball on the right flank, Sevilla's defenders were thrown into disarray, their focus entirely fixated on him. In the blink of an eye, Messi deftly flicked the ball with his left foot, leaving the defenders no time to react, as he darted past the Sevilla fullback like a shadow. Messi was poised to unleash his full potential. In the studio of Dongxio Network, commentator Jean Jun spoke into the microphone with palpable tension, when passing fails to breach Sevilla's impenetrable wall. Messi opts for a personal breakthrough to seek opportunities. In the stands of Camp Nou, over 80,000 Barcelona fans rose to their feet, fervently waving their arms in support of Messi. In a matter of seconds, Messi surged into the vicinity of Sevilla and Oppos's penalty area. Observing this, Sevilla and Oppos's defenders, Conco, C-Series, and Captain Navas, instinctively rushed to confront him. Messi sought to continue his advance, yet these three defenders effectively obstructed his path, thwarting his attempt to break through. And Navas managed to clear the ball away. Boom. Fortuitously, the ball landed at Rakitic's feet. The opportunity for a counterattack had arrived. Chapter 53, a stunning strike. A goal that captivated the crowd. At this moment, the Barcelona fans, who had just moments ago been cheering for Messi, fell into a profound silence. Some supporters even placed their hands atop their heads, anxiously fearing that Sevilla and Oppos's counterattack might threaten Barcelona and Oppos's goal. The more one fears, the more likely it seems to transpire. The very scene that Barcelona fans dreaded unfolded before their eyes. After controlling the second ball, Rakitic promptly glanced up to observe Yoxi and Oppos's positioning. At that moment, only Puyol stood in the entire Barcelona defense, while the other defenders had advanced to midfield to engage in the attack. Undoubtedly, this presented a golden opportunity for a counterattack. Without hesitation, Rakitic sent the ball forward before Busquets could initiate his defensive maneuver. Boom. The ball arced gracefully through the air above Camp Nou, eventually landing perfectly atop Yoxi and Oppos's head. A splendid pass. The football appeared before Yoxi. At that instant, the pressure on Barcelona and Oppos's central defender and captain, Puyol, was immense. To prevent Yoxi from heading the ball directly into the net, the seasoned Puyol placed his right hand on Yoxi's shoulder, attempting to impede his jump. In Puyol's eyes, if he could thwart Yoxi's header, he would have the upper hand. However, Yoxi had no intention of heading the ball from the outset. Upon feeling Puyol and Oppos's grip, he leaned into him, and just as the ball descended before him, Yoxi suddenly turned partially and executed a stunning volley. His right foot swung through the air with force, striking the ball and Oppos's underside. In an instant, the ball soared like a meteor, hurtling towards the far corner of the goal. At that moment, Barcelona and Oppos's goalkeeper, Valdes, remained utterly motionless, failing to make any attempt to save. It's a goal. Yoxi has found the net. Just when everyone expected Yoxi to opt for a header, he astounded all by choosing a volley instead. The shot was exquisite. He first leaned into Puyol, then expertly executed the volley. Valdes was caught off guard. The score transformed to 2-0. Sevilla led Barcelona by 2 goals. On the pitch, Yoxi chose not to celebrate his achievement, but instead quietly made his way back to his half. Although he refrained from celebrating, it did not dampen the spirits of his Sevilla teammates. Canout, Rakitic, and Navas rushed to embrace him, expressing their joy. In the live broadcast, commentator Jean Jun praised Yoxi exuberantly. We can see that Yoxi did not celebrate after scoring. Despite having had a less than perfect season at Barcelona last year, where he didn't earn a single appearance under Guardiola, yet Yoxi still expressed respect for the Barcelona club. In truth, Jean Jun misinterpreted the situation. Yoxi and Oppos's lack of celebration stemmed not from the club, but from a deep respect for the Barcelona fans. Prior to the match, he had been approached by fans seeking his autograph, which deeply moved him. Thus, Yoxi resolved to forego celebration as a gesture of respect towards the fans who cherished him. In the live chat, fans from Huaxia could hardly contain their excitement. Yoxi's shot was simply breathtaking. To encapsulate it in one word, spectacular. I thought Yoxi would choose a header, yet he surprisingly opted for a volley. It feels as though Yoxi's volley surpasses even his headers. With a 2-goal lead over Barcelona, I truly cannot fathom how Sevilla could lose. To be 2 goals ahead in Barcelona's home ground. Am I dreaming? Sevilla is undeniably formidable. At that moment, on Barcelona's bench, Guardiola's eyes brimmed with despair. He spread his arms in bewilderment towards his assistant, inquiring, when did learn to volley? Though reluctant to admit it, that shot was executed brilliantly. The speed, power, and angle were all impeccable. Why did not exhibit such prowess last season? At this moment, Guardiola's heart was a tumult of emotions, disappointment, frustration, and above all, regret. As of now, Yoxi had already contributed 1 goal and 1 assist in this match, his performance being nothing short of exceptional. It is no exaggeration to assert that Barcelona's two-goal deficit is largely attributable to Su Yuqing. The extent of Guardiola's despair was mirrored by the exhilaration of Sevilla's coach, Manzano. After Su Yuqing netted the second goal, the usually composed Manzano began to pump his fists and cheer exuberantly. In fact, prior to the match, Manzano harbored little confidence in his team, given the significant personnel disparity between Sevilla and Barcelona. Furthermore, Barcelona had been in outstanding form lately, and playing at Camp Nou. They seemed to possess every advantage. For Manzano, securing even a single point from this match would have been a satisfactory outcome. Yet now, his team found themselves 2 goals ahead of Barcelona, leading to his uncontainable joy. On the field, Rakiti wrapped an arm around Su Yuqing's neck, excitedly exclaiming, "Su, how about that pass of mine?" Su Yuqing responded with a thumbs-up gesture, declaring, "Fantastic. With you by my side, I am certain I can claim this season's La Liga Golden Boot." After uttering this, Rakiti momentarily froze. "What did you just say? The Golden Boot this season?" Su Yuqing reiterated his statement. Rakiti laughed and replied, "That's the spirit. I support you. You take the Golden Boot, and I'll take the best assists. How about that?" "Absolutely." Soon, Messi once again stood at the center circle to resume play, lowering his head once more. In truth, if we trace back the origins of the goal conceded by Barcelona, Messi played a significant role. Had he not attempted to force his way through 3 defenders, leading to the loss of possession, Sevilla would never have gained the ball, nor could they have launched a counterattack. Chapter 54, A Frenzied Assault. The Bloodbath of Barcelona. As the match progressed, the home team, Barcelona, found themselves in dire straits, teetering on the brink of despair. With nowhere left to retreat, Sevilla, having established a 2-goal lead, resolutely adopted a defensive strategy, intent on preserving their 2-0 advantage until the final whistle. The last 20 minutes unfolded as a grand showdown between the two teams. Barcelona's relentless attacks bore down upon Sevilla, who struggled to breathe under the pressure. The ball remained predominantly in Sevilla's half, transforming the match into a one-sided onslaught. Yet, despite the overwhelming predicament, Sevilla's head coach, Manzano, maintained an air of calm, his demeanor betraying no signs of anxiety, as if everything was firmly under control. Before long, Manzano observed that Su Yuanqing and Oppos's stamina was waning, standing still on the pitch. Thus, he promptly instructed his assistant Antoine to prepare Fabiano for a substitution. Manzano resolved to replace the fatigued Su Yuanqing with Fabiano in 5 minutes. At that moment, Barcelona, playing on their home turf, suddenly surged forward. It was none other than Messi. In the 71st minute, he received a diagonal pass from Xavi on the right flank. After deftly controlling the ball with his left foot, Messi faced 2 Sevilla defenders. Instead of passing, he showcased his extraordinary dribbling skills. The ball seemed glued to Messi's left foot, impervious to the defenders' attempts to dispossess him. With a swift feint, he evaded their grasp and, in the blink of an eye, found himself at the edge of Sevilla's penalty area. As Messi approached the box, the pressure mounted on Sevilla's center-backs. Danger loomed. Messi executed a dazzling solo run, effortlessly weaving into Sevilla's penalty area. Just as the commentator in the studio finished his sentence, Messi unleashed a shot within the box. However, the vigilance of Sevilla and Oppos's defenders, Cone and Cazares, proved formidable. They charged in front of Messi at the crucial moment, deflecting his shot with their bodies. Barcelona squandered a golden opportunity to score. In the stands of Camp Nou, Barcelona supporters felt an immense weight of pressure. They had unwavering faith in Messi's ability to find the net, but now he was thoroughly stifled by Sevilla's defense. Time was slipping away for Barcelona. On the sidelines, the disappointment was palpable on the face of Barcelona's coach. He felt helpless, as this was not the outcome he had envisioned. Gradually, Guardiola began to entertain thoughts of conceding defeat. In no time, Sevilla continued to exert pressure on Barcelona and Oppos's midfield. This time, it was Busquets who made a passing error, allowing Rakitic to intercept the ball. Rakitic glanced up, spotting Su Yuanqing making a run into Barcelona's penalty area, and decisively launched a long pass. Bang! Rakitic and Su Yuanqing had developed an impeccable understanding during prior matches, almost anticipating each other's intentions with mere glances. The ball sailed across the halfway line, swiftly descending into Barcelona's box. At that moment, Su Yuanqing had already seized the upper hand in his battle with Puyol. Seconds later, the ball descended onto Su Yuanqing's head, while Puyol, desperately defending, leapt into action. Despite Puyol's efforts, Su Yuanqing had already established his position, rendering Puyol a mere spectator. Meanwhile, Pique, the other Barcelona center-back, attempted to impede Su Yuanqing and Oppo's jump by placing his hands on his shoulders. Unfortunately, this tactic proved futile against Su Yuanqing and Oppo's determination. In an instant, he broke free from Pique's grasp and soared into the air. Upon colliding with Puyol midair, Su Yuanqing powerfully executed a header. Although Barcelona's goalkeeper, Valdez, reacted swiftly, his efforts were in vain as the ball grazed his fingertips before finding its way into the net. Su Yuanqing's header was simply too swift. The score was now altered to 3-0. During the 75 minutes of play, Su Yuanqing had successfully contested 5 aerial duels, triumphing in each, boasting a remarkable tally of 2 goals and 1 assist. Undoubtedly, Su Yuanqing was the pivotal figure in Sevilla and Oppo's victory, directly contributing to their 3-goal lead over Barcelona. In the ensuing moments, Barcelona's players appeared to lose their fighting spirit, their attacks failing to breach Sevilla's defenses. With Sevilla now 3 goals ahead, they opted to retreat into a more defensive posture, rendering their fortress nearly impenetrable. Neither Xavi, Iniesta, nor Messi could display their usual prowess, and even the defenders hesitated to push forward, fearing the possibility of conceding. Nevertheless, while Barcelona seemed to have lost their attacking zeal, Sevilla, emboldened by their 3-goal cushion, showed no signs of relenting in their offensive endeavors. They sought to further extend their lead, aiming for a decisive victory over Barcelona. In the 78th minute, Sevilla earned another corner. Inside the penalty area, Su Yuanqing found himself marked by 3 defenders, clearly indicating the heightened concern from Barcelona regarding his presence. Despite the efforts of Pique and Puyol, Su Yuanqing failed to secure the first touch, as Navas opted to deliver the ball to the far post for Canut. With all of Barcelona and Oppo's tall players preoccupied with marking Su Yuanqing, the defender tasked with guarding Canut was none other than Messi. This presented a golden opportunity for Canut. Seizing the moment, he effortlessly headed the ball into the net, bringing the score to 4-0. Sevilla's away performance ensured the match lost all suspense, leaving the fans at Camp Nou to endure a torturous experience. Chapter 55. Winning the applause of Barcelona fans. Once again, it was Su Yuanqing's assist. 2 goals and 2 assists. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Yuanqing single-handedly dismantled the formidable Barcelona this evening. The vast Camp Nou was enveloped in silence, the expressions of Barcelona fans rife with despair. Jean Jun spoke with a hint of pride, while Jean Lu lavishly praised Su Yuanqing and Oppo's performance. It seems that following this match, Su Yuanqing will undoubtedly become the headline in Spanish media. In the live comments on Dongxiao.com, fans from Huaxiao expressed their admiration for Su Yuanqing's performance. Who says Huaxiao players cannot play? Tonight, Su Yuanqing made the entire Iberian Peninsula tremble for him. With his 2 goals and 2 assists, what about Messi? Not a single goal. Not even one threatening attack. With a score of 4-0, this match is practically secured. The thought of crushing Barcelona is exhilarating. Guardiola and the club president must be regretting their decision to let go of such a great star. I wonder if Guardiola still looks down on Su Yuanqing. At Camp Nou, Barcelona restarted the game. With a maximum of 10 minutes remaining, theoretically, it is impossible for Barcelona, enjoying home advantage, to overturn the score. The suspense seems to have evaporated. Su, thank you for yet another splendid assist. Canut sincerely approached Su Yuanqing to express his gratitude. Not at all. Your position was excellent. Passing the ball to you was the right choice. Just as Su Yuanqing finished his sentence, his friend Rakiti leapt onto his back. Su, congratulations on defeating your former club. Tonight, the whole of Spain will surely discuss your performance. Rakiti appeared more excited than Su Yuanqing himself. Ivan, let us not get ahead of ourselves. The match isn't over yet. Before Su Yuanqing could finish, Sevilla's captain Navas jogged over, stating, Su, you're worrying too much. We are already 4 goals ahead. Barcelona winning? That is simply impossible. In the stands at Camp Nou, approximately 5,000 Sevilla fans were chanting Su Yuanqing's name. This match was a feast for these Sevilla supporters. They not only achieved victory but also decisively triumphed over Barcelona, and most importantly, Su Yuanqing shone. Though tickets to Camp Nou are expensive, witnessing such an exhilarating battle is worth every penny. Su, you will become a legend in Sevilla. The one who brought Su Yuanqing here was truly a genius. As a Sevilla fan for over 20 years, I have never felt the joy of crushing Barcelona like this. Yes, thank you, Su, for the victory. Sevilla fans will always support you. After the celebration, before Barcelona kicked off again, Su Yuanqing felt his legs growing weak. He was exhausted. Undeniably, Su Yuanqing had been exceptionally active tonight, having run over 10,000 meters as a forward. Although Manzano had not assigned him defensive duties, Su Yuanqing often found himself helping in midfield defense for the sake of the team. Each time Sevilla faced a Barcelona corner, Su Yuanqing would dash back to assist in defense. In his quest to sink the Universe team at Camp Nou, Su Yuanqing contested every ball, exerting all his physical strength. Especially with the header assist earlier, despite feeling weak in his legs when he jumped, he still gave it his all, outjumping Barcelona's captain to head the ball to Canute, ultimately assisting in a goal. At that moment, Su Yuanqing had a strong premonition that for the next 3 days, his muscles would be sore all over. But so what? As long as he could help the team achieve victory, crush his former club, and deliver a stinging blow to Guardiola and the Barcelona hierarchy, it was all worth it. From his performance, Su Yuanqing had indeed accomplished this, 2 goals and 2 assists. He was directly involved in 4 goals tonight. Su Yuanqing proved his worth on the pitch he had longed for. On the Sevilla bench, Fabiano had removed his training vest and quickly made his way to the sidelines. Coach Manzano approached Fabiano, advising him on what to be mindful of upon entering the game. As the assistant referee raised the substitution board, thunderous applause erupted from the stands of Camp Nou. Fabiano replaced Su Yuanqing. Over 5,000 Sevilla fans clapped vigorously, expressing their affection for this Huaxia striker. In addition to the Sevilla fans, a few Barcelona supporters also applauded Su Yuanqing. Though he was a former Barcelona player, he had never played in an official match for their first team. The reason these Barcelona fans applauded Su Yuanqing was primarily due to their deep admiration for his personal abilities. Su Yuanqing walked slowly off the pitch. Yet no Barcelona player urged him to hurry, which clearly indicated that they had all but lost hope for the match. Upon reaching the sidelines, Manzano embraced Su Yuanqing. This night is destined to belong to you. Su, you played a match that deserves to be recorded in history. You brought joy to tens of thousands of Sevilla fans. Manzano spoke with great excitement, his eyes brimming with tears. Su Yuanqing remained calm. I will continue to maintain this form. I believe in you. You have all the capability. Following this evening's match, Su Yuanqing's status in Manzano's eyes skyrocketed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely secure a starting position for the season. Back on the bench, Su Yuanqing's friend Debo was the first to offer his congratulations. Su, your performance was truly astonishing. We must celebrate tonight. I'll treat. What do you say? Despite Debo and Apos' good intentions, Su Yuanqing declined. Debo, I'm too tired. I just want to rest now. Chapter 56. Confronted by the media, Guardiola storms out in anger. Once Su Yuanqing was substituted, the match swiftly descended into monotony. Although the newly introduced Fabiano displayed commendable energy, the remaining Sevilla players had seemingly lost all motivation to compete. After all, apart from Fabiano, the rest of the Sevilla squad was utterly fatigued. For the majority of the game, Sevilla's players had been entrenched in a defensive shell, relentlessly trailing after Barcelona players as they passed the ball. Most significantly, the Sevilla players maintained an elevated level of alertness, which undoubtedly took a toll on their stamina. Thus, it was evident that the current physical condition of the Sevilla players was stretched to its limits. As the match entered stoppage time, Barcelona, playing on home turf, seized a promising attacking opportunity. Pedro's breakthrough on the right flank resulted in a corner kick. The referee pointed towards the corner flag. In the final minute of stoppage time, Barcelona was granted a chance to attack from the corner. Xavi approached the corner flag to take the kick, while Barcelona's 2 central defenders, Piqué and Puyol, surged into the Sevilla penalty area. This was set to be Barcelona's last offensive endeavor of the match. With a thud, Xavi delivered the football towards the far post, where Puyol, lurking in anticipation, leapt high and headed the ball into the net. Barcelona managed to salvage a modicum of dignity with a goal. The instant the ball soared into Sevilla and Apos' goal, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. The game concluded with Barcelona suffering a 1-4 defeat at home to Sevilla. Post-match statistics revealed Barcelona had maintained an astonishing 80 possession. Yet, their sole goal came from a corner kick. As the final whistle resonated, a profound silence enveloped Camp Nou. Over 80,000 Barcelona supporters were left in a state of disbelief, unable to comprehend the 1-4 scoreline. On the pitch, most Sevilla players lay sprawled on the grass, having battled until the very last moment. Despite their exhaustion, The Sevilla players wore broad smiles, while each Barcelona player bowed their heads in silence as they retreated to the tunnel. Barcelona's undefeated streak in La Liga had come to an abrupt end, a result that the entire team found unbearable. Even among the die-hard fans in the stands at Camp Nou, a significant number began chanting for Guardiola and Oppos's dismissal. After a brief respite, Sevilla's players congregated beneath the away fans section, joining their supporters in jubilant celebration. This was indeed Sevilla's moment, as if the vast expanse of Camp Nou had transformed into their own home ground. At the post-match press conference, Barcelona and Oppos's coach, Guardiola, found himself in a state of profound despondency. He resembled a powder keg, perpetually on the verge of explosion. However, the Catalan journalist showed no leniency towards Guardiola, directly placing the blame for the loss squarely on his shoulders. Mr. Guardiola, what was the reason behind tonight and Oppos's defeat? Su scored 2 goals and provided 2 assists. Why was such an exceptional forward not given a chance to play for Barcelona? Is your strategy appropriate? The trio of inquiries from the Catalan reporters ignited Guardiola's fury. Without offering a response, he rose and departed, striding towards the team bus without a backward glance. In stark contrast to Guardiola and Oppos's indignation, Sevilla and Oppos's coach, Manzano, relished the moment during the post-match interview. We have put an end to Barcelona's winning streak at Camp Nou. This is a monumental victory for Sevilla in the new season. Sevilla is on the right path, and we shall deliver a splendid performance this season. In the press conference, Manzano radiated confidence and triumph. Following the match, numerous media outlets in both Sevilla and Catalonia began reporting on the outcome of this epic clash. Sevilla dominates Barcelona 4-1 away. A disastrous start to the season for Guardiola's team. Guardiola explodes in anger post-match. Catalan media lavishes praise on Su Yuanqing. Manzano's team emerges unscathed from Camp Nou. Former Barcelona player Su Yuanqing instrumental in 4 goals. This night belongs to the young star. Barcelona's winning streak halted, their invincibility shattered, with the catalyst being former Barcelona player Su Yuanqing. This young Chinese striker delivered a stinging rebuke to Guardiola. As Spanish journalists delved deeper, the true reasons behind Su Yuanqing and Oppos's departure from Barcelona gradually began to surface. On Barcelona and Oppos's fan forums, a multitude of supporters began to lash out at Guardiola, with even the official Barcelona website becoming inundated with their grievances. Guardiola, please leave. You have let go of a brilliant striker. You should be the one to depart, not Su. Guardiola's tactics had evidently run their course. Perhaps departing was the best course of action. By releasing Ibrahimovic, Ronaldinho, and the immensely talented Su, all to pave the way for Messi, the Barcelona locker room had become akin to a harem, rife with intrigue and exhausting rivalries. Guardiola is a true villain. He should have given Su a chance last season. If I were Su, I would have fought with all my might against Barcelona in this match. It is truly intolerable. In addition to the throngs of Barcelona supporters vehemently criticizing Guardiola, a faction of fans specifically sought out Su Yuanqing's social media to express their apologies. Su, you were so close to becoming a starter. It's all Guardiola's fault. He ruined everything. Please do not blame Barcelona. This is all due to Guardiola and the despicable tactics of the higher-ups. If possible, Barcelona will always welcome you back. We do not hold you accountable. We wish you to become a legend in Sevilla. Barcelona has lost a top striker. This is the worst decision we have ever made. On the bus heading to Sevilla, Su Yuanqing perused the comments from Barcelona fans, his expression unchanged, though internally, he was bursting with excitement. Clearly, he had won over the hearts of Barcelona supporters through this match. Chapter 57. Embracing the Devil's Schedule. The second match of the Europa League. After approximately 5 days of recuperation, Sevilla faced the 7th round of La Liga, traveling to challenge Sporting Gijón. Judging by the strength of this team, they were essentially positioned as a relegation contender. In the first 6 rounds of La Liga, Sporting Gijón managed only 1 victory, 2 draws, and 3 defeats, reflecting a dismal state. Given the current form of Sevilla's players, even away from home, they possessed ample capability to vanquish their opponents. Consequently, Coach Manzano decided to implement a rotation of personnel for this match. Su Yuanqing was not included in the matchday squad, nor were Navas and Canout. While the Sevilla players journeyed to the away match, these 3 were engaged in extra training at the training base. Sevilla encountered minimal resistance at the home of Sporting Gijón. For the majority of the match, Sevilla dominated possession, with Gige relegated to defensive tactics. After a relentless assault lasting 50 minutes, Sevilla finally pierced Gige's defenses with a long-range strike from Rakiti, marking the sole goal of the match. Sevilla triumphed with a narrow 1-0 victory, successfully securing 3 points with minimal cost. The following day marked a training day. Before the session commenced, Manzano gathered the players for a brief address. He summoned Antoine to assemble all the players, and soon the first team members encircled Manzano. "Gentlemen, your recent performances have been commendable. We currently sit in second place in La Liga, with a record of 6 victories and 1 draw. I am immensely proud of each and every one of you." As Manzano's enthusiasm grew, he continued, "I believe Sevilla is on the right path. We have shed the shadows of the season's onset." Following his remarks, applause erupted among the Sevilla first-team players, gradually fading after a few seconds. Manzano continued, "The remaining matches in October are tightly packed, with a schedule of double fixtures each week. The team will not only compete in La Liga, but also in the Europa League and Copa del Rey. I expect each of you to maintain peak physical condition. Our goal this season is to aim for the La Liga championship, and of course, to defend our title in the Copa del Rey. This tournament is of paramount importance." Though Manzano did not emphasize the significance of the Europa League, its importance clearly surpassed that of La Liga and the Copa del Rey, as it is a continental competition. However, he refrained from mentioning the Europa League primarily because he believed that Sevilla was not yet in a position to contend for the title. Nevertheless, Sevilla would not easily relinquish their aspirations in the Europa League. After the discussion concluded, Manzano called Su Yuanqing aside. Since Manzano's appointment, he had boldly chosen Su Yuanqing as a starter, a decision that had proven to be astute. Since Su Yuanqing became a key player, Sevilla's scoring ability had surged dramatically. And to date, he had netted 7 goals, making him the team and Oppos's top scorer. "How is your recovery, Su?" Manzano inquired with warmth. "I am nearly fully recovered," Su Yuanqing replied candidly. A look of satisfaction spread across Manzano's face as he continued, "In our next match, Sevilla will face our second opponent in the Europa League group stage, Colbafan. This team is of average strength, and given that it is an away match, I plan to have you remain at the base." "What? Coach, I want to play." Su Yuanqing expressed a fervent desire to participate, surprising Manzano, who could not fathom why Su Yuanqing was eager to travel to an away match against a relatively unknown club. Manzano patiently elaborated. "Just 3 days after the match against Colbafan, we will have a major clash with Athletic Bilbao. I hope you can conserve your energy for that encounter." Despite Manzano and Oppos's thorough explanation, Su Yuanqing remained intent on participating in the seemingly inconsequential Europa League match. "Coach, I can come on in the second half, or I can sit on the bench. Rest assured, my stamina is perfectly fine." Observing Su Yuanqing's unwavering determination, Manzano ultimately acquiesced, permitting him to accompany the team to the Europa League away fixture. In truth, Su Yuanqing held little interest in Colbafan, primarily motivated by the rewards associated with the Europa League. Based on his previous experience with Barcelona, he understood that participation in La Liga would yield only a single attribute point, while the Europa League would grant 2 points. Thus, this was the principal reason for Su Yuanqing's insistence on joining the team for the Europa League away match. 2 days later, Su Yuanqing traveled to Eastern Europe with the team. In this match, Manzano did not include Su Yuanqing in the starting lineup, believing that facing a team like Colbafan did not necessitate his presence. Why wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut? As it turned out, Colbafan was indeed an easy prey. By halftime, Sevilla had already established a 3-goal lead. The final score concluded at a resounding 5-0. Su Yuanqing remained on the bench throughout, never needing to step onto the field that evening. All Sevilla players boarded a flight back to Spain. On the flight, Su Yuanqing, feeling bored, opened the system to check his status. Presently, his attributes were as follows. Host, Su Yuanqing, age, 19, height, 188 centimeters, physical abilities, strength 80, 88, stamina 77, 85, speed 75, 80, explosiveness 70, 75, jumping 89, 89, agility 72, 78, power 80, 88, reaction 77, 85, balance 72, 77, technical abilities, shooting 76, 78, long-range shooting 66, 76, heading 87, 87, short passing 65, 77, long passing 60, 70, crossing 58, 66, vision 65, 70, dribbling 70, 76, penalty 65, 75, volley 86, 89. Remaining attribute points. 9. Su Yuanqing glanced over his attributes, noting that his heading ability had successfully reached 87, which he deemed entirely sufficient. There was no need to allocate further points. Chapter 58. Continue to add points. Facing Athletic Bilbao. However, his long-range shooting attribute was rather low. With a long-range shooting talent of only 76, and his actual long-range capability standing at a mere 66. This evidently did not align with the prowess of a super striker. Hence, Su Yuanqing decisively raised his long-range shooting talent to 80. Attribute points -1, long-range shooting 1, attribute points -1, long-range shooting 1, after 4 enhancements. His long-range shooting talent reached 80, leaving him with 5 remaining attribute points. Su Yuanqing opted not to exhaust these points entirely, choosing instead to conserve them, as his immediate priority was to focus on training his long-range shooting. With approximately 3 days remaining until the match against Athletic Bilbao, Su Yuanqing aimed to maximize his long-range shooting talent during this period. The following morning, at 5 o'clock, Su Yuanqing arrived early at Sevilla's training base, commencing an intense regimen of long-range shooting practice. In fact, according to the training schedule devised by Manzano, there was no organized training set for that day. Consequently, after 3 hours of relentless practice, the training ground remained desolate. The monotony of such training, compounded by the absence of a goalkeeper to apply pressure, rendered the training less effective. Thus, Su Yuanqing decided to call Rakiti, inviting him to join the training session. Undeniably, Rakiti was a true friend to Su Yuanqing. Within 15 minutes of receiving the call, Rakiti appeared at the training ground. Upon his arrival, Su Yuanqing instructed Rakiti to assume the role of goalkeeper. It was then that Rakiti realized he had unwittingly stepped into a predicament. Fortunately, with Rakiti's assistance, the effectiveness of Su Yuanqing's training improved remarkably. Through Su Yuanqing and Oppo's fervent and diligent efforts, he ultimately maximized his long-range shooting attribute the day before the match against Athletic Bilbao. On October 18th, the highly anticipated clash between Athletic Bilbao and Sevilla was set to commence at 8 o'clock in the evening. Prior to the match, the fans of both teams engaged in heated exchanges across social media platforms. Both Athletic Bilbao and Sevilla are regarded as traditional powerhouses in La Liga. However, due to the dominance of Barcelona and Real Madrid, they, along with Atletico Madrid, are left to contend for the coveted third-place position. In recent seasons, the rivalry between Sevilla and Athletic Bilbao fans has intensified, resulting in significant discord as they vied for the third position in the league. As a result, the relationship between the two teams has deteriorated into that of bitter enemies. Each encounter between Sevilla and Athletic Bilbao typically features fierce competition, with players exhibiting aggressive play that could rival even the fiercest derbies. This time, the exchanges between the fans were even more animated. For 3 days leading up to the match, the two teams engaged in a fervent battle on social media. Sevilla has become too arrogant. You merely defeated Barcelona and suddenly consider yourselves champions of La Liga? Please, don't let one match define you. The audacity of Sevilla fans is infuriating. How can you be so boastful when you're merely second in the league? If you were to win La Liga, would you ascend to the heavens? Of course. Given Sevilla's history, a championship title is utterly unattainable. I can hardly contain my excitement for this match. Athletic Bilbao will leave Sevilla searching for their teeth. Tonight, Athletic Bilbao will impart a harsh lesson about the perils of the footballing world. 6 wins and 1 draw? It may seem impressive, but aside from Barcelona, Sevilla's opponents have all been relegation battlers. The reality is not so grand. Let Sevilla fans continue to boast. They will surely be put in their place after the match. Athletic Bilbao fans held Sevilla in disdain. They believed that Sevilla's current standing, a mere 2 points behind Real Madrid, was purely a stroke of luck. This sentiment was echoed by many teams in La Liga, who were confident that it wouldn't be long before Sevilla tumbled from their second-place position. Regardless of the fans' discussions, the pressure on both coaches was undeniably immense, especially for Athletic Bilbao as coach, Caparros. Since taking the helm in 2007, he had left an indelible mark on the club. This season, Athletic Bilbao had made a decent start, currently positioned 6th in the league. However, Sevilla's form was evidently more explosive, sitting second and trailing Real Madrid by only 2 points. Moreover, Su Yuanqing's sudden emergence caught Caparros completely off guard. In preparation for the match, Caparros had meticulously reviewed extensive footage of Su Yuanqing's performances. After watching he felt a sense of dismay. He immediately instructed his defensive players to engage in targeted training, focusing intensely on heading defense. In Caparro's eyes, Su Yuanqing was akin to a diluted version of Klinsmann. His aerial prowess was undeniably top tier. To contain Su Yuanqing, it was imperative to bolster the team's defensive aerial capabilities. At 7:50 in the evening, the players of Sevilla and Athletic Bilbao waited in the players' tunnel. Tonight, San Mamés Stadium was filled to the brim, boasting over 50,000 attendees. As the match approached, the fervent supporters of Athletic Bilbao began to sing their team anthem, hoping to create an electrifying atmosphere to herald the commencement of this monumental encounter. The players of both teams stood in line, anticipating their entrance. Perhaps both sides sensed the impending challenge that awaited them, as there was little verbal exchange before the match. 5 minutes later, the players stepped onto the ground of San Mamés Stadium, widely regarded as one of La Liga's most daunting arenas. As Su Yuanqing emerged from the tunnel, an overwhelming wave of cheers engulfed him, nearly shattering his eardrums. In the distant eastern continent, the commentator Zhang Jun had just introduced the starting lineups of both teams. Fans from Huaxia had long awaited this match. Su Yuanqing was finally starting. How wonderful! The sleepless night had not been in vain. Manzano, the old coach, had kept Su Yuanqing benched for 2 consecutive matches, but tonight, followers would finally witness his exquisite skills. It was rumored that the previous 2 matches were merely a strategy to conserve energy for this very encounter, and fans hoped Su Yuanqing would deliver his finest performance. The atmosphere at Athletic Bilbao as home grounds was electrifying. How one wished to experience it firsthand. At 8:00 and Oppo's clock local time, with the referee and Oppo's whistle, the grand battle officially commenced. Chapter 59, trailing by 2 goals. Unbeknownst to many, the match has reached the 20th minute, presenting a prime opportunity for Athletic Bilbao to launch an attack. Midfielder San Jose executed a sudden pass that wreaked havoc within Sevilla and Oppo's penalty area. With a resounding thud, the ball met the head of forward Llorente, towering at an impressive 190 centimeters. He outmaneuvered Sevilla and Oppo's Kono and leapt to head the ball. The football hurtled into the net. Goalkeeper Palop valiantly attempted a save on the goal line, but Llorente's header was too swift, grazing Palop's fingertips before finding its home in the goal. Ah! The home crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, waving flags and chanting. On the colossal screen at San Mamés Stadium, Athletic Bilbao has taken a commanding 2-goal lead. Is this the prowess of Sevilla? It falls woefully short. Henceforth, Sevilla fans should refrain from barking like dogs. A pathetic team. 2-0. Tonight belongs to Athletic Bilbao. The recent winless streak has driven Sevilla's players and fans into a frenzy. One might think they had clinched the championship. Even Real Madrid would leave San Mamés bloodied, let alone Sevilla. In this moment, Athletic Bilbao's supporters began to mock Sevilla, some even resorting to direct verbal provocations towards the visiting fans. On the pitch, Llorente, having just scored, sprinted to the corner flag, delivering a furious kick to the flagpole. This act undoubtedly reignited the fervor of the home supporters. Meanwhile, far away in Huaxia, the voice of commentator Zhang Jun resounded. Just 20 minutes into the game, the home team, Athletic Bilbao, has established a 2-goal lead. While the previously unbeaten Sevilla appears utterly powerless, the rhythm of the match is firmly under the control of the Bilbao players. Their aerial bombardment has placed enormous pressure on Sevilla and Oppo's defense, particularly with Llorente and Oppo's formidable heading ability. Up until now, he has contested 5 aerial duels with Sevilla and Oppo's center-backs in the penalty area, winning each one and scoring 2 goals. If this continues, Sevilla's unbeaten streak may soon shatter. Although Zhang Jun is a neutral commentator, the presence of Su Yuanqing causes him to lean slightly in favor of Sevilla. He addressed the viewers. Tonight, Sevilla and Oppo's midfield has been utterly dominated, with Su Yuanqing left to fend for himself on the front line, unable to seize any opportunities. In contrast, Athletic Bilbao and Oppo's midfielders frequently deliver the ball into the penalty area. If nothing changes, Coach Manzano may consider a tactical shift during halftime. In the stands of San Mamés, Sevilla fans have lost their spirit. No longer engaging in verbal sparring with Athletic Bilbao supporters, they bow their heads, their eyes reflecting despair. Trailing by 2 goals within 20 minutes, no Sevilla player harbors any hope for tonight and Oppo's match. The Sevilla players are equally disheartened. Not long ago, when Sevilla triumphed over Barcelona at Camp Nou, the entire team basked in glory. The exuberance of that moment now contrasts sharply with their current desolation. Sevilla has been overly confident tonight. From the very first minute, Sevilla's players have failed to regard Athletic Bilbao with the seriousness they deserve. The previous 7-match unbeaten run has inflated the confidence of every Sevilla player. Yet, in reality, Sevilla and Oppos's excessive relaxation and overconfidence have played into the hands of their opponents and Oppos's relentless pressing. They have been unable to find any counter-attacking opportunities, while Athletic Bilbao players relish physical confrontations. This has caused Sevilla's players to squander too much energy in futile tussles with their rivals. It is no exaggeration to say that from the very first minute of the first half, Sevilla has been led by the nose by Athletic Bilbao's players. It is truly unbearable. As the current star of Sevilla, Yoxi is also enduring a difficult time. For the majority of the match, his sole option is to stand idly in the opponent's penalty area. Lacking support from Sevilla's midfield, Yoxi has become completely ineffective. The match continues with Sevilla now in possession. On the sidelines, Manzano grows increasingly anxious, especially as his team falls behind by 2 goals. Tonight, Athletic Bilbao is defeating Sevilla at their own game. 2-headed goals, leaving Sevilla and Oppos's defenders utterly powerless. This realization dawns on Manzano, and he begins to shout, "Play simpler and more directly, avoid getting entangled with their players in midfield, seek opportunities to pass, get the ball to Su in the penalty area, let him resolve the issue, increase the speed of the passes." It is evident that the typically composed Manzano is now feeling the pressure. This is a rare sight. Manzano does not fear losing, but he dreads a humiliating defeat. At the current rate of conceding 2 goals in 20 minutes, Sevilla could potentially allow 9 goals in 90 minutes. Of course, given the circumstances, it is unlikely they would concede 9, but it remains highly probable that they could allow 2 or 3 more goals in the remaining 70 minutes. He fears a complete collapse of the team. Thus, it becomes imperative for Manzano to utilize offense to bolster defense. Unfortunately, Sevilla and Oppos's midfielders are utterly unable to find any passing opportunities under the relentless pressure exerted by Athletic Bilbao and Oppos's players. Everyone on the pitch seems to be playing in a daze. After 45 minutes, the referee finally blows the whistle to signal the end of the first half. At that moment, the Sevilla players appear to be liberated, exhaling in relief. Upon returning to the locker room, Manzano wastes no time in formulating a strategy for the second half. Do not fear engaging with Athletic Bilbao's players. You played too conservatively in the first half. To defeat the rough-and-tumble Athletic Bilbao on their home turf, you must battle like warriors. Do not fear fouls. If a red card emerges, it is on me. During the halftime break, Manzano patiently provides tactical guidance to each Sevilla player. Deep down, he firmly believes that Sevilla's strength is on par with, if not superior to, that of Athletic Bilbao. Chapter 60, Breaking Through. Yoxi's stunning volley. In the dressing room, Manzano grew increasingly animated, transforming into a fervent orator in that moment. We have no retreat left. We must confront Athletic Bilbao with unwavering resolve. I implore you to treat this match as the final battle of your careers. Remember, do not fear confrontation with our opponents. In the face of adversity, the brave shall prevail. Show your fighting spirit. From the outset, the opposing fans hurled verbal insults, while over 6,000 of our supporters filled the away stands. Tonight, we fight for them. 15 minutes later, both teams returned to San Mamés Stadium. The referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the second half. It appeared that Manzano and Oppos's halftime pep talk had sparked a revival. Upon the kickoff, every Sevilla player embraced physical confrontations, their eyes filled with determination. It seemed as though the once undefeated Sevilla had returned. Approximately 10 minutes into the half, Athletic Bilbao recognized that Sevilla was a transformed team compared to the first half. The previous high-pressure tactics seemed ineffective against them. Conversely, Sevilla's midfield began to employ aggressive physicality to disrupt Bilbao's passing. Unbeknownst to them, the intensity of Sevilla's pressing had escalated. Before long, the match clock ticked to the 63rd minute. Despite Sevilla taking the initiative with their vigorous pressing, the players' nerves began to fray as time slipped away. The atmosphere among the 6,000 Sevilla fans in the away stand grew increasingly anxious, eagerly awaiting a goal. Each Sevilla offensive foray stirred excitement among the supporters. However, the players of Athletic Bilbao had learned from previous encounters. As the minutes passed, Bilbao shifted their focus to defensive solidity, seemingly intent on preserving their 2-0 lead until the final whistle. This, of course, was not the scenario Sevilla fans yearned to witness. At this critical juncture, Rakiti stepped forward. Since Sevilla's triumph over Barcelona in the away fixture, this Croatian midfielder had become a key player for the team. Now, Rakiti executed a well-timed slide tackle. Successfully intercepting the ball from Sanjos rather than passing immediately, he opted to advance with the ball. Though Rakiti's speed was not remarkable, the absence of any Bilbao players in proximity allowed him to rapidly traverse into their half. However, Bilbao and Oppos's defensive response was prompt. Centre-back Igo and holding midfielder Javi Martinez closed in on him. Realizing he was about to be ensnared in a double team, Rakiti finally opted to pass. As Su Yuanqing and Amp, Oppos's friend in Sevilla, Rakiti and Amp, Oppos's intended target was naturally Su Yuanqing. Prior to passing, he had meticulously observed Su and Amp, Oppos's positioning and Bilbao and Amp, Oppos's defensive alignment. Boom. Moments later, Rakiti and Oppos's pass, akin to a cruise missile, landed perfectly in front of Su Yuanqing. Last season, Rakiti had been a mainstay for Schalke 04, participating in the Champions League. His technical prowess and match experience were substantial. Yet, at the season and Oppos's outset, he had not received the coach and Oppos's trust, relegated to the bench. Now, the Croatian star finally had the opportunity to showcase his skill. Inside the penalty area, Su Yuanqing's movement harmonized perfectly with Rakiti's pass. When the ball arrived at his feet, he wasted no time, lifting his right foot to execute a volley before it even touched the ground. Since acquiring Van Persie's volleying technique, Su had discovered that he need not rely solely on headers. Occasional volleys yielded unexpected results. Such was the case this time. Bilbao's goalkeeper, Iago, failed to react in the slightest, having subconsciously anticipated a header from Su Yuanqing. Thus, when Su unleashed his volley, Iago's mind faltered, leaving him momentarily stunned. Swish. Sevilla had finally pulled one back. Su. The Sevilla fans in the away stand, who had been holding their breath for 60 minutes, could now celebrate with unrestrained joy. In the commentary booth, the announcer, Jean Jun, nearly roared, "The goal has arrived. Sevilla has broken through." What an arduous journey it has been. The player who facilitated this goal is Su Yuanqing. His volley left Bilbao's goalkeeper completely unresponsive. The score is now 2-1. With approximately 30 minutes remaining, Sevilla still has a chance. They possess ample capability to equalize. In the chat room of the Sports Network, enthusiastic praise from Chinese fans flooded the screen. Su Yuanqing had once again transformed into Sevilla and Amp, Oppos's savior. Wow, Su Yuanqing is absolutely crucial. He scores in the most critical moments of each match. Rakiti's pass was sheer brilliance. Time remains. Keep pushing. On the pitch, following his goal, Su Yuanqing refrained from celebrating, swiftly retrieving the ball from the net. For Sevilla, it was not merely a battle against Athletic Bilbao's players, but a race against time. Beep. The referee's whistle signaled the restart. Following the concession of a goal, Bilbao's players displayed a palpable sense of urgency. They hesitated to launch a reckless offensive, instead amassing players in defense and opting for long clearances. Press on. Quickly. Cut off their passing lanes. Run more. Manzano shouted, drenched in sweat, urging the Sevilla players. Rakiti, Renato, Romeric, and others diligently executed the coach's tactical directives, with several Sevilla players exerting themselves tirelessly. Finally, in the 69th minute, Sevilla regained possession. After a successful interception, Romeric immediately opted to pass forward. The ball found itself at Canut's feet. Chapter 61. Equalizing the score. A stunning goal. As Canut controlled the ball within the penalty area, Su Yuanqing had already dashed to the goal line. If Canut could successfully deliver the ball to Su Yuanqing's head, it would undoubtedly devastate Athletic Bilbao's defense. However, the defenders from Athletic Bilbao were equally aware of this potential threat. Defender Irola maintained close physical contact with Canut, denying the Malian forward any opportunity to pass. Realizing the situation, Canut refrained from a reckless cross and suddenly made a deft move, redirecting the ball back to midfield. His composure was commendable. The ball returned to midfield as Sevilla reorganized their attack. Zhang expressed satisfaction with Canut and Oppos's decision-making. It was undeniable that Sevilla's players were exercising caution on the field. Without a clear opportunity, Sevilla would not initiate an attack. As all players were acutely aware that the match had entered a critical phase, it was a matter of survival. Should Sevilla and Amp, Oppos's passes fail to threaten Athletic Bilbao and Amp, Oppos's goal. The home team would undoubtedly launch a swift counterattack, potentially extending their lead. Steady now. Seek opportunities. Cannot charge into the penalty area. On the sidelines, Coach Manzano calmly directed the players' positioning. After a brief moment, Sevilla's players, through their patience, finally identified a defensive gap. When Canute appeared in Sevilla's penalty area, Su Yuanqing proactively retreated to midfield to support his teammates. However, as Su Yuanqing moved from the penalty area to the edge of the box, he found himself unmarked by any Athletic Bilbao players. Ivan. Spotting this, Su Yuanqing called out loudly for Rakitic. Upon hearing the familiar call, Rakitic immediately focused on Su Yuanqing. As Su Yuanqing's close friend, Rakitic wasted no time, and despite the interference from two Athletic Bilbao players, he skillfully delivered the ball to Su Yuanqing. In an instant, the ball zipped through the gap between Munian and San Jose. At the top of the penalty area, Su Yuanqing received the ball as intended. At that moment, the Athletic Bilbao defenders leisurely approached him. But alas, it was already too late. After controlling the ball and glancing at the goalkeeper and Oppos's position, Su Yuanqing decisively unleashed a powerful shot. Prior to this match, Su Yuanqing had deliberately enhanced his long-range shooting skills. Faced with this golden opportunity, he did not squander it. With a mighty strike, bang! In the blink of an eye, the ball zipped through Athletic Bilbao and Oppos's defense like a bullet from a gun. The goalkeeper, Ileosos, was poorly positioned, his view obstructed by his own defender. Thus he failed to see Su Yuanqing and Oppos's shooting motion. By the time the ball appeared before Ileosos, it was too late for him to react. Whoosh, the ball flew into the net. Su Yuanqing had equalized the score. Once again, both teams found themselves back at square one. In the stands of San Mamés Stadium, over 50,000 Athletic Bilbao fans fell silent at that moment, their expressions reflecting deep discontent. Why was that Huaxiao player unmarked? Had the Athletic Bilbao players fallen asleep? How could they allow the opposing forward such an easy shot? Oh no, it's equalized. My goodness. Clearly, the Athletic Bilbao fans in the stands could not accept this outcome. Meanwhile, in the visitors and Oppos's section, Sevilla fans rose to their feet, waving flags and cheering. Ha! It's Su again. He is truly Sevilla's deity. The Athletic Bilbao fans were finally silenced. No one can easily defeat Sevilla. Victory is ours. Sevilla, rallying the troops. Su, keep pushing. We can absolutely secure victory tonight. Hey, Bilbao fans, why have you stopped cheering? Don't you like it? Within the commentating platform, as Su Yuanqing received the ball at the top of the penalty area, he raised his voice hoarsely. Rakitic threaded the ball through to Su Yuanqing. He controlled the ball and turned beautifully at the top of the area. Magnificent. Athletic Bilbao's center-back Ustritz rushed to confront Su Yuanqing. A direct shot. The ball is in. A sensational goal. This is an astonishing strike that has left everyone in awe. The goalkeeper, Ileosos, did not even react. His lack of response was palpable. Through Jean Jun's excited tone, one could sense his exhilaration. On the bullet screen, over 1 million Huaxiao fans were equally ecstatic. It's Su Yuanqing again. This is simply miraculous. He can score from anywhere. Su Yuanqing seems to be becoming increasingly versatile, from trailing by 2 goals to equalizing. Sevilla truly demonstrates remarkable resilience. It feels as though the spirit of the Sevilla team has transformed since Manzano's appointment. Steady. Sevilla's morale is soaring. And it won't be long before Athletic Bilbao players start to feel anxious. A long-range shot? Or a world-class goal? Didn't you all say Su Yuanqing was strong in headers? The Athletic Bilbao players themselves struggled to comprehend. During the preparation phase for this match, Athletic Bilbao's head coach Caparros had consistently emphasized the importance of monitoring Su Yuanqing's heading ability, practicing defensive tactics for an extended period to limit his aerial threats. Yet tonight, both of Su Yuanqing's goals were not scored with his head. One was a volley, the other a long-range shot. This left Athletic Bilbao players bewildered. On the bench, Coach Caparros continuously questioned his assistant. Didn't you analyze that this Asian player only knows how to score with his head? What is going on now? This lad has scored 2 goals, neither of which were headers. The assistant coach stammered, saying, I watched all of Su's matches, and indeed, most of his goals come from headers. Perhaps these 2 goals were just lucky shots. Chapter 62, Tactical Set Piece. A header for the decisive victory. As the head coach of Athletic Bilbao, Caparros found himself bereft of time to engage in trivial disputes with his assistants. At this juncture, he needed to swiftly devise a strategy to reclaim the lead for his team. Upon the resumption of play, the players of Athletic Bilbao exhibited signs of anxiety as they endeavored to re-establish their advantage. However, haste often leads to failure. Perhaps the fervent desire of the Athletic Bilbao players to attack inadvertently revealed their passing lanes to the Sevilla players. During this period, Sevilla frequently cleared the ball, causing the match to become increasingly disjointed, ultimately leading to the unraveling of Athletic Bilbao and AMP's players' mental fortitude. In contrast, the away team, Sevilla, remained composed, meticulously adhering to their tactical plan while patiently awaiting counterattack opportunities. Simultaneously, each Sevilla player intensified their pressing in midfield, employing sliding tackles and fouls to disrupt their opponent's passing. Unbeknownst to them, the clock ticked towards the 80th minute, with merely 10 minutes remaining in the match. At this moment, Sevilla's players surged forward like a pack of wolves, targeting the ball carrier from Athletic Bilbao. The player advancing the ball in midfield was the young and towering Xavi Martinez. As he beheld 3 Sevilla players charging towards him, he found himself unable to shift the ball in time. Suddenly, he was engulfed in a frenzy of Sevilla players. Renato, Romeric, and Rakiti coordinated their efforts, successfully intercepting the ball from Xavi Martinez. A counterattack. This was a prime opportunity. Rakiti surged forward with the ball. Let us witness how this Croatian midfielder would orchestrate the attack. In the commentary booth, both Jean-June and Jean-Lou fixated their attention on Rakiti. Meanwhile, in the stands of San Mamés Stadium, both the Sevilla fans and Athletic Bilbao supporters turned their gaze toward Rakiti. As a physical powerhouse, Rakiti still possessed ample stamina to sprint in the match's dying moments. Although his speed with the ball did not rival that of Bale, his abundant energy allowed him to maintain a steady pace. While not particularly swift, he outperformed the fatigued midfielders of Athletic Bilbao. Defend. What are you waiting for? Are you just going to let them score? The Athletic Bilbao coach bellowed from the sidelines. In an instant, center-back Ustritz rushed to confront Rakiti. In reality, Rakiti had always intended to pass the ball to a teammate making a run down the flank before delivering a cross. Yet, Sevilla and SY players had also reached their physical limits. As Rakiti approached the top of the penalty area, the flank players remained out of position. Rakiti had no choice but to alter his attacking choice and opted to take a shot. Just as Rakiti was about to unleash a powerful strike with his right foot, Athletic Bilbao's center-back Ustritz arrived. His approach was straightforward. He lunged in, taking both the player and the ball down. The referee promptly blew his whistle for a foul. The Athletic Bilbao defender received a yellow card. To the delight of Sevilla fans, the referee awarded them a well-placed free kick, just 25 meters from goal. However, another question arose swiftly. Who would take this free kick? In the commentary booth, Jean-June raised this issue. As far as I know, there are not many players in Sevilla and APO's squad capable of scoring directly from a free kick. At that moment, Jean-Lou offered his speculation. They might execute a set-piece play. Su Yuanqing possesses excellent heading ability, and if they can deliver the ball directly to him in the box, it could pose a threat to the opponent's goal. Just as Jean-Lou finished speaking, Sevilla's captain Navas stepped up to the free kick spot. At this moment, in the stands of San Mamés Stadium, both Sevilla and Athletic Bilbao fans held their breath, their attention fixated on Navas. Athletic Bilbao formed a 5-man wall, while 3 players in the box closely marked Sevilla and APO's 2 forwards, Canut and Su Yuanqing. Thump. Navas indeed refrained from shooting. Ignoring the wall and APO's interference, he deftly flicked the ball, which suddenly appeared within Athletic Bilbao and APO's penalty area. It was, indeed, a tactical set-piece. Jean-June and APO's eyes widened in anticipation as he nervously observed the unfolding drama. Navas and APO's flick was executed perfectly, landing right on Su Yuanqing and APO's head. Finally, Su Yuanqing had the opportunity to showcase his heading prowess. At this moment, within the penalty area of Athletic Bilbao, the defenders San Jose and Xavi Martinez were tasked with marking Su Yuanqing. Although both players instinctively rushed to flank Su Yuanqing upon seeing the ball, he had already gained the advantageous position. As Su Yuanqing leapt, the ball arrived directly before him, and with unwavering resolve, he executed a header despite the dual pressure from San Jose and Xavi Martinez. Currently, Su Yuanqing and APO's heading attribute had reached an impressive 87. Such a statistic made him one of the elite in La Liga. As Su Yuanqing soared higher, the 2 Athletic Bilbao defenders felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Suddenly, Su Yuanqing launched his header. Bang! The ball thundered into the net of Athletic Bilbao without a doubt. Although the goalkeeper managed to react, he could not prevent Su Yuanqing from scoring. The ball zipped past him like a cannonball. A hat trick. Su Yuanqing netted 3 goals. With his header, the away team Sevilla surged ahead of Athletic Bilbao. From trailing by 2 goals to equalizing and then taking the lead, Su Yuanqing proved instrumental for Sevilla. This goal was the decisive one. Su Yuanqing had once again delivered an extraordinary performance. Following Su Yuanqing and Oppo's goal, Jean Jun erupted with excitement. In the comments section, fans from Huaxia fervently typed away at their keyboards, exclaiming, "Incredible! A hat trick! This is undoubtedly the most thrilling match I have witnessed this season. The drama is palpable. Thank goodness we didn't turn off the television at halftime. We're solid now. 3 goals, each scored in different manners. Su Yuanqing's abilities are visibly on the rise. We, Sevilla, are invincible." Chapter 63, Seizing the Match. The Athletic Bilbao fans are dismayed. When Su Yuanqing netted that goal, it essentially signaled the end of any suspense in the match. In the stands of the Athletic Bilbao Stadium, thousands of home fans displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Indeed, the majority of Athletic Bilbao supporters were unable to come to terms with this outcome. They had been defeated in a dramatic finish, and by a player from Huaxia no less. This was nothing short of a humiliation for Athletic Bilbao. How infuriating. How could they allow this individual an opportunity for a header? What were the defenders doing? Can they not even contain an Asian player? This was undoubtedly the most frustrating match I have ever witnessed. Leading by 2 goals, only to be equalized and then surpassed. I could hardly discern Athletic Bilbao and Oppo's tactics. The fans of Athletic Bilbao began to fervently criticize the defenders and Oppo's performances. Su Yuanqing, who had scored, was overwhelmed with excitement. He immediately rushed to the Sevilla supporters section and removed his jersey, although he was fully aware that a yellow card would follow. The joy of the moment triumphantly overshadowed any sense of reason. Before long, all of Sevilla and Oppo's players were surrounding Su Yuanqing. Scoring in the final moment secured Sevilla a foot in the door of victory. "Su, your header was a masterpiece. A perfect goal. Our hero from Sevilla. Without you, we would never have achieved this victory today." Navas and Rakiti sincerely praised Su Yuanqing and Oppo's performance. As his teammates have remarked, Su Yuanqing's display that evening was nothing short of world-class. He single-handedly accounted for all of Sevilla's goals, culminating in the decisive strike at the end of the match. He was undoubtedly the architect of Sevilla and Oppo's triumph. As the match commenced, despite the Athletic Bilbao players refusing to concede, midfielder Javi Martinez immediately passed the ball into the penalty area, attempting to find the towering striker Llorente. The referee added approximately 2 more minutes of stoppage time for Athletic Bilbao. This would be their final opportunity. Observing Athletic Bilbao's aggressive push for an attack, Su Yuanqing did not hesitate, promptly retreating to his half to assist in defense. When Javi Martinez's long pass landed in Sevilla and Oppo's penalty area, Llorente had already leapt high. However, in the realm of strength, there is always a stronger contender. Just as the ball was about to settle on Llorente's head, Su Yuanqing leaped ahead, clearing the ball out of bounds. Su Yuanqing, in the dying moments of the match, he not only helped his team secure the winning goal, but also made an exceptional contribution on the defensive end. Athletic Bilbao earned one last corner kick. If all goes as expected, after this corner, the referee would blow the final whistle. One could sense a slight tension in the tone of commentator Jean Jun Bang. Just as Jean Jun finished speaking, Athletic Bilbao's players sent the ball into the penalty area. The home team had run out of time. They needed to apply pressure on the opposing goal as quickly as possible. The ball landed centrally, still aimed at Llorente. However, due to the overwhelming defensive presence surrounding Llorente, he had no chance to leap, and the ball was ultimately cleared by Su Yuanqing's header. Beep, 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 as the ball flew out of bounds. The referee signaled the end of the match. 3-2. Sevilla, playing away, had narrowly secured victory. Upon the conclusion of the match, the Athletic Bilbao fans in the stands were filled with a profound sense of desolation. This is a score we cannot accept. Athletic Bilbao was the superior team. We deserved the 3 points. Why did the whistle blow so quickly? If only we had 5 more minutes, I believe Athletic Bilbao could have equalized. The Athletic Bilbao fans were discontented. They expressed their dissatisfaction with the referee and Oppo's decision, the players and Oppo's defensive efforts, and the coach and Oppo's tactical adjustments. They could only lament. For the match had concluded, and they could change nothing. While the Athletic Bilbao fans voiced their grievances, Sevilla's players were embracing each other on the pitch in celebration. Each player ran to Su Yuanqing, enveloping him in heartfelt embraces. All Sevilla players understood that, had it not been for Su Yuanqing and Oppo's extraordinary performance that evening, Sevilla would have had no chance of victory. After shaking hands with the opposing coach, Manzano could not contain his excitement and rushed onto the field to stand before Su Yuanqing. Su, do you know how phenomenal your performance was tonight? You played a game that was distinctly yours. Manzano's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. In that moment, he seemed to see the shadow of a superstar in Su Yuanqing. Primarily, the coach's tactics were commendable. Su Yuanqing humbly acknowledged Manzano's praise. This compliment brought a radiant smile to Manzano's face once more. Su, I must say, you are the most talented striker I have ever encountered. Trust me, as long as you remain with Sevilla, I have the capability to mold you into a world-class scorer. After speaking, Manzano patted Su Yuanqing on the shoulder. Given Su Yuanqing's dazzling performance that night, Manzano deliberately brought him to the press conference. Su Yuanqing did not refuse. As he and Coach Manzano walked down the player tunnel, they encountered Javi Martinez. This player was also a highly talented midfielder. During the match, he had provided 2 assists. Unfortunately, he had still lost the game. Nevertheless, after the match concluded, Javi Martinez extended his congratulations to Su Yuanqing. Su, congratulations on securing victory in this match. You played brilliantly, scoring 3 goals, especially that last one, which shattered our morale. Su Yuanqing smiled slightly, responding with nonchalance. That is football. You never know what will happen in the next moment. In fact, the last goal was merely a stroke of luck, perhaps if given another chance. I might not find the net. Javi Martinez, well aware of Su Yuanqing's humility, pondered for a moment before continuing. Next time, I believe Athletic Bilbao will certainly have the opportunity to defeat you. Su Yuanqing replied in kind. I look forward to it. Chapter 64, Post-Match Press Conference. Season Goal, Golden Boot. After bidding farewell to Javier Martinez, Su Yuanqing and Coach Manzano arrived at the press conference venue together. It was Su Yuanqing and Oppo's debut at such an event, and his heart was undoubtedly filled with excitement. Before him sat a multitude of journalists, and as Su made his entrance, the flashes of cameras erupted like a frenzy. After exchanging pleasantries with Manzano and the reporters, the press conference commenced. The first question came from a beautiful journalist from Marca. Coach Manzano, since you took over as head coach, Sevilla has not experienced a single defeat and has triumphed over formidable teams such as Barcelona and Athletic Bilbao. What do you attribute this remarkable success to? Manzano pondered thoughtfully for a moment before responding. It is undoubtedly due to hard work and confidence. Sevilla has always been recognized as a strong team in La Liga, with player valuations ranking 4th, surpassed only by Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. Therefore, our strength is unquestionable. Previously, due to inappropriate tactics, the former coach was unable to unleash Sevilla and Oppo's true potential, which led to a lack of form at the start of the season. This affected the players and Oppo's confidence, but as Su, Ivan Rakitic, and others established themselves as key players, we gradually regained our self-assurance. Manzano elaborated on the reporter and Oppo's inquiry. The journalist continued with another question. What is Sevilla and Oppo's season goal? Championship? Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily spread across Manzano's face, clearly amused by the question. He raised 3 fingers, stating, Our goal is to finish in the top 3. Winning the championship is still somewhat distant for Sevilla at this moment. Then, a middle-aged male journalist from Diario Sport raised his hand to ask, Mr. Manzano, although Sevilla currently occupies 2nd place in La Liga, many media outlets and fans firmly believe that Barcelona and Atletico Madrid will surpass Sevilla in the future. What are your thoughts on this? Manzano did not hesitate in his response, saying, Personally, I do not pay much attention to external evaluations. It is undeniable that Barcelona and Atletico Madrid are strong teams in La Liga, but it all depends on us, not our opponents. Despite taking over Sevilla mid-season, Manzano has invested considerable emotion and energy into the team. Furthermore, he has unearthed a top-tier striker in Su Yuanqing. Overall, it seems that Manzano has found a sense of accomplishment in his time with Sevilla, aspiring to lead them to outstanding results. Having just answered one question, another quickly followed. Manzano, could you talk about the player you brought to the press conference? Su achieved a hat trick tonight and scored the decisive goal at the last moment. Is he the key contributor to the team's victory? Queried the journalist from Madrid Sports. As the discussion turned to Su Yuanqing, a radiant smile illuminated Manzano's face. He replied effortlessly, "Why not? As you said, Su scored 3 goals tonight. His performance was impeccable. He is the most talented striker I have ever seen. I firmly believe that by the end of the season, Su will secure the Golden Boot in La Liga." After speaking, Manzano turned to Su Yuanqing with a smile. Currently, Su and Oppo's market value stands at only €500,000, but I believe that with the next update, it could increase tenfold, at least €5 million. If he can maintain this performance throughout the season, Su's value may even reach €50 million. Manzano continued, "Perhaps in 10 years, Su will become Sevilla's all-time top scorer. His name will be etched in Sevilla's history. Decades from now, I believe people will still remember Su Yuanqing." A journalist in the audience interjected, "Will he become the most famous player in the team?" "Absolutely," Manzano responded with conviction. "He could even win the Ballon d'Or and Oppo's. Or, despite not receiving many opportunities at Barcelona last season, everything changed when he arrived at Sevilla and the Ram NS Pizjuan Stadium. He is an attacking player who can rival Messi, even though their positions differ. Allowing Su Yuanqing to leave was one of the gravest mistakes Barcelona has ever made. However, I must express my gratitude to Barcelona, to Mr. Guardiola, for letting Su go." After Manzano concluded his remarks, the focus shifted to Su Yuanqing. "Su, please share your feelings. Do you believe you have the potential to become Sevilla's greatest scorer in history?" Su Yuanqing responded with a calm demeanor. "That depends on how long President Carmona decides to renew my contract." His earnest reply elicited laughter from the journalists. "He truly is charming. Indeed. What an amusing Asian. How is he managing to hold back his laughter?" Laughter erupted among the journalists discussing Su's previous remark. "Su, who is stronger, you or Messi?" Another journalist provocatively asked. Su Yuanqing sincerely replied, "Based on my current abilities, Messi is ahead. However, I believe it won't be long before I surpass him." Su is not boasting, as he possesses a system that supports him. As long as Su diligently completes the tasks set by the system and earns the corresponding rewards, surpassing Messi will merely be a matter of time. "So what is your season goal?" Coach Manzano aims for a top 3 finish, the journalist inquired. Without hesitation, Su responded, "To win the La Liga Golden Boot." As Su finished speaking, an enveloping silence fell over the room. Chapter 65, Can he seize Messi and Oppo's Golden Boot? For the gathered journalists, the notion that the 19-year-old Su Yuanqing could snatch the Golden Boot from Messi seemed utterly implausible. The challenge was insurmountable. Moreover, let us not forget that Cristiano Ronaldo also graces the roster of Real Madrid. The media consensus leaned heavily towards Messi or Ronaldo claiming the La Liga Golden Boot, with Su Yuanqing being deemed a mere impossibility. Thus, when Su Yuanqing articulated his ambition for the season, an eerie silence enveloped the press conference. Approximately 5 seconds later, a reporter from shattered the stillness, directing a question at Su Yuanqing. "It is commendable for a young man to possess confidence, yet blind confidence borders on naivety. Are you suggesting that you can wrest the La Liga Golden Boot from Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo?" "Indeed, I am quite confident of that," Su Yuanqing replied, unwavering in his resolve. The journalists murmured amongst themselves once more. Some offered applause, while others scoffed in derision. After the press conference concluded, Su Yuanqing returned to the team's locker room alongside Coach Manzano. "You know," Manzano remarked, "when you declared your intent to claim the La Liga Golden Boot, my immediate reaction was one of belief in your potential." As the team's head coach, Manzano held great faith in Su Yuanqing. "Thank you, coach. I will strive diligently," Su Yuanqing responded. Manzano nodded and continued, "Let us work together. I firmly believe that if you secure the Golden Boot, Sevilla will undoubtedly secure a top 3 finish in La Liga." Following Sevilla's match against Athletic Bilbao, they were set to face Real Union in the Copa del Rey. However, this team, competing in Spain's 3rd tier, posed little threat to Sevilla. The next day, as Sevilla's players commenced their training early, major Spanish media outlets released coverage of the previous day's press conference featuring Manzano and Su Yuanqing. It was evident that after Sevilla and Oppo's consecutive victories against formidable teams like Barcelona and Athletic Bilbao, the club and Oppo's prominence had surged significantly. A growing number of Spanish fans began to take an interest in Sevilla, and many fans and media outlets started analyzing Sevilla's roster, eager to recommend players to their respective teams. Among the prominent Spanish newspaper AS, a lengthy report was published detailing the technical styles of each Sevilla player. In truth, the player roster had not undergone significant changes compared to the previous season. Manzano maintained the squad structure from last season. And although Sevilla had signed a few players over the summer, only Su Yuanqing and Rakiti emerged as impactful. This meant that Sevilla's formation remained largely unchanged. Currently, the hottest forward in La Liga, Su Yuanqing, is only 19 years old. It is well known that he previously played for Barcelona, where he endured a dismal season without gaining playing time. However, upon transferring to Sevilla, this Asian striker gradually found his opportunities. He has become Sevilla's leading scorer this season. His partner in attack is the towering Malian striker, Can Out, who, like Su, boasts impressive height and exceptional passing skills. Their partnership appears nothing short of perfect. Among the more unfamiliar players in the midfield is the Croatian Ivan Rakiti, who joined from Bundesliga powerhouse Schalke 04 this summer. However, in the season's early stages, he struggled to impress the previous head coach, Alvarez, spending most of his time on the bench. Once Manzano took the helm, Rakiti quickly secured a starting position, demonstrating abundant stamina and impressive tackling and passing abilities during matches. Sevilla experienced a tumultuous start to the season, facing elimination in the Champions League qualifiers and defeats in the Supercopa de España, prompting the management to dismiss Alvarez. Subsequently, Manzano was appointed as the new head coach. Before taking charge at Sevilla, Manzano boasted an extensive coaching resume, having managed Mallorca, Malaga, Rayo Vallecano, and Valladolid, not to mention Atletico Madrid, albeit during a time when they were not yet a dominant force. It is no exaggeration to state that, despite having coached numerous teams, most of them were relegation battlers and mid-tier clubs, making Sevilla the strongest squad he has ever managed. Rumors suggest that Manzano was not Sevilla's first choice, but due to the timing of the managerial change, they had limited options and ultimately selected him, as dedicated considerable space to introduce Sevilla's key players and head coach. In conclusion, AS stated that while Sevilla appeared to be a reasonably strong team, they still faced a considerable gap compared to Real Madrid and Barcelona. Yet, astonishingly, they currently ranked second in La Liga. This revelation undoubtedly brought immense surprise. From a season marked by consecutive defeats to one of triumph, Sevilla seems to have discovered the right path. Perhaps by season and Apos' end, Manzano and Apos' team could indeed secure a third-place finish in La Liga. Once AS published this article, it immediately captured the attention of numerous Spanish fans. Before long, the comment section was inundated with fan discussions. As a Barcelona supporter, I cannot believe I didn't recognize Su. Was he truly part of Barcelona last season? You're a false fan. Honestly, I still cannot fathom why Guardiola did not grant Su Yuanqing opportunities. He has now become an unattainable player for Barcelona. Ultimately, the remarkable success of Sevilla can largely be attributed to Su Yuanqing. He consistently rises to the occasion. Indeed, previously, Sevilla and Apos' starting forward was the illustrious Fabiano, a Brazilian international. But now, Fabiano can only serve as a backup to Su Yuanqing. A Brazilian international relegated to a substitute role behind an Asian player? How surreal. Yet, the reality is indeed fantastical. Su Yuanqing has been scoring in matches. While although Fabiano can too, his goal tally pales in comparison to that of Su Yuanqing. In less than a night, the article's comments soared to over 100,000. Chapter 66, Salary Increase. An upcoming clash with Atletico Madrid. As the article continues to gain immense popularity, an increasing number of Spanish fans have begun to admire Su Yuanqing. Even his early social media accounts have been unearthed by fans. In just one night, the number of followers on Su Yuanqing's social media soared from 5,000 to 50,000. Meanwhile, in the distant land of Huaxia, within the sports office building of Dongxiu Network, a newly interned female journalist, Yang Yuexin, approached the general manager's office with a substantial amount of materials. Just as she was about to knock on the door, a peculiar laughter erupted from within. "Ha! Where have all those who mocked us gone?" exclaimed the general manager of Dongxiu Network, his laughter echoing through the room. Su Yuanqing has become the hottest striker in La Liga. He clinched victory for us with a last-minute goal against Athletic Bilbao. Whether in Spain or domestically, Su Yuanqing has risen to become the most talked-about player in La Liga, even surpassing Messi and Ronaldo. The vice president could not help but give a thumbs up, expressing his excitement. The latest figures show that our website has reached 1 million paying users. This is an 80% increase within a month. At this rate, we will recover the costs of acquiring the broadcasting rights before the season concludes. At this moment, intern Yang Yuexin entered the office and placed the documents on the general manager's desk. Naturally, she overheard the conversation between the general manager and the vice president. She found it hard to comprehend how a 19-year-old football prodigy could wield such allure. Without a doubt, Sevilla is likely to qualify for the Champions League next season. So our sole objective now is to secure the domestic broadcasting rights for the Champions League. After uttering this statement, the general manager suddenly noticed Yang Yuexin and Apos as presence and promptly issued her new directives. How long have you been with the company, Xiaoyang? He inquired. 1 month. Yang Yuexin replied candidly. Well, from this moment on, you are promoted to a formal employee of our company. In a week, I will arrange for you to travel to Spain. Prepare yourself in the next couple of days, he announced. Yang Yuexin, feeling somewhat bewildered, inquired, General Manager. You want me to go to Spain too? Of course, to interview Su Yuanqing. He is now our flagship at Dongxiu Network. Most interviews about Su Yuanqing are currently sourced from foreign media, which evidently does not satisfy the curiosity of domestic fans. Therefore, it is imperative that we conduct an interview with him as representatives of Huaxia Media. The general manager exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Yang Yuexin quickly responded, Understood. I promised to complete the task. Initially, she had little interest in football, but due to the scarcity of journalistic opportunities, she had no choice but to apply to a sports company. However, after listening to the conversation between the general manager and the vice president, she felt a burgeoning interest in the young talent named Su Yuanqing. 2 days later, Sevilla's owner, Carmona, held a meeting with Su Yuanqing's agent, Raiola. The sole purpose of their meeting was to discuss the renewal of Su Yuanqing's contract. At present, Su Yuanqing had emerged as the top scorer for Sevilla, frequently rescuing the team from dire situations during matches. Most importantly, Su Yuanqing was only 19 years old, and his future held limitless potential, logically and emotionally. Sevilla must present Su Yuanqing with a new contract. Due to Carmona's earnestness, Raiola gladly accepted the proposal. The new contract was set for 3 years, with an annual salary of 2 million euros. It is noteworthy that Sevilla is not a wealthy club. Currently, the highest-paid player, Brazilian international Fabiano, earns only 1.8 million euros, while the captain, Navis, receives merely 1.5 million euros. Su Yuanqing's new contract thus made him the highest earner on the team. Time swiftly passed to October 28th, when Sevilla was set to face Real Uni in that evening. Given the opponent's weak strength, the match lacked any intriguing narrative. And as it was an away game, it failed to stir any excitement among Sevilla's fans. In fact, Sevilla supporters did not even tune into the live broadcast. Merely glancing at the final score, 5-2, Sevilla triumphed effortlessly. In this match, Su Yuanqing scored 2 goals in the first half, establishing an early lead for the team. He was substituted in the second half by the head coach. Next month, Sevilla would face Malaga in the Copa del Rey round of 16 at home. And on the last day of this month, they would engage in a fierce battle against Sporting Gijón. This season, Sporting Gijón had been in abysmal form, losing all of their last 5 matches and currently sitting at the bottom of La Liga. Considering that Sevilla would face Atletico Madrid in just 3 days, Coach Manzano decided to field a half-strength, half-reserve squad. As the top scorer of the Sevilla team, Su Yuanqing did not make the starting lineup. Fortunately, Sporting Gijón and Apos' dismal performance rendered them powerless against Sevilla and Apos' half-strength lineup. Sevilla secured a narrow 2-goal victory, maintaining their unbeaten streak. Currently, Sevilla ranks second in La Liga with an impressive record of 7 wins and 1 draw. However, Atletico Madrid was hot on their heels, trailing by only 3 points. In the upcoming match, just 3 days later, Sevilla would host Atletico Madrid for a direct clash. Undoubtedly, the outcome of this match would significantly influence Sevilla's standing in La Liga. Presently, the head coach of Atletico Madrid was not the Argentine maestro Simeone, but the Spaniard Flores. From the player rosters, it appeared that Atletico Madrid boasted a slightly superior lineup, featuring legendary Uruguayan striker Forlán in the attack, and Portuguese player Thiago alongside Brazilian player Paulo Assun in midfield. Additionally, they had young talents such as Felipe, Diego Costa, and Raul Garque. Defeating Atletico Madrid would not be an easy feat for Sevilla. Young men, we have just 3 days. In 3 days, we will return to the Pizjuán Stadium to face Atletico Madrid. If we aspire to secure a top 3 finish this season, we must win this match. Coach Manzano emphasized the importance of the upcoming game after the match against Sporting Gijón. Stay focused and train diligently. Victory is within our grasp. Chapter 67. Becoming ever more versatile. Su Yuanqing seeks change before the match against Atletico Madrid commenced. Su Yuanqing deliberately accessed the system to check his task progress. The current status of the primary task was 5 out of 10. Since the issuance of the primary task, Su Yuanqing had achieved a hat trick against Athletic Bilbao and scored twice in the match against Sporting Gijón, accumulating 5 goals in merely 2 games. Originally, Su Yuanqing had presumed that the system would include his previous goals. However, this was evidently a miscalculation on his part. Following the update of the primary task, prior goals were no longer counted, meaning that Su Yuanqing needed to score 10 more goals to fulfill the task and Oppos's objective. On the training ground, Su Yuanqing gradually altered his playing style. He no longer confined himself to the penalty area, but occasionally dropped back to midfield to receive the ball, subsequently utilizing long-range shots. Su Yuanqing was transforming from a traditional target striker, solely reliant on heading, into a more multifaceted player. He understood that if he depended solely on headers to threaten the opponent's goal, it would undoubtedly allow defenders to easily neutralize him by assigning 2 players to disrupt his movements, to increase his goal-scoring opportunities. Su Yuanqing recognized the necessity of adapting his approach. Additionally, he had acquired Robin van Persie's volleying technique in previous matches, which enriched his options for shooting within the penalty area. Su Yuanqing's teammates at Sevilla also noticed his transformation. After training that day, his striking partner Canut approached him. "Su, have you noticed that your playing style is changing?" Su Yuanqing responded nonchalantly, "Of course. I can definitely feel it, as this is a change I actively sought." Canut, somewhat surprised, inquired why the change. "You are currently our team and Oppos's top scorer. If you alter your style, perhaps." Su Yuanqing waved his hand dismissively, declaring confidently, "Rest assured, I will only become stronger." He continued, "In the previous matches, I primarily occupied the role of a decoy. For the upcoming game against Atletico, I wish to switch things up." Despite both Canut and Su Yuanqing being tall strikers, their roles during matches were distinct. Su Yuanqing often acted as a pivotal point in the offense, while Canut enjoyed greater freedom within the penalty area. If he desired, Canut could even retreat to midfield to assist in the play, as he possessed not only heading ability, but also commendable footwork, capable of evading defenders with his long legs. Absolutely. Canut agreed without hesitation upon hearing Su Yuanqing and Oppos's thoughts. Given that Su Yuanqing had frequently assisted Canut in previous matches, Canut had come to regard him as a younger brother, ready to comply with his suggestions. Su Yuanqing's decision to swap positions with Canut was primarily influenced by the defensive attributes of Atletico's backline. He had learned that Atletico Madrid's central defenders, Perea and Antonio Lopez, were both physically robust and tall. Remaining solely in the penalty area might not yield optimal scoring opportunities for Su Yuanqing. Thus, he aspired to exercise more freedom during the match, frequently changing positions to disrupt the opponent's defensive rhythm. Once Atletico's defense faltered, Sevilla would undoubtedly seize goal-scoring opportunities. Su Yuanqing subsequently shared his strategy with the team's head coach, Manzano. Upon hearing this, Manzano displayed a satisfied expression, giving Su Yuanqing a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Su, I didn't expect you to proactively analyze the opposing team's formation and player characteristics. Well done. Your reasoning is sound, and I concur." With a smile, Manzano added, "If you ever retire, please remember to reach out to me. I would love for you to be my assistant coach." Su Yuanqing waved his hand, replying, "You might have to wait 20 years for that. I'm only 19 now. I won and Oppos's retire until at least 39. Both erupted into laughter. To ensure Su Yuanqing could better adapt to the shadow striker position, Manzano organized an internal training match. Once the match commenced, Su Yuanqing's positioning on the front line was notably elusive. He frequently darted into the penalty area to seize opportunities, and when chances were scarce, he would retreat to midfield for long-range shots. Ultimately, Su Yuanqing and Oppos's performance was highly dynamic and impactful. In addition to being active, his goal-scoring efficiency was remarkable, netting goals through both long shots and headers from corners, successfully leading his team to victory in the internal training match. Su Yuanqing's display in his new position was indeed impressive, much to Manzano's delight. On November 3rd, that evening, Sevilla's players were set to face Atletico Madrid at their home ground. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Atletico Madrid's bus slowly approached the Ram in Che Pizjuan Stadium. Confident in their away game, the Atletico players were brimming with self-assurance. In an interview with reporters, Atletico's coach, Flores, firmly held up 3 fingers, stating, "We will secure 3 points away. Not 1, but 3, regardless of Sevilla's good form. So what? We are Atletico." The source of Flores' confidence stemmed from the Uruguayan striker, Forlan, who had scored 9 goals in his last 3 matches, showcasing exceptional form. Flores firmly believed that Forlan would continue his scoring streak in this match. Should Atletico take the lead, Flores planned to implement a defensive strategy, ensuring no opportunities for Sevilla to score. Upon arriving at the Pizjuan Stadium, Atletico and Oppos's first order of business was to conduct a pitch inspection. Situated in central Spain, Madrid is contrasted by Sevilla, located in the eastern part of Spain and bordering the Mediterranean. Consequently, Sevilla is cooler than Madrid, and due to the temperature, the grass at the Pizjuan Stadium was notably lush. The pre-match training was essential. By 5 o'clock, Sevilla's bus arrived at the venue. As soon as Su Yuanqing disembarked, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of Sevilla fans, fervently shouting his name. Su, can I have your autograph? Can we take a photo together? Su, idol. Finally, I get to see you in person. Chapter 68, Sevilla versus Atletico Madrid. The much-anticipated clash has commenced. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuanqing has become the most celebrated player among Sevilla fans. A glance around reveals that he is surrounded by the largest contingent of supporters. While only a few fans seek autographs from other Sevilla players, Su Yuanqing is encircled by more than a dozen admirers. With utmost patience, he fulfills each fan's request before making his way back to the dressing room. After a brief respite, the fierce competition is set to begin. This evening, the stands of the Ram Che Pizjuan Stadium are inundated with Sevilla supporters, achieving nearly full capacity. The stadium resembles a sea of white. The fans are acutely aware of the match's significance. A victory over Atletico Madrid tonight would secure Sevilla's second position in La Liga, with the possibility of even challenging Real Madrid. Perhaps it is the weight of this encounter that has led to a sold-out crowd. Originally, tickets for the match were priced at a modest €100, but due to overwhelming demand, scalpers have inflated the cost to an astonishing €1,000, tenfold the original price. Nonetheless, tickets remain scarce. The stadium accommodates 48,000 fans, and tonight and Oppos's attendance is expected to match that capacity. At 8 p.m. local time, the referee and Oppos's whistle pierces the air, signaling the start of the riveting contest between Sevilla and Atletico Madrid. Across the seas in China, thousands of fans are equally engrossed in the match. On the streaming platform, the commentator Zhang Jun, with his unique and magnetic voice, announces, "The match has begun." Sevilla kicks off. Greetings, dear fans. The 9th round of La Liga is underway, with Sevilla hosting Atletico Madrid. This is a clash between the 2nd and 3rd place teams. The visiting Atletico Madrid has fielded their strongest lineup for this evening's battle. In goal stands the young David De Gea, shielded by defenders Alvaro Domingos, Pereira, Lopez, and Wihua Lucy. The midfield is anchored by Merida, Paulo Asuncel, Mario Suarez, and Thiago, while the striking duo comprises Simeo and Forlan. On the home front, Sevilla's coach Manzano has maintained a similar starting lineup to their previous match against Athletic Bilbao. As Zhang Jun concludes his introduction of the starting players, the livestream chat is overwhelmed with a flurry of dazzling gift effects. Below the stream, a poll reveals that support for Sevilla has amassed 2 million likes, while Atletico Madrid has garnered a mere 2,000. This indicates that the vast majority of Chinese fans are firmly behind Sevilla. The long-awaited showdown has commenced. Go Sevilla! If they can secure a victory over Atletico, their position in the league will be nearly assured. Su Yuanqing is starting again. What a delight to witness my idol in action once more. They must remain vigilant against Atletico's striker, Forlan, who has been in exceptional form lately. As the match begins, Sevilla does not rush to attack, nor does Atletico Madrid. Both teams appear to be in a phase of cautious probing. Initially, Su Yuanqing occupies the opponent's penalty area, but upon realizing his teammates lack attacking intent, he retreats to the midfield to engage in the team's passing play. Commentator Zhang Jun astutely notes Su Yuanqing's tactical shift. After 10 minutes of play, Su Yuanqing frequently finds himself in the midfield. Could this be a deliberate strategy? His longtime partner, Zhang Lu, quickly interjects, Atletico is known for their ironclad defense. Their two central defenders are marking Su Yuanqing and Canute closely. When Su Yuanqing drops back, he draws one of the center backs out of position, creating better opportunities for Canute. Just as Zhang Lu finishes his analysis, Sevilla suddenly launches an attack. As predicted, when Su Yuanqing drops back, Atletico's defender Pereira follows him out of the box. Captain Navas on the right wing delivers a cross. The ball swiftly arrives near the front post, where Canute and Atletico and Oppo's defender Lopez vie for a header. Under pressure from the opposing players, Canute's header sails slightly over the goal. Atletico's goal kick is executed by De Gea, who sends the ball into Atletico's attacking half. Forlan secures the first touch. But facing away from the goal, he cannot shoot immediately, with Sevilla's defender Conco already closing in on him. Consequently, Forlan passes the ball to his forward partner, Sameo. Though Sameo is positioned as a forward, he excels at playmaking. As he receives the ball on the left side of the penalty area, he does not rush to shoot. Instead, he waits. When Forlan positions himself at the edge of the penalty area, Sameo promptly feeds him the ball. The Uruguayan striker unleashes a powerful shot. At this moment, Sevilla's defense falters, leaving Forlan unmarked as he takes aim. Boom. With this gift of a scoring opportunity, the 2010 World Cup's best player unleashes a thunderous strike, propelling Atletico into the lead. 1-0, the visiting Atletico Madrid strikes first. In this moment, Sevilla's defense crumbles effortlessly. Just when everyone anticipated Sameo would shoot directly, he unexpectedly passes to the advancing Forlan. With Forlan's explosive shot, Sevilla's goalkeeper stands helpless on the goal line. Following the goal, Forlan immediately embraces Sameo, celebrating their shared moment of triumph. As Atletico takes the lead, the decibel level in the Pizjuan Stadium noticeably diminishes. The ease with which they conceded the goal has left over 40,000 Sevilla supporters dissatisfied. Are the defenders once again in a daze? The defensive issues are glaring. Each encounter with a strong team results in conceding early goals. It's infuriating. Must they once again rely on Su to salvage the team? Atletico is a formidable defensive team. Conceding so early certainly complicates matters for the remainder of the match. It seems they are in for a battle of endurance. Chapter 69. The terrifying quick counterattack after the kickoff. Atletico Madrid's players indeed retreated to their half to participate in defense. Coach Flores wore a confident expression, brimming with assurance regarding his team's defensive capabilities. As anticipated, whenever Sevilla's players attempted to pass in midfield, Atletico's players consistently disrupted their efforts through physical confrontations and aggressive pressing. Most of the time, Sevilla's midfielders could manage at most 3 passes on the 4th attempt. They would often be thwarted by Atletico's players. Mancano promptly adapted to the situation, issuing new tactical instructions from the sidelines. He urged Sevilla's midfielders to abandon their obsession with short passes and instead employ long balls to penetrate the opponent's defensive line. This indeed proved to be a prudent choice. During this period, Rakitic, Romeric, and Renato frequently launched long balls toward the penalty area. The towering forwards, Su Yuanqing and Canute, repeatedly posed a threat to the goal guarded by De Gea through aerial duels. However, their headers often relied on a stroke of luck. Unbeknownst to them, the match had reached the 35-minute mark. Scientific studies suggest that this time frame is particularly conducive to goals. Having battled for half an hour, both teams gradually discerned each other and Oppo's strengths and tactics, leading to a more open game. In the 38th minute, Rakitic advanced with the ball near the center circle. Just as he prepared to deliver a long pass to a teammate in the penalty area, he noticed Su Yuanqing had retreated from the box to midfield. Consequently, Rakitic swiftly altered both the position and force of his pass. The intended long ball transformed into a through ball. Atletico's players, still subconsciously believing Rakitic would deliver the ball directly into the box, saw several midfielders rush toward their own penalty area upon witnessing Rakitic's passing motion. This presented a golden opportunity. The ball encountered no obstacles and landed at Su Yuanqing's feet. Astonishingly, no Atletico player marked him. How could there be no defender on Su Yuanqing at such a critical position? This was simply unbelievable. Commentator Jean Jun was taken aback that defensively renowned Atletico Madrid would leave Su Yuanqing unmarked at the top of the penalty area. Indeed, Su Yuanqing was equally startled upon receiving the ball. The absence of defenders granted him the chance to compose himself. With a gentle touch of his right foot, he nudged the ball to his diagonal front. Subsequently, he glanced at De Gea's positioning and observed that the goalkeeper was leaning toward the right post. Thus, Su Yuanqing directed the ball toward the left side of the goal. With a resounding thud, Su Yuanqing's right foot struck the ball with precision, sending it hurtling toward the net at an astonishing speed. De Gea reacted swiftly, launching himself toward the left, his entire body stretching out in a perfect save attempt. It was nearly flawless, deserving a score of 99. The only flaw was that he failed to make contact with the ball. With a whoosh, the score leveled at 1-1. Su Yuanqing equalized for Sevilla in a manner reminiscent of Fran's earlier goal. De Gea, resigned, rose from the ground and gestured helplessly to his midfielders, seemingly faulting them for not disrupting Su Yuanqing's momentum. As the ball nestled into the net, fans in the stands of the Ram and S.J. Pizjuan Stadium erupted from their seats, applauding Su Yuanqing with fervent enthusiasm. Had they breached Atletico and AMP, Oppo's defenses so swiftly? Su and AMP, Oppo's prowess was indeed commendable. How could Atletico and AMP, Oppo's midfielders disregard Su and AMP, Oppo's presence? This was a grave underestimation. One must extend gratitude to Atletico's midfielders. Had they not left Su unguarded, such an early goal would not have been possible. With the score equalized, it seemed Sevilla's chances of victory that night had significantly increased. Despite Sevilla's rapid equalizer, it did not affect Atletico's players' mindset. Following the kickoff, Atletico regained control of the game's tempo, while Sevilla found themselves on the defensive end. During this interval, Atletico's forwards, Simeo and Fran, repeatedly attempted long-range shots from the periphery of the penalty area, significantly amplifying the pressure on Sevilla's defense. Finally, in the last minute of first-half stoppage time, Atletico penetrated Sevilla's defense. Midfielder Paulo Asano skillfully maneuvered at the edge of the penalty area, evading Romeric's challenge with a deft turn before preparing to shoot. Instantly, Sevilla's midfielders Rakitic and Renato rushed to confront Paulo Asano. Unexpectedly, he passed the ball to Simeo on the left side of the penalty area. The Portuguese international executed a left-footed pass that was akin to a cross and shot in one, hurtling past the gap between the goalkeeper and the center-backs. Seeing this, Fran threw himself into the fray, utilizing his momentum to perform a sliding shot. Palop, caught off guard, could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the net. 2-1. The visiting Atletico Madrid entered halftime with a one-goal lead. Conceding a goal at the last moment of the first half left every Sevilla player visibly discontented. Had the defenders maintained sharper focus, perhaps they could have avoided conceding. As the saying goes, knowing shame leads to courage. As the second half commenced, Sevilla and Oppo's players showcased a more formidable presence on the pitch. Right from the kickoff, Rakitic, Romeric, and others began to exhibit their long-range shooting skills. However, it seemed that Sevilla and Oppo's midfielders had forgotten their shooting boots that night, as their attempts veered wildly off target, all landing in the stands. Meanwhile, the more experienced Atletico seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, resulting in yet another goal. Mario Suarez blocked Renato's shot with his body in midfield before swiftly passing the ball to Merida. The latter's precise through ball sliced through Sevilla's defense like a surgeon's scalpel. The Uruguayan striker, within the penalty area, executed a delicate chip shot, leaving Palop helpless to react. Atletico led Sevilla 3-1. This attack, from inception to goal, took a mere 7 seconds. In the realm of football, speed reigns supreme. Atletico and Oppo's adept quick counterattacks rendered the Ram and S.J. Pizjuan Stadium eerily silent. Simultaneously, Atletico and Oppo's star striker Diego Fran completed his hat trick in this match. Chapter 70. Breaking through the dense defense. Continuous substitutions. Diego Forlan scores again. The score has now been changed to 1-3. Sevilla is 2 goals behind at the Ram and S.J. Pizjuan Stadium. Is Sevilla and Oppo's unbeaten record in La Liga about to be shattered tonight? Atletico Madrid and Oppo's counterattacks have completely left Sevilla and Oppo's defenders in surrender, and Diego Forlan and Oppo's shots are simply magnificent. Almost every attempt poses a threat to Sevilla and Oppo's goal. Time is running out for Sevilla. After Jean Jun's commentary, the live stream was immediately flooded with passionate messages from fans staying up late to watch the match. It's over. It seems Sevilla will lose tonight. Is this the Manzano you all praised? There's no strategy at all. They can't even create a hint of threat towards Atletico's goal. Sevilla's defense is even more fragile than that of the Chinese men's national team. Truly a paper-thin defense. No wonder Atletico Madrid. This counterattack has left Sevilla dazed. I knew it. As soon as Sevilla falls behind, this group of naysayers will start making noise. The match is not over yet. Trust in Manzano. Trust in Su Yuanqing. As the head coach of Sevilla, Manzano needs to make adjustments at this moment. With the team trailing by 2 goals, conventional wisdom dictates that he would substitute in attacking players to strengthen the offense. However, Manzano has chosen the opposite approach. He has opted to bring in a defensive player. The left-back Debo has come on to replace the underwhelming Alexis. Additionally, Shigellini has entered to take the place of Capel. Shigellini is a player more inclined towards defense, while Capel is primarily offensive. This substitution has left the fans in the live stream utterly perplexed. Substituting in a defensive player for an attacking one? Manzano, what are you doing? Is he giving up on this match prematurely? Manzano is truly timid. Sevilla still has ample time. They should be fighting tooth and nail against Atletico Madrid. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have watched this match. It's infuriating. More so than watching the Chinese men's national team play. After Debo came on, he displayed remarkable determination during the match. In fact, in the early matches of the season, Debo was a regular starter for Sevilla. He was a key player alongside Alvarez. However, following Alvarez and Oppos' departure, Debo and Oppos' position in the team began to dwindle. Especially after the new coach Manzano took over, he promoted several young players as his mainstay, which left Debo in a rather awkward position, relegated to the bench. Now, Manzano has finally given Debo a chance to play, and naturally, he must seize this opportunity with all his might. Shigellini, on the other hand, has been a pure substitute since joining Sevilla. This Italian player is slow but possesses decent physicality and defensive skills, alongside some dribbling ability. However, in the same position, there are Romeric, Capel, and Zakora, leaving Shigellini with few chances to play. Once both Shigellini and Debo were on the field, they cherished this opportunity immensely, maintaining intense focus and competing for every ball fiercely. The match continued. With Atletico Madrid holding a 2-goal lead, they opted to change their formation. Under the direction of Coach Flores, Atletico players fortified their defense in the backline, strengthening their defense. If all goes according to plan, the next 20 minutes will be a fierce battle between offense and defense. Manzano is well aware of this. Therefore, he instructed his midfield players to push forward, attempting to besiege Atletico Madrid. Furthermore, Manzano emphasized the importance of utilizing the flanks, relying on the 2 wide players and Oppos' crosses to create threats against Atletico and Oppos' goal. In the 75th minute, after a period of relentless attacks, Sevilla finally identified a defensive vulnerability in Atletico. The newly substituted Shigellini received a pass from Romeric in the left half of the midfield. Upon controlling the ball, Shigellini was surprised to find that Atletico's midfielders were not applying high-pressure defense. It seemed they underestimated him. Seizing the opportunity, Shigellini decided to advance with the ball. Suddenly, he accelerated with the ball at his feet. Throughout the match, no Sevilla player had dared to propel the ball forward in the attacking third. Most advances were made through passing. Thus, Shigellini and Oppos' bold move immediately captured the attention of Atletico players. Paul Asano, Mario Suarez, and others rushed towards the newly entered Shigellini at top speed. Realizing he was about to be cornered by Atletico's defense, Shigellini acted quickly, passing the ball to the front line. Due to his nervousness, Shigellini did not adequately assess his teammates' positions while passing. He merely glanced up and noticed a player in a white jersey raising his hand for the ball, instinctively passing it to him. At that moment, at the edge of the penalty area, Su Yuanqing successfully received Shigellini's pass. Indeed, he was the one who had called for the ball. Having previously scored against De Gea from this position, Su Yuanqing felt quite confident when he regained possession. In the next instant, Su Yuanqing unleashed a powerful shot towards Atletico's goal. Bang! A thunderous strike. However, Atletico's goalkeeper De Gea was highly focused, sensing that Su Yuanqing would likely shoot as soon as he received the ball. Thus, De Gea maintained a state of alertness. Sure enough, as Su Yuanqing struck, De Gea leaped into action, confidently deflecting Su Yuanqing and Oppos' long-range shot away from the goal. For a world-class goalkeeper, saving long-range shots is particularly gratifying, as it showcases one's reflexes and shot-stopping ability. How infuriating! That was deflected away. Su Yuanqing sighed in frustration, and unbeknownst to him, Debo had approached him from behind. As a friend, Debo comforted him, saying, "Su, don't worry, I believe in you. You can help the team achieve victory. Let us keep fighting." With that, Su Yuanqing regained his composure, a determined expression returning to his face. Chapter 71. A remarkable comeback, with the deficit reduced to just 1 goal. Rakitic approached the corner flag, poised to take the corner kick. 2 central defenders from Sevilla surged into the opponent's penalty area, accompanied by Su Yuanqing. In situations where a team struggles to apply pressure in open play, set pieces often present a prime opportunity for scoring. Let us observe the dynamics within the penalty box, where 2 Atletico Madrid defenders flanked Su Yuanqing, clearly aware of his aerial prowess. Jean Jun, filled with anticipation, exclaimed, "I hope Su Yuanqing can showcase his unique abilities during this corner attack." Prior to executing the corner, Rakitic's gaze remained fixed on Su Yuanqing's movement. As a close friend of Su Yuanqing at Sevilla, Rakitic undoubtedly aimed to deliver the ball to him. With a swift motion, Rakitic delivered the corner kick. The ball swiftly descended into Atletico and Oppos's penalty area. The first player to make contact at the near post was Canout. The Mali forward faced only one Atletico defender, Yoxi, who stood at a mere 180 centimeters, while Canout towered above at over 190 centimeters. With a significant height advantage, Canout won the initial header. Canout, a powerful header. De Gea executed a swift dive to parry the ball. It was deflected. The ball landed at Su Yuanqing's feet. What an opportunity. Su Yuanqing, a shot. It's in. 2-3. Sevilla has netted their second goal of the match. Su Yuanqing has scored twice. Jean Jun's voice was hoarse, yet he fervently called out Su Yuanqing's name. Meanwhile, in the stands of Sevilla's home ground, the Ram N. Sánchez Pizjuán Stadium, over 40,000 Sevilla fans waved their scarves, chanting Su Yuanqing's name, reveling in the euphoria of the goal. Canout's powerful header had initially troubled De Gea, but the ball fortuitously fell to Su Yuanqing, granting him a golden opportunity. This time, Su Yuanqing did not squander it. With a precise finish, the ball sailed past De Gea. The score was now 2-3, with the margin between Sevilla and Atletico reduced to a single goal. With just 15 minutes remaining in the match, Sevilla, playing at home, had ample time to alter their fate. After assisting his team in scoring their second goal, Su Yuanqing did not indulge in wild celebrations. Instead, he sprinted towards the goal to reclaim the ball from De Gea. However, De Gea clutched the ball tightly, refusing to relinquish it. Undeterred, Su Yuanqing pushed De Gea aside and seized the ball. He then rallied his teammates to head towards the center circle. The final 15 minutes would be a decisive moment for Sevilla against Atletico Madrid. Despite Su Yuanqing's reluctance to celebrate, for the Sevilla fans in the stands, it was a moment of exhilaration. Su, a brace. We have reignited the hope of victory. This young man from Huaxia is a savior. He consistently rescues Sevilla. It is hard to believe how many points Sevilla would have lost without him. Mr. Su, please lead us to the La Liga Championship. A fortuitous goal. Atletico's formidable defense had been breached by this young talent from the east. There is still hope. Boys, we must fight until the very last moment. Alongside the ecstatic Sevilla supporters, the coach, Manzano, joyously embraced his assistant Antoine in celebration. Manzano quickly glanced at his watch, then applauded the Sevilla players on the pitch, shouting, "We still have a chance. There is time. Keep attacking. Victory shall belong to Sevilla." In Atletico and Oppos's penalty area, several defenders and goalkeeper De Gea stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of fear and shock. Despite their best defensive efforts, every player had positioned themselves adequately. Yet, luck was not on their side. Canout's header led to a fumbled save by De Gea, resulting in the ball fortuitously landing at Su Yuanqing's feet. With just a 1-goal difference and 15 minutes remaining, including injury time, Sevilla had ample opportunity to change their destiny. Should Sevilla equalize or defeat Atletico, the points gap would undoubtedly widen. This was not the outcome Flores wished to see. Stay focused. Forget the recent goal conceded. Create pressure on Sevilla's goal. Do not solely defend. Attack when the moment calls for it. On the sidelines, Atletico's coach Flores deliberately altered their strategy. With deep experience, he sensed that if his team continued to play defensively, considering Sevilla's momentum and attacking rhythm, they risked conceding a third goal. To avert this scenario, Flores resolved to take the initiative. The match resumed quickly. Diego Frank initiated the kickoff from the center circle. Atletico began to push forward aggressively. Clearly, they were still reeling from the previous goal. Rather than opting for a cautious build-up, they chose to attack. Perhaps, this could present Sevilla with an opportunity. By maintaining patient defense, they could capitalize on a counterattack. Zhang Lu, observing from the screen, believed that Sevilla would seize the chance to counterattack. On the field, Su Yuanqing urged his teammates to apply high pressure. Charge. Do not allow the opponent any passing opportunities. Let us press together. We are racing against time. It was evident that the 19-year-old Su Yuanqing had significantly elevated his status within Sevilla. Some veteran players, upon hearing his call, swiftly pressured the ball carrier. Su Yuanqing had amassed considerable influence within the team, earned through each of his goals. Chapter 72, The Hat Trick, an equalizer against Atletico Madrid. Upon witnessing Sevilla's high-pressing tactics, Atletico Madrid's players were left with no choice but to resort to a series of back passes. However, as the ball reached their defensive half, the relentless Sevilla players continued their pursuit. In a moment of desperation, Atletico's center-back opted for a long clearance from the back. Near the center circle, Diego Forl headed the ball towards Simo. Observing the advanced position of Sevilla's goalkeeper, Palop, Simo was struck by a bold idea to attempt a lob. Acting on his audacious impulse, Simo wasted no time, and the ball swiftly soared towards Sevilla and Apos' goal. Unfortunately, Palop reacted swiftly, managing to tip the ball over the crossbar just as it was about to descend into the net. Atletico earned a corner kick. Florestan, recognizing the opportunity, immediately called for his two center-backs to advance. Pereira and El Pez, aware of the urgency, followed their coach's instructions and moved into Sevilla's penalty area. Meanwhile, the towering forwards can out, and Su Yuanqing returned to assist in defense. In the corner area, Paulo Asano took it upon himself to execute the corner kick. This Brazilian player was undeniably the most skilled in Atletico's lineup. With a resounding thump, Asano delivered a confident, rapid pass that landed in the center of the box. Simo and Forl leaped for the header almost simultaneously. However, Simo's superior height and jumping ability allowed him to outmaneuver Forl executing a clean header clearance. The ball sailed toward the flanks where Sevilla's fullback Debo, who had just entered the match, expertly controlled it. With ample stamina, Debo quickly evaded the approaching Atletico defenders. As Debo sprinted towards Atletico's penalty area with remarkable speed, both Su Yuanqing and Canout charged forward in pursuit. This was a prime opportunity for Sevilla to counterattack. After a few seconds of intense sprinting, the invigorated Debo found himself in Atletico and Apos' offensive zone. Yet, his teammates were still arriving, forcing Debo to pause momentarily on the wing until Canout and Su Yuanqing finally caught up. Simultaneously, Atletico's exhausted defenders, El Pez and Pereira, were gasping for breath as they returned to their positions. With a decisive thud, Debo, brimming with confidence in his passing abilities, spotted his teammates in position and delivered a cross with his right foot. Inside the Atletico penalty area, Su Yuanqing and Canout executed their roles with precision. The Malian forward moved towards the near post, successfully drawing a defender away from Su Yuanqing. In an instant, Debo's cross reached Su Yuanqing, who opted not for a header but instead used his body to shield Pereira, putting the defender at a disadvantage. As the ball arrived, the Chinese forward half-turned and unleashed a stunning volley. With a thunderous sound, the ball struck the net before De Gea could react, equalizing the score at 3 apiece. Su Yuanqing, completing his hat trick, delivered an epic equalizer for Sevilla. At last, he could celebrate with unbridled joy. He dashed towards the sidelines, sliding on his knees in jubilation before embracing his friend Debo tightly. What a brilliant assist, Debo. Su, your finish was even more spectacular. The two exchanged excited compliments amidst their elation. Sevilla and Apos' fans erupted in cheers once more, with some even removing their jerseys and tossing them into the air. Overcoming adversity to equalize, Sevilla showcased their indomitable spirit in tonight's match. Despite facing numerous challenges, every Sevilla player on the field refused to yield. Their relentless running and fierce battles against Atletico exemplified their determination. Although victory eluded them, the players had excelled in their efforts, clawing back from a 2-goal deficit to level the score. The Sevilla supporters applauded their team, witnessing a squad that charged forward with unwavering resolve. A team brimming with ambition to contest for the La Liga title. This was a side that ignited boundless hope in the hearts of their fans. In the live broadcast, the commentator, Jean Jun, continued to extol the greatness of Su Yuanqing with his now hoarse voice. A hat trick. Su Yuanqing has netted his 3rd goal of the match. He did not give up. Once again, He has assumed the role of the team and Oppo's savior. Countless Sevilla fans cheered for Su Yuanqing, celebrating his magnificent presence. In the comments, many Chinese fans were already in tears, overwhelmed by the display of individual heroism. Congratulations to Su Yuanqing for achieving a hat trick. Let us strive for another goal and defeat Atlantic Tico at home. Who says Su Yuanqing is only adept at headers? That volley reminded me of Ibrahimovic, Van Persie. Cristiano Ronaldo. Given Su Yuanqing's current momentum, he may very well contend for the La Liga Golden Boot by the season's end. Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because my love for Su Yuanqing runs deep. As Su Yuanqing celebrated with his teammates, ATL Tico's coach, Florestan, was already seething with frustration. Twice they had taken the lead, and twice they had been brought back to level terms. This was utterly unacceptable to Florestan. Moreover, with only 5 minutes remaining after Su Yuanqing's equalizer, regaining the lead seemed a daunting task for Atlantic Tico. As the match resumed, ATL Tico's players immediately launched an attack. However, the home side and Oppo's newfound confidence significantly hindered ATL Tico and Oppo's efforts, making it arduous for them to mount a coherent offensive. Sevilla's players relentlessly disrupted ATL Tico's passing with fervent tackles. The final moments proved excruciating for the visiting ATL Tico side, who struggled to orchestrate a single effective attack. With 3 sharp whistles, the referee signaled the conclusion of the match. Chapter 73. The disheartened Atletico Madrid coach. Next match against Dortmund. Sevilla, propelled by Su Yuanqing's hat trick, ultimately concluded the match against Atletico Madrid in a thrilling 3-3 draw. Currently, Sevilla maintains its position as the second in La Liga. Although they were unable to secure a victory at home against Atletico, the draw was deemed acceptable by most Sevilla supporters. After all, the players spent a significant portion of the match trailing, consistently on the back foot, and managing to equalize in the final moments was a delightful surprise for the fans. In fact, as the match approached its conclusion, many Sevilla fans subconsciously anticipated a loss. Post-match, commentator Jean Jun reflected, "It was a remarkable game. If Sevilla had had an additional 10 minutes, they might have claimed victory over Atletico at home. But that is football. The Sevilla players performed exceptionally well, particularly number 66. Su Yuanqing, who once again salvaged the team with his extraordinary individual talent." As the broadcast concluded, Su Yuanqing, who scored 3 goals to level the score, was awarded the Best Player accolade. During the customary post-match press conference, Sevilla's coach, Manzano, lavished praise on his prodigy. "Atletico caused us significant trouble tonight. In the early stages, their dazzling attacks frequently threatened our goal, even resulting in a goal. However, Sevilla and Oppo's players never surrendered and fought until the final whistle. Su has saved the team multiple times. Honestly, I cannot imagine what Sevilla would do without him. We are grateful to Barcelona for gifting us this talented striker. Thanks to Mr. Guardiola." Manzano, while extolling Su Yuanqing's performance, could not resist a subtle jab at Barcelona. Shortly thereafter, Atletico's coach, Flores, arrived at the press conference, visibly disheartened. His expression clearly conveyed his dissatisfaction with his team and Oppo's performance. A journalist inquired, "Coach, are you satisfied with Atletico and Oppo's players tonight? Let us discuss Diego Forlan and Su. Both players achieved hat tricks in the match. Who do you believe possesses superior individual skills?" This query was undoubtedly salt in Flores's wounds. Yet, he was obligated to respond. In a somber tone, he remarked, "I am extremely dissatisfied with the team's performance, especially in the second half. Every Atletico player seemed to be in a stupor, allowing the opposing forward too many shooting opportunities, which is a disgrace for a team known for its defense. As for who is stronger between Forlan and Su, as Atletico's coach, I naturally favor Diego Forlan, who was our best player tonight." Another journalist posed a question. "If Sevilla were to offer you Su in exchange for Diego Forlan, would you accept?" In Flores's heart, he undoubtedly wished to agree, as Su Yuanqing is younger and more versatile compared to Forlan. However, as Atletico and Oppo's coach, he had to defend his player. Thus, Flores, albeit reluctantly, responded, "No exchange. Diego Forlan is Atletico's star striker and the offensive linchpin. I wouldn't sell him for 100 million euros. Unequivocally stated. Following this match, Sevilla has achieved a record of 7 wins and 2 losses in La Liga, remaining unbeaten for the time being. However, due to the draw with Atletico, the gap between Sevilla and league leaders Real Madrid has now widened to 6 points. Nevertheless, Sevilla fans are content, as the current squad and Oppos's capabilities only warrant a fourth place standing in La Liga, trailing behind Barcelona and Atletico, and potentially drawing with Athletic Bilbao. Given that Sevilla is currently placed second in La Liga, all fans are thoroughly satisfied. After the match, Su Yuanqing's hat-trick brought his progress towards the beginner's task to 8-10. He only needs to score 2 more goals in the remaining matches to complete the system and Oppos's initial task and unlock the intermediate task. Next, Sevilla will enjoy approximately a week of respite before facing their third opponent in the Europa League group stage, the German powerhouse Dortmund. In the first 2 rounds, Dortmund secured victories against Carpathian and Paris Saint-Germain, with scores of 1-0 and 2-1, respectively, leading the group with 2 wins. For Sevilla to advance from the group stage, they must strive for victory in the upcoming match, which will not be an easy feat to better prepare his players for the confrontation with Dortmund. Coach Manzano granted them a 3-day break. Indeed, Sevilla and Oppos's schedule throughout October has been exceedingly demanding, with a relentless rhythm of double matches each week. Besides La Liga, Sevilla also participated in the Europa League and Copa del Rey matches, making it time for the players to relax. However, as a diligent athlete, Su Yuanqing chose not to rest. That evening, he accessed his system to review his attributes, knowing that the impending opponent, Dortmund, is formidable, and he needed to enhance his personal attributes to shine in the match against them. Host, Su Yuanqing, age, 19, height, 188 centimeters, physical attributes, strength 80, 88, stamina 77, 85, speed 75, 80, explosiveness 70, 75, jumping 89, 89, agility 72, 78, power 80, 88, reaction 77, 85, balance 72, 77, technical attributes, shooting 76, 78, long-range shooting 80, 80, heading 87, 87, short pass 65, 77, long pass 60, 70, crossing 58, 66, vision 65, 70, dribbling 70, 76, penalty 65, 75, volley 86, 89. Remaining attribute points, 7 Chapter 74, minor attribute enhancement. Interview with Don'tio Network. Currently, there are only 7 available attribute points. Although this number is modest, after careful consideration, Su Yuanqing decided to slightly improve his weaker attributes. In terms of shooting, Su Yuanqing's current value stands at a mere 76, with a potential value of only 78. Shooting encompasses various techniques, including shots from within the small penalty area, shots from the larger penalty area, and bicycle kicks. Such figures are indeed low for a center forward. Consequently, Su Yuanqing resolved to elevate his shooting potential to 80. Attribute point -1, shooting 1. Attribute point -1. Shooting 1. Shooting has been raised to 76, 80. Available attribute points, 5. Su Yuanqing understood that if he continued to allocate attribute points to shooting, the cost would escalate to 2 points for further enhancements. Once the potential attribute value reached 80, an expenditure of 2 points would be required to increase it by 1. In other words, it would be a 2-for-1 exchange. Moreover, should the potential value reach 90, the cost would rise to 3-for-1. The following day, at the Sevilla training ground, Su Yuanqing arrived early to engage in additional practice. Despite it being a day of rest, he preferred honing his skills over leisure. He practiced shooting diligently on the pitch. Having just increased the potential value of his shooting, it was imperative for him to swiftly refine this skill and maximize his shooting attributes. Bang! Bang! After an hour of training, Su Yuanqing felt the efficiency of his practice was lacking, as he not only had to take shots, but also retrieve the balls himself. Furthermore, without a goalkeeper to challenge him, he received no feedback on his performance. After contemplating for a moment, he called the team's substitute goalkeeper. The substitute goalkeeper, named Barris, was a product of Sevilla's youth academy and only 18 years old. Su Yuanqing had a good rapport with Barris, so when the latter received the call, he readily accepted the invitation. About half an hour later, rather than Barris, a group of Asians arrived. A senior club official accompanied several Asian individuals to the training ground. Su, please hold on a moment. The official addressed Su Yuanqing. This is a team from Don'tio Network. They wish to conduct an interview with you. Do you have the time? Su Yuanqing nodded, consenting to the interview. After all, Don'tio Network is the largest sports website in the entire country. And since Barris had yet to arrive, Su Yuanqing could not train anyway. Thus, he seized the opportunity to engage in the interview. The interviewer was an intern reporter from Dongqiu Network named Yang Yuexin. Upon seeing Su Yuanqing's handsome visage, she transformed into a starstruck admirer, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Hello, Su Yuanqing. I am Yang Yuexin, a reporter from Dongqiu Network. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Su Yuanqing greeted curtly. Shall we begin? Yang Yuexin inquired softly. Sure, but please be quick. My training partner will be here soon. Su Yuanqing thought solely of his training, not wishing to squander time on the interview. All right. First question. How do you feel since joining Sevilla? Su Yuanqing replied succinctly, pretty good. Yang Yuexin had anticipated a more elaborate response, but was left awkwardly with Su Yuanqing's brief answer, prompting her to move on to the next question. Would you consider joining the national team? There are many fans at home who hope you can assist the national men's team. Upon hearing this question, a faint smile graced Su Yuanqing's face. We'll see. For now, I want to focus my energy on the club. Currently, Sevilla ranks second in La Liga. Do you believe the club has a chance to contend for the championship? Of course. As the interview continued, Yang Yuexin posed several additional questions. Yet Su Yuanqing and Apos' replies remained remarkably succinct. When Barris finally arrived at the training ground, Su Yuanqing abruptly cut off the interview to commence shooting practice with him. Yang Yuexin was left in a state of shock. This incident illustrated that Su Yuanqing was indeed a workaholic, unwilling to let trivial matters disrupt his training. Coach Manzano granted Sevilla players a 3-day break, while Su Yuanqing insisted on training with Barris for those 3 days. This grueling regimen allowed Su Yuanqing to successfully elevate his shooting attribute from 76 to 80. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped into November. The weather in the small city of Sevilla had begun to turn chilly, with citizens donning their coats. November is a blustery month. As the Mediterranean winds swept through Sevilla and Apos' training ground, bringing a refreshing atmosphere to the players. Despite the cooling weather, Sevilla and Apos' players remained fervent during training. Since Manzano became the head coach, he had fostered a relatively relaxed training environment, often initiating fun games to warm up before each session. Although Sevilla was set to face Borussia Dortmund away, the players maintained a relaxed demeanor, showing no signs of tension. On this day, before training commenced, Manzano held a brief meeting with the Sevilla players. Gentlemen, just 2 days remain. In 2 days, we will travel to Germany to challenge Dortmund, who currently sits atop their Europa League group after winning their previous matches. They are a formidable opponent. Manzano first emphasized Dortmund's strength, then shifted his tone, continuing. But so what? Our performance has been remarkable. We are unbeaten in 9 rounds of La Liga. I believe you can carry this fiery momentum into the Europa League. He then announced the roster for the upcoming away match. Su Yuanqing, Fabiano. After training, Sevilla players gradually made their way to the dining hall for a meal. Along the way, Su Yuanqing engaged in light conversation with Rakiti. Su, how do you feel about the upcoming match against Dortmund? Are you looking forward to it? Su Yuanqing replied nonchalantly, it's all right. Dortmund is quite strong, but we are not weak either. For me, it's just another ordinary match. Chapter 75. An unexpected incident. Su Yuanqing encounters malicious foul. Upon witnessing Su Yuanqing and Apos' remarkable composure, Rakitic felt a surge of excitement. He exclaimed, I am truly looking forward to this grand battle. In Germany, Borussia Dortmund and Schalke 04 are fierce rivals. Their encounters are dubbed the Ruhr Derby, and whenever I step into Dortmund's away games, I am met with an overwhelming chorus of boos from thousands of fans, persistently berating me throughout the match. That sensation is simply exhilarating. Rakitic and Su Yuanqing reminisced about events during his tenure at Schalke 04. Su Yuanqing pursed his lips and replied, that sounds rather thrilling. I am beginning to anticipate the match against Dortmund. Rakitic smirked. Currently, we have accumulated 4 points in the group stage, while Paris Saint-Germain has 1 point and Dortmund stands at 6. We must at least secure a draw against Dortmund in the next round to have a chance of advancing as group leaders. Let us strive together. May everything unfold smoothly. The following day, Sevilla's players boarded their flight to Dortmund punctually. The next afternoon at 6 o'clock, they were set to engage in a fierce contest at Signal Iduna Park. On the match day, shortly after 9 in the morning, Manzano organized a brief internal training match lasting merely 15 minutes, hoping to maintain the players' fervent form. The starting players were divided into the red team, while the substitutes formed the white team. Being the most prolific scorer in Sevilla at the moment, Su Yuanqing naturally found himself on the red team, alongside Rakitic, Knut, and Debo. As the internal training match commenced, the white team and Oppo's forward, Fabiano, began to stir trouble. Ever since Su Yuanqing became the team's undisputed starter, Fabiano had harbored resentment towards the 19-year-old Asian player. It was quite humiliating for the Brazilian international to be sidelined by a mere teenager from Huaxia. The previous night, Fabiano had specifically approached Coach Manzano to express his fervent desire to start, but Manzano had turned down his request. "I am sorry, Su is my first choice. You are merely his substitute. You will only have an opportunity if Su is injured or in poor physical condition." Those were Manzano's exact words. Upon hearing this, despair enveloped Fabiano and Oppo's heart, gradually driving him to extremes. He concluded that if he could somehow injure Su Yuanqing, he would earn his starting position. Thus, during the training match that day, Fabiano targeted Su Yuanqing relentlessly. Ultimately, in a bid for the ball, he viciously stomped on Su Yuanqing's ankle with his right foot. Su Yuanqing let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground, clutching his ankle in agony. Witnessing this, Manzano immediately halted the match, and the team doctor rushed onto the field to attend to Su Yuanqing. Unfortunately, the prognosis was grim. Su Yuanqing's ankle exhibited swelling and redness, causing him excruciating pain even with minimal movement. Despite the application of copious painkillers, relief was elusive. According to the doctor's assessment, Su Yuanqing would require at least 3 days to recuperate. This was an unprecedented blow for Sevilla, as Su Yuanqing and Oppo's close friend, Rakitic wasted no time in confronting Fabiano upon hearing the doctor's diagnosis. He shouted, "Did you do this on purpose? It was merely an internal training match. Why did you have to play so harshly?" At that moment, Fabiano displayed remarkable acting prowess, feigning innocence as he raised his hands and replied, No, that was just normal physical contact. I didn't exert any force. Su is our offensive linchpin. I would never intentionally harm him." "You're talking nonsense. You are undoubtedly jealous of Su for seizing your starting position, and you sought to do him harm. How shameless." As tensions escalated between Rakitic and Fabiano, Coach Manzano swiftly intervened, positioning himself between the two. With his extensive coaching experience, he had encountered such disputes numerous times. Manzano suspected Fabiano and Oppo's actions were deliberate, but the damage was done, and further blame would serve no purpose. From Manzano's perspective, the priority was to mitigate losses. He could not allow conflict to fester between Fabiano and Rakitic, especially with Su Yuanqing already sidelined. Any internal discord would undoubtedly jeopardize their performance that evening. Enough of this. We have a match at 6:00 and Oppo's clock. This is not the time for quarrels. As the head coach, Manzano held considerable authority within the team, and after delivering this statement, Rakitic refrained from continuing his argument with Fabiano. Manzano then engaged in a private conversation with Fabiano, encouraging him to step up as a starter in Su Yuanqing's absence and to seize the opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities. "Play well. If you can help the team score, perhaps you will become a mainstay in the future." Upon hearing these words, Fabiano's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Rest assured, coach. I will give it my all. I will prove that I am Sevilla's strongest forward." Manzano nodded and waved Fabiano off. After Fabiano departed, Manzano retrieved his phone and promptly called Sevilla's owner, Carmona, for a discussion lasting approximately 10 minutes. Once the call concluded, he pulled out the player roster and circled Fabiano and Oppo's name in red ink. At 5:30 in the afternoon, within Signal Iduna Park, tens of thousands of Dortmund fans created a terrifying home atmosphere. The stadium appeared to be enveloped in yellow, as the passionate supporters released a plethora of yellow smoke flares, creating a stunning spectacle. Prior to the match, these fans spontaneously began singing the team anthem, generating an immense sense of pressure. Inside the visiting team and Oppo's locker room, Manzano announced the starting lineup. Unsurprisingly, Su Yuanqing was absent, even from the substitutes and Oppo's list. Fabiano was indeed the one to take Su Yuanqing and Oppo's place in the starting 11. Chapter 76. The Shelving of Fabiano. He has been listed for transfer. The injury to Su has deprived us of our offensive linchpin, yet I still harbor faith that you can conjure miracles. In this match, I require at least a point from you. Upon the commencement of the game, all players must engage in vigorous defensive efforts. Not scoring is inconsequential. As long as we do not concede, we shall remain unbeaten. With Su unable to participate due to injury, Manzano has adopted a more pragmatic approach. Initially, Manzano aimed for 3 points in this encounter, but now, securing a single point would suffice for him. Half an hour later, the starting players from Sevilla and Real Madrid began to take the field. In the live broadcast room, commentator Jean Jun was astounded upon seeing the pre-match lineups of both teams. What? How is this possible? So Yoxi is not among the starting lineup? What on earth is Manzano doing? Jean Jun questioned. Brazilian forward Fabiano has replaced Yoxi? Why is that? Did Su sustain an injury? In the comments section, fans from Huaxia were equally perplexed. Soon, some fans studying in Germany provided an explanation. It seems Su was injured by a teammate during the pre-match training. Indeed, I've also heard that Fabiano deliberately stepped on Su's ankle during training, causing him to miss this match. Fabiano is truly despicable. How could he resort to such underhanded tactics? With Su not starting, many fans declared they could now sleep. Exactly. I wanted Oppos to watch. A match without Su Yuanqing holds no interest. As the match commenced, the home team Dortmund displayed remarkable sharpness in their offensive play, despite Sevilla and Oppos' defensive posture. Dortmund forward Barrios found opportunities to shoot. In the 18th minute, a long pass from Sven Bender pierced Sevilla's defense, landing perfectly on Barrios' head. This player outjumped the center back to score with a header, giving Dortmund an early lead. Following the concession of a goal, Sevilla intensified their offensive efforts. Yet Fabiano's performance was abysmal. He squandered 2 consecutive headers, sending the ball over the end line, effectively becoming the 5th defender within Dortmund and Oppos' penalty area. Just before halftime, Dortmund capitalized on a swift counterattack, with another forward, Kuba, scoring the second goal. At halftime, Dortmund led by 2 goals. In the second half, Sevilla did create a golden opportunity to score. In the 75th minute, Zakora's individual breakthrough led to a foul by Sabatic within the penalty area, prompting the referee to award a penalty. Fabiano stepped up to take it, but due to excessive force, he sent the ball soaring into the stands. Throughout the match, Fabiano's performance was nothing short of catastrophic, wasting at least 3 to 5 clear goal-scoring chances. As the match concluded, the referee and Oppos' whistle signaled Dortmund's 2-0 triumph over Sevilla, marking Manzano and Oppos' first defeat since becoming the team and Oppos' coach. In the live commentary, Jean Jun remarked, "Had Sevilla's forward been Su Yuanqing tonight, I believe victory would have belonged to Sevilla. If I recall correctly, Fabiano missed at least 5 clear chances, including a penalty." He expressed hope that Su would return for the second leg. Otherwise, Sevilla's prospects of advancing from this challenging group would be dim. Following 3 rounds of the Europa League group stage, Dortmund remained at the top with 3 wins, while Paris Saint-Germain, sharing the same record with Sevilla of 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss, was ranked second due to a superior goal difference. Sevilla occupied 3rd place, while Colbafan lingered at the bottom with 3 losses. Sevilla's chances of progression appeared bleak. The next day, Sevilla's players boarded a flight back to Spain. In 10 days, they would face Dortmund at home, a match they must win. Upon returning to Sevilla's training base, Coach Manzano immediately held a discussion with Fabiano. He handed Fabiano a player list, with his name circled in red. "In the last match against Dortmund, I granted you an opportunity, yet your performance was profoundly disappointing. I have consulted with the club's owner, and henceforth, you have been placed on the transfer list," Manzano stated coldly, as if piercing Fabiano's heart with ice. "Coach, why? I merely squandered a few chances. I have served Sevilla for 5 seasons, contributing 85 goals. You should not cast me aside." Manzano maintained his stoic demeanor, replying, "The team has secured a stronger forward, Su, who is younger and in better form. Since you do not wish to be a substitute for Su, you must depart. Damn it, you are utterly ungrateful. You are abandoning me." Fabiano and Oppos' frustration neared a boiling point. However, Manzano remained composed, calmly addressing Fabiano, "This is for your own good. Remaining here without play will only diminish your form. It is better for you to seek opportunities elsewhere. With over a month until the winter transfer window, we will find you a suitable destination." In truth, when Fabiano injured Su Yuanqing, Manzano had already contemplated parting ways with him. He promptly contacted the club's owner, discussing Fabiano's future. Initially, Camona was reluctant to let Fabiano go, but upon learning of his deliberate injury to Su Yuanqing, he swiftly agreed to Manzano's proposal. After leaving Manzano's office, Fabiano felt deeply dejected and sought solace in a nightclub that evening, hoping to forget the unpleasantness. However, he overindulged and subsequently missed the next day's training. Despite being placed on the transfer list, Fabiano remained a Sevilla player and was still required to attend practice. When he arrived at the training ground reeking of alcohol, Manzano showed no leniency, imposing disciplinary measures upon him. Chapter 77. The second encounter with Dortmund. Su Yuanqing returns to the starting lineup. Suspensions, training halts, and salary freezes. This time, Fabiano was genuinely alarmed, for if he ceased training and competing, his athletic condition would significantly deteriorate. Even after the winter transfer window opened, joining another team would not guarantee him a starting position due to his compromised form, adversely affecting his career trajectory. Fabiano was truly in a state of panic, urgently pleading with Manzano for leniency, but to no avail. Once Fabiano injured Su Yuanqing, Manzano had already resolved to impose a severe penalty on him. After all, Su Yuanqing was currently the leading scorer for Sevilla, the cornerstone of the team's victories. Offending Su Yuanqing was akin to striking a steel plate. From that moment on, Fabiano vanished completely from Sevilla's training grounds. During this period, Su Yuanqing focused on recuperating, and after 3 days, he had largely recovered. He even participated in the 10th round of the league against Valencia. However, to safeguard Su Yuanqing, Manzano only allowed him to play for 10 minutes in the second half. When Su Yuanqing entered the field, the score between Sevilla and Valencia remained 0-0. Just 3 minutes later, Sevilla took the lead at 1 o'clock. Su Yuanqing received a cross from Debo in the center of the penalty area and executed a stunning volley, piercing through Valencia's defense. In response to conceding a goal, Valencia launched a relentless assault on Sevilla's goal, yet luck was not on their side. Several attempts were thwarted by the goalkeeper. In the 89th minute, Sevilla extended their lead to 2 o'clock through a swift counterattack, with Su Yuanqing again finding the back of the net. Rakitic intercepted the ball from Joaquin in the backfield and immediately passed it forward. The ball landed near the edge of Valencia and Oppos's penalty area, where Su Yuanqing and Valencia and Oppos's fullback Alba contested for possession. However, Su Yuanqing, utilizing his robust physique, outmaneuvered Alba and unleashed another spectacular long-range shot, once again breaching Caesar's goal. Thus, Sevilla triumphed over Valencia at 2 o'clock, continuing their undefeated streak in La Liga, largely thanks to Su Yuanqing's double. Following this match, the Sevilla players redirected their focus towards the upcoming Europa League clash against Dortmund. Congratulations to the host for completing the primary task. Reward: Van Nistelrooy's small area shooting skill. As the match concluded, Su Yuanqing received a reward from the system. Van Nistelrooy. Eagerly, he checked his shooting attributes, and indeed, his shooting skill had risen from 80 to 84. The potential value had also soared to 89. Shooting skill: 85, 89. Su Yuanqing was immensely satisfied with this reward. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the system announced a new intermediate task. Intermediate task activated. Help Sevilla reach the semi-finals of the Europa League. Task reward: skills of legendary Europa League stars. The semi-finals of the Europa League? Although Sevilla is known as the king of the Europa League, it is now 2010. Historically, Sevilla has only won the Europa League trophy twice. Frankly, Su Yuanqing harbored some concerns about the team's ability to advance to the semi-finals. After being defeated by Dortmund, Sevilla had lost control of their fate. To reach the semi-finals, they must first progress from the group stage. This made the upcoming rematch against Dortmund critically important. Sevilla needed a victory to reclaim the initiative. With 5 days remaining until the match against Dortmund, Su Yuanqing intensified his training regimen, striving to maximize his shooting skill in this short time. If he could fully develop his shooting potential, his skill could reach 89, endowing him with Van Nistelrooy's small area shooting talent. Thus, in the days leading up to the match, Su Yuanqing trained tirelessly from dawn till dusk, making it quite taxing for the substitute goalkeeper, Barris. Before knowing Su Yuanqing, Barris used to arrive at the training ground just in time, but now, like Su Yuanqing, he typically arrived 2 hours early to accompany him in shooting practice. Though reluctant, Barris's goalkeeping abilities had noticeably improved after this period of extra training. The day before the match, Sevilla and Oppos's starting goalkeeper Palop fell ill, prompting Manzano to assign Barris as the starter for the next day's game. November 13th, 7 o'clock a.m. The stands of the Pizjuan Stadium were already packed with eager fans awaiting the commencement of this grand contest. A glance around revealed that almost all Sevilla supporters donned Su Yuanqing's number 66 jersey. In less than 4 months, Su Yuanqing had become the most coveted star in the hearts of Sevilla fans. Moreover, they had even composed a song for him, aptly named the Song of Su Yuanqing. As the Sevilla versus Dortmund showdown approached, numerous fans showcased their vocal talents in the stands. In the Huaxia Sports Network live broadcast room, commentators Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu had acquired the starting lineup early and promptly searched for Su Yuanqing's name. Qing Yuansu. Su Yuanqing was finally in the starting lineup. Upon seeing Su Yuanqing's name, Zhang Jun exclaimed, startling Zhang Lu, who was still searching. Hey, it's true. Zhang Lu realized, adding, as long as Su Yuanqing starts, we can be confident about this match. Zhang Jun nodded emphatically, affirming, indeed, as long as Su Yuanqing is on the field, Sevilla has yet to lose a match. I believe tonight, luck will surely favor Sevilla. 25 minutes later, the players from Sevilla and Dortmund made their way through the tunnel, followed by the captains leading their respective teams onto the pitch of the PSGN Stadium. After the pre-match handshake and coin toss, both teams arranged their formations. Awaiting the referee's whistle, Su Yuanqing stood in the center circle, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He had long awaited this match, 10 days prior. An injury had forced him to miss the clash against Dortmund, and now, he was determined to reclaim victory. Beep. The match had commenced. Welcome, fans, to the 2010-2011 Europa League Group Stage Round 4, where Sevilla hosts Dortmund. Su Yuanqing took the kickoff. Clad in their home jerseys, Sevilla attacked from left to right. Chapter 78. Klopp's Farmers, 3 punches. As the match commenced, Sevilla, buoyed by their home advantage, proactively launched an offensive. If Sevilla aspired to advance smoothly from the group stage, they needed to secure a victory against Dortmund on their home turf. In the 6th minute, Sevilla began to deliver a flurry of crosses, aiming to feed the ball to their towering striker, Su Yuanqing, positioned in the penalty area. The delivery from Sevilla's full-back, Debo, was impeccably placed, landing precisely on Su Yuanqing's head. The tens of thousands of Sevilla fans in the stands erupted, rising from their seats in anticipation of a goal from Su Yuanqing. Inside the box, Dortmund's center-back, Subotic, was vying for position with Su Yuanqing, both players engaging in a tugging contest. After a fierce battle for positioning, Su Yuanqing managed to gain a slight edge just as the ball descended into the penalty area. He leaped into the air, while Subotic, unwilling to concede an easy header, also sprang up to contest. The two players almost leaped simultaneously. With a powerful header, Su Yuanqing aimed for the goal, but Dortmund and Oppo's goalkeeper, Weidenfeller, intercepted it with both hands. Due to Subotic's interference, Su Yuanqing was unable to fully harness his heading prowess, resulting in a weak attempt that Weidenfeller easily collected. On the sidelines, Klopp shouted at Weidenfeller, urging him to launch a long ball for a counterattack, declaring, "This is our moment." Heeding Klopp and Oppo's words, Weidenfeller executed a decisive kick. The ball soared toward Sevilla and Oppo's half. Dortmund's main striker, Barrios, flicked it with his head, directing it to his fellow forward, Kuba, who immediately unleashed a powerful shot that narrowly missed, soaring just above the crossbar. What a close call. Dortmund and Oppo's counterattack was razor-sharp, nearly breaching Sevilla and Oppo's defenses. Commentator Zhang Jun expressed his astonishment. Meanwhile, Klopp wore a look of regret as the first 10 minutes unfolded with both Sevilla and Dortmund exchanging attacks. Although Sevilla held a majority of possession, Dortmund's incisive counters kept the pressure firmly on Sevilla's goal. In the 13th minute, Sevilla continued their offensive, in a bid to break the deadlock swiftly. Manager Manzano opted for an aggressive approach, pushing both fullbacks, Debo and Navas, deep into Dortmund and Oppo's territory, leaving only 2 center-backs, Congo and Alexis, to guard their own half. Despite committing significant resources to the attack, Sevilla and Oppo's performance remained unsatisfactory, as their midfielders repeatedly exchanged meaningless passes. After a series of about 10 passes, the ball was intercepted by Sven Bender, who quickly relayed it to the midfield prodigy, Gidzo. A counterattack for the Yellow Submarine was underway. At just 18 years old, Gidzo showcased his immense potential as he rapidly maneuvered down the right flank before delivering a cross near the byline. Barrios, making a late run into the box, executed a spectacular diving header, scoring the first goal. 1-0. The visiting Dortmund side had struck. Upon Barrios and Oppo's goal, the tens of thousands of fans at the PSGN Stadium were left speechless, their faces frozen in disbelief. while only a handful of Dortmund supporters chanted G-Zu's name. On the sidelines, Klopp exuberantly raised his fists in celebration, performing the farmer and amp, Oppos, S3 punches. Beautiful. That and amp, Oppos, that's how we play. Overwhelm Sevilla. Maintain a solid defense. Threaten their goal through swift counters. We have the capability to secure 3 points away, just as we can at home. Klopp shouted, showing no mercy to Sevilla's Manzano nearby. Suddenly, Antoine, the usually silent assistant coach of Sevilla, stood up and approached Klopp, his expression grave, seemingly intent on confronting him. As Sevilla and amp, Oppos, as assistant coach, he could not allow a German to display such audacity at the PSGN stadium. To Antoine, Klopp and Oppos, celebration felt like a provocation. However, as Antoine prepared to rise, Manzano restrained him, advising, ignore him. We still have our chances, remain calm. As an experienced manager, Manzano maintained a composed demeanor, refusing to engage with Klopp. He adjusted his glasses and calmly stated, we still have opportunities, do not panic. In the 30th minute, Dortmund was presented with another chance for a counterattack. This time, it was once again Sven Bender and amp, Oppos, sliding tackle that reclaimed possession, allowing the ball to reach Shinji Kagawa. The star from the land of the rising sun promptly delivered a through ball, which landed at the feet of Ji-Zu in the center. With Sevilla's defensive midfielder out of position, Ji-Zu found himself unmarked and was able to advance the ball with ease. The only response came from center-back Alexis, who charged out from the penalty area to disrupt Ji-Zu's progress. Just as Alexis closed in on Ji-Zu, the talented young player laid the ball off to Barrios, who unleashed a powerful shot with his left foot. Clang! The sound of the ball striking the post reverberated through the stadium as it ricocheted off the bar. Narrowly avoiding a second goal for Dortmund, Barrios had squandered a golden opportunity. However, Klopp did not express frustration. Rather, he immediately offered Barrios words of encouragement. No worries. You played brilliantly. Keep it up. Continue to apply pressure on Sevilla. Before long, we will find the net again. Klopp understood that as long as Sevilla pressed forward with their attack, his team would have ample opportunities to counter, if the players maintained their defensive counterattacking strategy. Scoring a second goal was merely a matter of time. Yet, Klopp overlooked a well-known adage in football. Missed opportunities often lead to punishment. Goalkeeper Barles launched the ball towards midfield, where Rakiti outmaneuvered Kagawa to seize possession. Rakiti passed to Debo on the flank. Sevilla seized the opportunity for a cross. Can out. Su Yuanqing and midfielder Romeric surged into Dortmund's penalty area like a pride of lions descending upon their prey. Boom. Debo delivered the ball to Canout. Chapter 79. A narrow angle shot. Su Yuanqing scores. The Dortmund defender Hummels extended his foot to block, yet Canout refrained from shooting, instead passing the ball to the far post where Su Yuanqing awaited. After skillfully controlling the ball with his left foot, Su feigned a shooting motion. Instantly, Dortmund's center-back Sabotic lunged forward, attempting to intercept Su's effort with utmost urgency. However, Su Yuanqing swiftly sidestepped the latter's interference, finding himself unmarked in front of the goal. Yet another challenge arose before him. The shooting angle was exceedingly narrow. Dortmund's goalkeeper Weidenfeller had already positioned himself near the near post. Should Su attempt a shot at this moment, it was highly probable that the ball would either ricochet off the post or be parried by the keeper. In contrast to shooting, passing appeared to be the more prudent option. Nevertheless, Su Yuanqing resolved to take a chance. With a powerful thud, he unleashed a shot. Having acquired the shooting finesse from Van Nistelrooy's training in the penalty area, his strike, both precise and forceful, grazed the inside of the near post before finding its way into the net. Weidenfeller was utterly helpless. The score was leveled at 1 apiece. The once silent PSGN stadium erupted in jubilant cheers and celebrations. Oh, Su! Sevilla fans waved their scarves emblazoned with the club emblem in joyous exultation. Far away in Huaxia, commentator Zhang Jun exclaimed in his distinctive voice, Su Yuanqing. A shot. No. A deft touch. He has outmaneuvered Dortmund and Oppos, center-back Sabotic, and shoots. It's a goal. 1-1. Sevilla has equalized, thanks to Su Yuanqing's individual brilliance. As a center forward, Su Yuanqing displayed his remarkable footwork during this offensive play. The unparalleled quality of his shot allowed Sevilla to draw level. The Huaxia fans watching the live broadcast couldn't help but shower Su Yuanqing with accolades. Incredible! That shot was filled with power. Like a cannonball, they exclaimed. If it weren't for Su Yuanqing's unexpected injury in the previous match, Sevilla would surely have triumphed over the yellow wall. Su Yuanqing, get another, they urged. What's with Dortmund's defensive retreat? It only paved the way for Su Yuanqing's goal. Su got. Following Su Yuanqing and Oppo's goal, his Sevilla teammates rushed to embrace him. Each player and Oppo's face radiated joy, as if the invincible Sevilla of La Liga had returned. As the pivotal scorer, Su was equally ecstatic. He sprinted towards the corner flag and, with a jubilant slide, celebrated. With Su Yuanqing's equalizer, it was now the turn of the yellow wall and Oppo's supporters to feel disheartened. The majority of Dortmund fans in the away section wore grim expressions, their silence palpable. How could Subotic fail to mark even one Huaxia player? How had Sevilla's offense become so incisive? I recall the previous match when Sevilla's forwards squandered numerous opportunities. The striker then was Fabiano, not this Huaxia player. Could it be that this Huaxia player surpasses the Brazilian international? From his current form, it certainly appeared so. Focus. I do not wish to witness Dortmund's winning streak in the Europa League come to an end. Attack now. I do not want to read in the post-match reports about Dortmund being defeated by a Huaxia player. Subotic's defense had been nothing short of criminal, a clownish display. My suggestion would be to let Hummels mark this Huaxia player. He seems to possess considerable strength. The first half soon came to a close, and after a brief intermission, the second half commenced. Not long into the second half, Coach Klopp substituted Lewandowski for Barrios, signaling that the visiting Dortmund would soon reveal their true prowess. Klopp was not content with merely securing a draw. Having won 3 consecutive matches in the group stage of the Europa League, a victory in this match would ensure Dortmund's early advancement to the next round. Lewandowski's entrance indicated Dortmund's intent to bolster their offense. The experienced Manzano swiftly adjusted the game strategy, transforming Sevilla from the attacking side to a defensive posture. Manzano set up a solid defensive formation. Upon Lewandowski's arrival, Sevilla's penalty area was thrown into disarray, yet as time progressed and more Sevilla players retreated to defend, Lewandowski's threat to the Sevilla goal diminished significantly. 15 minutes into the second half, the relentless onslaught from Dortmund had yet to alter the scoreline. Consequently, Klopp commanded the 2 fullbacks to push forward. While the yellow wall increased their attacking presence, Sevilla's tireless defenders thwarted their efforts, leaving Dortmund with few viable opportunities. Moreover, midfielders like Kagawa, Jidzu, and Sahin struggled to deliver quality passes under Sevilla's aggressive pressing, leading to uncharacteristic passing errors from the visiting side. In the 63rd minute, Rakiti executed a sliding tackle from behind, bringing down the Sakura Nation and Oppo's star Kagawa. This time, however, the referee refrained from calling a foul. Rakiti seized the ball and promptly passed it to the forward Zakora. Zakora found himself in a one-on-one situation with the opposing defensive midfielder. On the right side of the penalty area, Zakora maneuvered past Dortmund's fullback Schmelzer and attempted a long-range shot. The quality of Zakora's shot was mediocre, easily gathered by Weidenfeller. Though no goal was scored, Sevilla's counterattack posed a legitimate threat to Dortmund's goal. Logically, Klopp should have reinforced his team's defense to prevent a recurrence of such situations. Yet, stubbornly, Klopp chose not to do so. Dortmund's players continued their aggressive advance. 5 minutes later, another counterattack ensued. Romeric passed the ball to the unmarked Rakiti, who immediately delivered a through ball. This time, it was Canut receiving the ball in the final third. The Malian forward displayed commendable footwork. Canut received the ball and feigned a move, deceiving Subotic's defensive stance. Subsequently, he made a decisive charge into the penalty area, leaving Subotic with no choice but to make a desperate tackle. The Dortmund defender executed a scissor kick, taking down Canut from behind. That was a penalty. I was already in the box. Canut, wincing in pain, raised his hands imploringly towards the referee, while Subotic, the offender, displayed his theatrical prowess. No, that wasn't a penalty. He didn't enter the box. I tackled him right on the edge of the penalty area. Chapter 80. Tactical set piece. Su Yuanqing scores twice. In the midst of the match, opinions diverged sharply. Each side had its own reasoning. At this juncture, the focus turned to the referee and Oppo's decision. Whether they were Sevilla fans or Dortmund supporters, all eyes were fixed upon the officiator. The current score stood at 1-1. Should the referee award a penalty, Sevilla would seize an excellent opportunity to reclaim the lead. Consequently, every Sevilla fan eagerly anticipated a chance for a penalty kick. However, the referee did not point to the penalty spot. Instead, he called a foul just outside the penalty area. This left Knut feeling utterly disheartened. The Malian forward rushed to the referee, animatedly gesticulating for an explanation. Dortmund's center back, Subotic, approached the referee as well, leading to a further entanglement between the two players. The referee's whistle pierced the air again, as he stepped between Subotic and Knut, issuing warnings to both. He reminded them to cease their argument and to respect his ruling. The atmosphere in the stands of the Ram NS Nche Pizju in stadium grew tense, as tens of thousands of Sevilla fans expressed their discontent with the referee's decision, with many even accusing him of bias. The ambience was charged with palpable frustration. Yet, the referee remained unfazed by the crowd's outcry, methodically drawing lines near the edge of the penalty area. Rakiti, Zakora, and Romeric stood poised over the ball, ready to take the free kick. Not far from them loomed Dortmund's imposing wall, composed of Subotic, Hummels, Lewandowski, and Vince Binder, all towering figures. The likelihood of a direct goal was slim. The task of circumventing such a formidable barrier was daunting. Truthfully, the proximity of the free kick to the goal compounded the difficulty, with Dortmund's wall averaging over 185 centimeters in height. Neither Rakiti, Zakora, nor Romeric seemed particularly confident in their ability to score directly. Zhang Lu was skeptical about Sevilla and Oppo's chances with this set piece, and Jian Jun shared a similar sentiment. Indeed, the challenge of a direct shot was significant. However, perhaps Sevilla would implement a tactical play, such as passing the ball to Su Yuanqing in the penalty area. That could indeed be a clever strategy. Moments later, the referee's whistle sounded. Romeric and Zakora stepped away from the ball, leaving Rakiti to take the kick. He began his run-up. Could he score directly? Suddenly, a pass. Rakiti opted not to shoot but instead distributed the ball to Romeric on the right flank. This unexpected maneuver successfully deceived the Dortmund players. Romeric, without breaking stride, deftly flicked the ball into the penalty area. Su Yuanqing had already made his run, and, as the ball descended near the far post, he leaped ahead it. The ball soared unerringly into the net. Across, Su Yuanqing. He outjumped Dortmund and Oppo's left back Schmelzer to head the ball into the goal. It was in. Goalkeeper Weidenfeller failed to intercept it. 2-1. Sevilla had finally turned the tide. In the broadcast booth, Jian Jun excitedly relayed the unfolding events to the fans, while Zhang Lu applauded wholeheartedly. What a brilliant tactical play by Sevilla, he exclaimed. Even I was deceived. Bravo. Indeed, Sevilla and Oppo's strategy was exceptionally executed. Manzano and Oppo's tactics have borne fruit. And let us not forget Su Yuanqing, if memory serves me correctly. This marks his third goal in the Europa League. Had Sevilla's front line featured Su Yuanqing instead of Fabiano in the last match, I am convinced they would have triumphed over the yellow wall. As Su Yuanqing's header found the back of the net, jubilant cheers erupted from the Sevilla supporters in the stands. A spectacular team effort. Let these Germans head home, they chanted. Su, keep it up, score more goals. Show these Germans the might of the mysterious East. After helping Sevilla surge ahead, Su Yuanqing dashed to the sidelines, executing a celebratory slide on the turf. The Sevilla fans responded with an even louder roar of approval, while the faces of the Dortmund supporters fell into despair once more. It would have been better to award them a penalty, they lamented. Damn, Subotic didn't even touch Knut. He was diving. You have a point. That was an unfounded foul. The referee should not have granted Sevilla a free kick. He ought to have shown Knut a yellow card. Those cunning Spaniards. Truly despicable. As the match progressed, Dortmund launched a frenzied offensive. Despite Su Yuanqing and Oppo's evident fatigue, Manzano showed no intention of substituting him. It seemed he wished to leverage Su Yuanqing's striking capabilities to maintain a constant threat within Dortmund's penalty area. After all, should Dortmund commit too many players forward, Sevilla could exploit the opportunity with a long pass directly to Su Yuanqing. At that point, the score might not remain 2-1. Thus, Dortmund would remain wary of Su Yuanqing, hesitant to commit fully to their offensive efforts. Even as Su Yuanqing ambled about the pitch, he still posed a psychological threat to the opposition and Oppo's defenders. On the sidelines, Klopp was drenched in sweat. As time dwindled, he had only 10 minutes left to salvage the situation. With no retreat possible, he urged his players to press on. Klopp decided to take a gamble. 5 minutes later, in the 85th minute, Dortmund made a critical error in the attacking third. Kagawa should have passed to Jidzu on the flank, but mistakenly delivered the ball to Rakiti instead. Instantly, Sevilla capitalized on the opportunity for a counterattack. Thud. Rakiti and Amp. Oppos. S long pass landed within Dortmund and Amp. Oppos. S penalty area, where Su Yuanqing and Hummels leapt to contest for the header. Chapter 81. Envy among Sakura fans. Su Yuanqing, showcasing his remarkable heading skills, seized the football ahead of time. Subsequently, he deftly flicked the ball with his head towards the goal, prompting his fellow striker, Knut, to surge forward. With a powerful strike, the ball breached Dortmund and Amp. Oppos. S net once more. The score stood at 3-1, marking Sevilla and Amp. Oppos. S triumphant victory in this match. Beep. 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 A few minutes later, the referee and Amp. Oppos. S whistle signaled the conclusion of the fourth round of the UEFA Europa League group stage, where Sevilla successfully halted Dortmund and Oppos' four-match winning streak at home. Following 4 rounds, the standings in the group were as follows. First, Borussia Dortmund, 3 wins, 1 loss. 9 points. Second, Paris Saint-Germain, 2 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss. 7 points. Third, Sevilla, 2 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, 7 points. Due to Paris and Oppos' victory over Kolbach in this round, they also secured 3 points, placing both Paris and Sevilla on 7 points. However, Paris held the upper hand in goal difference, thus occupying the second position. Sevilla's next opponent in the Europa League group stage would be the weakest team, Kolbach, while Paris was set to engage in a fierce battle against Dortmund. Overall, Sevilla's prospects for advancing from the group appeared rather optimistic. After the match, Manzano and Su Yuanqing once again graced the press conference, where they fielded inquiries from journalists. Coach Manzano, now that the first 4 rounds of the Europa League group stage have concluded, your team has garnered a total of 7 points with a record of 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. Are you personally satisfied with the team and Amp. Oppos' performance? Manzano replied at a measured pace. It and Amp. Oppos' acceptable. We still have the opportunity to advance from the group. Our next opponent is Kolbach, and as long as we defeat them, we will seize the initiative. Naturally, the most crucial match remains against Paris at their home ground. Another journalist pressed further. Previously, you mentioned that Sevilla's goal in La Liga is to finish in the top 3. What is Sevilla's objective in the Europa League? Is simply advancing from the group stage considered a success? This reporter's question was sharper than the last, seemingly seeking to extract more valuable insights from Sevilla and Amp. Oppos' new coach for a headline-worthy story. As of now, I have yet to discuss this topic with the chairman. Of course, personally, I hope the team can progress further in the Europa League. Manzano, known for his cunning, delivered a response that was meticulously evasive. He spoke at length, yet conveyed little of substance. Truly, his words were like a double-edged sword, leaving the journalists yearning for clarity. Unable to extract further revelations from Manzano, the reporters redirected their focus to Su Yuanqing. Congratulations, Su, on achieving your first brace in the Europa League. You have now scored 3 goals in the tournament. Do you aspire to contend for the Europa League Golden Boot? Without much contemplation, Su Yuanqing replied, that depends on how far we can progress in the Europa League. Oh, deftly sidestepping the question, the journalists, seeing Su Yuanqing unyielding, returned their attention to Manzano. However, this time, they refrained from inquiring about the match itself. Mr. Manzano, it has been rumored that Brazilian forward Fabiano has been suspended by the club. Could you elaborate on the reasons behind this decision? Manzano waved his hand dismissively and responded with a stoic expression, that is an internal club decision, and I am unable to comment. With that, Manzano took Su Yuanqing by the arm and departed from the press conference. Sevilla revives. A resounding 3-1 victory over the Hornets Dortmund. The miraculous Chinese center forward achieves a brace. Hope for advancement remains. Manzano's team narrowly triumphs over the Hornets at home. Su Yuanqing once again saves the team. He is the linchpin for Manzano and Amp. Oppos' continued tenure at Sevilla. After Sevilla and Amp. Oppos' 3-1 victory against Dortmund, Su Yuanqing became the unequivocal headline in media reports. In China, numerous news outlets similarly lauded Su Yuanqing's performance. The god of Sevilla. As long as Su Yuanqing is on the pitch, the myth of Sevilla's invincibility endures. Sevilla narrowly defeats Dortmund, with Su Yuanqing triumphing in his duel against Kagawa. Pride of China. Su Yuanqing scores twice while Sakura and Oppos' star, Shinji Kagawa, remains goalless. Sevilla's hopes of advancement rekindled. Su Yuanqing becomes the pivotal figure. Numerous Chinese fans also left their thoughts in the comments section. It has been ages since we witnessed such a formidable Chinese forward. Hummels and Sabatic could not contain Su Yuanqing and Amp. Oppos. S shots. What an honor it was to watch the live broadcast. As long as Su Yuanqing maintains his fiery form, he has the potential to become a top striker in Europe. No longer must we envy our neighbors in Sakura. We now have a player starting in one of the top 5 leagues. Sevilla can hardly do without Su Yuanqing now. In the last match, due to injury, Su Yuanqing was absent, and Sevilla fell to Dortmund. But upon his return, Sevilla triumphed over them. The genius who brought Su Yuanqing from Barcelona truly deserves accolades. Sevilla and Oppos' strength seems more than sufficient to contend for the Europa League title. Let us go. If Su Yuanqing leads Sevilla to victory in the Europa League this season, it would indeed be a miraculous feat, undoubtedly making him Asia and Amp. Oppos' finest. Indeed, Sevilla holds considerable promise. Let us not forget that they even defeated Barcelona. Are there any teams participating in the Europa League stronger than Barcelona? Aside from Chinese fans discussing this Europa League group stage match, neighboring Sakura also had numerous fans engaging in conversation. Due to Shinji Kagawa's presence in Dortmund, fans from Sakura closely monitored the match. However, both Dortmund and Kagawa's performances left Sakura fans exceedingly disappointed. Post-match, the atmosphere was rife with criticism. Klopp should step down immediately. His coaching abilities are woefully inadequate, and Kagawa cannot exhibit his true prowess. Indeed, Kagawa's subpar performance tonight was entirely due to Klopp placing him in an unfamiliar position. Look at how Sevilla and Oppos' coach utilizes Asian players. Su Yuanqing played exceptionally well. He is like Drogba. When will our nation have a towering striker like Su Yuanqing? He is the most outstanding Asian center forward I have ever witnessed. His physical prowess and shooting technique are unparalleled. It seems that Chinese football is on the verge of a renaissance. The Sakura football must strive even harder. Chapter 82. Revenge against Sevilla? The confident Laga coach. On November 17th, in the Andalusian region of Spain, within the city of Laga, tens of thousands of fans donned their home team jerseys as they made their way to the Rose Garden Stadium. At 7:00 and Oppos' clock in the evening, Laga was set to face Sevilla in the thrilling encounter of the Copa del Rey round of 16. At the beginning of the season, Laga had previously faced Sevilla in La Liga, but unfortunately, they had suffered defeat. Now, 2 months later, as the two teams met again in the Copa del Rey, it presented an excellent opportunity for the Laga fans to seek revenge. Earlier in a press conference, Laga's head coach, Ferreira, boldly proclaimed, "I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. We previously lost to Sevilla in La Liga, and in that match, we underperformed and did not showcase the true strength of Laga. However, I assure all Laga fans that we will triumph over Sevilla in this match. We will achieve our revenge." Ferreira's tone exuded unwavering confidence. "Mr. Ferreira, do you mean that Laga can surely defeat Sevilla at home?" a reporter inquired. But recently, Sevilla has been in remarkable form, having just defeated Borussia Dortmund in the Europa League group stage. Ferreira smirked. "What of it? I have already stated that Laga will avenge against Sevilla at the Rose Garden Stadium. We will deliver Sevilla their first defeat in La Liga." With that declaration, Ferreira abruptly rose from his seat and hastily exited the press conference. At 7 o'clock, amidst the deafening cheers of the Laga supporters, the referee's whistle signaled the start of the match. Oh well. As the game commenced, a harmonious roar erupted from the crowd, elevating the intensity of the match. The home team, Laga, revealed their fierce side right from the outset. Players such as Su Yuanqing, Canout, and Romeric faced aggressive fouls from Laga. Yet, astonishingly, the referee refrained from issuing a single yellow card. This drew the ire of Coach Manzano. As time progressed, Sevilla players were repeatedly brought down by their opponents. Bang! Bang! On the field, both Sevilla and Laga players found themselves in disarray, with the match interrupted frequently, making the referee the busiest person during this period. Almost every few seconds, he was compelled to blow his whistle. The commentator, Jean Jun, could not help but quip. Is this a football match or a wrestling match? The number of fouls committed by Laga is simply excessive. Su Yuanqing, however, remained undaunted by Laga's fouls. Rather, such rough play only fueled his fighting spirit. In the 11th minute, Sevilla finally orchestrated a brilliant play. Rakiti moved to the flank and opted not to confront Laga and Oppos' player, but instead swiftly passed the ball into the penalty area upon receiving it. Rakiti understood that Laga players only dared to foul outside the box. Once the ball was inside, they would surely behave more cautiously. As expected, When the ball soared into the penalty area, Malaga players immediately ceased their fouls and became exceedingly cautious. Canout's diving header was saved by the goalkeeper, resulting in a corner kick for Sevilla. As Canout took the shot, the home crowd erupted in boos, attempting to apply pressure on every Sevilla player. In truth, both the Malaga fans and their coach Ferreira shared an intense desire for the team to exact revenge on Sevilla in this Copa del Rey match. Thus, whenever Sevilla players faltered, the stands of the Rose Garden Stadium were filled with jeers aimed at unsettling their mindset. In the face of these boos, Su Yuanqing's expression remained unchanged. He understood that the most effective response would be to score a goal. Thus, he remained resolute in his determination to find the net. During this corner kick, Su Yuanqing's header sailed slightly over the goal, resulting in yet another round of boos from the Malaga supporters. The match continued, and the home side, Malaga, gained some attacking opportunities. Unlike Sevilla's wing play, Malaga resembled a traditional Spanish team, emphasizing ground passing and seeking to penetrate through short passes to breach the opponent's defense. While Malaga players possessed a certain level of technical skill, it was limited. Once Sevilla fortified their defense, Malaga and Oppos's attempts at possession became futile, despite Malaga controlling the ball for the majority of the match. Creating genuine threats against Sevilla's goal proved to be a challenging endeavor. Malaga's team exhibited a unique style. Defensively, they resembled an English Premier League side, while offensively, they embodied the essence of a classic Spanish team, showcasing Ferreira and Oppos's tactical acumen. In the live broadcast room, Jean-June and Jean-Lu engaged in a discussion about Malaga and Oppos's tactical approach. After Jean-June finished speaking, Jean-Lu chuckled in his signature manner. Hee. Although Ferreira has many ideas, judging by Malaga and Oppos's current performance, they seem to be a jack of all trades, master of none. On the field, Sevilla's players executed a high-pressure strategy, successfully intercepting the ball from Malaga players. After a series of quick passes, the ball found its way to Su Yuanqing at the edge of the penalty area. Su Yuanqing, with his back to the opponent and Oppos's center back, Elisu, who was a robust Portuguese defender, felt no respect from his adversary. Come on, if you're capable, take a shot. I'll let you shoot. And you 1-T score. Elisu taunted, pushing Su Yuanqing hard and continuing to hurl insults at him. As a defender, Elisu aimed to provoke Su Yuanqing with such tactics. Before the match, Ferreira had also emphasized Su Yuanqing's prowess to his defenders and encouraged them to irritate him. After all, if Su Yuanqing were genuinely provoked and clashed with a defender, he could very well receive a red card. Should Su Yuanqing be sent off, Sevilla and Oppos's attacking capabilities would significantly diminish, making it far easier for Malaga to achieve revenge. Upon hearing Elisu and Oppos's taunts, Su Yuanqing felt a surge of anger. With a deft push of his right foot, he passed the ball to the advancing captain, Navas. Silence. I will break through Malaga's goal. Trying to provoke me like this? Your only outcome will be defeat. Su Yuanqing retorted as he moved toward the penalty area. Chapter 83. Successfully provoking the slumbering lion. The young boy, though still in his youth, boasted with a bravado that was far from modest. You Asians are simply unworthy of playing football. Hurry back to your homeland and tend to your fields. Elisu hurled insults at Su Yuanqing, yet at that moment, Su Yuanqing had already gained a significant lead over the Malaga defender. Ignoring Elisu and Oppos's taunts, Su Yuanqing keenly observed Navas. As he sensed Navas preparing to deliver a cross, Su Yuanqing abruptly accelerated towards the near post. His eyes radiated focus, and the pent-up fury within him transformed into a surge of strength, widening the gap between himself and Elisu. With a resounding thud, Navas and Oppos's cross soared into the Malaga penalty area. Having anticipated Su Yuanqing and Oppos's run, Navas aimed the pass precisely at the near post. After a calculated approach, Su Yuanqing leaped into the air. Elisu, tasked with marking him, found himself 2 paces behind, powerless to prevent Su Yuanqing from executing a header. Unhindered, Su Yuanqing unleashed his aerial prowess, connecting with the ball using his forehead. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the goal line, and just as the Malaga goalkeeper lunged to make a save, it unexpectedly bounced back into the net. Su Yuanqing had scored. As the ball nestled into the goal, the cacophony of the Rose Garden Stadium fell eerily silent. Ferreira, the team and Oppos's head coach, was driven to madness. Kicking over a medical box on the bench. Useless. What is Elisu doing? Why isn't he marking? Why didn't he keep an eye on that Chinese striker? Ferreira erupted, venting his frustration. Meanwhile, Su Yuanqing, having scored, rushed to the corner flag, sliding on his knees in a cathartic release of emotion. Though he had once felt anger, he chose to express it through his goal. While the home fans fell into silence, the away supporters, the Sevilla expeditionary troops, erupted in exuberant cheers. Each Sevilla fan rejoiced wholeheartedly at Su Yuanqing and Oppo's achievement. 1-0. Sevilla had taken the lead. For the current Sevilla team, scoring first would dictate the rhythm of the game, placing mounting pressure on the home side. After his celebration, Su Yuanqing strolled past Elisu, locking eyes with the Portuguese defender, who dared not meet his gaze. He was filled with trepidation. Just moments ago, Elisu had been mercilessly chastised by Coach Ferreira, fully aware of his blunder. His words had successfully awakened the slumbering lion, and now, facing Su Yuanqing again, he resembled a chastised child, his face a mask of fear. Speak up. Wherein and amp. Oppos, you quite the chatterbox just a moment ago? Why the silence now? Su Yuanqing and amp. Oppos' words startled Elisu. Stammering, he retorted, why you wait? And then hastily fled the scene. Trash. Su Yuanqing scoffed, before returning to his half of the pitch. Upon his return, Rakiti, curious, inquired, what happened just now? Nothing. Just a mere clown, Su Yuanqing replied nonchalantly. However, Rakiti's expression turned serious as he clasped Su Yuanqing's shoulders, saying, Su, please, do not engage with them. They are surely trying to provoke you. If you feel the urge to retaliate, just let me know. I'll take care of it. Sevilla can lose Rakiti, but we cannot afford to lose you. Su Yuanqing was thoroughly amused by Rakiti and amp. Oppo's fervent declaration. Ivan, rest assured, I am not a child. I know what I'm doing. Soon, the referee's whistle pierced the air once more, resuming the match. With a goal down, Malaga unleashed a fervent offensive. Ferreira urged his players to go all out in attack. Prior to the match, he had boldly proclaimed to the press that Malaga would seek revenge against Sevilla that night. He was determined not to be embarrassed after the game. As Malaga's players grew increasingly anxious, their approach to the game shifted dramatically. Before conceding, they had focused on possession, but now, trailing in the scoreline, they resorted to desperate long balls. Meanwhile, in the VIP box of the Rose Garden Stadium, Sevilla and Oppo's owner, Carmona, conversed amiably with his Malaga counterpart. Witnessing his team take the lead, a satisfied smile graced his face. The Malaga owner jested, Carmona, it seems your team is destined for victory tonight. By the way, what is the name of that number 66 player who scored? His name is Su, from China, but he is certainly not for sale. Carmona understood the intentions of the Malaga owner and swiftly conveyed his stance. Back on the pitch, the match continued. Not all Malaga players were ineffectual. Their lineup boasted several formidable stars. Among them was the number 10, Apollonio. His deft turns in midfield left Romeric and Rakiti floundering. And then this Malaga linchpin showcased his passing finesse. With a deft touch, he sent the ball soaring into Sevilla's penalty area. As defender C-Series prepared to clear, a shadow darted past him. Malaga and amp. Oppo's main striker, Long Dong, seized the opportunity, striking the ball past Palop into the net. 1-1. The home side had leveled the score. The previously subdued Rose Garden Stadium burst back to life. Malaga fans roared with renewed vigor. Wow. Well done, Long Dong. What a strike. Keep scoring. Let these Sevilla players feel the pressure. Victory shall belong to Malaga. Let us secure triumph at the Rose Garden Stadium. This is the true strength of Malaga. Show that Asian player what a genuine striker is. Chapter 84. The arrogant coach of Malaga. On the sidelines, Malaga and amp. Oppo's head coach Ferreira completely lost his composure. After witnessing Long Dong's score, he charged towards Sevilla and amp. Oppo's substitutes, shaking his fist in exultation. Did you see that? We will score. We will triumph. Sevilla, you are nothing but trash. Malaga will exact its revenge. Ferreira audaciously approached the Sevilla bench to provoke Manzano. Such a scene is rare in the top leagues. Typically, while players may engage in clashes during the match, the coaches on the sidelines strive to maintain a semblance of gentlemanly decorum, often exchanging handshakes post-match. However, Ferreira shattered the conventional limits for coaches in this encounter. As substitutes Antoine and others rose to confront Ferreira, the fourth official swiftly intervened. Please return to your position. Mr. Ferreira, you have crossed the line. If you do not comply, I will have to issue you a yellow card. The fourth official's tone brooked no argument, and he too was taken aback by Ferreira and Amp Oppo's unseemly conduct as the home coach. Issue me a card? Huh. This is the Rose Garden Stadium. This is Malaga and Amp Oppo's home. How dare you punish me? Call the referee over here. The fourth official's expression was one of disbelief. Reluctantly, he summoned the referee, informing him of the incident. Without hesitation, the referee produced a yellow card from his pocket and brandished it at Ferreira. Relieved, Ferreira hurriedly explained to the referee, "You shouldn't and Amp Oppo's issue me a yellow card. I did not influence the game, nor did I engage in any conflict with the opposing coach. I am innocent." The referee, however, ignored Ferreira and sprinted back onto the field. The match resumed. Malaga, invigorated by their equalizer, pressed forward as the first half neared its conclusion. They committed 8 players to attack in Sevilla's half, leaving only 2 center-backs and a goalkeeper to defend. Once again, Malaga attempted to penetrate Sevilla and Oppo's defense with their less favored short passes, but the results were dismal. Each time Malaga completed 3 passes, they invariably lost possession. This instance was no different. As a Malaga midfielder prepared to make the third pass, Rakiti executed a sliding tackle, disrupting the play. Sevilla and Oppo's midfielder Romeric seized the ball and launched a long pass forward. The counterattack was on. In the penalty area, Canut drew the attention of 2 Malaga center-backs. Gomez and Elisu leapt simultaneously with Canut, yet none managed to control the ball effectively, which soared toward the left side of the penalty area, where Su Yuching awaited. It was a prime opportunity for Su Yuching to shoot. With both Malaga center-backs preoccupied with Canut, Su Yuching faced no defenders. He shot. The ball found the net. No doubt about it. Su Yuching scored his second goal, breaking through Malaga's defense. In the live broadcast, commentator Jean Jun excitedly recounted the events unfolding on the field. Just as Su Yuching prepared to celebrate his goal, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. Conceding a goal at the last moment was undoubtedly excruciating for Malaga and Amp Oppo's players. Sevilla and Amp Oppo's fans in the away stand rose once more, chanting Su Yuching's name. Su. 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 As the familiar whistle echoed, Malaga's coach Ferreira slumped onto the substitutes bench, while it was now Manzano's turn to revel in celebration. Although Manzano appeared amiable and harmless, he too harbored a fervent side. After Su Yuching scored his second goal, Manzano triumphantly waved his fist at the slumped Ferreira, occasionally uttering bold declarations. This immediately invigorated Ferreira, who sprang from the bench, shouting at the fourth official, "Look at him. He's taunting me. Get the referee to issue a yellow card to Manzano." The fourth official silently replied, "The first half is over. The opposing coach can do as he pleases without fear of the referee." Ferreira and Amp Oppo's composure crumbled entirely, and he cursed. "Dog's it. Useless. A bunch of fools." In the second half, we will surely achieve victory. As the second half commenced, it was Sevilla who seized control of the match and Oppo's tempo. Su, make a run. Rakiti, pass. Brilliant. That and Amp Oppo's how to play. Aggressive pressing. On the sidelines, Manzano was exceedingly pleased with his players and Amp Oppo's performance. Sevilla and Amp Oppo's counter-attacking strategy effectively curtailed Malaga and Amp Oppo's offensive intentions. Whenever Malaga pressed forward, their defense was perilously exposed. Ferreira was nearly driven to madness. He yearned for a goal, but feared conceding one. However, it wasn't an Amp Oppo's long before Ferreira could finally adopt a bold strategy, for Malaga conceded their third goal. At the 50th minute, Sevilla struck again with a counterattack. After intercepting the ball, Rakiti delivered a precise through ball. Everyone anticipated Rakiti would pass to the informed Su Yuching, but the ball reached Canut instead. The Malian forward slotted it home into the far corner. Bang! As the ball breached the net, Canut slid on his knees in celebration. "We are in the quarterfinals. Brilliant. Canut. Sevilla. Sevilla. Do not cease the attack. Let these Malaga players taste our might. Overwhelm Malaga. Annihilate the Rose Garden Stadium." The chants of thousands of Sevilla fans reverberated throughout the Rose Garden Stadium. Now was the time for Sevilla to celebrate. With the scoreline transformed to 3-1, Sevilla stood on the precipice of the Copa del Rey quarterfinals. Yet, the Sevilla fans seemed insatiable. They yearned for even more goals in this away match. Chapter 85, The Hat Trick. Sevilla extends their lead. Disappointment was etched on the faces of fans in the stands of the Rose Garden Stadium, as Malaga and Amp Oppo's head coach, Ferreira stood with his hands on his hips at the sidelines. Charge forward. Play with all your might. For heaven and amp, Oppo's sake, attack. Ferreira and amp, Oppo's only objective was to score. In the knockout format of the King's Cup, defense had become an exercise in futility. He urged every Malaga player to push forward in attack. As soon as the match commenced, the Malaga players eagerly executed the coach's strategy, desperately seeking to breach Sevilla and Oppo's defenses. In a show of their fervor, even the two center-backs advanced into the opponent and amp, Oppo's half, underscoring the ferocity of their offensive intent. In contrast, the seasoned Manzano opted against an open confrontation, directing his Sevilla players to evade the onslaught. As the team in the lead, Sevilla was in no rush to attack. Their focus was on solidifying their defense while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Amidst their defensive efforts, Sevilla players were also intent on avenging their previous encounters with Elisu. Whenever they spotted the Malaga center-back in possession, if he held onto the ball for more than 2 seconds without passing, Sevilla players would inevitably unleash fierce fouls upon him. In the 80th minute, as Elisu stepped into the opponent's half to receive a back pass from a teammate, he noticed the absence of Sevilla players nearby. Thus, he decided to push the ball into midfield in search of better attacking opportunities. However, just as he initiated this move, a chill crept upon him from behind. Rakiti executed a brutal tackle, sending the Malaga defender sprawling to the ground. The referee and Oppo's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul. Fuming with anger, Elisu struggled to rise. Enduring the pain. Referee, show a card. This is unacceptable. He tackled me from behind. After a moment of contemplation, the referee refrained from issuing a card, deeming Rakiti and Oppo's foul insufficient for a yellow. The Sevilla players, having gauged the referee and Oppo's threshold, grew bolder. Within 3 minutes, Elisu received a throw-in from a teammate on the flank. As he controlled the ball, the towering Canout unexpectedly kicked him in the groin. Elisu writhed on the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony. Truly, Canout was ruthless, nearly rendering Elisu incapacitated. When Elisu and amp, Oppo's teammates rushed over, their expressions were tinged with embarrassment. Over the next 5 minutes, Elisu faced fouls from 3 different Sevilla players. Although one foul resulted in a yellow card, he bore the brunt of the physicality. The relentless fouls rendered the Portuguese center-back considerably more subdued. During the closing moments, he even sought to evade Su Yuanqing and Oppo's defense, unwilling to provoke further retaliation from the Sevilla players. In the dying moments of the match, Sevilla seized a golden opportunity to score. With a masterful pass, Rakiti navigated through a throng of 3 Malaga defenders, delivering the ball to Captain Navas, who found himself unchallenged as he advanced into the Malaga half. This was a rare privilege for Navas, a veritable affront to his abilities. With a clear pathway to deliver a central pass, an opportunity like this seldom arises in a season. Navas was determined to capitalize on it. He surveyed the middle, where Canout and Su Yuanqing awaited. With a powerful right-footed cross, he sent the ball soaring. However, in that moment, he sensed that he may have overhit it. Strangely, Navas's passes were typically precise when under pressure, yet when unmarked, his accuracy faltered. But soon, his eyes widened in disbelief as he observed an astounding scene unfold in the penalty area. Su Yuanqing, leveraging Elisu and Oppo's back, soared into the air, elevating his jump significantly. The ball, which had seemed to overshoot, perfectly landed atop Su Yuanqing and Oppo's head. With a resounding thud, the ball thundered into the Malaga goal, leaving their keeper powerless. The ball nestled firmly in the net as the referee and Oppo's whistle sounded, directing his finger toward the center circle. The score had reached 4-1. Yeah! The jubilant cheers of Sevilla fans resonated throughout the stadium, as the 3-goal lead allowed them to revel in celebration. Fans embraced one another, dancing in unison, offering their heartfelt congratulations to Su Yuanqing for his remarkable hat trick. The suspense had dissipated entirely. This goal was decisive. Su Yuanqing had sealed Sevilla and Oppo's victory in the 87th minute, leaving Malaga with no chance of recovery, thus eliminating them from the King and Oppo's Cup. In the live broadcast, commentator Jean Jun exclaimed proudly, "Su Yuanqing just leapt as if he had taken flight. I dare say he could earn a medal in Olympic high jump." Before he could finish, the knowledgeable Zhang Lu interjected, "Su Yuanqing must have used his hands to leverage Elisu's back for that jump. If the referee noticed, that goal could have been disallowed." Upon hearing this, Jean Jun chuckled awkwardly. Yet, the referee had overlooked it. "Ha ha, he exclaimed, pointing toward the center circle, validating the goal. The score stood at 4-1, marking Su Yuanqing and Apos' first hat-trick in the King and Apos' Cup. If A and Apos, Best Player and Apos, award were to be announced, it would undoubtedly belong to Su Yuanqing. Chapter 86, the foremost scorer in the King's Cup. Once, a year ago, Su Yuanqing could not even make an appearance in the King's Cup for Barcelona. Yet now, at the tender age of 19, he has transformed into the tournament and Apos' leading scorer, netting 5 goals, surpassing Messi and Apos' tally of 3. In the live broadcast, fans from Huaxia flooded the chat. Most of the die-hard supporters who stayed up late to watch the match did so for Su Yuanqing. They are his devoted admirers. This evening, the viewership for the Dongxiu Network's live stream has soared to 2 million. This is nothing short of a miracle. After all, this is merely a King and Apos' Cup match, specifically the round of 16, against a mid-tier La Liga team. The extraordinary viewership even eclipses last year and Apos' King and Apos' Cup final. Such is the remarkable influence of Su Yuanqing. For fans in the distant East, the outcome of Sevilla and Apos' match, whether they clinch the championship or settle for the runner-up, holds little significance. No one is particularly interested in whether Sevilla can triumph over their La Liga counterparts, Malaga. The sole focus for Huaxiao fans is the 19-year-old Su Yuanqing. Their motivation for tuning in is to witness his breathtaking performances. Young Su Yuanqing represents an unparalleled talent for Huaxia, embodying the hopes of Chinese football. The only reason Huaxia fans support Sevilla is that Su Yuanqing is a player for the team. A hat trick has arrived. This evening, Su Yuanqing is on a rampage. The power with which he headed the ball was truly formidable. Thankfully, the live broadcast remained uninterrupted. With 5 goals in 2 King's Cup matches, at this scoring rate, he is certainly on course to contend for the title of top scorer in this season's tournament. If he nets 2 more in the quarterfinals, another 2 in the semifinals, and 3 in the final, it appears that Su Yuanqing could achieve double-digit goals in the King and Apos' Cup. To my friends upstairs, wake up from your dreams. Sevilla is embroiled in 3 competitions this season and may prioritize other tournaments over the King and Apos' Cup. Don and Apos, be disheartened. If I were Camona, the owner of Sevilla, I would undoubtedly regard the King and Apos' Cup with utmost importance, as the likelihood of winning it is significantly higher compared to La Liga and the Europa League. On the pitch, most Sevilla players have gathered around Su Yuanqing to celebrate. Meanwhile, Malaga and Apos' central defender, Elisu, quietly walks past him. During this attack, Su Yuanqing leveraged his hands on Elisu and Apos' back to propel himself for the jump and score. As Zhang Lu aptly noted, this should have been deemed an offensive foul. Elisu, as one involved in the incident, is fully aware but refrains from reporting it to the referee. On one hand, he knows the referee would not annul the goal based on his words. On the other, he fears retribution from Sevilla players. With the match nearing its end, he wishes to avoid further entanglements with them. Now, Elisu simply longs for a safe return to the locker room. Beep, beep, beep. Approximately 2 minutes later, the whistle and Apos' distinct sequence echoes throughout the stadium. This intense round of 16 clash in the King and Apos' Cup has concluded. Sevilla and Apos' players, shoulder to shoulder, approach the stands occupied by their traveling fans, celebrating their victory with exuberant movements. This is a resounding triumph. Not only have they bested Malaga, but they have also silenced the opposing coach, and furthermore, Sevilla has advanced to the semi-finals of the King's Cup. 3 cheers. After the match, Sevilla's contingent departed from the Rose Garden Stadium in droves, and every fan's face radiated with brilliant smiles. This away trip was truly worthwhile. Sevilla is playing exceptionally well. With such form, the possibility of clinching the King's Cup title seems attainable. Indeed, especially with Su Yuanqing's goals feeling utterly exhilarating. If I recall correctly, he has already scored 5 goals in the King and Apos' Cup, and it seems he has netted several in the Europa League, not to mention those in La Liga. 19 goals. This is the tally Su Yuanqing has amassed across all competitions for Sevilla this season. Is it truly 19? That is quite a substantial number. He has already netted 11 goals in La Liga. Let us not forget, he currently leads the La Liga scoring charts. I still cannot fathom why Barcelona would relinquish Su to us. It is utterly perplexing. As time gradually passes, days unfold. During this period, Su Yuanqing together with his Sevilla teammates, diligently trains to enhance his skills. Ever since he perfected his shooting technique, his current ambition has shifted towards mastering penalty kicks. As of now, Su Yuanqing's penalty attribute is rated at 65, with a potential of 75. Considering the likelihood of penalty shootouts in future cup matches, he is eager to elevate his penalty skills. This has proven burdensome for the substitute goalkeeper, Balish, who finds himself dragged to the training ground daily for extra practice sessions with Su Yuanqing. As time continues its march, Sevilla's opponent in the quarterfinals of the King's Cup has been revealed, Villarreal, affectionately dubbed the Yellow Submarine by Huaxia fans. Villarreal has performed commendably in this season's La Liga, currently occupying the 6th position. In terms of squad strength, Villarreal and Sevilla are closely matched. This upcoming King and Apos S-Cup quarterfinal is poised to be a fierce contest. Consequently, media outlets in Spain and across Europe have reported on the event. The King's Cup quarterfinals are set. The formidable Sevilla will face off against Villarreal. Su Yuanqing and Amp Apos S hat-trick propels Sevilla into the King and Amp Apos S Cup quarterfinals. The remarkable young talent from the East has scored 5 goals in the tournament. The young prodigy reunites with his former club. Sevilla has achieved a season double over Malaga. Their next challenge is Villarreal. Numerous reports have surfaced, and many fans have taken note, yet not many Sevilla supporters seem to care. The majority of Sevilla fans merely glance at the headlines, gain a general understanding, and then shift their focus to discussions about La Liga. After all, compared to the King and Apos S Cup, Sevilla fans are more invested in their team and Apos S performance in the La Liga. Currently, after 10 rounds, Sevilla stands second in the league with a record of 8 wins and 2 draws. Ahead of them is Real Madrid with 9 wins and 1 draw, while Barcelona trails them with 8 wins and 2 losses. Sevilla is just 2 points behind the league leaders, Real Madrid, and still harbors a hopeful aspiration for the La Liga championship. Chapter 87, Rain Battle, the Equalizer. As mid-November approached, the weather in Spain took a rapid turn for the worse. Many fans were bundled in thick coats, and autumn rain had begun to fall. In the coastal city of Seville, the weather during this period was particularly dismal, with days of incessant rain. The heavy downpour significantly disrupted the training of the Sevilla players. Coach Manzano, in an effort to prevent his disciples from catching colds, had no choice but to cancel all outdoor training, substituting it with strength training. Su Yuanqing and his teammates were confined to the gym, focusing on building muscle. On November 19th, Sevilla faced Zaragoza away from home. Their opponents were a relegation-threatened team. Zaragoza was also beset by heavy rain, yet the officials decided not to postpone the match. The soggy pitch turned the game into a battle against the elements. Both Sevilla and Zaragoza players were affected, resulting in a rather chaotic match. The players struggled to maintain continuity due to the waterlogged field, and the sporadic nature of the game was a torment for the fans in attendance. By the end of the first half, many Zaragoza supporters could no longer endure the cold and left the stadium. Boom. In the 78th minute, Zaragoza struck first. The midfield maestro Gabi delivered a through ball that, aided by the rain, accelerated rapidly. The ball pierced through Sevilla and Apos S defense, leaving Zakora and Rakiti unable to intercept it in time. Within mere seconds, Gabi's pass found the striker Rafita, the top scorer of Zaragoza, using his body to shield off a defender, unleashed a shot. The ball rolled into the net. Goalkeeper Paulus was powerless to stop it. The inclement weather had rendered the pitch treacherous, and the ball, upon contacting the wet grass, spun even faster. Paulus's fingertips grazed the ball, yet it still found its way into the goal. The home fans erupted in joyous cheers as their forward scored, and Rafita celebrated with a slide across the rain-soaked field. Given Zaragoza's modest capabilities, their players were ecstatic to seize the lead. It seemed as though they could envision a chance to garner points from Sevilla. If Zaragoza could maintain the 1-0 advantage until the final whistle, they would secure 3 precious points. Brothers, we must hold steady. We still have a chance. It's time to change our tactics. We need to apply pressure. The forwards needed to engage aggressively, as Zaragoza was not a formidable team and would inevitably make passing errors. Navas, the team captain, stood up immediately, clapping his hands and vociferously rallying the Sevilla players. However, upon the resumption of play, Sevilla found themselves with limited opportunities, as Zaragoza's defense was resolute. As the weaker side, Zaragoza and Apos S objective was crystal clear, to defend staunchly. All Zaragoza players retreated to their half, making it exceedingly difficult for Sevilla to find quality passing opportunities. Moreover, Sevilla players were inexplicably losing possession. The torrential rain profoundly impacted Sevilla and Oppos's offensive efforts. Before long, the match reached the 65th minute of the second half, with the score still at Zaragoza 1, Sevilla 0. As the conclusion of the match drew nearer, the mindset of Sevilla and Oppos's players began to shift. They grew increasingly anxious and tense. They had learned an important lesson throughout the season. Conceding a goal was not the end. The Real Parole in being unable to score. Whenever Sevilla needed a goal, a forward would invariably step up, and more often than not, it was Su Yuanqing who played the role of savior. Nonetheless, in the first 65 minutes of this match, opportunities for Su Yuanqing in the box were scarce. Around him, at least 3 defenders loomed. Any attempt by Su Yuanqing to leap for a header was immediately thwarted by the trio of Zaragoza defenders, preventing him from showcasing his aerial prowess. As the match progressed, Su Yuanqing gradually grasped Zaragoza's defensive tactics. To secure more shooting opportunities, he resolved to drop back to the midfield. In the 65th minute, with a spirit of experimentation, Su Yuanqing sprinted from the penalty area to the midfield. Initially, Zaragoza players paid him little mind. Yet, 3 minutes later, he unleashed a long-range shot near the penalty area. The quality of the shot was high, but fortune eluded him as the ball struck the post. Bang! This long-range attempt instantly galvanized all Zaragoza players into action, forcing them to closely mark Su Yuanqing. Even if he received the ball in midfield, at least 2 players would be in hot pursuit. However, Su Yuanqing was not merely a long-range shooter. He possessed exceptional football intelligence. 5 minutes later, Rakiti, in the midfield, successfully anticipated a Zaragoza player and Oppos's passing route and executed a timely tackle. He successfully intercepted the ball from the opposing player's feet. Frustrated, the Zaragoza player attempted to reclaim the ball from Rakiti, but time was against him. Rakiti had already spotted Su Yuanqing's presence. With his back to the goal and using his imposing physique to shield off the defender, Rakiti swiftly passed the ball to Su Yuanqing. In a seamless motion, Su Yuanqing turned and shot. The movement was fluid, almost a single breath. Su Yuanqing received Rakiti's pass in the center. A sudden turn, a direct strike, a world-class goal. This was it. Su Yuanqing netted his 12th goal of the season. His shooting touch was exquisite. Even from a distance, he possessed the ability to breach his opponent and Oppos's defenses. Rakiti, having executed the interception in midfield, also deserved commendation. Following the steal, he did not blindly charge forward but instead delivered the ball to Su Yuanqing with utmost urgency. And Su Yuanqing did not betray Rakiti's trust. 1-1. Sevilla finally equalized after a hard-fought battle. After Zhang Jun's commentary, Su Yuanqing, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed towards Rakiti. Chapter 88. An unacceptable draw. Ivan, your passing has become increasingly precise. Thanks to you, I have scored my 12th goal in La Liga. Upon finishing his statement, Su Yuanqing was met with a resolute reply from Rakiti. Su, you truly are being too modest. We are friends. It is only right that I pass the ball to you. Rakiti chuckled awkwardly, then continued, in fact, I should be the one thanking you. You have transformed my passes into assists. This season, I have already achieved 6 assists, the most in my career. Rakiti was acutely aware that if he had passed the ball to Can Out or any other player, a goal would have been nearly impossible, and thus, his pass would not have converted into an assist. However, when he delivered the ball to Su Yuanqing, the latter's exceptional shooting skills ensured the ball found the back of the net, naturally transforming Rakiti's pass into an assist. As the match progressed, ominous clouds gathered over Zaragoza, and the waterlogged pitch hindered both Sevilla and Zaragoza players from performing to their full potential. The final score was set at 1-1. Sevilla felt a sense of regret for not securing 3 points against Zaragoza, yet Coach Manzano found the outcome somewhat acceptable. Gaining a draw was certainly preferable to a defeat. The other players from Sevilla also reconciled with the score, considering the adverse weather conditions that prevented them from showcasing their true capabilities. They could only accept the draw, which, in turn, could motivate Sevilla players to train with greater zeal in the coming days. 7 days later, Sevilla's players returned to their home ground, where they were set to face Mallorca at the Ram Ns Nche Pizjuan Stadium. This match would be a focal point in the 12th round of La Liga. Unbeknownst to them, the league had already progressed to 12 rounds, and it was now late November. Presently, Sevilla held the 2nd position in La Liga, remaining firmly in the title chase. In the 30th minute of the match, Sevilla took the lead. Following a successful interception in midfield, Rakitic swiftly executed a diagonal long pass. On the right flank, Sevilla and Oppos's captain, Navas, controlled the ball with his right foot and opted for a cross. The immediate delivery left Mallorca and Oppos's defense in disarray. Everyone knew Su Yuanqing was Sevilla's top scorer, so as Navas sent the ball into Mallorca's penalty area, three of Mallorca's defenders converged around Su Yuanqing, doing everything in their power to disrupt his positioning. However, Navas's target was not the front post where Su Yuanqing stood, but rather the back post where Canao awaited. As the three Mallorca defenders shifted towards Su Yuanqing, they inadvertently left Canao with only one defender in proximity. Canao and Oppos's header found the net, granting Sevilla the first goal of the match. Overjoyed, Canao rushed to embrace Su Yuanqing and Navas, the three of them sharing a jubilant moment. Captain Navas passionately declared, "Gentlemen, this season we shall not merely strive for European qualification. We are destined to claim the La Liga title. We possess the capability to pursue greater honors." Navas appeared brimming with confidence, while Rakitic expressed some concern, stating, "It is no easy feat to wrest the La Liga championship from Real Madrid." Navas, unwavering, replied, "As long as we focus on our game, train diligently, and execute Coach Manzano and Oppos's tactics, we can indeed create miracles. We shall claim the La Liga title. We shall win the Copa del Rey. Furthermore, we must aim to reach the semi-finals of the Europa League." Romeric interjected with humor, "Only the semi-finals? I expected you to mention winning the Europa League. It is a challenge, but certainly not impossible." Navas responded, prompting laughter among the group. At this moment, discussions of championship aspirations felt premature. Sevilla's players needed only to relish the present joys. The match resumed swiftly. Following the concession of a goal, the visiting Mallorca team did not surrender but instead pressed forward in attack. Yet, when Sevilla formed their renowned defensive fortification, it proved to be a significant blow to Mallorca and Oppos's offensive efforts. Despite their vigorous display, Mallorca players struggled to carve out substantial shooting opportunities. In other words, their attacks were unable to breach Sevilla's formidable defenses. This stalemate persisted until the added time of the second half. In the 93rd minute, Mallorca was awarded a throw-in in the attacking zone. The wide player delivered the ball to midfielder de Guzman. In a sudden turn, de Guzman spun around 180 degrees, evading Rakitic's challenge. It was a prime opportunity for a pass. With a deft touch, de Guzman sent the ball soaring into Sevilla and Oppos's penalty area. Just as Sevilla and Oppos's defenders prepared to clear the ball with a header, Mallorca and Oppos's forward Weber nimbly intercepted it. Iscud, Sevilla's center-back, instinctively tugged at Weber's jersey. In an instant, the experienced forward fell to the ground. Beep. The referee pointed to the penalty spot. In the dying moments of added time, Mallorca was awarded a penalty, a chance to alter the outcome of the match. Weber approached the ball, exuding confidence as he struck it toward the center. Sevilla's goalkeeper, Palop, dove to the right, completely misjudging the direction. As Weber scored the penalty, a roar erupted from the away supporters behind the goal, with thousands of Mallorca fans chanting Weber and Oppos's name. 1-1, Mallorca and Oppos's forward Weber emerged as the hero. Shortly after his successful penalty, the referee blew the final whistle, solidifying the score at 1-1. Sevilla had settled for their second consecutive draw. Post-match, Coach Manzano bore a pained expression, as Sevilla had led for the majority of the game, only to concede a goal in the final moments, an outcome he found intolerable. In the post-match press conference, Coach Manzano fervently criticized the players' performance. Chapter 89, The Crucial Match. Paris Saint-Germain approaches. The last-minute goal conceded was utterly unacceptable. We must avert such lapses. I am deeply dissatisfied with the performance of Sevilla and Oppos's players. This is not a true reflection of our capabilities. As Manzano was preparing to leave the press conference, a reporter suddenly addressed him. "Mr. Manzano, Real Madrid and Barcelona also drew their matches tonight. The top-ranked Real Madrid and the third-placed Barcelona both ended in stalemates." This news instantly invigorated Manzano. "Is that true?" he inquired, excitement flickering across his face. "Indeed. Your team remains second in La Liga, just 4 points behind Real Madrid." Sevilla fans had been closely monitoring the standings, and upon learning that both Real Madrid and Barcelona had failed to secure victories, their spirits lifted considerably. Many supporters subsequently flocked to local taverns to revel in the joy of libations. Although the Sevilla fans were uncertain how long they could maintain their second position in the league, for now, they reveled in being the second-best team in La Liga, trailing only Real Madrid. The Sevilla fans simply wished to savor this moment of happiness. Following the conclusion of the 12th round clash between Sevilla and Mallorca, Sevilla would continue their campaign at the Ram in Estche Pizjuan Stadium. However, their next opponent, just 3 days later, would be a formidable League One side, Paris Saint-Germain. This was the 5th round of the UEFA Europa League group stage. Currently, Sevilla and Paris Saint-Germain shared identical points, both at 7. However, Sevilla ranked behind PSG due to a disadvantage in goal difference. With 2 matches remaining in the group stage, Sevilla must triumph over the visiting PSG tonight to advance. This match was of great significance to Xu Yuanqing as well. His immediate objective was to propel Sevilla into the semi-finals of the Europa League. To reach this goal, they must first emerge from the group stage. If Xu Yuanqing failed to lead Sevilla to victory against PSG tonight, his mission would falter. To ensure a solid home victory against PSG, Xu Yuanqing had diligently enhanced his skills 3 days in advance. Currently, he possessed 11 attribute points. He allocated 4 points to elevate his penalty-taking ability to 80 and 6 points to improve his long-range shooting. Attribute points -4, penalty 4. Attribute points -6. Long-range shot 3, Xu Yuanqing and Oppos. S attributes were as follows. Host, Xu Yuanqing. Age, 19. Height, 188 centimeters. Physical ability. Strength 80, 88. Stamina 77, 85. Speed 75, 80. Explosiveness 70, 75. Jumping 89, 89. Agility 72, 78. Power 80, 88. Reaction 77, 85. Balance 72, 77. Technical ability. Shooting 89, 89. Long-range shot 80, 83. Heading 87, 87. Short pass 65, 77. Long pass 60, 70. Crossing 58, 66. Vision 65, 70. Dribbling 70, 76. Penalty 75, 80. Volley 89, 89. Remaining attribute points. 1. In the days leading up to the match, Xu Yuanqing had tirelessly practiced long-range shots and penalties, ultimately managing to enhance both attributes just before the kickoff. November 25th. Ram in Estche Pizjuan Stadium. With a month remaining until the critical phase, Sevilla hosted one of their most significant encounters. Both Paris Saint-Germain and Sevilla yearned for victory tonight. In their first meeting, Sevilla had drawn against PSG away from home, with Xu Yuanqing scoring the goal that secured the draw. At that time, he was merely a burgeoning talent within Sevilla and Oppos' ranks. But now he had ascended to become the team's leading scorer. Before the match commenced, Sevilla's fans filled the stadium with resounding cheers, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The visiting Paris Saint-Germain supporters were equally unabashed, igniting smoke bombs, as blue mist gracefully enveloped the Ram and Estche Pizjuan Stadium. In the players and Oppos' tunnel, Xu Yuanqing remained composed, for he knew that Paris Saint-Germain had not yet been acquired by the Middle Eastern Consortium. Although the squad boasted several stars, such as Sessegnon, Vero, and Nene, their fame was not overwhelming. Sevilla was entirely capable of defeating this Parisian side on their home turf. Suddenly, a bright and tender voice rang out from behind Xu Yuanqing. He turned to find a young ball girl clad in his jersey. "Hello, what is your name?" Xu Yuanqing inquired, intrigued by the charming girl before him. "Aileen," she replied graciously. Then mimicking adults, she asked Xu, "Will you score a goal?" "Of course." Xu Yuanqing beamed with a warm smile. "If you score, can you perform a celebration?" "That is my dream." Upon finishing her request, Aileen jumped in place and spun around, flapping her arms as if she were a small airplane taking off. This. Xu Yuanqing internally cringed at such an awkward celebration. It was far too childish. "Can't you? Please." Aileen pleaded with her big, watery eyes fixed on Xu Yuanqing. With a resigned nod, he acquiesced to the young ball girl and Oppos' request. "All right. If I manage to score, I will certainly fulfill your request. Thank you, Xu. You will surely become a great star, just like Pele and Maradona." Xu Yuanqing couldn't help but chuckle at Aileen's flattering words. "How old are you? You seem quite knowledgeable." Aileen counted on her fingers. 3, 4, 5. "I'm 5 years old." "Well, You certainly understand a lot. At 5, I was still playing in the mud, Su Yuanqing self-deprecatingly remarked. Before long, the starting players from both teams arrived at the Ram NS Nshe Pizju In Stadium. After bidding farewell to Aileen, Su Yuanqing took his position on the pitch, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. In the live broadcast studio of Dongfang Huaxia, the voices of the seasoned duo, Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu, began to resonate. Welcome to the 5th round of the 2010 to 2011 UEFA Europa League group stage, where Sevilla hosts Paris Saint-Germain. The starting players have now taken to the field. Following the pre-match ceremony, the game will officially commence. Chapter 90, Defense and Counterattack. Leaving Paris with no chance. Let us introduce the starting lineups of both teams. On the side of Paris Saint-Germain, Coach Gambor has deployed 11 players. Goalkeeper Ederson, with defenders from left to right being Sacco, Seara, Tne, and Zamana. The midfield is composed of Champmy, Nun, Baudur, Sessegnon, and CL Mint, while the forward is the Frenchman Vallo. Paris Saint-Germain has recently displayed commendable form in Ligue 1, securing victories in their last 6 matches. This evening, the players from Paris are undoubtedly eager to achieve triumph at the Ram NS Nshe Pizju In Stadium. Sevilla and AMP, Oppo's starting lineup remains unchanged from their previous match, with key players such as Su Yuanqing, Rakiti, and Navas continuing in their roles. Now, dear viewers, the starting rosters have been announced. Let us eagerly await the commencement of this highly anticipated clash. As the commentator from Dongxiu Network finished announcing the starting lineups, the players of Sevilla and Paris Saint-Germain were already poised for action within the stadium. The referee and Oppo's whistle sounded, signaling the start of the match. On the live stream, nearly 200,000 fans began to flood the screen with comments, expressing their excitement and anticipation for this encounter. Tonight's match is undeniably crucial for Sevilla, as a loss or draw would jeopardize their chances of advancing from the group stage. Come on, Su Yuanqing. We are counting on you. Though Paris is formidable, I still believe Sevilla can secure victory this evening. As long as Su Yuanqing is on the pitch, it should be manageable. Is that so? Why are you all so confident? Haven't you heard the commentator mention that Paris Saint-Germain has won their last 6 matches? Let's just play and see. Why overthink it? In a confrontation, the brave shall prevail. Every Chinese fan watching the live broadcast is filled with immense excitement, fervently awaiting in front of their screens. Without a hint of modesty, nearly all Chinese fans are hoping that Su Yuanqing will score tonight and lead the team to victory. After all, the UEFA Europa League offers a spectacle that surpasses even the La Liga matches. In the Europa League, Sevilla encounters strong teams from other leagues, and with each progression, the opponents become increasingly formidable. Within the Ram NS Nshe Pizju In Stadium, the match unfolds with fervor, as both Sevilla and Paris Saint-Germain players sweat profusely in pursuit of victory. In the early moments of the game, both teams focus their efforts on the midfield, engaging in fierce physical confrontations for every ball. The home team, Sevilla, does not shy away. While Spanish players are adept at possession play, they are equally willing to engage in robust challenges when necessary. On the sidelines, Coach Manzano adjusts his glasses, his expression calm and collected. Everything is unfolding as he had anticipated. Sevilla's players maintain a tight formation across the pitch, denying Paris any opportunities to shoot. As the match progresses, Sevilla intensifies their high-press tactics. Utilizing their numerical advantage, Sevilla and AMP, Oppo's players successfully intercept the ball through coordinated pressing, an approach that Manzano had meticulously prepared for prior to the match. Initially, Paris Saint-Germain aimed to seize control early on, but Sevilla and Oppo's relentless pressure thwarted their attacking ambitions. However, after 10 minutes, Sevilla's pressing intensity began to wane. Manzano wisely chose not to sustain the relentless pressure, recognizing that no team could maintain such a high tempo indefinitely, as it would severely tax the players and Oppo's stamina. Thus, a brief respite was warranted. Approximately 15 minutes later, Sevilla suddenly stepped up their game. In the 25th minute, Sevilla seized an opportunity. For Paris Saint-Germain, the focal point of their attacks typically rests on Sessegnon. When the ball reaches Sessegnon's feet, the other Paris players invariably make runs or position themselves forward. However, Manzano had anticipated this during his tactical preparations. He instructed his players to remain vigilant of Sessegnon and AMP, Oppo's positioning. As soon as the ball approached Sessegnon, the nearest Sevilla player was to swiftly intervene. On this occasion, Sevilla and Oppo's players executed Manzano and Oppos's strategy exceptionally well. Romeric and Rakiti quickly surrounded Sessegnon. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Sessegnon turned and opted for a back pass. Yet, just as he released the ball, a shadow darted past him. Navas, the Sevilla captain, successfully anticipated Sessegnon's passing trajectory. Intercepting the ball with precision, Sevilla's counterattack commenced. The stands of the Ram and Che Pizjuan Stadium erupted as 40,000 fans rose in jubilant anticipation. Captain Navas surged forward with the ball. As an experienced player, Navas kept his eyes peeled for his teammates' movements and any gaps in the opposing defense. Within mere seconds, he penetrated deep into the opponent's territory, approaching the edge of the penalty area. Noticing the absence of Paris Saint-Germain players, a thought of shooting crossed Navas and Oppos's mind. However, he quickly dismissed the idea upon spotting a teammate racing down the left flank. Debo, the left back, known for his impressive crossing ability. With a decisive thud, Navas ultimately chose to pass. Debo controlled the ball, his gaze scanning the situation within the penalty area. Su Yuanqing and Canout, both towering strikers, were vying for position against the Paris defenders. In a moment of clarity, Debo instinctively directed the ball into the box. As Su Yuanqing and Oppos's friend, Debo was acutely aware of the formidable aerial prowess Su Yuanqing possessed. He firmly believed that if he could deliver the ball into the penalty area, Su Yuanqing would undoubtedly seize the first touch and convert it into a goal. Chapter 91. Internal Strife in Paris. An opportunity to extend the lead. However, Debo's passing this time was terribly executed. The ball cruelly sailed over Su Yuanqing's head, landing perfectly in front of Canout. Although Su Yuanqing had no connection with the ball, it was a fortuitous moment for Canout. The Malian forward executed a spectacular diving header. Canout nearly expended all his strength to connect with the ball. Just as he was contemplating a celebration, his header struck the crossbar and rebounded. Duong. Upon witnessing this, Canout immediately fell to the ground to attempt a shot. Whoosh! The ball found the net. Although Canout appeared tall and imposing, his reflexes were remarkably swift. While everyone else remained in a daze, he successfully slotted the ball into the goal. Sevilla. Canout's goal enveloped the stands of the Pizjuan Stadium in jubilation. At last, Canout was able to perform the celebration he had just envisioned, arms raised to the heavens, then kneeling on the grass. This season, Canout and Oppos's goal tally has also shattered records from previous seasons, contributing 10 goals across all competitions for Sevilla. Although this may pale in comparison to Su Yuanqing's achievements, Canout felt immense satisfaction. After completing his celebration, his friends Debo and Su Yuanqing approached him. Well done, but unfortunately, your first header didn't find the net. You wasted my assist. Debo remarked with a hint of disappointment. Canout awkwardly replied, I thought it was a sure goal. That damn crossbar. As long as it's a goal, it doesn't matter. You both played a significant role in this one. Su Yuanqing smiled. On the sidelines, Manzano applauded enthusiastically from the bench, satisfied with the recent goal. It was a textbook counterattack. While all Spanish clubs were emulating Guardiola's Barcelona with their possession-based play, Manzano remained steadfast in his preference for counterattacking football. Judging by Sevilla and Oppos's performance this season, it seemed that counterattacks were proving more effective than possession. Now, having seen his team take the lead in this crucial match, Manzano felt a sense of pride mixed with relief. Whether it was Debo, Rakiti, or Canout and Su Yuanqing, this group had been nurtured under Manzano's guidance. It was evident that his keen eye for talent had paid off, as these players showcased their abilities in critical matches. In truth, this goal was largely thanks to Su, suddenly spoke Antoine, standing behind Manzano. When Debo crossed, two defenders from Paris Saint-Germain were closely marking Su, indicating that their coach emphasized guarding him before the match. Manzano nodded, agreeing with his assistant and Oppos's insight. You're right. Paris is wary of Su's heading ability. Moments later, the match resumed, with Paris Saint-Germain now playing from a goal down. This was unacceptable for coach Cambor. On the sidelines, Cambor was visibly agitated. He understood that Sevilla was a team exceptionally adept at defense, particularly when they had taken the lead, often opting to bolster their defensive line. From the current positioning of Sevilla and Oppos's players, Cambor had guessed correctly. Under an impenetrable defense, Paris Saint-Germain and Oppos's attacks repeatedly fell flat. As the clock ticked to 30 minutes, The players of Paris Saint-Germain began to exhibit signs of anxiety. Once their composure slipped, it negatively affected their performance. Consequently, during this period, Paris Saint-Germain frequently made mistakes. Each error only intensified their anxiety, creating a vicious cycle. No long shots. How many times must I tell you? Make runs. Charge into the box. Sessegnon, what are you doing? Stop being obsessed with dribbling. Pass the damn ball. The coach of Paris Saint-Germain was furious. It seemed that his tactical plan had turned into a mere scrap of paper. The players on the pitch exhibited no strategy, playing almost at their own whims. As time slowly progressed, and the score remained unchanged, tensions mounted among the Paris Saint-Germain players. Why not pass the ball to the flanks? Do you think you're Ronaldo, dribbling so much? Shouted Clement to the Brazilian player Sessegnon, who wore the number 10 jersey and was the team's offensive linchpin. Naturally, Sessegnon was indignant. He retorted, "Pass to you? What good would you be? What can you do besides throw your hands up?" Clement held a respectable position within Paris Saint-Germain. Having scored numerous goals in Ligue 1, and after being mocked by Sessegnon, he was infuriated. "I can cross. Didn't you see? Valero has made a run into space. If I can get the ball to his head, Paris will surely score." Just as Sessegnon was about to rebut, another midfielder, Nin, interjected, "Clement, you're far too confident. Even if I pass to you, you'll never get the ball to Valero in the box. You'll just lose it. All right, enough already. Don't you have any responsibility?" Another midfielder, Chantôme, joined the fray. In truth, a rift between the French and Brazilian factions had long existed within Paris Saint-Germain. This goal conceded was like a spark that ignited the internal strife within the team. Unbeknownst to them, the match time had already reached the final moments of the first half. In the 46th minute, during the last minute of stoppage time, Sevilla earned another attacking opportunity. Su Yuanqing's friend, Rakiti, controlled the ball on the right flank. It was an excellent chance for a cross. Both Su Yuanqing and Kennout were poised to make their runs. Bang! Rakiti, noticing Su Yuanqing's movement, immediately curled a beautiful arc with his right foot. Inside the box, the ball landed perfectly at Su Yuanqing's feet. This was a prime opportunity to score. To everyone's surprise, Su Yuanqing opted not to head the ball directly towards the goal but executed a stunning volley with his right foot. Chapter 92. The agreement between Su Yuanqing and the ball girl. Boom. Su Yuanqing and Amp. Oppo's shot was immensely powerful, and the football soared into the Paris Saint-Germain goal like a rocket. Traveling at a lightning speed, the ball zipped past the Paris goalkeeper, Ederson, before crashing heavily into the net. Ederson did not even attempt to save it. The speed of Su Yuanqing and Amp. Oppo's shot left him utterly helpless. This stunning volley extended Sevilla and Amp. Oppo's lead to 2 goals. The ball came to Su Yuanqing. Would he head it? No. Su Yuanqing opted for a volley. Goal. Ederson stood no chance. 2-0. Sevilla led Paris Saint-Germain by 2 goals. The commentator from Dongxiao Network had barely finished his sentence when the barrage of comments from Chinese fans filled the entire screen. Incredible! This shot was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Su Yuanqing's volley exuded the charisma of a great like Ibrahimovic. Paris Saint-Germain was in dire straits. Congratulations in advance to Sevilla for advancing from the group stage. Hey, let us not get too carried away, brothers. The match isn't over yet, and Paris Saint-Germain might stage a comeback in the second half. Su Yuanqing's unparalleled volley created an electrifying atmosphere among the Sevilla supporters present. Over 40,000 Sevilla fans were singing and dancing in the stands of the Ram N.S. Nche Pizju in Stadium. After scoring, Su Yuanqing did not forget his promise to the ball girl, Eileen. At this moment, the stadium was engulfed in the ecstatic cheers of the fans. Su Yuanqing jogged over to the section where the ball girl was seated and, in accordance with their pre-match agreement, performed a humorous celebration. The Sevilla fans in the stands beamed with joy, and in that moment, every Sevilla supporter felt a profound sense of happiness. He was truly exceptional. Sevilla's possession of Su was a tremendous blessing. Indeed, this boy from the distant east had saved Sevilla. He was the hero of the Ram N.S. Nche Pizju in Stadium. He was Sevilla's future. A genius striker. Fans in the stands praised Su Yuanqing's performance, feeling immense pride in him. Su's arrival had enriched their attacking options. It was hard to believe he was just 19 years old. We hope he can serve Sevilla for a decade. I firmly believe he will become Sevilla and Oppo's all-time leading scorer. Even if offered Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, we would not trade Su. Indeed, Su is Sevilla's priceless treasure. Fans on this side of the stands rose in unison, smiling and applauding Su Yuanqing. They showered him with compliments. In the front row of the stands, little Aileen made a heart gesture towards Su Yuanqing. Then, turning to her parents, she exclaimed, "I told you. Brother Su would definitely score." Eileen's parents smiled as they affectionately ruffled her hair. "Yes, we witnessed it. And he fulfilled your promise. Didn't he?" Aileen flashed her little tiger teeth and said, "Yes, Brother Su did it." Haha. It was evident that Aileen was overjoyed, embodying the innocence and joy appropriate for her age. "Mommy and Daddy, I have a little request." Aileen gazed with her big, sparkling eyes and said, "I want to be a ball girl again for the next match. I want to hold Brother Su's hand as we step onto the field." "All right, we'll sign you up." Beep. Shortly after the kickoff, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Sevilla led Paris Saint-Germain by 2 goals, courtesy of strikes from Canout and Su Yuanqing. During the halftime break, Su Yuanqing entered the locker room surrounded by several Sevilla players, all of whom felt immense pride in his performance during the first half. Furthermore, these Sevilla teammates joined in chanting Su Yuanqing's name. "Su, Su, Su, you are a legend of Sevilla. You will win the Ballon d'Or and Amp, Opos, or you are the hope of Sevilla." As a few teammates sang this song, Su Yuanqing's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. However, his Sevilla teammates paid no heed to his discomfort and more joined in the singing. The locker room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. "All right, fellas." When Sevilla and Amp, Opos' coach, Manzano, entered the locker room, the mischievous players immediately fell silent. Manzano adjusted his glasses and, with an excited expression, addressed all the Sevilla players. "Although we have secured a lead in the first half, leading by 2 goals, do not forget that the match is not over. We still have a full 45 minutes to contend with Paris Saint-Germain. Popping champagne at halftime is not a wise choice. Therefore, I need each of you to forget about the goals scored in the first half." After saying this, Manzano paused for a few seconds, then turned to Su Yuanqing. "Su, I need you to continue applying pressure on the opponent's goal in the second half. I believe, with your talent, you can score again. If you manage to find the net in the second half, I am confident that Sevilla can undoubtedly defeat Paris Saint-Germain." After Manzano finished speaking, the team captain, Navas, chimed in. "Yes, Su, hurry and score a few more goals. We want to hear the fans sing your special song." Following Navas's comment, laughter erupted once more, even eliciting a hearty laugh from Manzano. But soon after, Manzano regained his usual seriousness. "Boys, you must remember that the second half will be even more challenging than the first. Stay focused. Do not let your guard down." Once Manzano had laid out the tactics for the second half, the Sevilla players returned to the pitch. The second half was about to commence. What the Sevilla players did not anticipate was that Paris Saint-Germain appeared to have awakened after halftime. Just 5 minutes into the second half, Paris Saint-Germain breached Sevilla's defense. The number 10 player, Sessegnon, executed a series of 1-2 passes with Nene in midfield. In an instant, Sessegnon found himself at the edge of Sevilla and Opos' penalty area. The Brazilian midfielder glanced at the positioning of Sevilla's goalkeeper, Palop, and unleashed a sudden strike. Chapter 93. A Turn of Fortune. Paris begins to surge. His shot was executed with remarkable speed. The football, arcing with an unusual trajectory, successfully eluded Palop and Opos' grasp and found its way into the net. 2-1. Paris Saint-Germain had scored. The referee signaled the goal was valid, pointing his right hand towards the center circle. In the visiting stands, thousands of fervent PSG supporters erupted in jubilant cheers. "What a splendid goal! Keep it up. We need just one more. Let us push forward. Paris still has hope." These devoted fans continuously rallied their players on the field. This is the Europa League. This is the prowess of Paris Saint-Germain. As long as the referee has not blown the final whistle, PSG retains every opportunity to score. If Sevilla underestimates Paris, they will face defeat. On the Sevilla bench, Coach Manzano appeared despondent. He lowered his head slightly, seemingly lost in contemplation, while his assistant coach Antoine inquired, "Coach, should we bolster our defense?" After scoring, PSG will undoubtedly intensify their assault on our backline. Manzano remained silent, his demeanor reflecting his unease. Antoine pressed on, "Coach, are you listening? Should we make a substitution? Perhaps we ought to withdraw one of our forwards, Canute or So, to bring in a defender." Only upon hearing So's name did Manzano snap out of his reverie. "What did you say? Withdraw So? What is wrong with him? Is he injured?" His voice was laced with urgency. Antoine quickly clarified, "He isn't injured. I'm concerned that PSG will continue their offensive. Shouldn't we replace one forward with a defender? No, absolutely not. Manzano asserted firmly. I have faith in So. He will surely score again. Just as Manzano and Antoine were deliberating over substitutions, the game took an unexpected turn. Sakura made a breakthrough down the flank, skillfully maneuvering past PSG's fullback Seiko. Just as Sakura was about to enter the penalty area, Seiko recklessly brought him down from behind. The referee immediately blew the whistle for the foul. However, Seiko's face bore an expression of innocence as he vehemently argued with the referee, insisting he merely touched the ball. Yet, the referee remained unconvinced, upholding the original decision. This incited Seiko and Oppo's frustration, and he turned his ire towards Sakura, who lay on the ground receiving medical attention. Sakura, clutching his right foot, had not made any contact with Seiko during the incident. Yet, Seiko approached Sakura, angrily exclaiming, "Do Ivorians enjoy diving? Can't you learn from Drogba? With such a sturdy physique, why resort to theatrics? I simply cannot comprehend." Sakura looked at Seiko in bewilderment, unable to grasp why he would say such things. At that moment, Rikiti rushed to confront Seiko, defending his teammate. "It was you who brought him down. Not only do you refuse to apologize, but you also mock him? Truly, a trash team breeds trash players." Rikiti's words cut deeply, not only targeting Seiko, but also criticizing the other PSG players. In response, the PSG players surged towards Rikiti, demanding an explanation. The referee, determined to prevent the escalation of conflict, promptly blew his whistle and issued a yellow card to Rikiti, restoring order. A set piece ensued. Sevilla was awarded a free kick near the right side of the penalty area. The angle for a direct shot was rather acute. It was anticipated that a pass would be the preferred option. Inside the PSG penalty area, So and his striking partner Canut were poised to make their move, vying for position against PSG's defenders. Rikiti approached So, whispering, "So, I will definitely pass the ball to you. We must show these Parisian pretenders what we are capable of. I believe you can score." So nodded in acknowledgement and gestured an OK sign to Rikiti. Then, Rikiti took his position at the ball. Behind him stood Romeric and Navas, both possessing exceptional passing abilities. After a brief exchange of whispers, Rikiti positioned himself behind the ball, indicating he would take the free kick. On the sidelines, PSG's coach Combour was fervently instructing his players to form a wall. "Make it tall. We must not allow Sevilla any direct shot opportunities. At least 5 in the wall. And keep an eye on the penalty area. Those cunning Sevilla players may attempt a quick pass." As PSG's coach Combour anxiously directed his players, Sevilla's coach Manzano and assistant Antoine were engaged in a wager. "Antoine, shall we?" Before Manzano could finish, Antoine interjected, "No bets. My home's wine stocks have already been depleted." Manzano, disheartened, turned his attention back to the pitch. When the referee blew the whistle for the free kick, a hush fell over the PSG stadium. Over 40,000 fans focused intently on the player preparing to take the kick. As the whistle sounded, Rikiti inhaled deeply and began his run-up. His gaze fixed on So's movement. Thump! With a deft touch, he sent the ball soaring over the wall, only for it to suddenly dip. In the PSG penalty area, So, utilizing Canut's screen, accelerated past the PSG defenders. He darted into the near post area, received Rikiti's pass, and executed a brilliant backheel flick, sending the ball swiftly between goalkeeper Der and the post. With certainty, the ball rolled into the net. 3-1. Chapter 94. Advancing ahead, securing group qualification. This is a goal potent enough to extinguish any suspense in the match. The ball is in again. Su Yuanqing. He is the prolific marksman of Sevilla. This goal marks his 22nd contribution to Sevilla this season. It is also his 5th goal in the Europa League. He currently stands as the league's top scorer. His form is nothing short of explosive. How can the Sevilla fans contain their excitement? They possess the finest forward in the world at present. With a hoarse voice, Jean June passionately exclaimed into the microphone. He is no longer the neutral, objective commentator of old. He has transformed into a devoted supporter of Sevilla. A staunch fan of Su Yuanqing, Jean June continued his fervent commentary. After a series of early season defeats, Sevilla has finally returned to form. They boast an experienced head coach and a plethora of formidable stars. Most importantly, a super striker on their front line, a mere 19 years old. When Sevilla lost their Champions League qualification and succumbed to Barcelona in the Spanish Super Cup, many believed they were entering a dark period. Yet, Su Yuanqing altered the course of events. This season, Sevilla remains unbeaten in La Liga, currently positioned second. While in the Europa League, they lead Paris Saint-Germain 3-1, with a bright future ahead. Near the corner flag, after completing his celebration, Su Yuanqing was joined by Rakiti and Canout, who rushed over to celebrate with him. Su, if I'm not mistaken, you've scored 22 goals for Sevilla this season. That's incredible. I haven't even scored half of that. Su Yuanqing calmly replied, with hard work, I believe you can also reach 20. I have faith in you. Reflecting on the past, when Su Yuanqing first joined Sevilla, he and Canout were at odds. However, as time passed and Su Yuanqing showcased his brilliance on the pitch, Canout gradually became an ardent admirer of him. Canout nodded slightly towards Su Yuanqing, filled with unwavering belief in him at that moment. Before long, Sevilla and Oppos's players resumed their focus on the match. After kickoff, with a 2-goal lead established, Sevilla shifted their emphasis to defense. In the final 20 minutes of the match, the visiting Paris Saint-Germain launched a fierce offensive. However, against Sevilla's impregnable defense, the Parisians failed to conjure any miracles. They could only threaten Sevilla's goal with continuous long-range shots, all of which, without exception, sailed over the goal line. As the second half and Oppos's stoppage time concluded, the referee slowly blew the whistle. Beep, beep, beep. With 3 long whistles, the match came to an end. Sevilla triumphed over Paris Saint-Germain with a score of 3-1. Thanks to Su Yuanqing and Oppos's brace and Canout and Oppos's goal, clinching a pivotal victory for group qualification. Following this match, Sevilla amassed a total of 10 points in the Europa League group stage. With 1 match remaining, Sevilla has successfully advanced from the group. Paris Saint-Germain stood as Sevilla's sole competitor. Even if they were to defeat Borussia Dortmund in their next match, their points would only total 10, relegating them to 3rd place due to the results between the teams. In the post-match press conference, a visibly elated Manzano appeared before the reporters. Following their victory over Paris Saint-Germain, his mood seemed jubilant, and a warm smile graced his face. Coach Manzano, first, congratulations on Sevilla's successful group qualification. How would you evaluate the performance of the Sevilla players tonight? As the press conference commenced, reporters immediately directed questions at Manzano. Without hesitation, he responded directly, fantastic. Our players performed exceptionally well. Su, Canout, and Ivan Rakiti were outstanding. They played a perfect match. Paris Saint-Germain posed a significant threat to our defense. They fought valiantly until the very end, but tonight, luck was on our side. After addressing this question, reporters continued to raise their hands for more inquiries. Mr. Manzano, let us discuss the knockout stage of the Europa League. If all goes as anticipated, Sevilla will face Porto, a powerhouse from the Primeira Liga. If I recall correctly, Sevilla was eliminated by another Portuguese giant, Braga, at the beginning of the season, thereby losing their Champions League qualification. Upon hearing this, Manzano's expression shifted to one of slight awkwardness. However, he quickly adjusted his demeanor and responded candidly. But the Sevilla of today is not the same as in the early season. We have the capability to defeat any team, including Porto. I believe any team we encounter in the knockout stage will pose challenges, but I trust our players will overcome all obstacles. Upon hearing Manzano and Oppos's response, a reporter smiled slightly and continued questioning. Now that Sevilla has ensured advancement from the group, how far do you personally believe Sevilla can go in the Europa League? Manzano spread his arms and, with a composed expression, replied, I do not know. That question should be directed to God. His occasional humor brought laughter to the press conference. Do you think it is more challenging for Sevilla to win La Liga or the Europa League? Another reporter inquired. Manzano raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, and slowly replied, both are equally challenging. First, I must thank you for believing that Sevilla has the potential to win both La Liga and the Europa League. To be honest, given Sevilla and Oppos's current strength, winning either of these competitions is quite difficult, although what? The reporter pressed on. Manzano smiled and replied, although we cannot rule out the possibility of divine favor standing with us.